sup my clan? I am Garps1234. If you love me enough, like and subscribe. Also, tell me in the comments what other stories you will want to listen to and want me to improve upon. I do not own these stories, by the way. I just reformat them to audio. Today, you are listening to The God Eater by DMadLord.
Chapter 41. He noticed that he continued to age despite reversing time several times. So he is sure that if he dared to reverse time now, it would be an extra 3 years of age that would follow him into the past. So his age at the point he awakens will be 22, not 19. He noticed that his time and age were flowing forward despite the reversal of time, when he saw that his age at the point of awakening was 20 years old, not 19. That was 2 years ago when he noticed this. Since the time he noticed that his age doesn't decrease, his age has only increased, and it only increased by the total amount of time that he has lived and experienced, including the time that was lost when he reversed time. This made him realize that he can't reverse time forever and that he will die one day when he reaches the limit of his lifespan. So it became of the utmost importance for him to increase his lifespan. This is why the most important thing for him right now is to advance to rank 2 as soon as possible. This is just the closest goal in a long-term goal of reaching rank 6 as fast as possible so that he can prolong his lifespan. Unfortunately, despite his desperation and hard work, he has not been able to get the rank 2 core metac that he needs. After thinking long and hard about his problem for so long, he could only sigh and say, I think I'll just buy a whole rank 2 cultivator outside. If I can't buy one, I'll kill one. Since he can't get what he wants now, he can only wait until he leaves the sect grounds and gains access to the wider world out there for what he wants. As he was thinking, his peers were all talking about the competition. Whenever they spoke about the people who were likely to win it, they couldn't help but mention Loki. This is because he has always been the best in the tests. Right from the second month, he was the best in the strength of willpower and the skill of energy manipulation because of his powerful soul and powerful Tao heart. This is despite holding back from using his full power. As for the matter of cultivation, Slav was always able to win it. Loki didn't compete with him for this, even when the cultivation of his main energy well reached the peak of rank 1, because Slav had more potential than him, and he would need to use the energy in his other 4 energy chambers to beat Slav. He didn't even use the full energy capacity of his main energy well to compete with Slav. He always stopped short of 50 units out of the total 77 units capacity of his energy well, because he didn't want to expose the fact that he awakened an innate metac. So he always lagged behind Slav, Craig, and Leroy in the matter of cultivation. As for the other 2 tests, he was always first, even with his half-hearted effort. This made him the overall best. This is why they have to mention Loki whenever they mention the people who could win the competition. Even if he rarely fights, so they don't know how good he is at fighting, they still have to count him as a top contender. What they didn't know was that he didn't care about the competition and wouldn't compete with them for the benefit they wanted to fight for. This made a lot of people care a lot about his performance in the competition. The one who cares the most about his performance is Slav. In fact, Slav was glaring at him while everyone talked about who would win in the competition. There were 4 people following Slav now. His entourage has reduced from nearly 30 to just 4. This is partly because some of them stopped being his lapdogs, but mostly because the rest of them were eliminated and killed. As it turned out, those who stopped being his lapdogs were the smart ones, even though some of them died because these that are still alive wished dearly that they had left when they had the chance to. At least 3 of them regret sticking with Slav. The 5 of them walked together and followed Loki to the accommodations. They didn't follow Loki to his lodgings, though. They left him and went to Slav's lodgings after they reached the accommodations. Slav gritted and ground his teeth in frustration all the way to his place. When he couldn't continue to hold back, he spat on the ground and said with bitterness, I can't believe that a slave can be better than me. His face was scrunched up as if he had just tasted the most sour lemon. So if they didn't know that he was angry before, they knew for sure now. In order to prevent him from taking his anger out on them, they quickly spoke to appease him. The one on his right said with a smile, he couldn't beat you in cultivation, which means that his potential is nowhere near yours. Coupled with your background, no matter how hard he works, he can never compare to you, and his achievements will never amount to much. He spoke with confidence, as if he were stating a fact. This made his words more believable. The one on Slav's left quickly added with a fawning expression. Besides, he could only beat you in terms of the skill of energy manipulation and Dowheart. Those things can be made up in time. He only has an advantage in them now, because he is older than you and has a stronger mind. The third one nodded and said in agreement, "That's true. Those two things only require effort. In time, you will be able to make up for these deficiencies. But he can never make up for his deficiency in potential." Comments. Chapter 42. The fourth one also encouraged Slav. Their words were so good to hear that even though they were his slaves, they were able to soothe his anger and appease him. But the appeasement wasn't nearly enough to make him forget his anger. He won't take out his anger on them, but something has to be done to remove the source of his anger permanently. So he said to them, he must die. His words were like the decree of a king. The four of them had to take it seriously and think of ways to execute his decrees. But what he was asking for wasn't something that could be achieved easily. The four of them looked at each other in dismay before one of them gritted his teeth and tried to calm Slav down. It was the one on the right who spoke. He summoned all the strength and courage that he could muster as if he were going to war or fighting for his life, and said, "We have tried to kill him many times, but we have never had the opportunity to. He never goes to the hunting ground, so we can't ambush him there." The lackey on the left saw the opportunity and quickly took it as he said, "No matter how we lured him, asked him, or tempted him with benefits, he never entered the hunting ground. If he doesn't enter the hunting grounds, how can we kill him?" Slav replied with a snarl of anger, "I can't wait for him to enter the hunting grounds, and I don't want him to leave the sect grounds for an opportunity to attack him. I want him dead now, and I want him dead at all costs." He glared at them and asked, "Do you understand me?" At this point, he has had enough of Loki. He literally can't let Loki continue to live anymore. The main reason he came to participate in the initiation program this early was to get rid of Loki from within. He has tried his best to sabotage Loki at every turn. Unfortunately, Loki has been slippery and has always been able to survive his schemes. He could have asked his brothers for help, but Loki has always been low-key and has never appeared to be worth the cost of breaking the rules of the sect. His father and brother have decided that they will act directly to kill or subdue Loki when their initiation program ends and they leave the sect grounds. But he doesn't want that to happen. He wants to be the one to kill the wayward slave. This is another reason why he hasn't asked his elder brothers to come to the sect grounds to kill Loki. However, wishes don't come to pass simply because one wants them badly. He has failed at every turn to kill Loki, and now he is running out of time. So he has become quite desperate. His desperation showed on his face. So even though he hadn't explicitly told them how exactly they should kill Loki, they already understood what he wanted from them. So they nodded in reply to his question. Their nodding satisfied him. So he calmed down a little bit as he said, "I will give you 1 day to solve my problem. Either you do that, or all of you will die. If you can't offer me timely solutions when I need them, then you're useless to me, and there's no need to keep you around. If you do well, my father will save you and reward you. If you don't, then all of you can forget about living." Then he snorted and turned away from them. He continued on his way to his house, while the four of them stayed behind to rack their brains on how to kill Loki. After they came up with a solution, the four of them picked lots to determine who would execute their plans. The unfortunate responsibility fell upon the shoulders of the lackey who used to stand on Slav's right. The unlucky man's shoulders slumped, and he sighed in despair. But he didn't argue with the other three. He could only say to himself, "It is my fault for selling myself to Slav." The other three said some words of encouragement to him, but their words did little to uplift his spirits. This wasn't their fault because nothing could make him feel better about what he was going to do. After a round of encouragement that ended in failure, the man turned in the direction of Loki's accommodation and began walking. The other three followed him, but from a large distance. This man is on the forging pathway, so when he got close to Loki's house and took out his weapon, what he took out was a large hammer. The hammer has a head that is bigger and heavier than his whole body. The handle of the hammer is also longer than he is tall. All in all, the hammer is something that a giant should wield, not what a normal man should be able to carry. The reason he can carry it is because of the telekinesis core metak and the living armament metak. The range of telekinesis at rank 1 is very short, and its power is weak, so it is not a good tool to use to fight on its own. The best way to utilize the power of the telekinesis metak is to use it with one or more branch metaks. The living armament metak is a metak that allows non-living things to move on their own by infusing them with the will of their owner. Of course, the cost of the movement in terms of energy will be borne by the person who used the living armament metak. In this case, he is using the living armament metak to make the hammer lighter. By combining this effect with the power of the telekinesis metak, he can easily move the large hammer. Comments. Chapter 43. In total, he is combining the power of his internal energy through the living armament metak, the power of his mind with the telekinesis metak, and the power of his body to produce a powerful means of attack. This combination of power puts his total power output at 1, cultivation rank, times 0.5, body, plus 0.9, telekinesis metak, plus 1, living armament metak, times 0.90, skill amplification, which is 2.16 units. An output of 2.16 units seems small, but it becomes much larger if this output is compared to the normal power output of non-cultivators, which ranges between 0.1 and 1 units. For example, if he didn't have any cultivation, his power output would only be 0.5 body. After all, it is only because he has cultivation that he can use metaks and manipulate his internal energy. So, compared to not using cultivation, his current power output is 4.32 times what he can achieve with only his body. This is why he can lift a hammer that only a giant should be able to lift with ease. This kind of power is why he has been able to survive for so long. It is also why he is confident in killing Loki. The reason why he is unwilling to kill Loki like this is because of the consequences of his actions when he successfully kills Loki. Slav said that his father will save him, but he has seen too much and can't naively believe that promise. Unfortunately for him, he has no choice in the matter. He either does this for a faint chance of survival, or he will die at Slav's hands. So he exhaled and summoned his strength. Then he smashed down the front door of Loki's house with his hammer. The wooden door caved in and collapsed with a single hit. His power was so great that even a wild bull would blush in shame. With the good opened, he rushed in to kill Loki. What he found was a prepared Loki waiting for him while wearing full body plate armor. Loki was aware that someone was close to him without seeing them because he could see their mind. This is a benefit for those on the Mind Hunter pathway. The telepathy metak lets him perceive and interact with the minds within the range of its power. So even though there was the door and wall of his house between them, he had become aware of his enemy's mind when the person got close and had begun preparing for battle before his wall was broken down. When he became aware of the enemy, he jumped out of his bed where he was cultivating and activated the liquid metak. This caused a liquid like mercury to flow out of his energy well and encapsulate his whole body. Then the liquid metal flowed, according to his will, to form the shape of plate armor on his body. Next, the liquid metal solidified and encased him in solid plate armor that is tough enough to block a bullet. From there, he activated 2 more liquid metal metaks and used them to create a large tower shield and a large claymore. This much weight on his body is too much for him. So he activated the living armament metak to lighten the load of the armor, the tower shield, and the claymore. Finally, he activated the body lever metak, which is a metak that enhances the strength of the body with his internal energy. It does this by creating a net of metal around his body, like an exoskeleton or an extra layer of muscles, which reinforces his body and makes his body feel stronger than it. With his body producing more power than it normally should, he can use the power of his body to carry everything alone and not need to use the telekinesis metak and the full power of his mind to lift. He didn't use the telekinesis metak to carry his weapons and armor, because he wanted to free up the power of his mind for the metacs of the Mindhunter pathway. If he uses the telekinesis metac now, he won't be able to use the telepathy metac anymore. He let his body briefly bear the load instead of his mind at the expense of more energy consumption. What he used the power of his mind to do was to attack his enemy's mind. He used the telepathy metac and the mind stab metac to attack his enemy. This was an invisible attack that only mind hunters within the range of the attack could see. Since his enemy was a forger, he remained completely oblivious to the attack until it was too late. The mind stab attack struck his enemy's mind with so much power that his mind ground to a halt, and all of his thoughts were overwritten with pain. His face went from shock that Loki was ready to fight him despite the surprise attack to being contorted in pain. The immense pain made him howl, drop his hammer, and clutch his head in pain. He completely disregarded the threat that Loki posed to him and became defenseless. Loki took the opportunity to swing the claymore across his enemy's neck. The sword heart metac took effect and made the claymore flow in sync with his body like water on a rock. The power of his body and the body lever flowed into the claymore and created so much power that he managed to sever both arms that the man was using to clutch his head and separate his head from his body. The scream of the man was abruptly cut off as soon as it started. His head fell to the ground and rolled around for a while. Then his body fell backwards to the ground. The combination of mental and physical attacks made it very easy for him to defeat and kill his enemy. This outcome didn't surprise Loki because this won't be the first time he has used this combination attack, or the first time he will be fighting this particular enemy. Comments. Chapter 44. The power of the mental attack he used was at 1 cultivation rank times 1.6 mind plus 1 telepathy metac times 5 mind stab / willpower, which is 13 units. This much power is too much for a normal person with a mind ranging from 0.1 to 1 and a Tao heart of level 1 a bear. In the case of this particular enemy, whose mind was at 0.7 and a Tao heart of level 2, his total mental power without the enhancement of any metac is 0.7 times 2, which is 1.4. So the power of that mental attack was 9.286 times more than his limit. This made it as if his mind was butter and Loki had stabbed it with a sharp and hot knife. Even if Loki had let him go after that single attack, his mind would have been terribly injured and would have been in danger of fracturing for good. That's why he felt so much pain and forgot about the fight. Then Loki took advantage of the situation with the power of his physical attack at 1 cultivation rank times 0.6 body plus 1 body lever plus 1 living armament metac times 5 sword heart, which was 13 units. Compared to the power he could produce with only his body, this power is 21.667 times greater. This kind of absurd power at rank 1 was produced because of the sword heart metac. The sword heart metac replaces his skill amplification, which is at 100%, with the level of his Tao heart, which is at level 5. It is similar to how the Tao heart enhanced his mental attack using the mental stab metac. This kind of power is why it is said that disciples of the Swordway sect have the highest offensive capabilities and why he was able to kill rank 2 cultivators despite being at rank 1. It is all because the sword heart metac makes him fight with the power of his Tao heart, not the power of his skill. So as long as he is determined enough to cut someone down, it is possible for him to disregard the difference in cultivation and cut down the enemy. He didn't even use the branch metacs of the sword pathway. Yet, the power of the swing of his claymore was such that even if he hadn't used the mental attack to cheat, he would have still won by a landslide. If he had used the branch metacs of the sword pathway, the power of his attack would have been far more deadly. However, he didn't use them because he didn't need them, because he couldn't use them, and because if he used them, it would be obvious, and the fact that he possessed more than one pathway would be exposed. He couldn't use the branch metacs of the sword pathway even if he wanted to, because there is a limit to how many metacs he can use at once. The limit of how many metacs a cultivator can use is the product of their Tao heart and the power of their mind. In his case, the limit is 5 times 1.6, which is 8. Since he used 3 liquid metal metacs, 1 living armament metac, one body lever metac, one telekinesis metac, one mind stab, and one sword heart metac, he had reached his maximum limit. There is also the immense energy cost of using 8 metacs at once, but he can easily bear it. So even if he wanted to use the branch metacs of the sword pathway, he couldn't. And if he could, he had to make sure that he wouldn't be exposed after using them. After the fight, he looked around for other enemies, but didn't see anyone. Neither his physical nor his mental senses perceived anyone nearby. This made him snort and say, "So they sent one person after me. They must think I'm easy to take. Have they grown cocky now that their cultivation has reached the peak and they have a lot of metacs?" Since there was no one else to fight, he deactivated his metacs. Then he turned to look at his dead foe. As his armor, shield, and sword liquefied and returned to his energy well, he smiled and said, "Another one bites the dust." He didn't feel proud that he defeated his enemy. After all, this wouldn't be the first time they were battling. He had gotten used to his victories after their many fights. He can't even be proud of this victory when his very first fight had ended in victory. So his victory was expected. The only thing he felt was faint amusement that another one of Slav's lackeys, who used to mock him, had died for their master. He was thinking about this and feeling somewhat superior when the body at his feet exploded. The corpse exploded into a large fireball that submerged his body and crushed it. The power of the attack was so bad that his frail body was quickly broken and burned. If he had been wearing his armor when the explosion happened, he would have been able to bear it. Unfortunately for him, it should be too late for regret now. As it turned out, Loki still had time to be regretful, even though he was killed by an explosion. He truly died, but thanks to the rebirth metac, he woke up 1 month in the past. Right now, all that his cultivation can manage is to bring him 32 days into the past. Fenrir can only travel this far into the past with 4 energy chambers at the peak of rank 1. When he woke up, he was in his house on his bed, cultivating and practicing. This is practically what he did with most of his time. He was sitting on the bed with his back to the wall, and there was a small liquid sword in his hand. The sword was turning along its length, as well as revolving in a large orbit around the palm of his hand. Comments. Chapter 45. To top things off, various branch metacs were activating onto the small sword once in a while. A quick count showed that he was using living armament, body lever, and sword edge all at once on the sword. Together with the liquid metal metac that made the sword in the first place, the telekinesis metac that was making it turn, and the sword heart metac that was making it turn well according to his wishes, he was a total of 6 metacs at the same time. When this wasn't enough to put pressure on his mind, he decided to activate the sword dance metac. This branch metac caused the small sword to split into 3. One of the swords was real, while the other 2 were fake. The 3 swords began to rotate and mingle with each other in a way that made them appear as if they were dancing with each other. Their movement was like that of synchronized dancers. It was mesmerizing to behold. But if he were to use it to attack, his enemy wouldn't think it was so beautiful because they wouldn't know which of the 3 swords is the real one. His enemies will need to know which sword is the real one so that they know which one to block. If they try to block the fake swords, they will fail because the fake swords will pass through most obstructions, strike them, and cut them. So the fake swords should be avoided if there is no specialized way to block them, such as the sword deflect metac. To anyone who doesn't have this kind of special metac, they will have to avoid the fake swords, and they will most likely do it in an awkward way that makes them look like they are being forced to dance. He wasn't doing this for the fun of it. No matter how bored he is, he won't waste his time watching sword dance when he can be doing something more productive with his time. The reason he is doing this is to train his energy manipulation skill. By using as many metacs as possible and pushing his mind, he can better control his internal energy and metacs far more than just swirling his internal energy around in his energy well during cultivation. He was doing this when his eyes suddenly gained clarity, as he had just woken up from a dream. This dream is the experience of the following 2 months, which will end with him being killed by an explosion. The sudden infusion of memories in his mind made him lose control of the arrangement that he had made with the short sword. The 2 fake swords disappeared, and the short sword liquefied into liquid metal in his hands. He saw this destabilization of his control, but he didn't care because he had reached the limit of skill that he could have for rank 1. Until he advances to rank 2, he won't be able to use his internal energy to overload metax. So he stopped practicing and instead focused on the matter of his death. This was a more important matter since the explosion had cost him 2 months of his lifespan. He gritted his teeth as he said, "Those fools. When did they begin to explode corpses? It seems I underestimated them. They were ready for my death, even if that guy dies. No wonder they sent only one of them to fight me." The more he thought about the situation, the angrier he became, and the more he wanted to go and slaughter Slav and every one of them. However, he didn't do it now because he had done it in the past, and it didn't lead to a good outcome for him. There just wasn't a tangible benefit to be gained from killing them. He would only get killed when Muni comes over to punish him. He has also tried to avoid punishment by bribing Muni to turn a blind eye, but Muni wouldn't listen to him and would rather kill him to take all of his wealth instead of part of it as a bribe. So the smart thing to do is to swallow his anger and keep a low profile. He knows this and is willing to do it, but this smart thing only makes him angrier because he has the power to seek revenge, but he is unable to swallow it because of the unfortunate circumstances he is in. At the end of the day, he could only snort and say, "Just you wait until we finish initiation and leave this place. I will have my revenge many times over." After promising to have his sweet, sweet revenge in the future, he was able to calm down a little. Then he decided to use his anger to refine his Tao heart. The Tao heart refining technique of the Four Directions sect is the sky raising technique. It is a visualization technique in which he must visualize himself as a giant holding up the sky. Every day that he lives, the sky becomes heavier, which is because the sky in his mind is an amalgamation of all of his experiences and emotions. The sky puts pressure on the giant that refines the giant. So as the sky becomes heavier, the faster the giant carrying the sky becomes harder and stronger. In a way, it can be said that the older the person practicing this technique is, and the more experiences, especially traumatic experiences, that they have experienced, the more effective this sky raising technique will be for refining their mind. This makes the sky raising technique easy to use to refine the mind. Combined with the fact that this technique is also easy to learn, one might call it the best technique for refining one's mind. However, no one calls the sky raising technique the best Tao heart refining technique in the world. Not even the disciples of the Four Directions sect, who should be proud of their sect, call it the best technique for refining the Tao heart. Comments. Chapter 46. The best Tao heart refining technique goes to the mental matrix technique of the myriad phenomenon sect. It is difficult to start it, but there is no chance of ever losing control or experiencing a backlash with it. As for the sky raising technique of the Four Directions sect, it can't be the best because the sky in the mind can become too heavy for the giant and crush the giant. This is a backlash that will lead to the breaking of one's Tao heart and the immediate loss of control. If their Tao heart breaks, their willpower will fall, and they will lose control of their core metak. Then their core metak will take over their body and make them kill every human that they encounter. This is what's called a demon. It is a cultivator who has lost control and whose mind is filled with only the slaughter of every human being. This kind of fate is definitely a bad outcome. But the disciples of the Four Directions sect are still proud of their refining technique because it is much better than the white and black Tao heart refining technique of the Swordway sect. Disciples of the Swordway sect refine their Tao heart with actions that align with their chosen morality. The reliance on morality makes their Tao heart easy to raise, but too unreliable and easy to break. So, no matter how bad the sky raising technique is, the disciples of the Four Directions sect are proud of it because it isn't the worst technique. At least, Loki can't be picky about which technique to use since he only knows one technique, and because one can only use one technique even if they know more than one. He is refining his Tao heart because it is the only thing that he can still improve within the sect grounds. His goal is to reach level 6 of Tao heart as soon as possible. Actually, his Tao heart is not the only thing that he can improve. He can also increase the strength of his body, the strength of his mind, and the strength of his soul. Unfortunately, he can't bring any of those three things back to the past when he reverses time. If he reverses time to a period when he hasn't trained them, he would have to retrain them again. Since he has been reversing time a lot because of Slav's numerous attempts to kill him, any progress he makes in his body, mind, and soul are always lost. So he hasn't bothered to waste his time on them. He has asked around, so he heard that the next rank of Tao heart might be the iron rank. Right now, the giant in his mind is made of stone. If the next rank is the iron rank, the body of the giant will transform into iron. From what he has heard, the rank 6 Tao heart is so mystical that those who possess it will always be able to awaken their memories of their past life when they are reborn after death. They call such powerful beings reincarnated beings. He doesn't know how true this is, but he hopes it is true so that if he dies of old age, he will be able to remember everything that he did in his last life and not rely on chance. This thought went through his mind as he focused on the giant in his mind and tried to make his form and shape clearer and sharper. The anger he was feeling currently was the blade that he used to carve out the giant. The clearer the giant's form, the easier it will be to refine. The giant is just like any other material in that one needs to be able to see it and touch it to refine it. Emotions are the best tools for him to use to make the giant become tangible and clearer in his mind. So the angrier he becomes, the clearer the giant becomes, and the faster he will be able to achieve a rank 6 Tao heart. Even though they said that a rank 6 Tao heart is impossible to achieve without a lifetime of experiences and training, he didn't stop adding one detail after another. He didn't let the comments about how aiming for level 6 Tao heart is daydreaming for people like them, because those thoughts would breed fear and despair within his heart, which would weaken the giant and let the weight of the traumatic experiences that Muni put him through crush the giant in his mind. He said to himself as he refined his Tao heart, "Only old age can kill me. So as long as I have a breath in me, there is nothing to fear. As long as I keep living, I will keep fighting." This mantra is the core of the giant in his mind. If one day this mantra becomes unable to bear the weight of the sky or falters, his Tao heart will shatter, and he will become a demon to be hunted and killed by everyone. Due to his hard work all of these years, the giant in his mind went from an image with a resolution of 240p to an image with a resolution of 720p. So for 3 years of hard work, the giant has become 3 times sharper. Progress has become slower now, but he is willing to spend another 30 years on it if he has to. His dedication is all thanks to his core mantra. Thanks to that mantra, he knows that he will always be rewarded for his hard work, no matter how long it takes. Since not even being killed can put an end to his path, he can always have a long-term goal unimpeded by the possibility of being killed. He spent the remaining 1 month of initiation lying low like this. He didn't attend any class and only spent his time refining his Tao heart. The only thing he couldn't miss was the 3 tests. He had to go to class for those, and, as usual, he passed the test with flying colors. Muni didn't like his behavior of not attending classes and made mention of it every chance he had to admonish Loki. And even though Loki passed the test without any problem, Muni would still berate him for being a truant and a bad influence on others. Comments. Chapter 47. Loki didn't care about Muni's complaints. He just kept his mouth shut and kept to himself. He never gave Muni a chance to punish him for showing others that they could be lazy and still do well. So Muni could only swallow his anger. This continued until the last week of the initiation program. On the first day of this last week, Muni called an assembly and spoke to them about how proud he was of them. Muni also made mention of an unruly child of his, which everyone knows to be Loki. But he didn't complain about Loki too much this time around. The main topic of the assembly was still the societies and the upcoming competition. Because of the digression about Loki's lazy and unruly nature, Muni's speech took longer than usual. But he eventually finished his speech and dismissed them. As usual, the remaining survivors began talking about who would win the competition on their way back. They mentioned Loki's name several times. This didn't please Slav at all. In fact, Their actions displeased him. Slav quickly became angry until he gave his 4 lackeys an ultimatum to get rid of him. The 4 of them picked lots to determine who would do the unpleasant work of going to kill Loki. The person who took on the unlucky work was still the forger. The man sighed and carried his heavy hammer over to kill Loki. This time, Loki was more than ready for the attack. He quickly killed the man and distanced himself from the corpse while still wearing his armor. As expected, the corpse exploded a few seconds later. The explosion took down half of Loki's house and set the rest on fire. Loki was outside his house and a far distance by the time this happened, so he was completely safe and would have been unharmed even if he wasn't wearing his armor. As it happened, the place he ran to was closer to the other 3 lackeys, so the telepathy metak was finally able to see them. From there, he used his physical eyes to spot them, and he saw them hiding behind a wall and looking at him with expressions of surprise on their faces. When he saw them, the anger he had bottled up over the course of many timelines flared up and made his eyes turn bloodshot red. He became so angry that only the feel of their hot blood on his face could calm him down. But he quickly reined in his violent emotions and controlled his impulse to kill. Instead of letting them control him, he bottled them away to be used to refine his Tao heart. He exhaled loudly before deactivating all of his metaks. As soon as he did this, Muni arrived. So if he had gone over to fight the 3 remaining lackeys, Muni would have caught him breaking the rules. The outcome for that won't be good at all. He bowed to Muni and said, "Instructor, one of Slav's slaves came to kill me. I managed to defeat and kill him, but it seemed that someone had planted a corpse explosion metak within him. So when I killed him, he became a bomb that would surely take my life. Fortunately, I survived all of their schemes. But I want you to help me seek justice, or Slav will just keep sending his slaves to kill me." Just as he said this, Slav appeared nearby. Apparently, he had also been watching the progression of events right from the start. The young master walked over to them slowly while clapping his hands and saying with an amused expression, "What an imaginative lie. You called him over to your house, and you killed him in cold blood. Then you destroyed his body in order to remove any evidence that would show that you attacked him first. After you did all of that, you decided to put the blame on me and say that I sent him to kill you. If I didn't know for sure that I didn't send him to kill you, I would have believed you. Your performance was just that good." Then he said to Muni, "Instructor, don't believe him. He is lying. He is just a slave to lie so shamelessly." When Loki heard what Slav said, he became stunned for a short while. When he recovered, the first thought that came to his mind was to become angry and deny Slav's accusations vehemently. But he didn't do any of that. Instead of becoming angry, he calmed down. He was like a dough of flour that was shrinking instead of rising after live yeast was poured into it. His eyes narrowed in thought, and he let the logical part of his mind take over his decision process. After thinking about the situation for a while, he came to the conclusion that he shouldn't bother with Slav at all. So he turned to Muni and said, "There are 2 possibilities. Either I approached one of Slav's slaves and called him over, and the slave came over to my house, even though the hatred between me and Slav is common sense, and I killed him, or Slav sent one of his slaves to sacrifice their worthless lives by coming to kill me. Which do you think is more likely to be the case?" Slav also said to Muni, "Yes, instructor. There are 2 possibilities. Either you believe this lying slave and offend my family, or you believe the truth of my words and gain the favor of my family. Which do you think is more likely to be true?" Loki's heart became colder when he heard what Slav said. Even Muni's eyes flickered. Even if Muni were an idiot who thinks with his, but he would be able to come to the conclusion that Slav sent his lackey to kill Loki. After all, the hatred between the Rain family and Loki is common sense at this point. But now that Slav had rephrased the situation as the option between siding with a slave or siding with the Rain family, everything changes. The decision stops being a choice between the truth and the lie. Comments. Chapter 48. Actually, it would be a good thing for Loki if Muni thinks with his butt. This is because Muni would be too stupid to sense the threat and coercion in Slav's words. But since Muni is very intelligent, he understood what Slav was saying. He also understood what Slav meant when he said that the explosion had destroyed every evidence of who attacked first and how the fight happened. This means that it is up to him to decide how the fight happened. The more Muni thought about the situation, the more he was sure that Slav was responsible for the attempt on Loki's life. So he felt a chill down his spine as he thought to himself, first, there was the attempt to kill Loki with a brute. If that doesn't work, then the explosion will finish the job. If that still doesn't work, there is still the option to put the blame on Loki. Just how many layers of schemes does this boy have? While he was still thinking about what to do, Slav encouraged him by saying, Instructor Muni, don't forget that Loki has been unruly most of the initiation program. So I believe it is reasonable that he did this. If you were to set the record straight, I believe that this will be an opportunity for you to punish Loki for his year-long unruly behavior. Muni's eyes lit up when he heard this. He would have surely sided with Slav, with just what Slav had said before. But now that Slav has mentioned how he can get Loki's body, the body of a top performer, and use it as compensation for all of the people that Loki influenced to be lazy over the years, he gained an extra, more attractive motive to go along with Slav's plan. So he nodded to Slav and said, What you said is right. I think it is more reasonable to believe that this unruly slave is the one who murdered the young man and destroyed the evidence with fire. His reply made Slav smile and say to Muni, Then Loki should be apprehended and punished according to the full extent of the law. Muni nodded in agreement and took action immediately. He used his water ropes to attack Loki. His goal was to bind Loki up into a bundle fit for auctioning. He was even being careful about how he bound Loki. After all, he didn't want to damage the merchandise and reduce its value. But Loki didn't appreciate his gentleness. His behavior only made Loki sigh in defeat and activate the rewind metak. When he woke up later, it was a few seconds after he recovered his memories of the future in the last timeline. So the short sword that he was training with, and returned to his energy well, and he had just made up his mind not to go and kill Slav and all 4 of his lackeys. This time, Loki laughed and said, I have to give it to him this time around because he got me good. He even clapped and said, Well done with the schemes. Very well done. I am impressed. He was laughing and clapping, but his eyes were chilling and sharp as the edge of a cold blade. I already knew not to think that the rules would protect me. It failed before, so it can fail again. But I didn't expect that the rules would be used against me. He chuckled with his chilling eyes and said, So not only can't the rules protect the victim, but it can even be used to punish the victim. This world is quite something marvelous. He doesn't consider himself a saint or a spotless innocent. He knows that he has broken the rules many times and would still break the rules many more times, if not for the repercussions of doing so. The reason he hasn't gone on a killing spree is that he can't get away with it. But someone like Slav can break the rules, get away with it, and even use the rules that he broke to punish the victim. This makes Loki both angry and jealous of Slav. He, too, wishes he could manipulate the rules to his favor, not just break them when it is favorable. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a powerful family to make his words more compelling. After praising Slav's ingenuity for a while, he stood up from his bed and said, Since you've made up your mind not to play by the rules, I won't make things easy for you. Then he left his room. His destination is the market, not to kill Slav. He is going to market to buy metaks for training his body. Since he is already training his body, he decided to train his mind too. He has never cared for things that he can't take with him when he reverses time, because if he dies 2 months from now, all the effort he put into training his body and mind will go to waste. But he wants to train his body and mind now, because he needs a more powerful body to increase his chances of survival in 1 month's time. He is also planning for the endless hunt of the Rain family once the initiation program is over. After all, if Slav can go to such an extent to kill him during the initiation program, it is just common sense for him to expect worse attempts on his life after the sect ground stopped protecting him completely. He went to the market to purchase body refining branch metaks of the forging pathway, and only for the forging pathway, because this is the only pathway that he can show openly on his body. The sword pathway also has its body refining branch metaks, but he can't use them, as it will make it obvious that he possesses at least 2 pathways. The branch metak that he got to refine his body was the copper body metak. It is a branch metak that transforms the body into a durable and strong metallic body. Comments. Chapter 49. It cost him 1,500 energy stones to purchase, which is 50% more expensive than usual. This is because the copper body metak is a rare metak that adds permanent power to cultivators, which they can use without internal energy. All you will need to use this branch metak is a lot of internal energy and a lot of copper. The copper body metak needs the internal energy to work, and it will need the copper to transform its body. The total amount of copper that he will need to upgrade his body to the peak of rank 1 will cost a maximum of 500 energy stones. It might even cost less than this since his body is already above average at 0.6 units. This amount of money isn't worth mentioning to him at all. Even if it cost 5,000 energy stones, he would be able to afford it. So it will cost him 2,000 energy stones to strengthen his body. As expensive as this is, it will be worth it because the metallic body will increase his survivability. He didn't care much for the strength of the body because he could always increase it with a branch metak, like the body lever metak. He has a lot of internal energy and rarely fights, so he didn't consider the energy expenditure of the body lever metak to be significant. But now that he is preparing to be pursued endlessly by people who want to kill him, any little bit of energy that he can use for other things has become very important. There's also the fact that he can always use the body lever metak to increase the strength of his body. And with his improved body, the explosion that killed him in his previous lifespan won't be able to kill him so easily. All in all, if he wants to increase his chances of survival and stop dying so much, it is a good idea to increase the strength of his body now, while he has the chance to spend money to increase his power. Since he is increasing the strength of his body, he decided to increase the strength of his mind too. With the current strength of his mind, he can produce a mental attack capable of taking down the mind of a rank 2 cultivator with a mind of 2 units and a Tao heart of level 3. Such a cultivator will have an innate mental resistance of 2 cultivation, times 2 mind, times 3 Tao heart, which is 12 units. He can produce 13 units of mental attack, and this will be enough to injure the mind of the rank 2 cultivator with an innate resistance of 12 units. The damage won't be as pronounced as the one he was able to do to the lackey that was sent to kill him. So he won't be able to gain as much advantage against a rank 2 cultivator, and he definitely won't be able to harm the mind of a rank 3 cultivator like Muni. Since he expects the Rain family to be shameless and send rank 2 beings after him, he decided to up the ante against them. The kind of power he has as a rank 1 being is impressive. After all, he can already tussle with the best minds at rank 2. But this also means that it will take a lot more to increase the power of his mental attack at rank 1, especially since the power of his mind is already 60% above what he should possess at his rank. If he wants to increase the power of his mind, now he can only rely on a rank 2 metak. A rank 1 metak can only increase his power to the limit of 1 unit, while a rank 2 metak can reach 2 units. There is no restriction on the rank of metak that can be used, so he can use a rank 2 metak despite being at rank 2. The reason other rank 1 cultivators don't entertain the fancy thought of using rank 2 metaks is that they are expensive to purchase and also highly expensive to use in terms of internal energy. The energy expenditure of rank 2 metaks can be up to 5 times or even 10 times compared to their rank 1 counterparts. So any rank 1 cultivator who dares to use rank 2 metaks will only be barely able to use it before they run out of internal energy. But as someone with 5 energy chambers, he can dare to use rank 2 metaks. And since the rank 2 metaks he wants to use are branch metaks that will permanently increase the power of his mind and the power of his body, their energy expenditure won't matter when he is in a fight. He can sustain all the energy costs right now that he has some leisure time. And if his internal energy won't be enough, he still has the opportunity to use energy stones to make up for it. This will help prepare him for the time he has to fight for his life while being on the run. The metak of choice for increasing the strength of his mind was the broad mind metak. It is a branch metak that doubles the power of the mind in relation to the power of the soul by inflating it a little bit. As usual, he needs a lot of internal energy to use it and some materials to transform his mind permanently. The material he needs is the flesh of jellyfish. When he wanted to buy it, he learned that the broad mind metak can only increase the power of the mind to the limit of the rank that the mind already is. That means that a mind between the range of 0.1 to 1 units can only be raised to 1 unit. A mind between the range of 1.1 to 2 units can only be raised to 2 units. And a mind between the range of 2.1 to 3 units can only be raised to 3 units. Comments. Chapter 50. Apparently, there is nothing available to raise the power of the mind from rank 1 to rank 2 or from rank 3 to rank 3. So there is nothing to raise the power of a mind from 1 unit to 1.1 up to 2 units, or something to raise a mind from 2 units to 2.1 up to 3 units. He learned that this was because the mind was too fragile to mess with at this stage, that even increasing its power could cause it to break. He was told that this would remain the case until he reached rank 4. The same was the case for the soul, but the soul would remain fragile until rank 5. Since the broad mind metak was going to be of limited help, he decided not to buy it. He decided to buy something to improve his soul directly. Then he bought the double mind metak of the mind hunter pathway. What he bought to improve the power of his soul was the spirit pill metak. This spirit pill metak is a consumable like the cloudy date metak. It will be lost after use and doesn't have any restrictions on the pathway to use it. Just like the cloudy date metak, the spirit pill metak was made from raw materials sourced from another human. In this case, it was made from the souls of rank 2 beings. Each spirit pill metak is a rank 2 metak that costs 4,000 energy stones each. He bought 2, so he had to pay 8,000 energy stones for them. The 2 spirit pills raised the power of his soul from 1.6 to 2.0. Since the power of his mind is currently dependent on the power of his soul, the power of his mind also increased to 2.0 units. This increase to the power of his mind raised the power of his mental attacks from 1, cultivation, times 1.6, mind, plus 1, telepathy metak, times 5, mind stab, which is 13 units, to 1, cultivation, times 2, mind, plus 1, telepathy metak, times 5, mind stab, which is 15 units. Aside from the increase to his raw mental offensive power, the increase to his mind also led to the increase to the limit of how many metaks he can control from 1.6 by 5 to 2.0 by 5. So he can control 10 metaks at the same time now. He also paid 2,500 energy stones for the rank 2 double mind metak. He bought this metak to create an extra copy of his mind. This extra copy will allow him to use the telekinesis metak and the telepathy metak at the same time. This way, he will be able to use his mind to enhance the power of the mind hunter pathway and the forging pathway at the same time. Of course, the double mind metak is a rank 2 metak and will cost a lot of energy to use. So he won't use it until he has to. This will make the double mind metak a trump card of sorts. Finally, he bought the rank 2 iron body metak for future use. It is the rank 2 version of the copper body metak, so it is a body refining metak. He decided to buy the iron body metak since the body wasn't as fragile as the mind and soul and could be raised way higher than one's base level. If not for the fact that the limit of metak in the market was rank 2, he would have also bought the rank 3 version. The rank 2 iron body metak costs 3,000 energy stones. So it costs twice as much as the rank 1 version. The materials needed to use it also cost 1,000 energy stones. This makes it a total of 4,000 energy stones to acquire a strong rank 2 body. Together with everything he bought earlier, he was spending 2,000, 8,000, 2,500, and 4,000 energy stones. This made a total of 16,500 energy stones. But he also bought some random metaks from other pathways that he isn't using in order to confuse anyone who is keeping track of what he is spending money on. By anyone, he means the Rain family. Ever since Slav's elder brother Simon came to enslave him, he had confirmed that they were keeping tabs on him. So it has become a habit to confuse them about what he is really doing. The pathway he is supposed to be on is the forging pathway. so he shouldn't be able to use metacks like the double mind metack. This makes it a prudent decision that he doesn't drop hints here and there that he has more than one pathway. All in all, he spent a total of 25,000 energy stones. A discount of 10% reduced it to 22,500 energy stones. So it can be said that he was paying a lot for power. After he got everything he needed, he went back to his lodgings. Then he closed himself off from the world and focused on cultivating. He didn't go to classes, but he still had to attend the weekly tests, though. This was just like the last timeline. However, Muni didn't complain about him this time around because Muni saw the visible fruits of his labor on his body. His body went from fair and white to reddish-orange of copper and finally to the gray of iron. So Muni saw that he was willing to spend money on metac to make his body stronger and couldn't say that Loki was being lazy. While the strength of the body doesn't matter for survival in the initiation program, the fact that he was willing to go so far for power encouraged his peers to take their studies and training seriously. There is also the fact that those who spend time and money on developing their bodies will cause their cultivation to lag behind and make them more likely to fail their tests. Muni liked this very much, so he didn't complain about Loki all the time. Comments. Chapter 51. However, while Muni didn't complain about Loki, he did become jealous of Loki for spending money on something that was irrelevant. He didn't have the opportunity to splurge like Loki when he was at rank 1, and he still doesn't now, so jealousy came very easily to him. After 32 days of training, the day of the final assembly came. Loki finished preparing for what was to come at this point. When Muni called them for the assembly, he looked at himself using the power identification ability for a while. What he saw made him smile with pride. Age, 22/77. Race, human. Energy quantity, 616 plus 616 plus 616 plus 616 plus 616 is equal to 3,080. Energy density, 44444. Energy rank, 1. Body, 0.6, 2.0. Soul, 1.6, 2.0. Will, 5. Skill, 100%. Finra, divine power identification. Tracking, Seal, devouring. Rewind, sword heart. Telepathy, telekinesis. Branch metax, 1. Mind hunter pathway, mind stab. Mind shield, hypnotize. Double mind, concentration. 2. Forging pathway, liquid metal. Body lever, living armament. Gatling gun, knife box. 3. Sword pathway, sword break. Sword edge, sword dance. Sword steps. With his preparations done, he walked with confidence to the assembly. When he got there, nearly everyone had arrived. Those who hadn't arrived came a few minutes later. Muni appeared after making them wait for 10 minutes. Then he began his speech about the competition and societies. Loki didn't listen to the speech at all. He only had eyes for Slav. Slav noticed his gaze, but didn't feel any danger from it. So he looked at Loki with a frown and inquiring eyes. His facial expressions were asking Loki why he was looking at him so much. But Loki only replied with an innocent smile. He looked so harmless that he became creepy. Muni noticed the exchange between them, which made him furrow his brows. But he didn't say anything about it at the end of the day. After his long and passionate speech, Muni sent them back. So everyone began their journey back to their respective homes. On the way back, everyone began talking about who would win the competition. They mentioned Loki many times, but this time, nearly every one of them believed that, aside from Loki, no one else stood a chance because he seemed to have strengthened his body. Slav didn't like what they were saying at all, but he didn't argue with them and only kept silent as his displeasure simmered within him. It was amidst all of this unpleasant chatter that Loki approached Slav with that same innocent smile on his face. Slav's 4 lackeys quickly stepped into his way to block him from reaching Slav. This made him chuckle and say, "What's with all the caution? It is not like I can kill him. So what's there to fear?" The 4 didn't speak. They stood like statues that would do their duty of guarding their master until the end of days. It wasn't until Slav dismissed them that they moved aside. Then Slav walked up to Loki with a frown and asked, "What do you want?" Loki stopped smiling and became serious as he replied, "I've come with a deal." The word deal made Slav's heart thump with excitement. As someone on the money pathway, deals are their bread and butter, is how they gain and utilize power. So the frown on his face was quickly replaced by a sincere smile as he said, "So it is a deal. I'm always welcome to a deal." Then he asked Loki, "Is this about my offer to sponsor you?" As I said before, that offer is always on the table. I'm always willing to help talented people like you grow into what you're meant to be. Loki nearly frowned as anger rose within him when he heard Slav bring up the so-called sponsorship. He became angry because the deal for sponsorship is actually a deal for Slav to buy him. It wasn't stated explicitly as turning Loki into a slave. In the deal, it was stated that Slav would give him a lot of money and help in exchange for Slav gaining the right to make decisions for him. With the right to make decisions for him, Slav would be able to determine if he gets to sell himself into slavery or not. So while it wasn't stated explicitly that Slav would own him, the effect is essentially the same. Even if he were stupid and didn't understand the repercussions of signing that deal, he now understands it after seeing the fate of everyone who signed the sponsorship deal with Slav. Just the fate of the guy they sent to kill him in the last timeline is more than enough for him to detest the sponsorship deal. So no, he wasn't interested in the sponsorship deal. He actually wants to bash Slav's head in. But he didn't say that. Instead, he shook his head and said, "This isn't about the sponsorship deal. It is about the competition." Slav didn't get what he wanted, so he was a little bit disappointed. But he was still interested in Loki's deal, so he continued to maintain his amicable countenance. He sighed and said, "What a shame. If you had allowed me to sponsor you with your talent, you might even be able to reach rank 3. He pointed at his lackeys and said, "You're not like these 4 talentless fools who can only stop at rank 2. Among the 4, there's one with a potential of 41. With this potential, he has the requirements to enter any other sect, regardless of how strict their requirements are. This is because he can advance to rank 3 in the future. But Slav has said that he can only reach rank 2, and that's that. Unless Slav changes his mind in the future, this person will never advance to rank 3. So, despite being ridiculed and used as an example of a talentless fool, he didn't dare to speak to defend himself. He bore the shame like someone who is being forced to swallow faces." Comments. Chapter 52. As someone who has been forced to eat feces, Loki knows how bad it is. So he knew how bad the 4 lackeys must feel after they were ridiculed. But Loki didn't feel any pride that Slav had belittled them to elevate him. His heart only felt endless frigidity. Since he wasn't moved by the offer, Slav changed the subject and said, "So what's this about the competition?" Loki reined in his disgust and instead replied with a straight face, "I will forfeit the competition so that you can win. In exchange, I want a rank 2 slave of the forging pathway." Slav's amicable face fell apart when he heard Loki's offer. His face scrunched up in anger as he asked, "Why would I need you to forfeit? Are you saying that I can't win if you fight seriously?" Loki replied with a smile, "No, my offer is to make things easier for you. Even if I fight seriously, you'll still win. I just want to make your victory easier. Take it as paying me to increase your chances of winning and ensure that no accident occurs to take your victory from you." Slav didn't appreciate a word out of everything he said. Instead of calming down, his face became colder, and his eyes became murderous as he said, "In that case, you are sorely mistaken. I don't need your offer because I don't need to win. The competition cannot give me anything I can't have. And even if I perform poorly, I will still be able to join one of the best societies in the sect because that society is controlled by my father. Thirdly, even if I were interested, I can't give you a rank 2 slave because I don't think the cost is worth it. Fourthly, even if I were interested in winning at any cost, I still wouldn't be able to get a rank 2 slave for you. So forget about it." He was about to leave, but Loki said to him, "If you don't need to win, then why are you afraid of me?" His question made Slav lose control. His face contorted in anger, and he pointed one finger at Loki as he said, "What utter nonsense is that? Why would I be afraid of you? What do you take me for? Do you know what you are? Do you know who I am? I don't even need to raise my finger to put an end to you here and now. I have many people willing to kill you for me at all costs." Loki thought to himself, You're only half right about having many people who you can use to kill me. As for them being willing to kill me at all costs, that's a big fat lie. But outwardly, he said, if you're not scared of me, then why are you trying to kill me? He shouted the question, so everyone nearby heard it. This included their peers and Muni in the distance. Since the matter had become a public matter, Slav quickly regained his decorum and replied with a calm tone, I don't know what you're talking about. He can never admit to trying to kill Loki, even if it is the truth. Even if he has only one tooth, he will still lie through his single tooth. Loki chuckled and said, I don't believe you. But fortunately, there's a way to prove that you're not afraid of me. Just sign a contract that says that you won't try to kill me until we leave the initiation ground. In exchange, I will do my best to defeat you during the fight. In response, Slav said coldly to him, goodbye. Then he turned to leave. Loki called out to him, how about this? If you sign a contract, I won't compete with you in the competition. In fact, I will forfeit the entire thing. Slav didn't reply. The young man didn't turn back or validate Loki's offer with a response. He left with his 4 lackeys in tow, like a mother hen with her chicks. Loki shook his head and said, what a pity. Then he swaggered on his way back to his lodgings. He didn't look like failing to make that deal mattered to him at all. He also didn't appear to be worried about the repercussions of offending Slav like that in public. Loki was at peace with himself and with the world, but Slav was like a dragon about to be consumed by his fire and in dire need of proper venting. It is true that he doesn't need to perform well in the competition, and it is even more true that he doesn't need to win the competition. But not needing to do something only means that it is not necessary. It doesn't mean that he wants it, and it doesn't mean that it won't be beneficial to him if he gets it. As a second-generation cultivator, it is just right that he wins the competition even if it won't bring him any important benefit. After all, there is no other way for him to stand out from the slaves and the first-generation cultivators. He has to win to make his father proud, and he has to win spectacularly. But far more important than this is to make sure that a slave like Loki doesn't beat him in the competition. And even more important than this is his duty to kill or enslave Loki and bring him back home to be punished. So yes, he has to kill Loki. He didn't need to be insulted in front of everyone and accused of being afraid of the slave of his family for him to want to kill Loki. But now that Loki had pressed the right buttons to push his anger to its limit, he would take the task of killing Loki even more seriously. This is why he roared even more passionately at his 4 slaves than usual. He made sure to press the importance of Loki's death into their skulls before he left them to their vices. Comments. Chapter 53. However, no matter how angry he was, and no matter how much he wanted Loki dead, he didn't tell the 4 slaves to go and kill Loki. He only coerced them and dropped hints like saying, I want him dead now, and I want him dead at all costs. Then he would glare at them and ask, do you understand me? If they didn't understand him, he would say, I will give you 1 day to solve my problem. Either you do that, or all of you will die. If you can't offer me timely solutions when I need them, then you're useless to me, and there is no need to keep you around. Never once did he explicitly say that he wanted them to kill Loki for him. This was in preparation to wash his hands of the situation when Loki dies, and they are arrested by Muni for breaking the rules. Without being explicit, he can always claim that he never sent them to kill Loki. He can safely claim that they did so of their own initiative. As for his promise of his father saving them and rewarding them for killing Loki, that's just a lie. There is no reason for his father to waste the resources that he can use to acquire a rank 2 slave to save a rank 1 slave. So once these 4 kill Loki, they are doomed. The 4 of them suspected this, but they had no choice but to go and kill Loki. After all, Slav was vague about his intentions, but he was very clear about the consequences of not providing a timely solution to his problem in 1 day. So, as usual, they drew lots to determine who would go and kill Loki after Slav left. But this time, 2 of them were picked to kill Loki. This was because they had found out that Loki might have strengthened his body to rank 2. The first enemy was the forger who fought Loki in the last 2 timelines. The second one is an insect slaver of the enslavement pathway. The 2 unlucky fellows want to kill Loki. The forger took up the forward position while the insect slaver stood far behind and backed him up with poisonous wasps with sharp and long stingers. Their arrangement was solid. The forger will hold Loki down while the wasps will sting him to death. But just as they kicked down the door, Loki rushed out from the window, shouting at the top of his lungs. He raised his voice and shouted, "Help! Help me! Slav and his slaves are trying to kill me. Help me, anyone!" He shouted as if his life depended on it, and he ran with all of his strength without holding back. His behavior stunned the two death warriors, who thought that he was exaggerating. Loki was able to rush over to his neighbors. His shout drew them out. So many people came out of their houses and saw the two lackeys holding weapons in front of Loki's house. Someone said, "I knew that Slav would try to kill him, but I didn't expect Slav to act so quickly." Someone else chuckled and said, "That's a young master for you. They don't waste time." Slav, who was hiding nearby, quickly appeared and shouted at the two, "What are you two doing here?" The insect slaver was a quick thinker, so he replied with feigned confusion on his face as he said, "We came to give him a gift so that he can prepare better for the competition." Slav asked as if he was angry, "Then why is he shouting that you are trying to kill him?" The insect slaver shook his head with an expression of confusion as he said, "We don't know. We didn't even get to meet him before he began screaming bloody murder." Slav heard this and shook his head and said, "There must be a misunderstanding here. Besides, killing is against the rules." The people listening to their conversation looked at each other and rolled their eyes. Clearly, no one believed Slav. Someone whispered to his neighbor, "Yeah, right. He bragged earlier today that he has many people who will kill Loki for him, regardless of the cost. Now he is saying that there must be a misunderstanding about his lackeys coming to Loki's door with weapons. What else could they be here for but to kill Loki? Does he think we are stupid?" The other person snickered and said, "What I find funny about all of these is that he said that it is against the rules to kill, as if the rules have ever stopped him from killing someone." They didn't believe a word out of Slav's mouth, but they didn't dare voice their thoughts about the matter. Loki has managed to survive Slav's attempts to kill him all of these months, but they don't have his luck, so they kept their words to the level of whispers. But no matter how they kept silent about the matter, the look on their face and their demeanor showed that none of them believed Slav. This made Slav grit his teeth in anger. His temper could only get worse because Loki was still running about, shouting for people to save him. Slav wanted to ask him to shut up, but he didn't want people to think that he was trying to silence the witness and victim. So he could only bear with the incessant shouting. All the shouting even attracted Muni. Muni rushed over and asked, "What's going on?" Loki quickly went up to him and shed tears as he complained about how he nearly lost his life. Just like the previous timeline, Muni believed Loki completely. But this time around, Slav couldn't accuse Loki of being the one who committed murder. No matter what Slav said, there was proof that his lackeys were the aggressors since they had kicked Loki's door down. No amount of lying was going to change that fact. Comments. Chapter 54. The case of the attempted murder on Loki's life was an open and shut case. But Muni felt conflicted about the whole matter. He felt conflicted because he didn't know what to do. On the one hand, he wanted to get the two slaves and auction them for money. But on the other hand, he didn't want to offend Slav. So it wasn't that he didn't know what should be done. It was that he didn't want to do what ought to be done if it will offend Slav. After ruminating on the problem for a while, he decided to back down a little. So he said to Slav, "According to the law, these two should be punished severely. But if your family is willing to intercede for them, or you convince Loki to drop the charges and say that everything was a misunderstanding, they won't need to be punished." If they had succeeded in killing Loki, Slav would have given up on them. But now that they had failed, Slav had even fewer reasons to ask his father to save them. After all, they're useless slaves. As for the option of convincing Loki to say that the whole thing was a misunderstanding, that was even less possible to achieve than asking his father to step in. Even if it were possible to convince Loki, he didn't want to be at Loki's mercy. His pride wouldn't allow it. So he said to Muni, "Forget. Those who break the rules should be punished." After saying this, he turned away immediately. He didn't look back, no matter how the two useless fools cried out to him to save them. Muni grinned at the two of them and quickly bound them up. Then he dragged them away like pigs to the slaughter. Loki watched all of these happen with immense satisfaction. He would have been more satisfied if Muni had delivered due justice instead of asking for Slav's opinion. But beggars can't be choosers, so he couldn't complain. Besides, he might need Muni's help to continue to survive until the end of the initiation program. So he didn't say anything to offend Muni, even though he wanted to call Muni a bootlicker and ass-kisser. After Muni disappeared from his sight with the two unfortunate slaves, Loki swaggered back to his house with his arms behind his back like a carefree immortal. As for Slav, he left the sect grounds to go and report the situation to his brothers. He has also given up on going after Loki himself and wants them to intervene. He has given up on the idea of killing Loki or subduing him alone because of the loss of his two slaves. As bad as he looks down on them, and as bad as he speaks down on them, the 4 slaves aren't actually useless. If they were useless, people wouldn't be scrambling to buy their body parts at auctions. Cultivators are rare in the blessed heaven world because only the sects can produce them, and there are just 5 sects in the entire world. Each of these 5 sects only produces a few cultivators every year. Take the 4 Directions sect, for example. They can only produce a little more than 30 cultivators in 1 year in a single city. That means by possessing 4 of those 30 cultivators, he was in control of 13.3% of the total cultivator output of the city for this year. No matter how weak his 4 slaves had been or how bad their future potential is, the fact remains that it is impossible for him to produce cultivators on his own, so the ones he has in his possession should be treated with care. Now that he has lost 2 of them, he doesn't dare to gamble the remaining 2 just to kill 1 Loki. In fact, the lives of 2 slaves are already too much of a price to pay for 1 Loki. But he has already paid that heavy price and gotten nothing for it. So he doesn't dare to pay more to get Loki. He can only rely on his elder brothers to jump in and take charge of the situation. Unfortunately, his elder brothers thought that it was inefficient for them to act against Loki now. They decided to wait for him to leave the sect grounds before they acted against him. After all, there are only a few days left before the initiation ends. They can be patient and wait for these few days so that they will gain unbridled access to Loki. Their decision meant that Loki would be at peace for the next couple of days, and no one would make an attempt on his life. But Loki didn't know this, so he was still very much on guard against attacks. Loki spent his days refining his Tao heart while he remained alert and watchful for attacks. His plan is to become the boy who cried wolf as soon as he sees the slightest hint of an attack on his person. As soon as someone attacks him, he plans to rush out and scream at the top of his lungs. He doesn't plan to fight back in self-defense at all. That way, no one will be able to turn the truth on its head and accuse him of being the initiator of murder when he is just the victim. Since he can't win by fighting, he just won't fight. Thanks to his strong body, he is sure that his enemies won't be able to kill him in a short amount of time. He will then use that short amount of time to make a scene. In fact, any injury that he sustains in that short amount of time will make his story more believable. That way, Muni will have no choice but to seek justice for him. He sat in his room, waiting for someone to come for his head day and night. The experience of waiting for an attack to come at any time was unpleasant, to say the least. Comments. Chapter 55. The silver lining of this situation is that the mental strain he is feeling because of the possible unforeseen attacks from his enemies is also helping to refine his Tao heart. Instead of the fear and anxiety breaking his mind, it is polishing it thanks to the sky raising technique. So even though he doesn't like the uncertainty of his situation at all, he can endure it indefinitely if he must. He didn't sleep at all. Anytime he felt sleepy, he would use the concentration metak. And thanks to his internal energy, his body never ran out of stamina, so it never needed to rest. 7 days passed like this. The last day of the initiation program arrived. This day was also the day of the competition. Everyone had a reason to be excited for today. Some were excited for the competition, but most were just happy that they would finally become bona fide disciples of the 4 Directions sect and would get to leave this place that had eaten 70% of them clean. As usual, Muni called them over for an assembly, but he didn't speak at this assembly. Instead of his usual long speeches, he was solemn and quiet as he led all of them out of the initiation grounds. He led them to the main part of the sect. This is the area where the administrative buildings are. Muni led them to a fighting arena in the main area. When they got there were already people waiting in the stands. These people were sitting in groups with clear demarcations between them made with empty space. Loki saw Slav's father, Skarg, reign in one of the groups. He was surrounded by many other people. 3 of these people were his 2 sons and 1 daughter, Simon, Serge, and Sophia. All 5 members of the Rain's family looked alike. They had blonde hair, piercing blue eyes, and were very handsome. With the way they carried themselves, and with the way people fawned on them, they appeared to be royalty. Just as Loki was looking at them, the 4 of them in the stand were looking at him. They each had their personal ways of examining him, so their behavior when they spotted him was different. Skarg was looking at him with a calm, scrutinizing gaze. Sophia, the eldest, was looking at him with a naked, unabashed curiosity. Serge, the second oldest, was looking at Loki with an innocent smile that made him appear as if he was expressing goodwill to him. Simon, the third child and second son, had a look of utter disdain as he looked down from his seat at Loki. As for Slav, who was together with him, he had a look of open hostility as he glared at Loki. In response, Loki kept quiet and kept to himself. This was because he felt a faint sense of danger from Skarg and Sophia. It was a feeling he had experienced from Muni. He didn't want to die so soon, so he decided not to antagonize the Rain family right in front of everyone. Besides, there was nothing to gain by doing so. The competition started a few minutes after they arrived. Some arrangements were made to determine how the competition would proceed. When the arrangements were concluded, the competition started in earnest. There used to be 34 of them, but 2 of them courted death recently by being caught red-handed for trying to kill one of their peers. So only 32 of the initial 100 remained after 1 year of brutal training. These 32 were divided into 4 groups of 8 each. The 8 would fight each other in the first round to select the best 2. Then the best 2 from the groups will fight each other to determine the best 4. The fight between the best 4 will be the quarterfinals. Next, there will be a semifinal. At the end of the day, there will be a final match to determine the overall winner. All in all, there will be 5 rounds. This is the arrangement that they decided on. Loki didn't care for it. Actually, he wouldn't have cared no matter the arrangement that they made for the competition. This was because he didn't care about the competition at all. He didn't care about the rewards for the competition. As for the societies, he is wary of them and considers them to be poison. He was already suspicious of the societies when Muni was waxing eloquently about the importance of societies. After all, Muni didn't care about them. There was no way Muni would be saying all he said because he cared about them. That meant that Muni was only extolling them about the importance of societies for selfish reasons. Then he heard Slav say that his father, Skarg, is the leader of a society. That sealed his impression of societies as dens of wild beasts that swallow up new cultivators. So he wasn't interested in joining a society either. This, and his lack of interest in the reward for winning the competition, made him decide to forfeit the competition. He gave up on every match instead of fighting. This surprised everyone because they thought that he was one of the best contenders for the final winner. Even Slav frowned. He had been expecting Loki to try to humiliate him, so Loki's decision to give up caught him off guard. But then he thought of something which made him snicker to himself and say, "If you think you can get in our good graces by letting me win, you can forget about it." Despite Loki's unexpected performance, the competition continued without a pause. Meanwhile, Loki spent most of the time on a bench watching others fight. The first person to catch his eye was Lillian. She fought using the charm metak and the aphrodisiac metak. This combination of metaks bewitches people and makes them succumb to their lustful desires instead of fighting her. Comments. Chapter 56. Lillian used to be Leonard. He is still a man, but he has acquired feminine traits. This is all thanks to the beautiful woman metak. Muni had said that he won't become a true woman until rank 3. But Leonard has decided not to wait until then to assume his female identity. She was wearing heavy makeup, had done her hair, and undergone cosmetic modifications to make her more beautiful and feminine. But even if she were ugly, The beautiful woman metak would make her look beautiful once it takes effect on the mind of a target. The charm metak makes her eyes watery. Anyone who looks into her eyes will let down their guard and become mesmerized. They will begin to have feelings for her that can even turn into love. The beautiful woman metak makes her incredibly attractive to the opposite sex. The longer this metak works on them, the deeper their feelings will be. As for the aphrodisiac metak, it produces an invisible mist around her that arouses both men and women. The combination of these three metaks makes her nearly impossible to defeat. She was able to make her opponent give up on the fight and surrender to her without giving it much thought. Even beasts and women were not safe from her. All her attacks are mental attacks. So in a way, she is similar to mind hunters. This makes Loki have no reason to be afraid of her. Other people couldn't see the invisible mist of the aphrodisiac metak, but he could see it because it possessed a mental component and wasn't completely a physical attack. What he saw was a pink mist erupting from her and enveloping her enemies. So, instead of feeling a chill down his spine as he saw her make a man bark and jump around in the arena like a dog for her, he began to analyze her power. Race, human. Energy quantity, 61. Energy density, 4. Energy rank, 1. Body 1. Soul 1. Metak, beautiful woman. What he saw made him nod his head in appreciation. Then he said to himself, she has increased the strength of her body and soul to the limit of rank 1. It seems those changes to her body aren't entirely cosmetic. Did the beautiful woman metak increase the strength of her body and soul? Or did she use something else to do it? The power identification ability can only tell what her core metak is. So he doesn't know what kind of metak she has in her possession until she uses them. This is how he was able to identify the abilities of the aphrodisiac metak and the charm metak. For what he can see, her attacks should produce an output based on 1, cultivation rank, times 1, mind, plus 1, charm, plus 1, aphrodisiac, times 2, Tao heart / beautiful woman. If he is right, then her power output should be at 6 units. She is capable of producing mental attacks that are 3 times greater than the power of the combination of her mind and Tao heart. So it is not a surprise that her peers with the same mental stats as her can't defend against her mental attacks. Loki was impressed with her performance, but thought that it was to be expected from the third most talented person in their group. Slav is the most talented, while he is the second. As for the fourth most talented person, this was Craig, the swordsman. Craig fought using a thin, long sword similar in style to a rapier. So Craig mostly attacked with thrusts. Craig was also using the sword break metak, which allowed his thin sword to break anything it touched, including hard weapons and soft flesh. There is also the generous use of the sword step metak, which made his footwork very fast and his movements unpredictable. The sword step metak made him appear like a rabbit in the fighting arena. He was capable of hopping around his enemy in a few seconds. When the ability of this metak is combined with the shape of the sword, the thrusting attacks, and the effect of the sword break metak, all Craig needed to win a fight was to touch his enemy many times in a short amount of time. He would hop in closer to his enemy and touch them with the tip of his sword before hopping back to avoid any retaliatory attacks. He didn't bother to exchange attacks with his enemies. His goal was always to make a quick contact before dashing away from any danger. Sometimes the damage caused by the sword break metak was low because of bad timing on his part during the activation. But as long as he touched them long enough, he would wear down even the toughest enemy. It could be said that his fight was flashy, but it wasn't as flashy as Slav's fight. After all, Slav was always fighting with money. Nothing could be more flashy than throwing money around to win a fight. Slav would offer his opponents money as soon as the fight started. He would ask to buy their defeat and would offer a contract in effect. All of his opponents took his offer because they didn't want to fight him. First of all, they weren't sure that they could defeat. Secondly, they didn't want to offend him by disregarding his words and fighting him right in front of his father and family. These 2 reasons were enough for them to give up without a fight. The fact that they were given money to give up was just icing on the cake of all the reasons they should give up. Loki couldn't blame them for giving up. After all, he too had given up, but he very much blamed them for signing the contract. Thanks to his experience with Tommy and his distrust of Slav, he has become incredibly wary of contracts. So the first thing he would advise anyone to do when offered a contract is to read the terms of that contract first. Comments. Chapter 57. The second thing he would suggest is to make changes to the terms and conditions of the contract to make sure that everything is clear and there is no wordplay or tricks. But his peers didn't bother with caution. Some of them didn't even read the contract. And the ones who read the contract read it hastily and skimmed over it quickly so as not to appear disrespectful and distrustful of Slav. They didn't notice that Slav had stated in the contract that he was buying his victory against them forever and ever, or that he was buying the right to decide their victory in any fight in the future, or that he was buying their freedom outright. They thought that they were giving up 500 energy stones. But in reality, what they were doing was signing away their future and lives. Only the ones who decided to give up without getting any money or signing any contract managed to avoid this unfortunate fate. Of the 7 opponents that Slav fought in the first round, 1 risked disrespecting him by refusing to sign a contract and gave up on the fight after taking the money. 2 were more timid and gave up on both the money and the contract. The 2 of them said that it was just right for them to give up. So instead of disrespecting Slav, they actually honored him. As for the rest, they either signed the contract without reading it because they didn't think they had anything to worry about, or signed it without reading because they used to be slaves and couldn't read, or hastily read through the contract and didn't see anything out of place about it. Regardless of their choice, Slav was always smiling. No one knew what he was really thinking about, so no one knew if he was truly pleased or was pretending to be pleased. The first round ended with Slav winning completely in his group. Craig and Lillian also won in their group and advanced to the second round. The 3 of them were also able to make it to the 4th round, which was the semifinals. But one of them had to stop here because Craig had to fight Lillian. Craig the swordsman was able to eke out a narrow victory against the seductress thanks to his higher-than-normal Tao heart and the protection of the sword heart metak. Instead of being bewitched and surrendering, he was able to continue fighting until he forced her to surrender. Slav also won an unsurprising victory in the semi-final by buying his opponent off. Craig's victory meant that the final match would be between the 2 of them. As usual, Slav offered his opponent money in exchange for victory. He even offered double the usual amount that he offered other people. Unfortunately for him, this time his opponent refused to accept his offer and backed down. Craig had always hated Slav and had always wanted to beat the young man up. This was his chance to do that and prove himself. So there was no way he was going to let the rich background of Slav, which he loathed and despised so much, be the reason he gave up on the fight. With his mind made up, Craig went into battle like a valiant hero. He appeared ready to slay a dragon. Unfortunately, he lost his strength after taking just a single step towards Slav. Slav took back the money he was offering and brought out a sheet of paper, which he waved at Craig as he asked, "Do you remember what this is?" Craig had fallen to his knees because of the sudden weakness, but he could still see and talk. So he was able to recognize the sheet of paper that Slav was waving. However, he didn't care about the sheet of paper at all. All he cared about was why he was suddenly weak. So what he said was, "What is happening to me? What did you do?" He didn't ask about the sheet of paper like Slav wanted. So Slav pursed his lips in displeasure before saying, "This is the contract you signed with the money lender last week. You went to borrow a lot of money, which you used to buy fancy metaks to improve your strength. I'm guessing your goal was to use the metaks to win a spectacular victory. Unfortunately, I got the contract from the money lender by paying off your loans for you. Now that I've taken charge of your loan, you can forget about using the loan to narrow the financial gap between the 2 of us." Slav sauntered over to his weakened enemy and said with pride, "The foundation of a cultivator of the money pathway is the contract metak for a reason. What I used was the contract domination metak, which weakens a target by the proportion of their loan in relation to their total value. Currently, your total value is 5,000 energy stones. But of those 5,000 energy stones, 3,000 of them are the metaks that you bought with the loans. This is why you've lost 60% of your strength." Then he chuckled and said, "Can you imagine it? You could have avoided this humiliation and even gotten 1,000 energy stones. But you had to make things difficult for yourself. At this point, Slav gotten close to Craig, so he was able to waive the contract in Craig's. He even used the contract to smack Craig's face many times. As he did so, he said, "Don't worry, you'll get used to the sudden weakness after a while, but you still have a decision to make. Will you continue to fight me? Why don't you give up? My offer is still on the table. Just sign the contract, and all will be forgiven." Craig's face was burning with anger as he shouted in reply, "Never." He even lunged for Slav with his sword, but Slav avoided it by jumping back. Comments. Chapter 58. His actions made Slav sigh and say, "I expected this, but it's still quite unfortunate." He shook his head and spoke as if he was looking at an idiot, saying, "So disappointing. You've let your emotions control your judgment." Then he smoothed out the wrinkle in his jacket that had appeared when he jumped earlier and said, "Since you want to fight to the bitter end, so be it." Then he used the contract stasis metak. This metak makes the target freeze for a period of time that is proportional to how much leverage the contract wielder has over the target. In this case, Slav was able to make Craig freeze for 5 seconds. In these 5 seconds, Craig will be defenseless and unable to do anything. Slav did this because he didn't want Craig to surrender. He wanted to kill, or at least maim Craig for disrespecting him after he offered the contract benevolently many times. So when he attacked next, he went for Craig's throat. The small knife in his hands stabbed for Craig's throat with the intention to kill. Craig was kneeling in front of him frozen in shock, so killing him was not difficult. Unfortunately for him, someone interfered with his actions. A blood-red sword swooped him from the audience and kicked his knife away. Then the bloody sword hovered above Craig, protecting him from Slav. This saved Craig from the fate of being killed. Slav was angry as he didn't like the interruption at all, but he didn't utter one word of complaint about the matter. He didn't even look towards the source of the sword at all and simply gave up any resistance. Fortunately, he didn't have to speak. His father spoke up for him. Skarg frowned and looked at the source of the interference as he asked in disdain, "Isn't interfering in the battle of children beneath you, Bloodhound?" Bloodhound, a man wearing a red cloak with red hair and red eyes, didn't look as he said, "Since it isn't beneath you to interfere in their match by giving your son your money to win the fights, it shouldn't be beneath me to interfere. At least I interfered openly without shame, unlike you." His voice was calm and without fear, even though he was insulting Skarg. This was because the two of them were equal in cultivation. Skarg is the leader of a society, and so is he. So he can say whatever he wants to the other. His reply made Skarg chuckle and say, "You call my actions shameless, but I call your actions brainless. Now that you've interfered openly, you have broken the rules and will have to pay a fine." So, at the end of the day, we both spent money to interfere in their fight. I just spent mine smarter than you did. After all, I was able to make someone win, while the best you could do was to ensure that someone could surrender. These harsh words made Bloodhound chuckle and say, "That's one thing I admire about you. You make shamelessness profitable. And your son seems to have acquired this trait, too." He was able to turn some cultivators into his slaves by offering to pay them to give up on the fight, while shamelessly tampering with the conditions of the contract that they signed. He knew that the contract that those people were signing was bad, but he didn't do anything to save them because if they were going to fall for such an easy trick, they were not worth saving. Craig was the only one who refused the contract, refused the money, and refused to give up. This is why he decided to save Craig at the cost of some fines. Now he appeared to be praising Skarg and Slav, but in essence, he was just exposing their trick and calling them untrustworthy in front of everyone. This way, no one else will want to join their society. This is another reason he allowed Slav to trick people into slavery. He wanted dirt that he could use to discredit Skarg and his society in front of everyone. This time, his move was very successful. The face of every one of the cultivators who signed a contract paled in fright when they heard that they had been tricked. As for the ones who hadn't signed any contract, they stepped away from their unlucky peers as if they were carrying a plague. Skarg saw this reaction and knew that even though he had won the battle of words, he had lost the war for the recruitment of more manpower for his society. This made the frown lines on his face deeper. However, despite being angry at the turn of events, he didn't say anything anymore. He decided to give up now, since there was nothing to be gained. Unfortunately for him, someone else wasn't going to let things go so easily. Another leader had something else to say. This leader was a zombie. So his face was stiff as he said, "Year after year, your Viking Blade society cheats, and every year we have to bear with it. But this year you've gone too far. Not only did you pay people to surrender and use that to trick them into becoming your slaves, but you intimidated some of them into giving up without a fight and without any money. Like that young man over there who forfeited all of his matches in the first round. I heard that you threatened to kill him if he didn't give up, and even tried to kill him earlier this week. No wonder he didn't have the guts to fight, even though he could beat your son. You've always played your tricks, but you've gone too far this time. With you behaving like this, what's next? Will you browbeat everyone into giving up without paying them next time? If you can do it to one person now, then you can do it to others later. So I think you have disrespected everyone here and turned this competition into a farce." Comments. Chapter 59. Actually, the Viking Blade Society doesn't cheat every year. Plus, not everyone who signed a contract became a slave, and Slav didn't threaten Loki to give up the competition. But this person is determined to besmear the name of the Viking Blade Society even further than what Bloodhound did. So they mixed up truth with a lot of lies to paint Skarg and Slav in a bad light. Soon, everyone started speaking up in accusation of the behavior of the father and son duo. Some of them used the opportunity to clamor for justice and order. But most of the people speaking used the opportunity to make fun of Skarg and sabotage the mission of his society to recruit more cultivators. Throughout this process, Serge and Simon didn't say anything or interfere in the argument. As powerful as they were, they behaved just like Slav and kept their mouths shut. They might be nobles, but they also know when they can throw their weight around and when they should eliminate their existence and not draw attention to themselves. This moment is one of those moments when they should keep their mouths shut, so they didn't say anything no matter how dissatisfied they were with what everyone was saying. Muni also didn't say anything, which wasn't surprising. If these high and mighty people that he had to respect were keeping mum, then it was in his best interest not to appear to have any thoughts. Only Sophia, Skarg's first child, had the right to speak, even though she wasn't a leader of the society. She said with impatience, Okay, you want justice, but shouting is just a waste of time. What exactly do you want? Let's start from there." Her words were crass and direct, but no one took offense at them. After all, what matters the most is power, not words. No matter how pleasant words are, any person can take offense and do something angry about it, as long as the speaker is too weak to bear the anger. Besides, what she said made sense. Shouting won't get them anywhere. So they began making their demands. Someone said, "Aside from the slaves that you've managed to trick this year, you should not recruit anymore." Skarg heard this demand and said, "Fine, we will give up this year of recruitment." Another leader said, "You should also give up recruiting for the next 5 years." Skarg immediately said, "You can forget about it. I won't give up next year, so don't ask me to give up 5 years again." A third leader said, "Since that's the case, you should pay Bloodhound's fine." This time, Skarg hesitated. He hesitated because he wasn't sure what decision to make about this demand. He doesn't want to pay for Bloodhound's interference in the competition. But paying for it will be the first real demand that they've made of him. The first demand for him to give up recruiting this year wasn't a real demand, as there was no way he could still recruit this year, even if he refused the demand. The demand was more of a way to embarrass him. He was quick to agree with it because it wouldn't cost him anything. As for the second demand for him to give up recruiting for the next 5 years, that's just a bogus, unserious demand. It is a demand that shouldn't be taken seriously at all. He gave up recruiting this year because he couldn't recruit anymore and because Slav has succeeded in enslaving a few, so he can swallow his loss. But to ask him to give up recruiting for the next couple of years is to cut off the lifeblood of the society. He would rather go to war and fight than accept such a demand. So he denied that demand quickly. However, now that they have asked a reasonable demand, he has to accept it. So he said fine. I'll pay for Bloodhound's mistake." Then he asked them with a grumpy voice, "Anything else? Make sure it is reasonable, or I will reject it. If you're not satisfied, then we should just fight." The zombie leader who led the charge against him early spoke up at this time for his true goal. He said, "I think that boy should be given another chance. Look at his body. It is clear that he is very strong. There is no way that he will lose easily to your son. So I believe that his forfeiture was unfair." Skarg asked with a frown, "And exactly how do you want me to make it up to him?" The zombie replied with its characteristic stiff face, "Let's have a rematch between him and your son. If your son wins fair and square, then all is fine. But if he wins, he gets to take the final reward and your son gets nothing." Bloodhound interjected with a chuckle, "Not that your son needs that amount of money. With the way he has been throwing your money around, some little reward money won't make a dent in his allowance. So you should have no problem with this demand." Inwardly, Skarg thought to himself in anger, "I see. They still want to humiliate me even further." Outwardly, he smiled and said, "Fine. They can fight. You lot can wait to be disappointed." So the zombie leader called out to Loki, saying, "Hey, Iron Body Boy, today's your lucky day." Then it pointed at Slav and said, "This is your chance to prove yourself. Fight and defeat that pampered boy. Don't worry about angering Skarg. I'll protect you and let you join my society if you win. I doubt you will lose to him. But if you lose, not only will Skarg be angry with you for being used as a tool to embarrass him, but I will also become angry with you for making me waste my time and reputation standing up for you. You don't want to know what I do to people who make me angry. So make sure to win." Comments. Chapter 60. Loki groaned inwardly when he heard the terms that had been forced onto him. He even thought to himself, "Why don't you mind your business? Who asked you to help me? Now you're threatening me for doing something I didn't ask you for." He thought that to himself, but outwardly he was solemn as he bowed and said to the zombie leader, "Thank you, sir, for believing in me." Then he activated his metax in preparation for battle. He only activated the metax of the forging pathway, though. With so many powerful people watching, he doesn't dare play any tricks. He activated the 3 liquid metal metax to create the suit of heavy plate armor, the tower shield, and the large claymore. Next, he activated the body lever metac, the living armament metac, and the telekinesis metac to lighten the load of the heavy plate armor and increase the power of his body. He was taking this fight so seriously that he also wanted to activate the Gatling gun metac and the knife box metac. After all, he had many reasons to take this fight seriously. There is the reward for winning the competition, the joy of beating Slav up, and the protection of a zombie leader from the machinations of the Rain family. So it is the right decision to try his best to pummel Slav into the ground. But he didn't activate those extra metacs because he had already activated 6 metacs and didn't want to expose his abnormally strong Dao heart. The fact that he can activate 6 metacs at the same time with a mind power of 2 units means that his Dao heart is at level 3. Both this kind of mind and Dao heart are already very impressive for a rank 1 cultivator to have. Anymore, and he will become a freak to be dissected and sold in parts. Besides, he didn't think he would need more than this to defeat Slav. So he gave up on using the Gatling metac for now. He can still use it later if he needs it. He will just deactivate some of his other metacs first, so that he will be able to stay within the safe limit of 6 metacs. With his metacs, he marched towards the arena that Slav was in. He walked forward like a soldier going to his death. Some took it as him taking this fight seriously. But Loki was just being serious, because the alternative expression wouldn't be acceptable. As for the fight that was going on in the arena before the interruption, it quickly ended before Loki entered the arena. Craig still wanted to fight, but he knew that he couldn't win, so he gave up reluctantly. Slav made sure to throw a mocking jab at him as he left by saying, "Imagine that. You lost both the fight, your honor, and the money. So what was your foolish stubbornness for?" Craig didn't reply. He continued walking as the fire of determination burning within his chest flared even higher. If Slav had defeated him fair and square, he might have accepted defeat. But Slav had used his poverty against him, so there was no way he could be reconciled with his defeat. The defeat has only reinforced his idea of how Slav is only powerful because of his rich background. So Slav's mocking words didn't get to him. Instead of giving up, he has only become more determined to defeat Slav someday. When Slav didn't get his desired response from Craig, he turned to Loki in the distance and said, "What about you? Are you going to waste my time by resisting in futility?" Loki replied with a smile, "You know I can't do that." The visor on his helmet was closed, so his smile couldn't be seen. But Slav could tell that Loki was looking forward to beating him. So the young master snorted in disdain. Then he activated his own metacs, too. He activated the Money Armor metac, the Throwing Money metac, and the Money Speaks metac. The three activated metacs caused his body to light up with a golden aura. The golden aura was mainly caused by the Money Armor metac. This metac created a barrier around him that will continue to protect him as long as he has energy stones on his person. As for the other two, Slav waited until Loki entered the ring before he used them. So when Loki entered the arena, Slav used the Money Speaks metac immediately. He said to Loki, "Kneel." This metac also consumes metacs. In exchange, it creates a mental attack that compels the target into doing whatever the user of the metac demands. Lastly, there is the Throwing Money metac. This metac fuses energy stones into bombs that will explode on contact. So this metac literally turns money into a weapon. Slav didn't use any contract against Loki because Loki doesn't owe anyone any money. Loki has borrowed money in this timeline, but he has paid off his loan a long time ago, which means that Slav can only burn money in order to win this fight. In response to all of these attacks, Loki used the power identification ability to see what he was up against. He used it to determine how strong Slav was and what attack Slav was using against him. Race, human. Energy quantity, 95. Energy density, 4. Energy rank, 1. Body, 2. Soul, 2. Metac, contract. As he was doing this, the attack of the Money Speak metac struck him. The power of this attack was 1 cultivation rank times 2 mind plus 1 contract times 2 Money Speaks, which is 6 units. So it is a very powerful attack. Anyone else would succumb to the mental suggestion and the mental attack and kneel down instead of fighting. But Loki is not everyone else. He has an innate mental defense of 2 mind times 5 Tao heart, which is 10 units. So even without using the Mind Shield metac of the Mindhunter pathway, he can easily defend against this attack. Comments. Chapter 61. Even the level 3 Tao heart that he was pretending to have was enough to block the attack of 10 units. But if he truly had this level of a Tao heart, his mind would be preoccupied with defending against the mental suggestion and wouldn't be able to defend against Slav's subsequent attacks. So it was reasonable that when Slav tossed out the grenade crafted with the Throwing Money metac, he didn't have enough mental power to jump away and dodge the grenade. All he could manage to do was to roar in defiance and rush headfirst at Slav. The path he was taking to Slav meant that he would crash head-on into the grenade. But he didn't stop because he was sure that the grenade wouldn't be able to breach his defense. The power of his body is at 1 cultivation rank times 2 body plus 2 mind/telekinesis plus 1 body lever plus 1 living armament metac times 1 skill, which is 6 units. This is about the same level of power as the Slav's Throwing Money metac attack, so he was able to confidently smash into the grenade. The power of Slav's grenade was at 1 cultivation rank times 2 mind plus 1 contract times 2.1 Throwing Money, which was at 6.3, so when the grenade exploded in his face, it was strong enough to push him back. His shield took the brunt of the explosion, and his armor protected him from any shrapnel that bypassed the tower shield, so he was fine. But his tower shield had been cracked and couldn't be used for the time being. He quickly deactivated the liquid metal metac responsible for the tower shield and activated another liquid metal metac to replace it. Then he continued his rush towards Slav. In response, Slav continued to throw grenades at him. Unfortunately for him, the power of the subsequent explosions couldn't compare with the power of the first explosion. The power of the Throwing Money metac is not dependent on skill or Tao heart like normal attacks. It is dependent on how much money Slav is willing to sacrifice to create the attack. The problem is that it takes time to sacrifice money and create the attack. For the first attack, he had a lot of time to prepare, so he was able to create an attack that was 3 times stronger than what he should have been able to manage with his body alone. However, as Loki rushed at him and got closer to him, he didn't have time to sacrifice money, so his subsequent attacks were weaker. They were so weak that they didn't constitute a threat to Loki. This made Slav flustered and desperate for a solution. In his desperation, Slav decided to give up on the mental attack using the money speak attack so that he could have more room to use another throwing money metak and double the pressure of the grenades on Loki. He gave up on the money speak metak because the maximum limit of metaks that he can control at once is 4. He was already using the contract metak, money armor metak, money speaks, and the throwing money metak, which is a total of 4. So, in order to double the number of throwing money metaks he can use, he had to give up on the money speak attack. This is clearly a bad idea because the power of the money speak attack is increasing over time as he spends money to raise it. As long as he can hold on for a while, he should be able to subjugate Loki's mind with it. In fact, he had the opportunity to wait because of the money armor metak. Thanks to this metak, he has nothing to fear from Loki in the short term. Unfortunately for him, all he saw was that Loki was getting closer to him with a large sword, and he panicked. He forgot about his money armor metak and made the bad choice of dropping the money speak metak because of fear. As a young master, he has never had any reason to fight for his life. In fact, he has never been in danger. Anytime he encountered something dangerous, especially during the initiation program, the first thing he did was to run away to his brothers for help, not to find a solution himself. Despite his numerous victories earlier in the competition, he doesn't have any experience fighting. Loki, on the other hand, has had numerous experiences fighting for his life. This showed in how they made decisions and executed them. Loki was able to pretend to have reached his limit in the number of metaks that he could control and in the level of his Tao heart, while simultaneously pressuring Slav. He was able to juggle these 3 things in a fight, while Slav foolishly gave up his best means of offense for a short-term increase in a metak that he can only use to harass Loki. Loki took the opportunity of this weakness to get close to Slav and began smashing his claymore against the golden shield around Slav. As he did so, he wished dearly that he could use his sword heart metak and wasn't restrained so much in the fight. His attack against Slav failed to harm the young master because of the golden shield. In fact, the sword failed to touch the young master at all. But all the force of that attack still destabilized Slav and caused him to stumble. It was how Loki's shield had been able to block the brunt of the explosion, but he was still pushed back by the force of the explosion. The money armor metak was able to block the attack at the cost of some money, but maybe it was because it was a mere rank 1 metak. Slav still had to endure the force of the attack. Slav couldn't withstand the force of the first attack, so he stumbled. He was still dealing with the blow of the first attack when the second attack struck him. His posture was unstable, so the second attack knocked him to the ground. Comments. Chapter 62. Slav fell to the ground, and Loki took the opportunity to kick him while he was down. His foot smashed ineffectively against Slav as the brunt of the blow was blocked by the golden shield. His kick couldn't harm Slav and only caused the young master to roll over harmlessly. Loki continued to hit Slav, but every single attack failed to do damage. This caused him to be frustrated, while Slav became calmer and calmer. After escaping from danger time and time again, Slav's fear receded, and he stopped being frightened and flustered. He began to trust the money armor again, so he decided to prioritize his long-term offensive potential instead of his short-term one, as he had done earlier. He stopped trying to stop Loki from getting close to him, and he stopped throwing grenades made of energy stones at Loki. What he decided to do was to deactivate the extra throwing money metak, curl up into a ball, and take his time to sacrifice all of the money in his possession to create one big attack that would surely blow Loki away. With his mind made up, he stopped worrying about what Loki was doing. To him, Loki has become a toothless dog. Loki is all bark and no bite now. No amount of Loki's fearsome posturing can do anything to him, so he became confident in his victory. He was thinking about this when he felt himself fall from a great height. Then he noticed that Loki had stopped attacking him. This made him look around, wondering why Loki had stopped attacking him. What he saw was that he was outside the arena, while Loki was still within the arena and was looking down at him. Then he heard Loki say, "You're out of bounds. I win." If Loki hadn't mentioned it, it would have taken him a long time to realize that he had lost the fight because the bounds of the area never crossed his mind during and after the fight. It is not that he doesn't know what being out of bounds means in the fight, and it is not that he didn't know where the edge of the arena was. He was aware of all of these things. They just never crossed his mind in the thick of battle. After all, this would be his first serious fight in his whole life. So it is normal that he never prioritized staying within the bounds of the arena while being kicked around by his opponent. Of course, this kind of defeat was unsatisfactory to Slav. He was unreconciled because he lost due to a technicality. So he shook his head and said, "Doesn't count. You couldn't do anything to me. How could I have lost?" Before Slav could say more and before Loki could make fun of Slav, Skarg interjected from his position in the stands, saying, "That's enough. You lost fair and square. Let's put an end to this. I have places to be." Loki had to swallow the words he had planned, but Bloodhound had no such qualms. The disgruntled swordsman chuckled and said, "Hiding like a turtle in a shell doesn't mean that you deserve to win, young man. Money isn't everything. A cultivator needs brains too, or their money will go to waste." The zombie also said, "Maybe Bloodhound was wrong. Maybe you didn't inherit your father's wisdom," as he said. Another leader said, "I still think Skarg is very good at raising slaves. If he were not so good at training his slaves, how else would his family's slave defeat his son? Or could it be that this Slav boy isn't truly his son?" More and more leaders also joined in making fun of Slav and Skarg. The father and son duo bore the mockery with incredible composure and left the arena without bothering to retort. Skarg truly didn't care about their words. He wasn't pretending to be calm, but their words actually got to Slav. The defeat to Loki was a defeat that he had been afraid of for a while, ever since the competition was announced. Now that his worst fear had come to pass, and he had lost to a slave, he felt ashamed from the bottom of his heart. As if his innate shame wasn't bad enough, the other leaders had to pile on him and mock him with everything possible. Their mockery was especially worse when there was an inkling of truth within it. This is why that comment about him being a turtle got to him so much. Since he didn't want to dwell on the mockery, he began to review the fight in his mind to see how he lost. He was smart, so he realized some of the mistakes that he had made. When he remembered that he had given up on the Money Speaks Metak only to later do what he should have done with the Money Speaks Metak with the throwing Metak, he slapped his forehead and said, "How could I have made such a foolish mistake?" His father replied, "Because you're inexperienced." His father's words quickly brought him out of his thoughts. He looked up and realized that everyone had stopped and was looking at him. He also saw that his siblings were smiling or chuckling at him, while his father was staring intensely at him. His father's intense stare made him hurriedly say, "I'm sorry for the loss, father." Skarg shook his head and went forward to ruffle Slav's hair with his hand. So even though he wasn't smiling like his siblings, Slav was able to understand that his father didn't take the loss seriously. Skarg said, "You tried your best, and that's all that matters. The fact that you're thinking about what you did wrong and have noticed your mistakes is even better." Skarg began walking again, so they resumed their journey. As he walked, he said to Slav, "Don't let their words get to you. Anyone can say anything. It doesn't mean their words are true. Actually, the fact that they can say whatever they want means that words aren't inherently valuable." Comments. Chapter 63. Skarg continued advising Slav, saying, "His identity as a previous slave doesn't matter for your defeat. Your defeat is embarrassing on its own, but the fact that he was a previous slave doesn't matter because he is a cultivator now, not a slave, and because your victory over him wouldn't have counted if his identity as a slave mattered. After all, how could you be proud of defeating a slave? What matters is that you're just 15 years old, you're inexperienced in fighting, and the fact that cultivators of the money pathway aren't suited for fighting directly in a constrained arena. So you had many handicaps that led to your defeat. As for your opponent, I will admit that I've underestimated him. But you don't have to worry anymore about him. He is doomed. Slav didn't understand how Loki was doomed, so he asked, "How come? Didn't he just defeat me and win the competition? Is there something wrong with the reward for the competition?" Sophia chuckled and grabbed Slav's cheek and tugged on it as she said, "So innocent. How cute." Slav slapped his sister's hands away and said, "I'm serious. I'm not a child anymore." His defiance only made Sophia laugh. She even wanted to tug on his cheek harder than before. Serge saw this and decided to come to his junior brother's rescue. So Serge said, "Don't mind, eldest sister. She is only teasing you because she sees herself in you. She, too, doesn't know why the slave is doomed." His words earned him a punch from Sophia. He dodged the attack at the last moment because he had been expecting it. Sophia saw that her attack had failed, so she snorted and said, "Maybe you don't know, but I know. It is all because of that zombie freak." This confused Slav even more. His brows furrowed as he said, "The leader of the Death Claw Society will attack Loki? But didn't he just support Loki?" As he asked these questions, he realized what the problem was. So he slapped his forehead in reproach and said, "Of course. That's it. He is the leader of the Death Claw Society." Sophia smiled and said, "Exactly. Who says our Slav isn't smart?" Skarg interjected from his position at the front of the group, saying, "Death's envoy has taken a liking to that Loki boy. There can only be one reason for that, which means that the Loki boy cannot have a good ending." Then he said, "You four are different from someone like Loki. You have the room to make mistakes and the opportunity to learn from your mistakes and grow stronger from them. He, on the other hand, cannot make a single mistake. Even if he does well and doesn't make a single mistake, he will still attract problems that will capsize his fate. Nothing he can do will ever be right. If he tries to avoid trouble by giving up and forfeiting, trouble will find its way to him. If he does well and wins a competition, trouble will come to him even faster. At the end of the day, he will be doomed to be used as raw materials for someone else. That is to be his fate. You four have this privilege because your grandfather and I worked hard to get it for you. So you have no reason to be ashamed. In fact, you should be proud of yourself." The more he heard his father's words, the more his head swelled with pride. His previous despondent mood was swept away by a sense of superiority. When he thought of Loki, he couldn't help but laugh. His elder siblings also laughed with him. This made them look like a happy and united family. They were truly happy and united. But their happiness came at a great cost to others. One look at the cultivators surrounding them would reveal those who are paying the price for their happiness. The unsmiling faces and unfocused eyes of these cultivators are just the signs of what price they paid for the Rain family to be rich and powerful. Meanwhile, back at the arena, Loki won the competition and was given 5,000 energy stones. Craig came second and was given 2,000 energy stones. As for Lillian, she came in third and was given 1,000 energy stones. Someone mentioned that Slav should be given the reward of second place since he beat Craig, but the leaders of the societies refused to give Slav anything, and Bloodhound refused to let Craig take third place. This matter didn't lead to any argument whatsoever. Everyone just unanimously agreed to exclude Slav and the Viking Blade Society from any more benefits. When this matter was brought up, Loki scoffed and said, "Why bother giving Slav some money? It's not like he will appreciate it. He was spending money lavishly early to fight and giving it away to win fights. Despite how much he spent in our fight, I am willing to bet that he didn't bother to calculate how much he might have spent in that fight. He is that filthy rich. It goes without saying that he doesn't support Slav getting any reward. So it was a good thing for him that everyone else also agreed not to give the prodigal son even more money. After the rewards were distributed, it was time for the competitors to pick their societies. Everyone, except the people who signed contracts with Slav, picked a society to join. Craig followed the Bloodhound and the society he was leading, the Bleeding Edge Society. Lillian joined a society of her choice, while Loki was half-forced to join the Deathclaw Society led by the zombie. Loki wanted to join the Deathclaw Society because the leader had promised to protect him. But he didn't have a choice in the matter because he had to join the Deathclaw Society or risk offending their zombie leader after everything the leader did to help him. Comments? Chapter 64. The third thing they did after the competition was to officially join the sect. Apparently, they aren't members of the Four Directions sect just because they had survived the initiation program. They still have to undergo a registration process. The registration procedure was easy and straightforward. Information about them, such as their name and pathway, was taken and used to fill a form. If they had joined a society, they were also required to write down the name of the society that they had joined in the form. Once all of their information had been written into the form, the necessary parties had to sign the form. The cultivator themselves have to sign it, but the leader or vice leader of their society also had to sign the form to confirm that he had truly joined their society. Finally, their instructor, Muni, had to sign the form. He would also write down his evaluation of the cultivator about their performance during the initiation program. Once all of this was done, the clerk at the registration office would take their form and file it. The filling process needed to be done immediately, and their information was input into the system before they could continue the registration process. All in all, this step of the process takes a few seconds. After their information is input into the system will assign them a unique mark. The clerk will then print out the unique mark as an identity card, which they have to bind with their blood. The binding of blood is the final step in joining the sect. The completion of this process means that the cultivator has officially become a member of the Four Directions sect. When Loki completed the process and used his blood to refine the metak in the shape of a circular medallion, he received pieces of information from it similar to the information he receives from Fenrir when he uses the power identification ability. Name, Loki. Title, unavailable. Cultivation, rank 1. Merit points, 0. Contribution points, 5,000. Society, position Deathclaw member. Pending debt, amount/interest rate awakening, 100,000/1000 per month. Current missions, none. The information was very long, as it even included the date that he awakened. When he saw the list of information, he thought to himself, does the Four Directions sect have a computer system that they use to log the details of their members? How are they keeping track of all of these data? He was told that the metak he bound with his blood could be used to access information about himself that the sect knew and was willing to let him see. So there was information about him that the sect knew that he couldn't see yet. This reminded him of trying to get a high-security job back in his past life. Everything was serious and done according to an established set of protocols. This made him click his tongue and say, anyway, the Four Directions sect seems to be taking this registration process really seriously. His caretaker, a rank 2 cultivator who was assigned to him by the society to help him settle down, shook his head and said, you don't know just how much the sect takes the registration process seriously. Once you become a disciple of the sect will mark you with a unique symbol that will remain with you through several lifetimes and can be used to find you. If you die and find your way back to the sect in your next life, even if you don't remember that you used to be a member of the sect will remember you through your mark, and your contribution points and merit points from your last life will be credited back to you. This is why many people say that the bank of the sect is the most secure way to store your money. After all, as long as you convert all your wealth to contribution points, not even death will make you lose it. This made Loki's eyes light up and say, how impressive. Maybe I should convert all of my money to contribution points then. The 5,000 contribution points in his account were the reward for taking first place in the competition. If not for that reward, his contribution points will be 0, just like his merit points. He didn't think there was anything great about the contribution points when he first heard about their uses. But now that he knew that contribution points couldn't be lost upon death, their value has skyrocketed beyond the value of energy stones. But just as he said that he wanted to convert all of his wealth into contribution points, the caretaker, Jim, said, don't rush to do that just yet. Loki asked in confusion, why not? Jim shrugged and said, just know all the information first. For example, if someone higher up in the sect freezes your account, you will lose access to all of your money. There's also the fact that any debt you incur to the sect will be withdrawn directly from your account. Actually, I'm not so sure that last one is bad because if you owe the sect money, not even death will be able to help you avoid it. Once you reincarnate, the sect will find your new reincarnation and put to work paying back your debt. And if your debt is particularly heinous, the sect will take charge of your reincarnation process, select a new body for you to reincarnate in, and make you work for several lifetimes until your debt is paid off completely. So maybe it is not a bad thing that all of your wealth will be in your account, and the sect can withdraw their payment directly. Because if you owe the sect money and die with your wealth in the form of energy stones, the sect won't be able to take their payment from your energy stones and will have to track you down after death. Comments. Chapter 65. After mentioning the matter of debt, Jim's eyes took on a look of horror as he said, "Trust me when I say that the sect takes its debt seriously. If you don't pay off the interest rate per month, you will get into big trouble. Once you miss a monthly payment, the sect will send enforcers to track you down and cut you into pieces. Then they will sell your blood, bones, flesh, organs, and remnant soul to pay off your debt. If that isn't enough to pay off your debt, then the enforcement squad will come after you once you reincarnate and make you pay off your debt one way or another." What Jim said made Loki swallow hard. This was because he owed the sect some money. Apparently, the awakening ceremony and the initiation program weren't free. He had to repay the sect 100,000 energy stones at an interest rate of 1% per month. Now that he heard that even death wouldn't free him from this debt, he couldn't help but say inwardly to himself, maybe those guys who failed the initiation and died didn't have it so bad. He doesn't fear death thanks to the rewind metak, but as long as he is alive and a member of the Four Directions sect, he has to pay the sect 1,000 energy stones per month. So this debt is unlike the loans from loan sharks, which you can avoid by reversing time. It is an unavoidable consequence of gaining power and freedom through the Four Directions sect. With this piece of information, he made up his mind to make as many energy stones as possible, convert them into contribution points, and pay off his debt as soon as possible. But he had to ask, saying, "But isn't 100,000 energy stones too much to pay for the awakening? What if I die now and rejoin the sect? So I still have to pay the sect another 100,000 energy stones." Jim chuckled and said, "No price is too much to pay when you're desperate. The Four Directions sect is the only way to become a cultivator in the Central Plains. So they can charge however much they want for the power they offer. And yes, if you do die, you will have to pay the sect another 100,000 energy stones for awakening you. So, if you don't manage to pay off your debt in this life, it will increase in your next life when you return to the sect. And it won't matter if you return to the sect voluntarily or by force when the enforcement squad brings you here. Every single awakening will cost you, even if you don't want it." In response, Loki said, "So it is possible for cultivators to work for the sect for all eternity across every lifetime? How is that different from slavery?" His question made Jim burst out laughing. As he laughed, he said, "Yes. How is that different from slavery?" Then he shook his head and said, "It is different from slavery, but the difference is dependent on the person. For some people, the loan is not a problem. For those people, even if they die today unexpectedly, they will have enough money in their accounts to pay for the awakening of their next 10 lifetimes. But for people like you and me, the cost of awakening can put us in a situation worse than the slavery of mortals." After he said that, he sighed and said, "I guess this is what that saying about how everyone is a slave means. Either you're a mortal and a slave to a cultivator, or you're a cultivator and a slave to a sect. It is the way of the world." Loki felt deeply that it wasn't easy to gain freedom in this world. But he didn't despair like Jim. After all, he had something to rely on. From there, Jim took him out of the sect grounds into the city. Their destination was the accommodation that the society had prepared for new members like him. This is a privilege that those who didn't join societies can't have. This made the third privilege that he was getting for joining a society. The first and most important privilege that he got for joining the Deathclaw Society is to gain access to special missions in the sect that pay more than ordinary missions. The second privilege was being assigned a guide like Jim, who would answer his questions, show him the way, and help him settle down. The third is the free accommodations. Every privilege is something that will cost those who didn't join societies a lot of money and time. So being a member of a society can be the difference between being able to pay off their debt to the sect in this lifetime or not. Along the way to the free accommodations, Jim told him more information. One of the things he told Loki was about the many benefits gained from paying off the awakening debt. Apparently, only those who have paid off their awakening debts can be called the true disciples of the Four Directions sect. The sect calls the people who have paid their awakening debt inner disciples, while the debtors like him and Jim are outer disciples. Loki was able to learn that the benefits of becoming a true disciple include being able to enter the public stock market and be invested in by people, trade in public markets and earn money from it, gain the opportunity to earn and use merit points, and use the public trading forum. Jim told him that the sect possessed a stock market where disciples can be valued and listed as an initial public offering, which they can use to acquire investment from other cultivators who believe that they have potential. True disciples can also buy stocks in the stock market and earn money when the value of their shares increases. The goal is to sell their shares when their value increases. Comments. Chapter 66. So the stock market is essentially betting on the future of other cultivators. If they are right about their bet, they will earn money. But if they are wrong, they will lose the money that they used to bet. Just hearing about this made Loki excited. He wanted to go and buy shares for Slav as soon as possible. He is sure that Slav has the potential to be very successful in the future because he has insider knowledge of what Slav is capable of. So betting on Slav seems like a sure bet. But then he realized what he was thinking about, which made him chuckle and say to himself, "To think the day will come when I want Slav to succeed." Unfortunately for him, no matter how anxious he is or how certain he is of the potential of Slav, he doesn't have access to the stock market and can't trade yet. So he will have to hold off on the idea of earning from Slav. Another thing that he has to hold off on is the betting arena and the public trading platform. The loss of the public trading platform is particularly impactful to him since he wants to acquire a rank 2 forger as soon as possible and maybe find a way to increase his talent. Jim told him that everything is sold on the public trading market by everyone in the inner sect all over the Central Plains. So it would have been very easy for him to acquire or sell whatever he wanted through it. The betting arena was also a great loss to him. Jim said there are all sorts of bets there, such as betting on when someone will die, how they will die, or who will kill them. When Jim said this, he also said, "You can imagine that with these kinds of bets going on, many people want to rig it. So someone can bet that you will die today through murder. Then they will send someone to kill you today so that they can win the bet." Loki felt a chill when he heard this. Then he thought to himself, saying, "I thought that the stock market trading on other cultivators was weird enough, but this betting arena is just plain chaotic. How is it that the sect hasn't collapsed and can continue to exist despite the chaos?" Then he remembered the unique mark that is said to have branded his soul. So he said, "Right, the members of the sect can only increase. Not even death can make the sect lose a member." As bad as the betting arena was, though, he still thought that it would be a good thing for him to gain access to it. This is because if he had it, he would be able to monitor successful bets right from his sect token and not have to frequent gambling houses to gain future knowledge of successful bets. While he felt that all of these were lost to him, Jim didn't care about them because he had no confidence in earning investment through offering public stocks on himself, no confidence in earning by buying stocks, had nothing to sell on the trading platform, had no money to buy what he wanted on the trading platform, or was confident in making profitable bets in the betting arena. What Jim cared about the most among the benefits of becoming an inner sect disciple was the opportunity to earn and use merit points. This was because ranks in the sect could only be bought with merit points. Jim said, "Merit points are not like contribution points, which anyone can earn with energy stones. Merit points can only be earned from the sect, and the sect will only give them to you when you do something particularly important for the sect or offer something highly valuable to the sect, such as information or special items. Only inner sect disciples will have access to the missions that can earn merit points, and only those who have joined a society will be able to pick the missions. I haven't paid off my debt yet. This means that even though I've joined a society, I can't earn merit points just yet." He had a look of longing on his face as he spoke about merit points. This made Loki ask him, saying, What's so special about merit points? His question made Jim chuckle as he said, right, I forgot for a while there that you're still a white lamb. Only someone so ignorant would ask such a question. He gestured to Loki's white sect uniform as he spoke, and from his expression, Loki was able to tell that he felt a faint sense of superiority for wearing a green uniform, while Loki was still wearing white. After feeling superior for a while, he said, merit points can be used for many things. For one, they can be used to pay off your awakening debt and directly become an inner sect disciple. They can also be used to help your disciples awaken without going through the initiation program. That's what rich people usually do. When Loki heard the last statement, he said to Jim, hold on, are you saying that Slav didn't have to participate in the initiation program? Jim didn't understand why this possibility mattered to him, but he still answered with a nod before saying, with the wealth of his father, I'm certain that he didn't need to participate in the initiation program in order to become a member of the Four Directions sect. Then again, even if his father couldn't afford the merit points, he was still too young to participate in the initiation program. Then he shrugged and said, maybe they couldn't wait for Slav to get older, or maybe they had something important that they wanted Slav to achieve in the initiation program. Who knows how those rich people think? Loki might not know how rich people think, but he was sure that he knew exactly why Slav was made to participate in the initiation program, so young when his family was rich enough to make him skip it completely. Comments. Chapter 67. He didn't mention his guest to Jim, though. He continued to listen as Jim rambled on about the importance of merit points. Jim's eyes were glowing as he said, if I had a lot of merit points, not only would I be able to pay off my awakening debt in this life, but I could also use them to pay for reincarnation insurance, so that when I die, the sect will send someone to find me once I'm reborn and reach a certain age. That person will bring me to the sect and make sure that I awaken and become a cultivator. Then the sect will give me back all of my contribution points from my last life. So even though I won't have any memories of my last life, I won't have to waste time in ignorance and will be able to rejoin the sect and continue my journey to the top. These words made Loki exclaim, saying, wow, no wonder you want merit points so much. But Jim snorted and said, that's not the main reason why I want merit points. The main reason I want merit points is to buy ranks. And before you ask me what ranks are like, some ignorant idiot, I'll tell you now. Then he asked Loki, saying, you know what core metaks are, right? Loki nodded in reply. So Jim nodded in satisfaction and said, good. Then you should know that there is a supreme metak at the apex of a pathway that the core metak points to. We have 5 pathways in the Four Directions sect, which means that we have control of the supreme metaks of the 5 pathways. The key to cultivating a pathway is to possess the core metak. While it is difficult to get the core metak of a pathway outside the sect, it is possible. Some people find the core metak randomly in nature, and some even awaken it due to their high potential. So anyone can cultivate any pathway regardless of their background or sect. Loki nodded in understanding as he had seen someone in the Four Directions sect awaken and use the core metak of the Swordway sect. Jim saw that Loki understood what he was saying, so he continued, saying, however, while anyone can cultivate a pathway, only those who have been recognized by the sect in control of the supreme metak of the pathway can gain the acknowledgement of the supreme metak and gain an increase to their power called status. He pointed at the sky and said, take, for instance, that the supreme metak is high up there at the limit of the sky. Then he pointed to the ground beneath them and said, then take that you and I are on the ground at the bottom of the world. The core metak creates a connection between the supreme metak. This connection is the pathway. It is like a rope connected to the great Tao that we can use to climb up. If the supreme metak acknowledges you, the rope will pull you up so that you will become closer to the supreme metak. This is called a rise in status, and it will increase the power of your core metak beyond what upgrading the rank of the core metak can. Right now, you're at the bottom of the connection, so you have a level 1 status. If your status rises to level 2, your power will double. Currently, your power output is cultivation rank times, stats plus metak, times skill. But it is actually status times cultivation rank times, stats plus metak, times skill. You don't notice the effect of status because it is just level 1. But you will notice its effect when your status rises to level 2, level 3, level 4, and so on. Loki's eyes lit up in understanding as he said, so a level 2 status will double my power and a level 3 status will triple it, and so on and so forth. Jim nodded and said in agreement, exactly. Then he asked Loki, status is a good thing, right? Loki nodded in reply, which prompted Jim to say, unfortunately, we can't have it because we don't have merit points. It is only true merit points that the sect will raise our status. So only sect disciples can have an increase in their status. This is why I want to pay off my debts so early. No matter how hard I work on my cultivation, I will still be left behind and bullied by those with a higher status in the sect. Even if I advance to rank 3, I'm sure that a rank 2 cultivator with a level 2 status will be able to beat me up. This made Loki say, someone who passed the initiation program with me used the sword heart as his core metak. Does that mean that he will always be weaker than the sword cultivators of the Swordway sect and the true disciples of our sect? Jim shook his head as he said, no. The way that sects acknowledge people and raise their status is different for every sect. For the Four Direction sect, you need to be an inner sect disciple, and you need to have sufficient merit points. But that's not the case for the Swordway sect. In the Swordway sect, what they need to raise their status are karmic points. They use good and bad karma to gain the acknowledgement of the supreme metak of the sword pathway and are not restricted by background or identity. As long as someone with the sword heart metak does a lot of good or does a lot of bad things, the supreme metak will acknowledge them and raise their status regardless of where they are in the blessed heaven world. His lips curled into a mocking smile as he said, as far as I know, there is no sect in control of the dual cultivation pathway. Which means for that girl with the beautiful woman metak, her lineage is dead. Comments. Chapter 68. Jim shook his head and said with pity, so, unless she's incredibly lucky and manages to stumble onto the correct way to gain acknowledgement of the supreme metak of her pathway, she will never be able to raise in status. This made Loki sigh in relief inwardly. He was glad that he hadn't chosen to use the beautiful woman metak. He was also glad that the sword pathway wasn't a dead end either. But he didn't show his relief outwardly to Jim. He kept his true feelings to himself, while outwardly he said, good for Craig that his sword pathway is not a dead end. The name that he mentioned drew Jim's attention. His head snapped to Loki and said, do you mean that lucky man who gained the favor of the Bloodhound? Jim's voice became full of envy as he said, what a lucky man. He is in a much better situation than the two of us. At the very least, the leader of a society won't turn him into a zombie puppet. At most, Bloodhound will just kill him. Then he sighed and said, who am I kidding? Even if I pay off my awakening debt and become an inner sect disciple, it is still unlikely that I'll be able to raise my status in this lifetime. I should just focus on raising my talent and advancing to rank 3. I should. Meanwhile, Loki's eyes were widened in shock. He quickly interrupted Jim and said, wait a minute. What do you mean by the leader of a society turning its members into zombie puppets? His question made Jim smile at him and say, did you think you were able to join the Deathclaw Society because the leader took a liking to you? Then he laughed and said, of course, you won't be entirely wrong to think so. The leader certainly likes you. His eyes roamed all over Loki as he said, yes. The leader took a liking to your body. And what a good-looking body you have. Loki chuckled and said, stop scaring me. Jim didn't know if he was not afraid or was simply pretending not to be afraid. But what he did know was that Loki's true feelings didn't matter. So he sneered and said, nothing is free. All the benefits that you gain by joining the Deathclaw Society not only cost a price, but they're also expensive. Our leader is a cultivator of the death pathway. So only those who have a strong body or a particularly powerful soul are allowed to join the Deathclaw Society. This is so that they can be used as excellent raw materials to make zombies and other resources for cultivation. The only reason why you haven't been killed yet is either that the leader doesn't need you yet or that the leader wants you to grow stronger before harvesting you. So mark my words, your days are numbered. Loki felt his heart beating wildly in fear. but he wasn't overwhelmed by it because he had something to rely on. But he couldn't understand why Jim seemed fine at the prospect of being used as raw materials to create zombies. So he asked, "What about you? Does the leader also plan to use you to make zombie puppets?" Loki's question made Jim raise an eyebrow and say, "Yes, I am." "What of it?" Loki was surprised by his nonchalance about the possibility of being turned into a zombie puppet. So he asked, "Why aren't you worried?" This time Jim laughed. Then he said, "Such ignorance." Then he said, "I can't be worried about it because I don't have any choice in the matter. I can't do anything about it, so I might as well give up resisting." In the Four Directions sect, everyone has to be useful to someone above them, regardless of where they are. This is the rule. I was able to join this society because the leader of the society found me useful. Those who couldn't join societies weren't considered useful. But that doesn't mean that someone stronger won't swoop in someday and turn them into resources for cultivation. So nothing will change if I had joined another society or if I didn't join a society at all. Another society just means it is someone else who will get to use me. And by joining a society, at least I will be able to accumulate resources fast enough to improve my strength and change my fate. Loki still wasn't satisfied with this explanation, so he asked, "What's the difference between this and being sold off at an auction in the initiation program? Why bother trying at all when you know someone else will just use you as cultivation material one day?" Jim looked him in the eye as he said, "Because I have a next life to look forward to, and because I will get paid for the services that I render to my society." The people who were sold during the initiation program weren't members of the Four Directions sect, so they don't get to receive the money that was used to buy them. But we are different. We are not lowly slaves anymore. We are cultivators, so we must be paid for our labor and every piece of our flesh. If the leader turns me into a zombie puppet, he must pay the sect for my value, and the sect will give me a cut. That cut will be deposited into my account, so when I reincarnate and rejoin the sect, I will have my payment waiting for me, and my previous lifetime of cultivation won't be a waste. So, all in all, it is a good thing that I am valuable to someone. At least, this way, even if it takes me 100 lifetimes, I will still be able to rise to the top. This time, Loki was satisfied. His eyes lit up in understanding as he thought to himself, "This is the benefit of knowing that there is life after death, and that death is not the end." Comments. Chapter 69. As he understood more of Jim's motivation, he said to himself, "No wonder the religions of my past life had so much allure, even though there was no proof of a god or evidence of life after death. Just the possibility of life after death was enough to drive many people crazy. They were willing to become suicide bombers, and their faith was enough to let them willingly embalm their bodies into statues while they were alive. If the possibility of life after death can make people continue to suffer for their faith, then it is no wonder that the reality of life after death in this world is enough to make people continue struggling in this life so that their next life can be better." As good as he thought life after death was, he also realized something detrimental about this entire situation, which made him say to Jim, "If everyone reincarnates and the number of cultivators increases without limit, does the amount of resources for cultivation increase too?" Jim shook his head and said, "I don't think so." This made Loki say, "No wonder becoming a rank 6 divine being is so difficult. With this arrangement, the competition can only increase." His words made Jim shrug and say, "But what choice do we have other than to compete? The alternative is to give up and become a mortal slave to cultivators." So Loki sighed and said, "Everyone is a slave to someone else." Jim chuckled before he said, "Exactly." Loki understood where Jim was coming from, what perspective he had about life, and why he had such a perspective. But understanding is not the same as accepting the point of view that Jim has. He didn't say anything about his thoughts to Jim, but inwardly, he refused to accept the fate of being used as raw material for cultivation in this life, just because Jim and everyone else believed that it was normal. He is not willing to give up on achieving freedom and supremacy in this life. So he won't let the leader of his society turn him into a zombie puppet. Fortunately, his determination is not a castle built on air. His unwillingness is not a result of pride or overconfidence. He truly has something capable to rely on. So he sneered inwardly and said to himself, "It is not yet certain who will become whose cultivation material." But outwardly, he appeared to have accepted his fate and said to Jim, "What's this about you improving your talent?" My instructor for the initiation program also made mention of it. Why is talent so important? In response, Jim laughed and said, "Do you mean, what is important about talent aside from the increase in cultivation speed and the increase in the energy available to use metax? Do you mean why is cultivation potential so important for rank 2 cultivators? If you mean that, then it is privileged information that I don't have to give you. If you want to know the answer, you will have to pay me. I have not been paid enough to answer that kind of question." Jim's eyes gleamed in anticipation when he said his last two sentences. He knew that Loki had money and was looking forward to Loki paying for the information. If Loki paid him for information, he would earn more from this mission and be able to pay off his awakening loans earlier. Unfortunately for him, Loki didn't even ask how much the information would cost. Loki indeed had money, and a lot of it. He has a total of 21,230 energy stones, including the 5,000 energy stones in his account. But he has earmarked the money in his possession for urgent stuff like buying a rank 2 slave or gambling. Until he secures his rank 2 cultivation or secures enough money to pay off his awakening debt, he is not willing to spend any of the money in his hands. So he said to Jim, "Forget it. I'll ask about it later." Jim was not pleased to hear this, but he didn't complain or try to persuade Loki. He knew that it was a smart thing to be frugal, so he couldn't call Loki foolish, especially since he also had the intention to fleece Loki by charging an exorbitant amount for the information. So, it is in fact a good idea that Loki didn't try to buy the information from him. This meant that he could only snort in dissatisfaction. But no matter how dissatisfied he was with Loki for not giving him money, he still had to do his job. He led Loki out of the sect grounds through the gate and into the city. The sect grounds are a massive expanse of land, but the city itself is larger than the sect grounds. But while the sect grounds have invisible walls at its edge to serve as its boundaries, the city has large, thick walls built with giant stones and raised to 10 meters in height. The layout of the city was that of curved streets constructed in concentric circles. The circles aren't complete, though. This is because the sect ground occupies a position that prevents the city from being in a perfect circular form. There's a large market at the center of the city, and there's a road that leads from the sect grounds directly to this market. There are also 3 other roads that lead out of the central market to the 3 gates constructed at the north, east, and west of the city. So the sect's ground occupies the area where the south gate of the city should have been constructed. But since the sect ground was the first to be built while the city was built later around it, the sect ground cannot be said to be encroaching on the territory of the city. The concentric rings of roads are called rings. In general, the closer the rings are to the center of the city, the more expensive the properties. This is because those closer to the edge of the city would be the first to be attacked in a beast tide. Comments. Chapter 70. From what Jim told him, he learned that beast tides occur frequently, about once every year. The only difference is the scale of the beast tide. The accommodation that was prepared for him was in a large tower in the 4th ring. The environment and property value were about average. This was because there were a total of 7 rings in the city. So an area in the 4th ring is halfway between the city walls and the central market. This made the accommodation he was given not particularly valuable. But the fact that it was free also made it a welcome development. The tower had 4 floors of apartments and 10 apartments on each floor, so it had a total of 40 apartments. Each apartment was about the size of his lodgings in the initiation program. It had 2 rooms, one for sleeping, the other for meeting guests, working, etc. As for his bath, excretion needs, and cooking needs, he will have to use the communal facilities for them. He can also do all 3 things in his apartment, but that is not advised. His apartment is shabby, to say the least. But he couldn't complain about it, because he had experienced worse living conditions in this world, and because this one was free. After settling down, Jim left him to do whatever he wanted to do. What Loki wanted to do was to advance to rank 2. So he went out looking for rank 2 slaves of the forging pathway and gambling houses. If he can buy a rank 2 cultivator of the forging pathway, he won't mind finding a way to make more money and buying that slave rather than killing them. This is because killing cultivators is no longer free for him. He can kill a lot of mortals and the sect won't bat an eye. But if he kills a single cultivator, he will have to pay the sect for it. There's also the fact that people keep most of their wealth in their accounts, and cultivators usually detonate all of their metax as they die, so that their murderers won't get anything from them other than their bodies and remnant souls. All of these reasons make the option to kill someone less appealing than it was. For sure, killing someone and paying the sect for their value is less expensive than buying a slave, as he would need to pay both the sect and the slave owner for the slave. But if he's going to pay money anyway, he would rather not risk his life by fighting. To top things off, there is still the fact that if he kills someone, he will still need time to devour their core metac. After being interrupted many times during this process in his previous timelines, he has become more inclined to the option that won't cause much stress and poses less risk of something going wrong. Jim told him that the city is not crime-free, but is generally safe because the city lord has a police force that patrols every street and responds to any crime. The job of the police force isn't to prevent crime or save people, though. Their job is to capture the perpetrators of crime and fine them. As long as the culprit of a crime pays the fine, they will be free to go. Jim had said this with envy and jealousy at the ease with which the city lord was earning money. He also said the city lord does this in order to get his cut out of all the crime in the city. It is why we call the fines the crime tax. If you don't have your crime tax, then make sure you're not caught for the crime. If you're caught for the crime and can't pay up, you will be captured and sold into slavery. Apparently, the first city lord who established the police force was jealous that people could earn a lot of money through crime. He didn't think that it was fair for him to build a nice city that attracts a lot of people and business, only for some people to use his city as their hunting ground. The city lord wanted his cut of the money earned from crimes, so he established a police force. This police force means that if he dares to kill anyone in the city, he would likely be interrupted before he can finish devouring the core metax. This makes his options either going out of the city to kill and paying the sect for the value of the person he killed, buying a slave, or killing someone in the city and paying both the city lord and the sect for the value of the life of the person that he killed. These are the reasons he decided to prioritize making money and finding a place to buy the slave he wants. For this, he took a book with him. The book is meant for recording the successful gambles that he will witness at the gambling houses. This is a habit he picked up during the initiation program. With a record of the best gambles, he can memorize them before he reverses time. While Loki went to gambling houses, Jim went to the first ring. This is the ring of roads around the Central Market. The headquarters of the Deathclaw Society is in this Central Market. It is a 7-story building, which is a pretty common sight for buildings in this part of the city. The closer a building is to the center of the city, the taller it is. This is to maximize the valuable and limited space at the center of the city. Jim didn't go to any of the floors of this 7-story building. His destination was the 3rd underground floor. This is where the leader of the society, Death's Envoy, lives. He didn't stumble his way here by mistake. He came here intentionally and with a purpose. Comments. Chapter 71. Death Envoy is a pale, thin woman with dark circles around her eyes. Her appearance is that of a sickly woman on the verge of death. However, her eyes are bright and lively, which dispels the aura of death clinging to her a little bit. She was working on a corpse when Jim arrived. The corpse was on a table at the center of the room, and there were many transparent vats around the room with corpses in them. Without looking up, she said to Jim, "What did he say?" Jim fell to his knees before saying, "I told him about your plans for him, and he didn't try to escape." She said, "Oh, does that mean he has accepted his fate?" Jim hesitated slightly before saying, "He gives me a weird feeling because he didn't appear too concerned that you accepted him, but you wanted to turn him into a zombie. He appeared to be more concerned about how I could accept living like that. But he didn't argue with me or show any rebelliousness. So either he accepted his fate, or he is smart enough to hide his intentions from me. I doubt the latter because I was helpful and I acted in a way to make him trust me. In response, she said, good job. You deserve to be rewarded. Her remark about his performance brought a smile to his face. His smile became wider when he heard what she said next. Continue to watch him for me. That will be your mission until I change my mind. Make sure that the Viking Blade Society and the Rain family won't get to him before I do. Watch him day and night, and you will be handsomely rewarded. Is that clear? He nodded eagerly and said, all is clear, my lord. I will watch him like a hawk. She said, good. Now leave. He scrambled up and left as quickly as he could. The underground room was cold, and the air was chilling to the bone, but Jim didn't feel this. All he felt was excitement, because he had landed a lucrative job. His excitement reached its peak when he received his payment for escorting Loki and helping him to settle down. This reward was higher than normal because he helped the leader of the society with her plans to procure excellent raw materials for her cultivation. He didn't lie once with everything he said. In fact, he told the truth on purpose so that Loki would trust him. That's why he told Loki that he was doomed to become raw material for cultivation. However, he didn't tell Loki that information just because he was kind. His ultimate goal was to make Loki aware of his fate and accept it as soon as possible instead of doing something stupid in resistance. It is true that there is life after death, and one's death can be made to have value in this life. But very few cultivators are actually willing to die. Cultivators have many reasons to want to continue living. The most important one is that awakening costs a lot of money. If the money they will earn by dying is not even enough to pay for their awakening in their next life, then no one will want to die. As good as life after death is, it is not cheap at all. Many people curse the concept of life after death after joining the sect and getting saddled with their debt from their previous life. Even if the value of someone's life is high enough to pay for their awakening in the next life, it is common sense that they should live longer and find more ways to increase their value instead of dying. It is only those who have inherited debts from their previous lives that understand that the sect doesn't enforce the concept of life after death just because they are generous. And only those who have been forced into a lifetime of slavery by the sect to pay off their several lifetimes of debt will wish that the possibility of life after death and reincarnation didn't exist. It is only those people who know that the main reason why the sect keeps track of their members after death is to ensure that they can keep track of their debtors and make sure that not even death will be enough to make someone escape their death. Lastly, there's the fact that cultivators won't be the same in their next life because they lack the memories that make them who they are. So no one wants to die and inherit the debt of someone they don't know, or die and let someone they don't know inherit all the money they worked hard for. All of these reasons make it so that both the poor and rich cultivators don't want to die, even if their death has value and even if there is life after death. It is why a good material like Loki has to be brainwashed when he is so young and ignorant about the ways of the cultivation world. Death Envoy is willing to do this because she values Loki's spirit highly. As a cultivator of the death pathway, she is very sensitive to the power of souls. So she sensed that Loki's soul was powerful right from the moment she laid the eyes of her zombie puppet on him. Even though it was her zombie puppet that went in her place and saw Loki, she was still able to recognize that he was special from her position here in the underground of the headquarters. That's how good she is at spotting spiritual talent. The fact that he can raise his spirit to the limit of rank 2 so early means that his spirit was already within the boundaries of rank 2. This is why she decided to stand up for him, let him join her society, and protect him from the Rain family. Comments. Chapter 72. Jim, who had gained a new lease on life and had become hopeful for his future, began doing his job in earnest. He quickly went to change his clothes and his appearance. Then he went to find Loki and began trailing him everywhere. Jim thought that he was doing his job well, but Loki was able to notice him following along right from the first day. This was thanks to the telepathy metac of the mind pathway. Appearances can fool the eyes, but they are useless against someone who can see the mind. Loki still can't read minds yet because he can't find the mind reading metac, but he can still tell the color and shape of someone's mind apart from others when such a mind is following him around. The first thing that came to his mind when he noticed that someone was following him was that the Rain family was after him. But then he remembered that he had seen that same mind early today. So he became confused as to why Jim would be following him. But after confusion came greed. The fact that Jim was following him around gave Loki some thoughts about how to get the rank 2 metac that he needs. So he said to himself with a smile, he is not a forger. He is a mind hunter, so devouring his core metac will be useful too. The more he thought about it, the more he liked this idea. So he decided not to confront Jim and expose the fact that he had noticed that he was being tailed. Instead of doing something so wasteful, he let Jim continue to follow him around while he visited gambling houses like a gambling addict. When he wasn't at gambling houses, he would go home to refine his Tao heart. He didn't bother taking any missions to earn money. Any free time he had was spent going around, asking questions and learning new things. He lived his life like this for 1 month. After 1 month of living as a full member of the Four Directions sect and exploring the city, Loki suddenly felt fed up with the city and decided to explore the world beyond the city. According to what he heard from asking people questions this past 2 months, the Blessed Heaven world has 5 domains. These domains are the North, South, East, West, and Central domains. Each domain is said to have a separate biome and a wall that separates it from the other domains. Cultivators say that each domain behaves like an independent world to the extent that the people who are born within one domain will find it nearly impossible to reincarnate in another domain after death. So, coupled with the large size of each domain, most cultivators will never be able to leave the domain they were born in, even after many lifetimes. Loki thought that this was a shame and was hell-bent on proving everyone wrong. So he decided to go on a trip to another domain as soon as he possibly could. He told people about his intentions, but they all laughed him off. Jim also heard about Loki's plans. Just like everyone else, he didn't believe Loki could do it. But unlike other people, he didn't believe Loki was telling the truth about his plans. Jim was sure that Loki was just using this as an excuse to escape the influence of the Deathclaw Society. And even if Loki was serious about leaving the central domain, Jim was also sure that this could only be motivated by an intention to escape from the deadly claws of the Death's envoy. So he said to himself, what a naive and ignorant young man to think he can escape his destiny. But this is good too. It means I will have work to do and be able to earn more. He made up his mind to use this opportunity to earn more from the Death's envoy. So he quickly followed Loki out of the city. Once they got outside the city, his suspicions were validated when Loki left the road, went into the forest, and began running. He became sure that Loki was truly trying to escape, which made him smirk in amusement. The Central Plains, as a domain, lack mountains. Half of the landscape is occupied by forests and jungles, while the other half is occupied by grass fields. The city Loki lived in is called Condor City because it was initially built by a man named Condor. Condor City is surrounded by grassland and farmland for miles. But beyond the farmlands are thick jungles that surround it on all sides. There are 3 roads that lead out of the city towards other settlements. These roads are extensions of the north, west, and east roads in the city. Loki took the north road, which is directly opposite the sect grounds. Then, when he reached the edge of the forest, he rushed into it. Jim wasn't as physically strong as Loki, but he didn't need to be fast to keep up with Loki because the forest slowed Loki down. Besides, all he needs to do is keep track of Loki's position. He has already informed the Death's envoy of Loki's little adventure. She seemed unworried and only told him to keep watch of Loki until he reached the edge of the territory of Condor City. She didn't think that Loki would be able to escape because he was too weak to traverse the world with his current cultivation. So she wasn't worried at all. According to the instructions she gave him, if Loki somehow reaches the edge of the territory, Jim is to inform her again. Only then will she do something about Loki's suicidal behavior. Fortunately, Loki didn't reach the edge of the territory before he turned back. This made Jim sigh in relief because his cultivation was also too weak to traverse the forest safely. He said to himself, money is good, but one has to be alive to spend it. Comments. Chapter 73. But just as he sighed in relief that he wasn't going to die, he noticed Loki was running in his direction, and Loki was running much faster than before. He didn't know what was going on, but he wasn't willing to stick around to find out. So he turned back to escape before Loki could reach him. Unfortunately for him, the gap between his physical strength and that of Loki appeared to be much greater than he expected. By the looks of things, Loki was at least 4 times faster than him. Jim is a cultivator of the mind hunter pathway, so his body is naturally weak, and he doesn't have any metac to increase the power of his body. The strength of his body is only 0.5 units, which is average for beings at rank 1. On the other hand, Loki has forged his body to 2 units. Loki is also using the body lever metac and the telekinesis metac to improve his speed. This makes it so that the power output of Loki's body is 1 cultivation rank times 2 body plus 2 mind/telekinesis plus 1 body lever times 1 skill, which is 5 units. So in reality, Loki is 10 times as fast as he was. As for the vines in the forest slowing him down, he used the liquid metal metac to produce a claymore, which he used to cut them down. As for the branches and foliage brushing against his skin, he didn't worry about them because they weren't strong enough to break the defense of his skin. So not only was Loki much faster than Jim, but he also had little to worry about the forest and wasn't slowed down as much by the forest compared to Jim. This made it so that he was catching up with Jim very quickly. He even twisted and turned in hopes of throwing Loki off his trail, but Loki was able to know where he was and go directly after him, no matter how he fainted. In 10 seconds at most, he would catch up to Jim. Jim realized this, so he decided to stop running. Instead of trying to avoid the confrontation, he stood still and prepared for it. By preparing for the confrontation, what he was doing was thinking of ways to talk himself out of the conundrum. As for fighting Loki, he wasn't around about that at all. He wasn't worried because he didn't think that Loki would attack him after his identity was revealed. And even if Loki were to attack him, he was sure that he would be able to easily defeat Loki. What he expected them to do was talk. He wasn't sure that Loki would believe his excuses, but he didn't think Loki would have any choice but to believe. So when Loki burst out of the foliage nearby, he cracked a dry laugh and said, "Okay, you caught me. How did you realize that I was following you? And how did you know where I was, though? I hope you can tell me." He spoke nonchalantly, as if they were meeting as acquaintances in a bar. His tone of voice was nonchalant, as if he hadn't just been caught doing something suspicious. But Loki didn't answer his questions. Loki didn't even stop rushing after him. Contrary to his expectations, Loki continued approaching him menacingly and even swung the large claymore at him. This caught him off guard for a while, but he quickly reacted by attacking Loki. He attacked Loki with the sleep metac. It is a metac that puts the target to sleep. He used this metac because he didn't want to harm Loki's mind permanently. After all, Loki is Death's envoy, a precious commodity, and will need to be in perfect condition if he doesn't want her to kill him. He also thought that all of these were a misunderstanding. So his plan is to put Loki to sleep to calm him down. Then he would take Loki back to the city. He expected Loki to fall limp to the ground in the next moment. But this didn't happen because Loki had used the Mind Shield metac to defend his mind. While this was not enough to block the attack completely, it was enough to delay the effect of the sleep metac until he was done with what needed to be done. So Loki was able to take on the mental attack head-on and continue swinging his claymore at Jim. This caught Jim off guard again. But this time, he didn't have time to do anything else to rectify the situation before the claymore struck his shoulder, sliced through it, and reached his stomach. The claymore had struck his left shoulder, so his heart was in the way of the attack. As the claymore slashed through his body, it severed many arteries and veins, crushed half of his heart, and destroyed his left lung. Cultivators of the mind pathway don't need their body for power, but they surely need their body to continue living. With this kind of damage sustained, there was no way Jim could continue living. Jim fell to the ground, and blood gushed out of his mouth as he asked, "How? What?" Loki chuckled and said, "How did I find you? How did I keep track of you? How did I resist your attack? Why did I attack you? Why didn't I stop when I realized your identity?" I don't know which question you mean. But then again, there is no need for a dead man to know anything. As he said this, he ripped out the claymore from Jim's body. Then he swung at Jim's head for good measure. The claymore split Jim's head in two. This sealed Jim's fate and led to his swift death. Loki was able to confirm that Jim had died because he received a notification from the sect about a debit of 15,000 energy stones for killing Jim. Since even the sect was saying that Jim was dead and was asking him to pay up, then Jim must be surely dead. Comments. Chapter 74. The debit notification confirmed Jim's demise, but it also made Loki curl his lips and say, "Just 15,000? I thought rank 2 cultivators cost 30,000 energy stones. In that case, this Jim must not be highly valued by the sect. Fortunately, he has met me. I highly value him. The maximum value of the life of a rank 1 cultivator is 10,000 energy stones or contribution points. That of a rank 2 cultivator is supposed to be 30,000 energy stones. So the fact that the sect is only asking for 15,000 contribution points for Jim can only mean that he is weak and poor for a rank 2 cultivator." Loki didn't find this surprising. The sect immediately removed the 15,000 that he owes them for Jim's life. Because he only had 4,000 energy stones in his account after the sect removed the 1,000 energy stones monthly payment on his loans, his account quickly reached a balance of minus 11,000. For now, there is no problem with this. But if in 1 month he can't pay off the 1,000 energy stones he needs to pay to service his awakening debt, the sect will come after him for their money, and they will be willing to use drastic actions, including slavery, to force him to pay his debt. But Loki wasn't worried about that. The only thing he had on his mind currently was how fast it would take him to extract Jim's core metak. Jim's core metak is the telekinesis metak. As a rank 2 cultivator, his core metak has begun to fuse with him by creating energy filaments and threads throughout his body. This has made it difficult for Fenrir to extract the core metak from Jim's corpse. At the end of the day, it took 4 minutes and 32 seconds for Loki to extract the rank 2 telepathy metak. This was a far cry from the maximum of 10 seconds that it took him to extract rank 1 core metaks. It is 27 times slower. Loki found this interesting because Jim's potential was exactly 27 units. He had sensed it when he used the power identification ability on Jim the first time that he met him a month ago. Race, human. Energy quantity, 27. Energy density, 5. Energy rank, 2. Body, 0.5. Soul, 1. Metak, telepathy. This made Loki say, so it is just like they said. Potential directly affects how well the metak fuses with the host. I have to increase my potential as soon as possible after this. For now, I'll advance. He has been looking forward to advancing for a long time, and so has Fenrir. So Fenrir's tail pounced onto the sealed and extracted metak as soon as it entered Loki's energy well. The black tail devoured the rank 2 telepathy metak, which made it fuse with the rank 1 telepathy metak that Loki already possessed. The result was that Loki advanced to rank 2 immediately. Loki expected to advance as soon as he acquired the rank 2 core metak. But what he didn't expect was that Fenrir itself was what advanced, not just the telepathy metak in his possession. Because it was the Fenrir metak that advanced, all 4 of his energy chambers also advanced. Then Fenrir began fusing with Loki just like the core metak of cultivators fuses with them after it reaches rank 2. Fenrir fused with his energy well and slowly replaced it. This made him lose his main energy chamber. So now he only has 4 energy chambers within it. Apparently, this is the price to pay for his advancement. Then Fenrir began to grow energy threads that branched out of it into his whole body. This is the next stage of the advancement. He should have produced only 77 energy threads with his energy well. But then the pressure of the other 3 energy chambers kicked in and led to the propagation of more energy threads than what was normal. At the end of the day, he was able to produce 308 threads. This is 4 times as many energy threads as he should have been able to make. It is the benefit of sacrificing his main energy well and letting Fenrir replace it. From what he has discovered, from canvassing the city for information, he learned that the energy threads will make energy recovery much faster than it was. Because he has 308 energy threads, his energy recovery, either by natural recovery or the use of energy stones, will now be 308% times faster. The increase in recovery rate will also make his cultivation speed faster. But the most important enhancement of the energy threads is the ability to overload metacs with internal energy and make them produce power that is beyond their natural limit. He savored all of these changes while sitting on the ground and reading his gambling book. The advancement is not instantaneous, so he has time to read. In the gambling book, there are columns for date, location, time, and bet. There are also more than 10 entries. He only wrote down the most memorable successful bets that he had witnessed in gambling houses. This is to make it easy for him to remember them and make it easier for him to win a lot of money really quickly. After all of the energy threads were fully grown, his internal energy had also finished its transformation. Not only has the power of his internal energy increased, but he can also continue to refine it to increase its density and pack in more energy into it. His energy chamber could only allow the density of his internal energy to reach level 4, which contains 8 times as much energy as a level 1 density. This is because each increase in energy density doubles the amount of energy that can be contained. Now that he can improve his energy density to level 8, he can pack as much as 128 times as much energy into each of his energy chambers compared to when he just awakened with an energy density of level 1. Comments. Chapter 75. So by advancing to rank 2, he has improved quantitatively and qualitatively. This brought a smile to his face. He nodded to himself in satisfaction and said, "Nice. Very nice." But then, someone else said with a tone of satisfaction, "Very nice indeed." When he looked up, he saw a zombie. It was the same zombie that he saw leading the Deathclaw Society on the day of the competition. The zombie was in the levitating above him. As it lowered itself towards Loki, it said, "I especially like the part where you absorbed his core metac. I am curious. How did you do it? Tell me, and I'll give you everything you want." Loki's eyes shrank in fear when he saw her. When he heard her question, he almost rolled his eyes in disdain. This was because only a naive child would believe her promise. There was the fact that she didn't stay in the sky waiting for his answer, but was approaching him quickly. It indicated that she was more of a hands-on person who didn't mind getting their hands dirty in order to get what they want. Knowing what she was capable of, he didn't want to risk being turned into a puppet and have Fenrir taken from him. So he activated the rewind metac to reverse time while he still had the chance to escape. When the rewind metac was activated and his consciousness was taken away, he sighed in relief. But then something surprising happened to him. Instead of jumping out of his energy well, Fenrir actually took his energy well with him into the river of time. This was because Fenrir had fused with his energy well. Another change was caused by Fenrir being stronger than normal. This change was caused because Fenrir has now advanced to rank 2 with twice as much power as it used to have. This made Fenrir go much farther than it usually does. When he woke up after reversing time, he expected to wake up a day after the competition. That's why he had waited 1 month before luring Jim out of the city into the forest, where he would be able to kill him and harvest his core metac without interference. But because of Fenrir's extra energy, he was able to go back 2 months into the past, not just 1 month. So he woke up a day after he made up his mind to increase the power of his body and went to the market to buy the metacs needed to do so. He was in his room feeding copper bars to the copper body metac. The copper body metac is an amorphous mass of an orange wax-like substance. It is in his hands, slowly assimilating the copper bars like a slime eating leaves. After the copper body metac is full, it will become denser and heavier. At that point, he will put it on his body and infuse it with his internal energy. Once it gets the support of his internal energy, it will spread all over his body and refine it from his skin down to his bones. This process of refinement is painful. It is also expensive for most people. But Loki had made up his mind to gain a body strong enough to help him escape the pursuit of his enemies. That was his motivation yesterday. Now that he has gained memories of future events, his motivation might have changed. The copper body metac was feeding when Fenrir arrived from the future descended into his body and began fusing with his energy well. He had to stop what he was doing to let the fusion occur. Just like when he was breaking through, this fusion tool took a while to complete. It took 51 minutes and 33 seconds to be exact. By the time it was completed, the 308 energy threads had finished growing throughout his body, and he had fully advanced to rank 2. The first thing he did was to use the power identification ability to check his state. Age: 22 years 6 months / 77 years 9 months. Race: human. Energy quantity: 1,232 plus 1,232 plus 1,232 plus 1,232 is equal to 4,928. Energy density: 5, 5, 5, 5. Energy rank: 2. Body: 0.6, 0.7. Soul: 1.6, 2.0. Mind: 1.6, 2.0. Will: 5. Skill: 100%. Fenrir: divine power identification. Tracking: Seal: devouring. Siphon: rewind. Sword heart: telepathy. Telekinesis. Branch metak: rank: 1. Mind hunter pathway. Mind stab: 1. Mind shield: 1. Hypnotize: 1. Double mind: 2. Concentration: 1. 2. Forging pathway. Liquid metal: 1. Body lever: 1. Living armament: 1. Gatling gun: 1. Knife box: 1. Copper body: 1. Iron body: 2. 3. Sword pathway. Sword break: 1. Sword edge: 1. Sword dance: 1. Sword steps: 1. The biggest change is the upgrading of his energy density from level 4 to level 5 and the increase in his energy rank from rank 1 to rank 2. These two changes are the main changes that accompany an advancement in rank. But there are more changes that have occurred with him that are not normal. These abnormal or unique changes are all related to Fenrir. The first of these unique changes is that this innate metak of his has become more sensitive in determining his state and the state of others. In other words, the power identification ability has become more powerful and more accurate. This is clear from the fact that he can now tell how many months he has lived and how many months he has to live when he could only tell years before. Another thing that Fenrir can tell now is the difference between the power of the soul and the power of the mind. Fenrir used to bundle the power of the soul and the power of the mind together at rank 1. Now that it can tell the two of them, Loki has reasons to hope that Fenrir will be able to tell more information about other people. Comments. Chapter 76. The second change to Fenrir is that the devouring ability of Fenrir has now extended to the internal energy of prey. This way, he won't use energy stones or cloudy date metak to cultivate. He can always increase his cultivation by devouring the cultivation of others. The third change is that Fenrir can produce more tracking marks now. This means that he can track and hunt more than one prey at the same time now. The final, but not the least important change to Fenrir is that after it consumed his main energy chamber, it awakened a fifth ability. This ability is the siphon ability. It is an alternative ability to the seal ability. The seal ability can only take effect once the target dies, but the siphon ability can take effect when the target is alive. And through the siphon ability, he can devour the internal energy of the target while they are still alive. The devouring of the life energy of the target through the siphon ability won't be as good as devouring their energy chamber when they die. The latter can be used to permanently increase his cultivation, while the former can only temporarily increase the amount of energy he has available by taking it from his enemy. He has 4 energy chambers and a lot of energy, so he won't need the extra energy that the siphon ability can provide him. But the fact that the siphon ability can take energy from his enemies will be very useful in a fight. He doesn't even need to think too much to come up with a way the siphon ability will be indispensable. As he thought about it, he remembered how Slav had wrapped himself in a golden tortoise shell. During that fight, he couldn't do anything to Slav. He could hope that the rich young master ran out of money while kicking him out of bounds. But if he had the siphon ability during that fight, he might have forced Slav to run out of energy and give up. Since the siphon ability can be useful against someone like Slav, who has a potential of 95, he is sure that it will be useful against other people. After thinking about more examples where the siphon ability would be useful, Jim's name came to his mind. It is a no-brainer to him that the siphon ability will be more effective on targets with small energy wells like Jim. But then he laughed and said, "Why bother, though? Jim is too weak to be taken seriously." He had struggled to defeat Slav, a rank 1 cultivator, partly because he was pretending to be weak, but he had easily defeated and killed Jim, a rank 2 cultivator. So no, he doesn't think he will need to slowly wear down Jim's power by siphoning his internal energy over the period of their fight. He didn't need the siphon ability to defeat Jim at rank 1, so he doesn't think he will need it now to defeat Jim. When he made the calculations, he realized how true this was. When he was at rank 1, the power of his mental attack was 1 cultivation rank times 2 mind plus 1 telepathy metac times 5 mind shield/willpower, which was 15 units. Now his mental attack can produce a power output of 2 cultivation rank/core metac times 2 mind times 2 mind stab times 100% overload plus 5 Dowheart, which is 48 units. This is an increase of 220%. The way his power is produced has changed now because his core metac has fused with his energy well to raise his cultivation level, and because overload is replacing the value of skill. So his power won't be calculated as cultivation rank times stat plus metac times skill. It is now cultivation rank times stat times metac times skill/overload. The replacement of skill by overload has not been fully utilized by him yet. When he trains his energy manipulation to the extent that he can use his energy threads to overload the power of a metac, the true advantage of a rank 2 cultivator will be revealed. The more energy threads a cultivator has, the easier it will be for them to overload the metac that they are using because they will be able to supply more energy into the metac at once compared to other cultivators with fewer energy threads. For someone like Jim, with only 27 energy threads, he will be able to overload his metac easily by 11.407 times. In fact, Jim might not dare overload a metac for fear of frying and destroying his energy well. So Loki will easily leave Jim behind in the aspect of overloading in the future. His overtaking Jim in the aspect of overloading is for the future. Fortunately, an advantage in overloading metacs is not something he needs to defeat Jim now. This is because Jim can only provide mental attacks with a power output of 2 cultivation rank/telepathy metac times 2 mind times 2 sleep metac times 0% overload plus 2 Dowheart, which is only 16 units. With this kind of power, Jim couldn't overwhelm Loki's mind when he was at rank 1, and there is definitely no way he can pressure Loki's mind now. After reviewing the changes that advancement has brought to him, the next thing for him to do is to take stock of his current situation and plan for the future. He has already used the Spirit Pill metac to increase the power of his soul to the limit. This is why the power of his soul is at 2.0. Since the power of his mind is also dependent on the power of his soul, his mind also got a boost from the upgrade. As for his body, he is still in the process of upgrading it. This is why the increase in his body is so small. He is currently working with the Copper Body metac. Once his body reaches the limit of rank 1, he will use the Iron Body metac to raise it to the limit of rank 2. Comments. Chapter 77. It is a good thing to have a strong body, but he isn't sure that he wants it to happen since it will cause the leader of the Deathclaw Society to have her greedy eyes on him. Eventually, he said, "It is better to stick with the Deathclaw Society. It is not as if any other society will want him with good intentions. It is just better to stick with the devil that I know rather than toy with more than one devil." He shook his head and said, "I can't just refuse to grow stronger because it will attract trouble to me. If I do that, then I will remain a weak prey forever." Then he thought of something which made him say, "Speaking of the devil that I am supposed to know, why was Jim following me anyway? It is a pity that I can't read minds yet." When he noticed that Jim was following him, he didn't bother with why Jim was following him. This was because he considered everyone his enemy or his prey. So he wasn't surprised that someone was stalking him as if he were prey. The main thought on his mind was how to lure Jim out of the city and devour his core metac. This goal was too important to him, so he didn't dare to delay and chat with Jim. He wanted to kill Jim as soon as possible and get his rank 2 core metac quickly. So he didn't bother with any chit-chat, even though it was possible for their discussion to reveal useful news. But now that he has eaten his fill and doesn't need Jim to advance anymore, he can spare the time to corner Jim and chat him up. He made sure to put this on his agenda for when he sees Jim in 1 month's time. With his mind made up about increasing the strength of his body, what he needed to deal with now is the gigantic task of replacing all of his branch metacs with their rank 2 versions so that he can take full advantage of his advancement to rank 2. If anything, he should begin trying out rank 3 branch metacs to use as his trump cards. So, rank 1 metacs are definitely outdated for him. However, as good as this is, the fact is that replacing his branch metacs will cost a lot of money. So he said to himself, it seems it is time to make a lot of money. Fortunately for him, he didn't need to rack his brain on how to make money. All he needed was to take out his gambling ledger and check to see what gambling opportunities were available for him to use. He also filled in the 11 entries from the future. Because his mind was more powerful than it was when he was an ordinary mortal, he can remember everything well, including the dates, location, and time. After he filled in the future gambling opportunities, he hid the book. Then he left for the market. Making money was easy for him. In fact, if he wanted to, he could bankrupt a gambling house. Unfortunately, he mustn't do something like that, or the Rain family will come to deal with him in the dead of the night. He is at rank 2, so he is no longer afraid of Simon, Slav's immediate older brother. But even if he manages to defeat or even kill Simon, it won't be the end of his troubles. In fact, his troubles will only increase if he kills one of the Rain brothers. So, unless he can handle their rank 4 father, he should try to avoid trouble from them as much as possible. Another handicap that he had to deal with was the fact that he couldn't upgrade all of the branch metacs of the 3 pathways for fear of drawing too much attention to himself. It is certain that he is being watched and his every expense scrutinized. So for now, he can only upgrade the branch metacs of the forging pathway. Even upgrading this single pathway, while knowing that doing so in the initiation program means that his enemies will know all the branch metacs he is using in this pathway, is an uncomfortable feeling for him. His options to avoid being easily countered by enemies are to either wait 1 more month until he reaches the city to upgrade his metacs, or buy a bunch of useless metacs together with the ones he needs so that he can master the metacs that he truly uses. He wasn't willing to wait to upgrade his metacs and begin working on overloading them, so he chose the second option, which is to buy a bunch of useless metacs together with the metacs that he needs. However, no matter how cautious he was, he couldn't hide the fact that he had advanced to rank 2. If those watching him didn't know that he had advanced when he bought rank 2 branch metacs, they surely knew when he bought rank 2 Cloudy Dates metacs. The Cloudy Dates metacs are used to increase cultivation. The fact that he bought them could only mean that he had advanced to rank 2 or had a rank 2 friend that he was helping out. They would rather believe the former, no matter how unlikely it was. The rank 2 ones cost 5,000 energy stones each. He bought 3 of them to raise the cultivation of 1 energy chamber from an energy density of 5 to 6, 7, and finally to 8. He is only planning to raise the cultivation of 1 energy chamber in order to lie low and not attract unwanted scrutiny and attention from the Rain family. But this didn't do him much good. The Rain family still noticed what he was doing. After he bought the rank 2 branch metacs and the rank 2 Cloudy Dates that he needed, he stopped at a familiar place for one last thing. This place was right in front of a mechanical construct that had a large cylindrical barrel as a torso and possessed 4 mechanical limbs. Comments. Chapter 78. Tommy saw Loki checking out his mech, so he came out of his shop with a smile on his face and said, "Do you like what you see?" Loki nodded in reply and said, "I do. It is 2,000 energy stones, right?" Tommy's face fell when he heard that price. Not only was the price too low, but the fact that Loki was interested in it meant that the two of them were competitors. But he continued to smile as he said, "You're mistaken. It is 4,000 energy stones. Loki looked at him with a raised eyebrow and asked, saying, "Is that so?" Then he chuckled and said, "Silly me. I thought it was going to cost 3,000 energy stones at most. Looks like I was terribly mistaken." He knew that the price was supposed to be 3,000 energy stones. He had only called out 2,000 energy stones in order to irritate Tommy. But he didn't expect Tommy to be more shameless than he was. So after chuckling, he narrowed his eyes at Tommy and said, "I hope you don't mind the price I offered, seeing as it might make it look like I want to cheat you. After all, I have never heard of a rank 2 artifact that costs 4,000 energy stones." He said that he had never heard of a rank 2 artifact that costs 4,000 energy stones. But what he was really implying that Tommy was the liar and cheater between the two of them, because rank 2 artifacts shouldn't be that expensive. Anyone else that was accused of making up prices might back down, but not Tommy. To expect Tommy to admit that he was lying was to underestimate Tommy's shamelessness. Tommy refused to back down despite being called out. Instead of losing out like that, he shook his head and said with a gentle tone, "It is all right. After all, it is normal for you to be ignorant." Loki rolled his eyes at the shameless cheater, but he didn't argue with him. Instead of wasting time on doing something futile, he decided to change the subject to something more worthwhile. So he said, "I'm not interested in it either way. What I want is a rank 2 exoskeleton armor." Tommy wanted to cheat him again, but since an exoskeleton armor is cheaper than a combat armor, and since he already called out 4,000 energy stones for the combat armor, he couldn't say that the exoskeleton armor would cost 4,000 energy stones or more. So it was with great pain that he said, "It will cost you 3,000 energy stones." Loki shook his head and said, "That's not good enough. What I want to pay is 1,000 energy stones." The low price that he offered made Tommy chuckle dryly and say, "That's too low. Even a rank 1 exoskeleton armor will be more expensive than that. Or are you saying my products are subpar and it should be worth less?" It was clear that he thought Loki was joking, and he wasn't amused by the joke. But Loki took things even further than that. Loki sneered as he asked him, saying, "So what if a rank 1 exoskeleton armor is more expensive than 1,000 energy stones? If you can lie through your teeth about the prices of things, why shouldn't I?" This time, it was clear that he wasn't joking around. So Tommy frowned and said, "This is haggling, not cheating. You don't need to resort to insults to get your way. It won't lead you anywhere." In response, Loki folded his arms across his chest and said, "I wouldn't have to resort to insults if you were not a cheater. Besides, I didn't insult you. No matter how insulting what I said was, it was the truth. So what you need to do is treat me with sincerity, and I won't say any more insulting words. Treat me with respect, and I will treat you with respect." Tommy stared at him for a long while. During that time, his mind was grappling with his options. So inwardly, he was undecided. But outwardly, he looked imposing and intimidating. After 16 seconds of staring, thinking, and waiting for Loki to back down, all to no avail, he came to a decision. This decision made him smile and say, "Fine, 2,500 energy stones. That's my sincerity." Loki nodded in satisfaction. Then he counted out 2,500 energy stones and passed them to Tommy. Tommy quickly collected them and kept them in a pouch. As he was doing this, he saw Loki activate metax that encased him in a gleaming plate armor. He also saw a towel shield and a claymore appear in each of Loki's hands. This sight made him step back in fright and say, "What are you doing?" Loki replied with a deep voice that had been muffled by his helmet, saying, "I'm waiting for you to cheat me." In this timeline, he has never had dealings with Tommy, but he is very experienced with Tommy, so he was ready to be ripped off. In fact, he was looking forward to it. This was why he was already gearing up for battle. If Tommy dares to cheat him now, he will have a justified reason to attack and kill Tommy. Then he will be able to devour his energy well and use it to raise the cultivation of one of his energy chambers, similar to how he devours Cloudy Date Metax. So it will be a good thing if Tommy decides to rip him off. It is all because he is strong now and can do something about being cheated with his power. Unfortunately for him, he appeared to be too eager for battle. This made Tommy uncertain about his chances of winning if he fought Loki. There is also the fact that the mech is half of his combat strength. Without it, he won't be able to fight at his full strength. Comments. Chapter 79. Since he wasn't inside the mech currently, it would be a bad idea to fight a confident enemy. So he laughed nervously and said, "Surely you jest, fellow cultivator. I don't cheat people here. This is a reputable business." As he said these words, he quickly went through his shop and brought out the exoskeleton armor. Then he handed it over to Loki as if he were in a rush. When he was done, he asked with a fake smile on his punchable face, "What else can I do for you?" Loki didn't reply immediately. The first thing he did was to look at the exoskeleton in his hand and channeled his internal energy through it to make sure that there were no faults with it. If it wasn't clear before, it was clear now that he didn't trust Tommy at all. Despite this being the case, Tommy continued to maintain his fake smile as if he didn't notice what Loki was doing. After Loki was done, he mused out loud, saying, "Interesting. I didn't use a contract, yet you gave me exactly what I paid for without any tricks. Makes me wonder if you've done something to the armor that I can notice. If that is the case, then I can only say that I admire you." Loki said he would be impressed, but Tommy shook his head and said vehemently, "I never cheat people. I always give people what they pay for. You can ask anyone, and they will tell you that I'm trustworthy." Loki snorted, but didn't press the issue. He changed the subject as he asked Tommy, saying, "How much will it cost to learn how to make something like this?" This time, Tommy couldn't continue to smile. His face fell as he said, "Over my dead body." Loki tooted in reproach and said, "You're not a child anymore, so you should know that we have to be careful with what we wish for. You never know, you might just get what you wish for." He was threatening Tommy, but Tommy didn't back down. He said, "I can't tell you even if I want to. The knowledge of forging armor is a secret skill of my society. I will be killed if I were to tell you." Then he stopped talking and paused to think. After thinking for 3 seconds, he said with some hesitation, "But if you were to join my society, I'm sure that something can be done. What say you?" In response, Loki smiled and said, "That's easy. How can I join your society?" He thought that Loki would back down because Loki looked knowledgeable and should know that joining a society is an opportunity that is bought with something more precious than money. But Loki didn't seem to know about the cost, or knew but didn't care. This made him confused for a while, but it didn't delay his plan to rip Loki off. He quickly smiled and said, "It is very easy to join. You just need to sign a contract with the leader of the sect. Everyone from the forging pathway is allowed to join. So someone as talented as you will be welcomed with open arms." Loki nodded in satisfaction before saying, "When can I join?" Tommy replied quickly, "As soon as you finish the initiation program." Loki said, "Okay, I can wait 1 month. But you have to tell your leader that I can only join if they can protect me from the Rain family." Tommy became solemn at the mention of the Rain family. In order to make sure that there was no misunderstanding, he asked, saying, "Which Rain family?" Loki replied with a shrug, "Which other Rain family is there? Of course, I'm talking about the ones from the Viking Blade Society." At this point, Tommy had begun to sweat. He realized that he might have walked into something he couldn't handle. So he said to Loki, "I will have to check with my leader first. I hope you don't mind." Loki asked in confusion, "Why would I mind? Wasn't I the one who asked you to tell your leader about the Rain family?" Tommy remembered, so he said, "That's true." Loki had finished his business with Tommy. So he said, "Thank you for your service. Goodbye." Then he turned and left with what he bought. As he left, there was a spring in his legs. This was because he enjoyed forcing Tommy to behave. He has killed Tommy many times in the past, but the feeling of killing Tommy is not as pleasant as the feeling of dominating Tommy in their transaction, especially since he has killed Tommy one too many times and made it boring. As for Tommy, he had narrowed his eyes as he watched Loki go. His mind was also churning with various schemes to take advantage of Loki. But no matter what he schemed, he decided that he wouldn't touch Loki until the leader of his society approved of Loki joining the society. Only with the protection of his wicked leader does he dare to touch someone that the Rain family has their eyes on. On the other side, Loki was checking out his newly acquired exoskeleton armor. This armor is a type of scale armor, but it has bands of rigid elastic muscles beneath its surface that will clamp onto his body like a vice. Armors like this exoskeleton armor and combat armor like mechs are similar in defense and durability to the armor that he can create with the liquid metal metac. But they have their differences, advantages, and disadvantages. The main advantage of the liquid metal armor is that it is quick to wear and use. Another advantage is that it can heal damage to itself by consuming its internal energy and some metals, so it is very easy to maintain. The last advantage of the liquid metal armor is that since it is a metac, he can carry it around easily, and it will always be nearby for him to use. But its main disadvantage is also based on this fact. Comments. Chapter 80. Since the liquid metal armor is a metac, it requires internal energy to deploy and more internal energy to maintain. This makes it cheaper in terms of upfront cost, but it is very expensive in terms of energy usage. On the other hand, an exoskeleton or mech is a permanent artifact. This makes them more expensive to buy, but it means that one won't need internal energy to deploy and use them. But their advantages don't end there. Both exoskeleton and combat armor enhance the power of their wielder. This is something that the liquid metal metac can't do. The liquid metal metac will create a weapon for the user. Then the user will have to bear the burden of using that weapon. So if the user is not strong enough, the artifact created by the liquid metal metac will be a useless burden. But that is not the case for the exoskeleton armor or the combat armor. Both the exoskeleton armor and the combat armor actually strengthen their host. Instead of being a burden, they make their user stronger. This advantage is why they become a part of the power output equation, which is cultivation rank times stat times metac times skill/overload. It is also why he chose to buy one of them, even though he already had the liquid metal metac. In the power output equation of cultivation rank times stat times metac times skill/overload, the exoskeleton armor counts as part of the stat subgroup. The combat armor also counts as part of the stat subgroup. But unlike the exoskeleton armor, it requires energy to operate, which makes it costly to use. The good news is that the energy that combat armor needs can be substituted by an external source of energy in the form of energy stones. However, the combat armor is still used by many forgers despite its expensive energy usage, because it has the advantage of replacing the power of the body altogether. So instead of counting as part of the body, it will actually substitute for the whole body. This way, a forger with a weak body will be able to output a great amount of power through the combat armor. There's also the fact that combat armors possess heavy weapons like cannons, other types of artillery guns, which are things that the exoskeleton doesn't have. So it is not certain which is better between exoskeleton armor and combat armor. Loki doesn't lack the money to use the combat armor, but he didn't buy it because it is large, cumbersome, and difficult to use. Actually, both the exoskeleton armor and the combat armor require time to put on and use. So if he's caught off guard by an enemy, he won't be able to use it. But it is easier to wear the exoskeleton armor and carry it around compared to the large mech. This difficulty in using and carrying them around, plus their expensive nature, and the difficulty in maintaining and repairing damages to them are the main disadvantages of the exoskeleton and combat armor. But the power that they will provide and their reduced energy footprint make up for the disadvantages. However, this doesn't mean that he will give up on using the liquid metal metacs. He won't be giving up on them anytime soon because he still needs them for emergencies and because he will need them to create his weapons. He had this on his mind as he returned home. He was thinking about that and the Rain family's reaction to his spending spree today. The first thing he did when he got home was to wear the exoskeleton armor. This was partly to test it and make sure that Tommy didn't really fleece him, but it was mostly to prepare for any accidents that might happen in the night. Just as he feared, Simon came to visit him that night. What's worse is that Simon didn't come alone. He came with a snake wrapped around his neck. When Loki sensed them coming, he shook his head and said, "All of these just for me. Let me see if it is going to be worth it." He doesn't want to fight the Rain family. This is clear by his being cautious and lying low. But if he has no choice but to fight, then he doesn't mind giving it a shot. So he decided to lie low, waiting for Simon to enter his house before ambushing him. As he waited, he activated a liquid metal metak and used it to create a claymore. Then he held the claymore with both hands. He also activated the living armament metak and the body lever metak. These two enhanced the power of his body together with the telekinesis metak. Finally, he activated the double mind metak and the sword heart metak. The double mind metak was to ensure that he could use both the telekinesis metak and the telepathy metak, while the sword heart metak was to enhance the power of his sword. All in all, he was using 6 metaks. He hasn't gone all out yet, but he is close to it. As usual, Simon entered his house by breaking in through the window. Simon was familiar with the layout of this kind of building, so he went straight towards the bedroom. However, he had just taken a step when he stopped. He stopped to listen to what the snake around his neck was saying. After hearing what the snake had to say, he curled his lips and said, "So you're awake. Were you expecting me? Why don't you come out so that we can chat?" As Simon spoke, he looked in the direction where Loki was hiding. Since he was already exposed, Loki decided to take action. Instead of talking, he rushed towards Simon and swung the claymore at him with both of his hands. Unfortunately, Simon wasn't caught off guard because the snake hissed at him in warning. So Simon was able to jump back just in time to avoid the sword. Comments. Chapter 81. He was able to avoid the first attack, but he couldn't avoid the second swing that Loki did by rotating his body and bringing the claymore around for another swing when the first one missed. The problem was that Simon couldn't see him very well because it was nighttime and it was dark everywhere. Only the snake could see Loki. But Loki didn't seem to have the same problems that a human should have in the dark. Thanks to the tracking ability of Fenrir, he was always able to see Simon and keep track of his movements. This was why Loki was able to make informed attacks on Simon's position. As for why his movement with the sword was so smooth and seamless, it was all thanks to the sword heart metak. Simon couldn't dodge the second attack, so the snake had to intervene to prevent him from being cut into two from head to toe. The snake blocked the sword with its tail, and as the claymore clashed with the tail, something unexpected happened. His physical power was at 2 telekinesis metak times 0.7 body plus 2 exoskeleton times 2 body lever plus 2 living armament times 110% overdrive, which is at 23.76 units. But thanks to the enhancement of the sword heart metak, the power of his attack shot through the roof by becoming 2 telekinesis metak plus 2 sword heart times 0.7 body plus 2 exoskeleton plus 5 Dow heart times 2 body lever plus 2 living armament times 110% overdrive, which is at 135.52 units. Just because of a single sword heart metak, his power exploded by more than 10 times. This is absolutely abnormal. Even a bona fide sword cultivator won't be able to achieve something like this at his level. He can achieve it because he is using the core metaks of 2 pathways together to elevate the power of his cultivator. He can do this because all 4 core metaks have fused with him, so only someone like him can achieve it. On the other side, the power of the snake was 2 status times 3 cultivation level times 3 body times 2 beast enhancement times 200% overdrive, which is 72 units. The snake is a rank 3 beast. That's why the power of its cultivation and the power of its body were at level 3. As for the enhancement of the level 2 status, the rank 2 beast enhancement metak, and the 200% overdrive, they all came from Simon. Simon is a beast tamer, a kind of enslavement path cultivator. This is why he brought a snake to a sword fight and why he can enhance the power of the snake. So the power of the snake was the combination of the snake and that of its master. Simon wasn't giving it his all, but he expected that this should be enough to defeat Loki and bring him down. He would have been right to think this if Loki had one pathway. After all, Loki is supposed to be a new rank 2 cultivator. Even a veteran rank 2 cultivator like Jim could only produce an attack of 16 units. With an attack that was 3 times greater than that of his peers, Simon was sure of victory. But Loki was an abnormality, so what happened was that the claymore cut through the snake's tail as if the snake's tail wasn't there. Simon couldn't see what was going on, but he heard the hiss of pain from the snake. This shocked him to the core, but he had to move immediately because the snake was saying, "Run, too dangerous." He was surprised, but he still decided to listen to the snake. So he turned around and ran immediately. He also slapped his beast pouch and released a wolf. Then he jumped onto the wolf as he shouted at it, saying, "Run, run now." The wolf began to gallop, but Loki wasn't willing to let him go. Loki attacked again. He used the same movement where he turned around like a top and brought the claymore swinging for another round. He was like a whirlwind, determined to shred everything in his way. So his claymore quickly arrived behind Simon's head. This forced the snake around his neck to defend again. But this time, the snake used one rank 3 metac to improve its strength and another one to improve its defensive power. So its power became 2 status, times 3 cultivation level, times 3 body, times 2 beast enhancement, plus 3 python strength, plus 3 python scales, times 200% overdrive, which is 288 units. With this kind of power, the snake was finally able to block his sword. Instead of his sword slicing through what was left of the snake's tail, the two of them clashed, and sparks flew through the darkness of the night. Loki was able to recover from the failed attack and rebound for another attack. In fact, he was confident in winning as long as he could tie down Simon because the siphon ability had already taken effect. Unfortunately for him, things didn't go his way. As strong as his offensive power was, his physical power wasn't that impressive. Of course, a physical power of 23.76 units is impressive compared to someone like Jim. But compared to a rank 3 wolf, who had the support of a beastmaster with a status, Loki's physical might wasn't that impressive. Because of that failed attack, Simon was able to get onto the wolf. Once he did, Loki lost all hope of catching him. So Loki used a mental attack on Simon while he still could. His mental attack smashed into Simon's mind with the power of 48 units. But Simon had a mental defense of 2 status, times 2 cultivation level, times 2 soul, times 3 beast soul, times 3 Dao heart, which is 72 units, so the attack didn't work on him at all. If he didn't have a status of level 2, even if he was using the rank 3 beast soul metac to protect his mind, Loki's attack should have crippled him. Unfortunately for Loki, Simon is even worse than Slav in being privileged. Comments. Chapter 82. After his last-ditch attack failed, Loki decided to give up, so Simon was able to escape without further interruptions. Simon's heart was in turmoil as he escaped. He couldn't believe what had happened. What he just experienced made him scream inwardly. There has to be a conspiracy here. They knew I was coming, and they chose to use Loki as bait for me. He doesn't believe that the person he just fought was Loki. The power that Loki displayed was just too powerful for him to be a new rank 2 cultivator without a status. So Simon was sure that someone else had taken Loki's place and had been lying in wait for him to come. Not only that, but Simon was also sure that he had been attacked by 2 people. This was because he had felt the mental attack. Since the person wielding the sword was a physical warrior, the person who attacked him with a mental attack had to be another mind hunter who was hiding somewhere nearby. So by his estimate, there were at least 2 enemies besieging him, of which none of them was Loki. The worst part of this ambush was that the snake hadn't noticed the presence of the second person, so there might as well be a third and a fourth person hiding nearby, ready to jump out at him at any time. With all of these on his mind, he didn't dare to delay at all. He urged the rank 3 wolf beneath him to run with all of its might while he glanced around warily for an ambush. Simon's heart was filled with fear, while Loki's heart was full of regret. Both of them had something that they were concerned about and used different ways to resolve their concerns. The Rain family was concerned about a conspiracy and a plan by their enemies to eliminate them. Because of this, Slav left the initiation program and went home. On the other side, Loki had been concerned about the attack of the Rain family, which was why he didn't earn as much money as possible and buy all the cloudy dates that he needed. But now that the Rain family had attacked him, he had no more reasons to be careful. He was sure that the Rain family would retaliate in the future. Since there was nothing he could do to change that, he decided not to bother being careful. So he let loose. He went to the various gambling houses and earned as much money as he could. He also splurged and bought the extra 9 rank 2 Cloudy Date medhack that he needed. He didn't care what his enemies would think at all. He was being flashy, so the Rain family was able to notice everything that he was doing. But this only confirmed what they thought was going on. They thought that Loki had hidden allies. After all, why would he buy Cloudy Date medhack enough to help 3 rank 2 cultivators advance from the early stage of rank 2 to the peak stage of rank 2 after he bought 3 rank 2 Cloudy Date medhacks for himself just yesterday? The 9 rank 2 Cloudy Date medhacks that he bought today might not even be for only 3 rank 2 cultivators. They can also be for 9 different rank 2 cultivators, with each taking 1. So Loki might have 3 and up to 9 rank 2 unknown helpers. Rank 2 cultivators are nothing for the Rain family to deal with. But the fact that they don't know these helpers is something that they have to take seriously and with utmost caution. Their concerns made them hold back from doing anything to Loki in the meantime. They wanted to watch and see who it was that was helping Loki. This concern meant that Loki wasn't disturbed for the rest of the initiation program. Muni also didn't disturb him when he didn't pay attention in class and when he didn't come to class at all. After all, he had reached rank 2. This was proof that he didn't need to attend class like everyone else. There are 4 requirements to advance to rank 2. The first is a Tao heart of level 2. The second is cultivating one's energy well to the peak of rank 1. The third is possessing a skilled energy manipulation of 100%. The last requirement is to advance the core medhack to rank 2. Of these 4 requirements, advancing the core medhack to rank 2 can be the easiest as long as the recipe for advancing the core medhack is known and the materials for advancing it are available. If these 2 conditions aren't met, then advancing the core medhack can be the most difficult requirement to fulfill. However, possessing a skilled energy manipulation of 100%, which is 100% energy saturation of a medhack in 1 second, is very difficult to achieve. This is something with no shortcuts. Only grueling hard work and talent can achieve this. Even the talented Slav hasn't been able to achieve a skill level of 100%. So the fact that Loki could achieve this meant that Muni had no right to criticize Loki for being lazy. When the last week of the initiation program arrived, Muni called everyone over and told them about the upcoming competition. He also waxed eloquently about the importance of societies. During his speech, he only mentioned great things about societies. Not once did he mention the possibility of members of societies being used as raw materials by the leaders of the societies. Loki didn't call out Muni's hypocrisy because he had nothing to gain from it. Visitas Muni hadn't lit. Joining a society is still the best way for normal cultivators to quickly pay off their awakening debt and become true disciples of the sect. After the speech, everyone dispersed and went their separate ways. As usual, they began talking about who could win the competition. But this time, everyone agreed that Loki would win it. Comments. Chapter 83. In the past, they thought that Loki had the highest chance of winning, but now they thought that it was impossible for Loki not to be the final winner of the competition, and were even willing to bet on it. This was how confident they were in Loki's power. Their confidence in him didn't come because he was able to fight Simon to the extent that Simon ran for his dear life. No one thought that he did that. They were just confident in him because he was now a rank 2 cultivator, and it was common sense for rank 2 cultivators to bully rank 1 cultivators. They didn't know what he was capable of, yet they were confident in his victory. So there was no way that Loki, who knew what he was capable of and who knew that he could win the competition at rank 1, couldn't be confident in his victory. Even if his competitors were other rank 2 cultivators like him, he was still sure of winning as long as they were not as unreasonable as Simon, who had rank 3 pets even though he was only at rank 2. One quick look at his status through the power identification ability would reveal his source of confidence. Age: 22 years 7 months / 77 years 9 months. Race: human. Energy quantity: 9,856 plus 9,856 plus 9,856 plus 9,856 is equal to 39,424. Energy density, 8888. Energy rank, 2. Body, 0.7, 2.0. Soul, 2.0. Mind, 2.0. Will, 5. Skill, 100%, 150%. Finner, divine power, identification. Tracking, Seal, devouring. Siphon, rewind. Sword heart, telepathy. Telekinesis. Branch metak, rank. 1. Mind hunter pathway. Mind stab, 2. Mind shield, 2. Hypnotize, 2. Double mind, 2. Triple mind, 3. Concentration, 2. 2. Forging pathway. Liquid metal, 2. Body lever, 2. Living armament, 2. Gatling gun, 2. Knife box, 2. Copper body, 1. Iron body, 2. 3. Sword pathway. Sword break, 2. Sword edge, 2. Sword dance, 2. Sword steps, 2. Hidden sword, 2. Compared to 1 month ago, when he just reversed time, he has undergone a few changes. The most significant of those changes is the upgrade of the power of his body from 0.7 units to 2.0 units. The second most important change is the advancement of his cultivation to the peak of rank 2 and the increase to his energy density from level 5 to level 8. This means that he can now hold as much as 128 times internal energy for each unit of capacity of his energy chambers. This is why his total internal energy increased from 4,928 units to 39,424 units. It is an 8 times increase from the early stage of rank 2 to the peak stage of rank 2. The third most important change to his state is the increase in his skill level from 100% to 150%. The extra 50% is the benefit of overloading, while the fact that he was able to achieve this much overloading in 1 month is all thanks to his numerous energy threads. Many people spend a decade raising their energy manipulation skill from 100% to 200%. Even the talented ones spend at least 5 years, as seen in the case of Simon of the Rain family. Some people can't even overload metax for fear of destroying their energy threads and crippling themselves, as seen in the case of Jim. But he was able to achieve an overload of 10% in 1 day and an overload of 50% in 1 month of training. At this rate, even if there are diminishing returns in his training, he should be able to achieve 100% overloading in 6 months and a maximum of 1 year. This means that in at most 1 year, his skill level will reach 200%. This is unprecedented, to say the least. The fourth change that he has undergone in this 1 month of training is that he successfully upgraded all of his branch metax to rank 2. He even managed to get the rank 3 triple mind metac, so that he will be able to split his mind into 3 and control his metax better. As for the final change that he has undergone, it has to do with the hidden sword metac. He acquired this metac just to hide his cultivation level and the situation of his energy threads from prying eyes. With the rank 2 hidden sword metac activated in his energy well, only someone much stronger than him, or someone who possesses a metac that can nullify the effect of the hidden sword metac, will be able to tell the exact situation of his energy well. But the hidden sword metac also has another effect, being that it hides killing intent and blurs the shape of the sword, so that the sword won't be perceived clearly, which would make defending against the sword even more difficult. Actually, this other effect of the hidden sword metac is the main reason people acquire the hidden sword metac. Sword cultivators get the hidden sword metac to make themselves more deadly and difficult to deal with, not to hide their cultivation level. Only people like Loki, who have a lot to hide, get the hidden sword metac to hide their cultivation level and the state of their energy well. However, he didn't hide the fact that he was already rank 2, because that would make it obvious that he was hiding something. No one would believe him if he said that he was just rank 1, because many people had noticed his cultivation level before he acquired the hidden sword metac. So he only used the hidden sword metac to hide everything else about his energy well, while showing a cultivation of rank 2 outwardly. All in all, he is very satisfied with the situation. But that didn't mean he was going to relax. As soon as he got home, He began practicing his energy manipulation so that he could raise the overload as high as possible, as fast as possible. Comments. Chapter 84. He was eager for success because he had heard that the energy manipulation skill could reach 500% thanks to overloading. This is a lofty goal that many people don't dare to hope for, and even those who dare to aim for it only believe that they would need to reach rank 4 or rank 5 before they can achieve it. People like Muni can only reach a skill level of 400% because that is the limit of their potential. In fact, Muni wouldn't have the chance to reach this if his potential were still stuck at 45 points. So, if he hadn't spent everything he had to raise his talent by 5 more points, he would have been stuck at a maximum energy manipulation skill of 300%. This is why so many cultivators are scrambling to raise their talent. At some point, hard work just stops being effective. Their poor talent will be what's holding them back and making them weaker than their peers. But he doesn't have any need to be worried about lacking talent. With his level of talent, he might even be able to reach beyond 500% energy manipulation skill. He is eager to see if this is possible. As it stands, there is only one way for him to confirm if he truly reached beyond 500%. That way is to practice and practice. He went home with the intention of practicing without resting. This is why he bothered to get the rank 2 version of the concentration metak. When he was not practicing his energy manipulation skill, he was refining his Tao heart. After all, the strength of a cultivator's willpower is a very important factor that will determine how well they control their metaks and internal energy. His high Tao heart is already paying handsome dividends by making his practice of energy manipulation very fruitful. But he wants more and faster practice speed. 7 days went by like this. Then the final day of the initiation program arrived. The competition was to be held on this day. Since Slav wasn't participating, and since Loki already made a deal with Tommy's Forging Society, the Rusty Bolt Society, Loki decided to participate in the competition. Because of his exposed cultivation, no one competed with Loki. They all gave up when they encountered him in the arena, the way they gave up for Slav. The difference between that situation and Loki's was that Slav had made them give up by coercing them with money and his family background, while Loki only used his superior cultivation to make them surrender. Loki enjoyed this feeling of making everyone run at the sight of his august countenance. But he didn't let the intoxicating feeling of power cloud his mind. He still made sure to perform for the Rusty Bolt Society. Every time he won a match without fighting, he would say, "My victory is all due to the support of the Rusty Bolt Society. If you're a forger and you want to learn how to craft powerful exoskeleton armor like mine, you should join the Rusty Bolt Society. You won't regret it." He was lying, of course. Not only did the Rusty Bolt Society not support him, but he is also sure that it is most likely that anyone who joins the Rusty Bolt Society will regret it. But he had to say these lies because it was the condition that the leader of the Rusty Bolt Society, Rusty, gave him to join their society and learn their technique. Besides being allowed to join the Rusty Bolt Society, he was also told that the more people he recruits for the society, the better his treatment would be. So he didn't mind spewing these lies. Of course, what he was saying and what he was doing was offensive to many people. Many leaders took offense at his antics and glared at Rusty. After all, what Loki was doing was similar to what Slav was doing. They were very angry that one of them was playing dirty. But they didn't get angry at Loki, though. This was because they viewed him as one of the raw materials that Rusty was recruiting. Loki is certainly special, but to them, he is at most a special raw material. The fact that he was already at rank 2 made them acknowledge his talent, but it also made them more jealous and angry with Rusty. The Viking Blade Society was also in attendance. Even Slav was also there, sitting among them. All 5 of them saw Loki praise the Rusty Bolt Society and thought that it was Rusty who was scheming against them. Skard didn't say anything to criticize Rusty, though. He also didn't bother to ask why Rusty was moving against them. That would mean that he expects Rusty to speak the truth, which is something only a naive person would think. As angry as he was that his son was nearly killed, Skard was very calm. This is a personality trait of disciples of the Four Directions sect. It is all because of the sky raising Tao heart refining technique. instead of lashing out and jumping on a bandwagon, criticizing Rusty for cheating in the recruitment process, he kept his cool and continued to watch as if none of what was going on concerned him. But Death Envoy didn't hold back at all. The zombie puppet she was controlling was very vocal about her dissatisfaction with what Rusty was doing. What she hated the most was that she couldn't get Loki. But she also hated the fact that Loki was making every forger inclined to join the Rusty Bolt Society. Forgers have strong bodies that death cultivators like her like to convert into zombie puppets. So, even though it didn't show in the zombie's stiff face, she was very angry with the development of the situation. While the leaders were arguing amongst themselves, the competition continued below them. Loki won every match without a fight until he met Craig in the finals. Comments. Chapter 85. Craig, the only swordman among them, refused to give up without a fight. He was defeated, of course, and easily too, but his willingness to fight impressed Bloodhound, who offered him a place in his society. Despite the slight hiccup from Craig, Loki still won the competition by a landslide. Then the process of joining a society and becoming a disciple of the Four Directions sect began in earnest. Because of Loki, 6 out of the 8 forgers among them joined the Rusty Bolt Society. They joined under Loki, while Loki joined Tommy. According to the rules of society, this means that Loki will earn 10% of all that they earn using the forging technique, while Tommy will earn 10% of everything that Loki earns through the forging technique. They even signed a contract in its effect. When Loki saw this term in the contract, he said to himself, "This can't be a good sign." He knew that something fishy was going on since the society appeared to be a pyramid scheme. But he didn't care about this at all, so he didn't complain. His main goal for joining the Rusty Bolt Society is to acquire their forging technique, and he is willing to do anything, including selling his soul, to acquire that forging technique. So something like a pyramid scheme couldn't scare him. Because he didn't complain about this suspicious term, the other 6 also didn't complain. They didn't know much about pyramid schemes and only thought this was some quirky master and apprehensive agreement. What gave them pause was the term that said that they had to earn a minimum amount of energy stones through the forging technique per month, 1 year after they joined the society. Failure of which means that they will owe the society the amount they failed to earn, and the sect will be free to use any method to get the money. But Tommy smiled and said to them, "This term was placed there to prevent lazy people from joining the society, learning our techniques, but refusing to use it to help the society become better." Tommy's smile and calm explanation set their minds at peace. Only Loki, who knew that leaders of societies can turn them into raw materials, thought that this term was to turn them into slaves for the society indirectly. The other 6 didn't know how bad things were out in the real world, so they didn't think they had anything to worry about after Tommy explained it to them like that. They were sure that they weren't lazy, so they didn't think they would have any problems meeting this quota. His suspicions were confirmed when he didn't see any way to leave the society among the list of terms and conditions. This meant that once they joined the sect, they will have to earn a certain amount of money for the society every month for the rest of their lives, of which 10% of what everyone earns will go to the leader of the society, who is sitting comfortably at the top of the pyramid. On the plus side, the technique is free to learn once they join the society, and they will be taught the techniques starting from the day they join the society. Tommy made sure to point this out many times. He also said, "You also get 1 year of practice to master the technique." Where can you get such generous terms? Inwardly, Loki scoffed and said, "And they berated Skarg and Slav in my past life for tricking people into slavery. How is this any different?" He didn't complain, though. He behaved like an obedient fool and signed the contract, which brought a large smile to Tommy's face. Tommy was so happy that he shook his hand vigorously as he said, "Welcome to the Rusty Bolt Society. From today onwards, we are brothers." He even opened up to Loki, saying, "When I first met you, I didn't like you. But now that you've joined my society, I feel that I was lucky to encounter you." Loki's eye twitched, and rude words tugged at his lips in a bid to escape into the world. But he controlled himself and smiled at Tommy as he said, "When I first met you, I thought you were a hardcore liar who would use any opportunity to cheat me. But now that I've joined the Rusty Bolt Society, I'm sure that I was mistaken." His words were so heartfelt that even the ever-shameless Tommy felt uncomfortable keeping up the charade. Of course, he had cheated Loki, so Loki was right to think that he was a hardcore liar who would always find a way to cheat. This made him want to instinctively lie and say that he never cheats, but he didn't do that, as that might expose that he had a guilty conscience. Instead, he smiled at Loki and said, "Surely you jest." He had a phone smile on his face, while inwardly, he thought to himself, "Just you wait, kid. Wait for the weight of the world to come crashing down on you. Let's see how you can be smug then." Then he changed the subject and said, "Let's go and register you as members of the sect. It is heat that we get through everything as soon as possible." Loki followed his lead and went to the registration center. He quickly filled out the form he needed to fill out, received the signature of the vice leader of the society, signed, and then submitted his form. Then the sect gave him the unique mark that had been attached to his existence and would remain through death. The other 6 also did this. This certified them as permanent members of the Four Directions sect. Then the weight of the harshness of the world came crashing down. The reality of the harshness of the world came crashing down when they saw that they owed the sect 100,000 energy stones and had to pay the sect 1,000 energy stones every month until all the 100,000 energy stones were repaid. Comments. Chapter 86. Not only did the arrangement of the debt payment plan make it difficult for them to save up to pay back the debt, but it also meant that if they delayed for too long, it was possible for them to pay more than 5 times the 100,000 energy stones. This arrangement made it so that the minimum amount that they would have to pay is 100,000, and this would only be the case if they pay the debt before the end of the first month of joining the sect. If they wait up to 10 years to finish paying the debt, they would need to pay an extra 120,000 energy stones in interest. And if they waited up to 50 years before they finished paying the debt, they would need to pay 600,000 energy stones in interest alone. So the earlier they paid off the debt, the better. Of course, it was easy to come to this conclusion. Putting this conclusion into action and paying early is another matter that might be beyond their hands. While some of them were reeling about this, someone broke down beside them and began shouting, "How come I owe 421,000 energy stones? I just joined the sect. Where did the extra debt come from?" Another person looked bewildered as he said, "I too got an extra 134,000 energy stones in debt. Where did it come from?" Tommy saw this and shook his head in pity as he said, "It looks like fellow cultivators' previous lifetimes weren't so great. You'd better start earning money as soon as possible to pay off the interest, or the sect will come after you." For the first time, Tommy showed genuine emotion. His pity for the 2 men was genuine without a trace of deceit. Of course, this didn't mean that he wouldn't take advantage of the situation to fleece them. He planned to grant them what appears to be a lucrative opportunity, but it would only sink them into more debt. But before he did that, he explained to them the concept of lifetimes so that they would know where the extra debt was coming from. Tommy was their guide, so it was his job to help them settle down. For now, he appeared to be doing his job well. But Loki didn't buy it at all. He took everything Tommy said with a grain of salt and caution. However, the more Loki thought about the situation, the more he realized that he had more serious things to deal with than Tommy's shifty personality. He was worried about the afterlife debt system and how it could be exploited by the sect to enslave everyone in the sect. So, after Tommy was done explaining the concept of reincarnation to them, Loki asked him, saying, "How can we verify that we truly owe the sect the amount the sect says we owe? After all, we can't even remember that we had a last life." In response, Tommy shrugged and said, "There's no way to know. The sect won't even reveal the identity of our last life. The higher-ups of the sect said this was to protect us by severing the bad karma from our last life and preventing the enemies who killed us from finding us again for more retribution." I have to say that I agree with this. Imagine that your enemy in your last life is a rank 3 or even a rank 4 cultivator. If they know that you've reincarnated and rejoined the sect, I bet they will come rushing over to roast you to death again, and there will be nothing you can do to stop them. Besides, the accounting system of the sect isn't all that bad. They will also protect all the money that you earned in your last life and return it all to you free of charge. And the sect bank in charge of our accounts and debts has sworn to never cheat anyone. Because of all of these things, I can only blame you for not doing well in your last life. You didn't leave money, so you have only yourself to blame." This made Loki sigh and say, "At this rate, they might actually become slaves forever and ever." But then he chuckled and said, "On the plus side, this much debt on your neck will help you refine your Tao heart faster." His words made Tommy burst out laughing. The other 6 didn't have the heart to laugh, though. They all had a grim look on their faces. Only Tommy was in a good mood and could afford a laugh. As he laughed, he said, "You're right. They call it the sky-raising technique, but it should be called the debt-raising technique." Loki also laughed and said, "And they call it the 4-direction sect when they should call it the debt-direction sect. You come for the power, but you leave with the debt." He made more puns about the terrible debt situation of the sect that made Tommy laugh and slap his thighs. The more he spoke, the more Tommy laughed. Eventually, Tommy begged him, saying, "No more. No more. Let's go, or we will really be crippled by debts." Loki chuckled because the words "crippled by debts" made him think of more funny things to say. But he kept quiet and did as Tommy said. As they were leaving the sect, Tommy said to him, "I'm surprised that you can remain so composed after learning of sudden 100,000 energy stones awakening debt. Not many people can remain that composed when they are hit by unexpected debt." To this, Loki chuckled and said, "Someone else already told me about it, so I was mentally prepared." As he said this, he saw Jim walk away with a new member of the Death Claw Society in tow. This reminded him of everything Jim had said to him, including what he said about how nothing in the world was free. Comments. Chapter 87. The sight of Jim made him say inwardly to himself, "I wonder which is better, being raised to be used as raw materials for cultivation or being enslaved and used to produce wealth forever and ever in a pyramid scheme?" Fortunately, there is a definite way to know. The person who gains a higher value when they die will be the one who paid the best price for joining a society. Tommy didn't know what he was thinking. He only heard what Loki said about being informed about the awakening debt beforehand, which made him confused about why Loki joined the Rusty Bolt Society. His reply made Tommy think to himself, if you had someone experienced to tell you about the debt awakening, why didn't they tell you to avoid the Rusty Bolt Society too? Or did they tell you to join the Rusty Bolt Society so that they will be protected from the Rain family? If that is true, then maybe it isn't exactly a bad idea to join us. After all, it is always better to earn money than to become beast food at the hands of the Rain family. This thought made Tommy chuckle to himself, but he quickly straightened his face and continued to guide the 7 newbies. He told them that the awakening debt was the great divide between inner disciples and outer disciples. He also told them about merit points and what they're used for. Loki had heard about most of the stuff that Tommy was saying, but there was something new that Jim hadn't mentioned in the previous timeline. Tommy said, "Merit points can't be sold or transferred between disciples, but I have heard that it can be converted into contribution points by using it to buy life insurance. If you buy life insurance, whoever kills you will have to pay a much higher price. That way, you can easily convert merit points into contribution points." Loki heard this and said, "If you ask me, I don't think such a conversion is worth it. I can't see how converting something so invaluable that it can't be bought into money is a good idea. Besides, I'm sure that whoever can earn merit points should be able to easily earn money. So I think converting merit points into contribution points is a waste." To this, Tommy said, "You make good points, but whether converting merit points into contribution points is a waste is dependent on the person and the situation. For example, the person might be in desperate need of contribution points. At that point, the value of merit points will be reduced for the person. They would rather have something that they can spend and use to quickly improve their strength than something that can't be traded for power. There is also the fact that life insurance will deter people from killing. Once they know that you will be very expensive to kill, they will think twice about killing you. If you ask me, that's also invaluable." Loki nodded and said in agreement, "You're right. I didn't think about it like that. Goes to show that I still have a lot to learn." His humble words made Tommy wonder if this was the same person who was ready to fight him to death just a month ago when they thought they were about to be cheated out of an exoskeleton. He was wondering if Loki was truly humble or was faking it. But he didn't say this because it didn't matter if Loki was truly humble or not. He was sure that Loki would become humble soon, so he smiled and said to Loki, "We all learn new things every day. No one is perfect." Then he continued his crash course in how to be a good disciple of the Four Directions sect. He spoke at length about a lot of things, but not once did he mention status and the elevation to the great Tao that they grant. Loki wasn't sure if this omission was a mistake or intentional on Tommy's part. It could be that Tommy himself didn't know about statuses, which Loki found to be unlikely. What he thought was more likely was that Tommy was hiding important information by not telling them about statuses. He suspected that this was really the case because, unlike Jim, Tommy didn't tell them the true situation of the Rusty Bolts sect and their identity as eternal slaves. Despite his suspicions, he didn't point them out. He didn't have any reason to be worried about Tommy's scheme, so his heart was relaxed despite the oddities. What he did was to keep quiet and listen. After all, the more attentive someone is, the easier it will be for them to learn. While discussing with them, Tommy took them all the way to the seventh ring. He took them to the very edge of the city, because that's where their accommodation is. They arrived in front of a large building that had 3 floors, and each floor was as large as a football field. This was just what they could see from the front. The building appeared to be larger still because it extended over a large area of land. When they got there and saw this building, they also saw the slum around them. This made the 6 newbies become confused. They didn't say anything, but they were all wondering why they were staying at the poorest part of the city. Tommy knew what they were thinking, so he smiled and said, "It is not that our society is poor. It is just that our factory produces a lot of noise and smoke. So we were not allowed to set up closer to the city center." Loki heard this and snorted inwardly as he thought to himself, "The only thing that you said that is the truth is how the Rusty Bolt society isn't poor. No one who uses the cheap labor of slaves can be poor." Comments. Chapter 88. Tommy tried to ease their fear, but his sweet, soothing words were less effective than usual because what he was saying wasn't making them feel better about what their eyes were seeing, and they were seeing pretty discouraging things. Apparently, the large building they went to wasn't actually their accommodation. It was the factory that they would work in for most of their lives. When they entered the factory, they saw a large central furnace at the center of the floor. They also saw tens of forgers hammering hot, glowing pieces of metal over large anvils. Everywhere they looked, people were working hard. There was no supervisor to ensure that people were spending their time on productive things. But everyone was still focused on working their hardest. Their accommodation was behind the factory. Tommy took them there after they toured the first floor. Each forger was assigned a single room. The room was larger than normal, as it contained a small kitchen at the back, but it was only slightly bigger than one of the rooms in the 2-room apartment that Loki was given in his previous life. Loki saw and curled his lips as he said to himself, "I already knew to expect something bad when I learned that the place we live is at the place we work, but I'm still surprised that they went this far. Isn't land and space in this place dirt cheap?" It would have been one thing for them to be given a small, cramped place to live in the 4th ring or even in the 1st ring. This would be understandable because things are very expensive there. But this is the 7th ring where space is supposed to be cheap. Yet, the leader of the Rusty Bolt Society still skimped out on the small amount of money needed to give them comfortable accommodations. At this point, there is no difference in their accommodations between those who joined a society and those who didn't. The only difference is that, as bad as their accommodation is, it is free. The 6 newbies also noticed this point. Unfortunately, it was too late to back out of the deal. The 6 of them became anxious for their future, but Loki continued to be carefree. He slept well that night, as if nothing was wrong. Then he woke up early the following day and went to the factory to learn how to forge. He was very eager to learn how to forge, even though he was technically learning the technique for free and wouldn't pay any price because he only had 3 months to learn it. Other newbies like him will have 1 year to learn, after which they will have to start earning money for the Rusty Bolt Society. But since he doesn't plan to work for the society for his whole lifetime, he plans to check out when he can. He has done the calculations, and came to the conclusion that he only has 3 months to spare before he has to reverse time and start again. So he plans to pack as much as he can into these 3 months of learning. Forging wasn't easy work by any definition of it, but it was manageable for him because his body was naturally 4 times stronger than the average power of a normal human body. Plus, he had metacs to improve his strength and a lot of internal energy to use those metacs. So he had no problem adapting to the immense amount of work needed to learn how to forge. While other newbies were struggling to keep up, he was so dedicated to forging that he worked 24/7 on it without resting. Both his body and mind were strong, so the immense work didn't cause him to break down. He only needed to use the concentration metac to recover his mental energy once in a while. Getting tired was a strange sensation that he never experienced since he advanced to rank 2. It was already very difficult for him to get tired at rank 1 because of the large amount of internal energy that he possessed. But even if he worked himself to the bone and somehow got tired, his 308 energy threads ensured that he would quickly recover his stamina and energy. He didn't understand the value of the 308 energy threads until he was using the liquid metal metac, body lever metac, living armament metac, and other metacs constantly for 24 hours straight without running out of internal energy. He was able to understand that this was the case because the 308 energy threads were recovering his energy faster than he could use it. When he realized that he might have infinite energy with how fast he was recovering internal energy, he became even more encouraged to work himself to the bone. He had asked around in his last life, so he knew that a single energy thread would increase energy recovery by 1%. He also knew that this 1% increase to someone with a large energy well would be large compared to someone with a small energy well, like Jim. In general, people recover all of the energy in their energy well in 1 hour, no matter how large the energy well is. So someone with an energy well of 95 units, like Slav, will be able to recover all those 95 units in 1 hour. So their energy recovery rate will be 1.583 units of energy per minute. For someone like Jim, with a capacity of 27 units, his energy recovery rate will be 0.45 units per minute. So there's already a gap of 3.518 times between them. But this gap in their recovery rate will only increase once they gain energy threads. Slav will be able to create 95 energy threads, which will grant him a 95% boost to his energy recovery rate. So at rank 2, Slav will be able to recover 3.087 units of energy per minute. Comments. Chapter 89. On the other side, Jim will only be able to gain a 27% boost to his energy recovery rate. So his energy recovery at rank 2 will be 0.5715 units per minute. This will widen the gap in recovery rate between them from 3.518 times to 5.402 times. The effect of this widened gap between them is that even though the difference between their maximum energy capacity is still 3.518 times, Slav will be able to use as much as 5.402 times the energy that Jim can use in a day. Not only will this make cultivation faster for Slav, but it will also mean that Slav will be able to fight for longer periods of time than Jim. The exact difference in cultivation speed and endurance can be as high as 5.402 times. But no matter how high this difference is, it is still within the domain of normality. As for Loki's situation, it is way out of this domain by a long shot. Loki has a combined energy capacity of 308 units. That means his energy recovery rate at rank 1 was 5.133 units per minute. This is already 1.663 times greater than Slav's enhanced energy recovery at rank 2. Now that he has 308 energy threads, his energy recovery has improved by 308%. This puts his enhanced energy recovery rate at 20.944. This is 6.785 times greater than Slav's energy recovery and 36.65 times greater than Jim's energy recovery rate at rank 2. As large as this gap is, it is not the end. Because Loki has 4 energy chambers, the 308 energy threads actually boost each energy chamber independently. So his total enhanced energy recovery is actually 4 times higher than it should be. This means that the true energy recovery rate for him at rank 2 is 83.776 units per minute. Compared to Slav's energy recovery rate at rank 2, his is 27.14 times higher. As for Jim's, his energy recovery rate is 146.59 times higher. The gap between the untalented Jim and the talented Slav is 5.402 times, but the gap between them and him is 146.59 times and 27.14 times, respectively. So he is making Slav look worse than untalented. Since he is at the peak of rank 2 and his energy density is at level 8, the amount of energy a single unit of his energy chambers can hold is 128 times as much as what they used to hold when he just awakened. That means that he is actually recovering 128 by 83.776 internal energy per minute, which is 10,723 per minute. 10,723 seems like a lot of energy for one person to recover per minute, but it is much larger when it is considered that his total energy capacity is 39,424. This means that he is recovering all of his energy in a maximum of 4 minutes. But this is only if he somehow runs out of energy completely. It will be very difficult for him to run out of energy because there's hardly anything that can make him use more energy than he is recovering per minute. Rank 1 metacs use an average of 10 units of energy per minute, while Rank 2 metacs use an average of 100 units of energy per minute, and Rank 3 metacs use an average of 1,000 units of energy per minute. With a total energy capacity of 39,424 and a recovery rate of 10,723 per minute, there is just no way that a few Rank 2 metacs can tire him out. This is why it seemed like he had infinite energy. Even a bunch of Rank 3 metac will be hard-pressed to tire him out. He will need to use 11 Rank 3 metacs at the same time before. Rank 3 metacs will be able to tire him out. It has to be 11 of them because as long as he still has extra energy recovery to make up for the depletion of his internal energy, his total energy will not run out, and he will still appear to have infinite energy. Of course, the energy regeneration isn't free. The energy has to come from somewhere, even if it appears to be infinite. Either the energy will come from his body, which will require food to replenish, or the energy will come from energy stones. Both options will require a lot of money. So once he runs out of money, his energy recovery rate will become useless, no matter how high it is. Fortunately, he has a lot of money, so he doesn't have to worry about this. What he should worry about is how to fully utilize his high recovery rate. The calculation of his energy recovery rate made him decide that he was underutilizing his talent by using Rank 2 metacs. He decided that since he was this talented, it was only prudent for him to use Rank 3 metacs. He didn't go and replace his metacs just yet, though. It was because he didn't expect to need it yet. He plans to spend the next couple of timelines learning how to forge. This means that he will be reversing time every 3 months and starting over to learn how to forge. Since this is the case, any upgrades that he makes now will go to waste soon. This made him grumble and say to himself, "It is unfortunate that I can carry my branch metacs with me when I reverse time. Fortunately, I will be able to have a life artifact when I advance to Rank 3. That way, I'll be able to carry an artifact with me when I reverse time." Weapons and other artifacts are like metacs in that they are temporary sources of power that he can't take with him when he reverses time. But there's a way out for him when he advances to Rank 3. This way out is related to the life ability of Rank 3 cultivators. This life ability is an advantage that Rank 3 cultivators possess, just like the energy threads, the higher energy recovery, and the overload that Rank 2 cultivators have over Rank 1 cultivators. Comments. Chapter 90. The life ability is a passive ability of Rank 3 cultivation, so every Rank 3 cultivator possesses it. This means that he can carry it with him when he reverses time. Cultivators of different pathways create their life ability in various ways, but for forgers, they literally forge their life ability. For forgers, their life ability is a weapon or artifact that they forge. He must use an artifact forged with his blood and highly compatible with his core metac for his life ability. This is why he is so dedicated to learning how to forge instead of relying on buying weapons and artifacts with money that he earns from gambling. So until he is done learning how to forge, he won't be spending time on anything else or getting rank 3 metax. And as the situation will have it, the Rusty Bolt Society has a lot to teach him. The Rusty Bolt Society mainly forges exoskeleton armor, mechs, puppets, and golems. But they forge miscellaneous tools like hammers, swords, spears, knives, etc. They call weapons miscellaneous tools. It is clear that they look down on weapons. Loki had to agree with him about this when he saw the intricate steps and the difficulty involved in forging puppets, golems, exoskeleton armor, and mechs compared to forging weapons. The difficulty between them made the forging of weapons the practice stage for novices compared to the skill needed to forge puppets. But this comparison didn't mean that it was easy to forge weapons or that it was useless to learn how to forge weapons. Weapons were also difficult to forge, and the skills acquired from learning how to forge weapons were also useful for forging more complicated things. This was why Loki was willing to learn how to forge everything he could learn to forge. Since he didn't need to spend time refining his internal energy, his cultivation never lagged behind. The best part was that learning how to forge also increased his energy manipulation skill. This was because he was constantly using metax during the forging process. So not only did his skill not lag behind because of his focus on learning how to forge, but it also increased, and it increased rapidly. It increased so fast that it brought a smile to his face anytime he thought of forging. The refining of his Tao heart didn't lag behind either. This was because the sky-raising technique has a passive component that would ensure that his Tao heart grew stronger the more he loves and the more experiences he gains. All of these made his experience at the Rusty Bolt Society a good time. He didn't care about his bad accommodations when he rarely spent time there. The same couldn't be said about the 6 people who came with him. They were having a hard time just surviving because they needed money for food and money for metax. Their situation was made extra difficult by the 1,000 energy stones that they had to pay the sect every month. The need to make the monthly payment to the sect meant that they had to find a way to earn money, so they couldn't dedicate all of their time to learning how to forge as Loki could. As for Loki, many people had noticed that there was something abnormal about him because of the fact that he was rarely tired. They weren't sure what was so wrong about him because he was physically strong and was rich. But if he had gone ahead to replace all his metax with their rank 3 versions and was using them 24/7 to forge, they would surely be able to identify what was so abnormal about him. That would surely be problematic because everyone would like to possess whatever he had that made him have infinite energy recovery. However, no matter how he tried to lay low, trouble still came looking for him. The trouble came 2 months after he joined the Rusty Bolt Society. It happened on a day that was like any other day. He hadn't slept last night and had stayed up to work. The other members of the society were just resuming their work for the day when an explosion shook the factory. Loki thought that a furnace had exploded, so he looked over with nonchalance. But when he looked over, what he saw was that the front door and a large portion of the front wall of the factory had been destroyed by an explosion. So he thought to himself, from the looks of things, the source of the explosion was from outside the factory. As he thought of this, someone appeared in the large hole in the wall. Because of the bright light coming from the opening in the wall, they could see that this person's skin was golden. The person said to them in a booming voice, "Leave if you don't want to die." Their voice was so loud that it seemed as if they had spoken through a loudspeaker. But no one was paying attention to that or his golem skin. His words were like a matchstick thrown into a barrel of fuel. They caused the crowd to explode in panic. Everyone began to scramble in a bid to escape. Meanwhile, after the golden person had warned them, he turned his attention to the rest of the building. He pointed his hand to the rest of the wall, as if he was pushing it. But the wall didn't budge at all. What happened next was that a hole appeared in the man's hand, and an unassuming black ball was ejected from the hole towards the wall. When this black ball struck the wall, it suddenly expanded into a ball of fire. This caused an explosion that destroyed another section of the wall. The man stopped what he was doing to stare at them and say, "Leave if you don't want to die." Then it turned its head back to the wall. walked closer to the intact portion, and lobbed another explosive ball at it. Comments. Chapter 91. When the explosion that followed destroyed the next section of the wall, the golden man turned to them and said, "Leave if you don't want to die." Then he resumed, destroying the walls of the factory. He destroyed the walls bit by bit, and whenever he destroyed a portion of the wall, he would warn them in the same loud, booming sound reminiscent of an outdoor speaker. This behavior, coupled with its measured robotic steps, made Loki, who was outside the factory with the others, realize that the golden man was not human. Loki's eyes first lit up in realization as he said, "It is a golem. It is an automated puppet. No one wonders its movement set is so limited." But then his brows furrowed as he said, "So someone sent a golem to destroy the factory. Who would do that? Does the Rusty Bolt Society have an enemy? Or has Rusty offended someone?" Everyone else had similar questions on their mind. They were either thinking about this or ogling the golem and praising its workmanship. Now that they knew the identity of the man, some more experienced members of the society also understood more of what was going on. One of them said to the others with confidence, "I bet they sent the golem to do their dirty job because they don't want to be associated with the crime." Another person said, "They must be rich if they can afford to send a golem, though. So why did they allow us to escape and not kill us?" He spoke with a tone that indicated that he was complaining about not being killed. He didn't seem at all sad that his place was being destroyed. Then this person sighed and said, "I wish they had killed us." His words caused many people to laugh in understanding. They understood why someone would wish someone would kill him. It is so that he can cash in on his value and escape from the control of the Rusty Bolt Society. So someone sneered and said, "It is because they are smart not to bring down a building on top of 100 rank 2 people that managed to become rich enough to afford a golem. If they had brought down the building on us, the fire from the furnaces would have destroyed our bodies. So they won't earn anything from killing us. That's why it was a smart idea to let us go. They're not going to put themselves in debt just to free you from your bad job. Even if they can afford it, it is a thankless job." Someone else jeered at the suicidal cultivator, saying, "If you want to die so badly, why don't you rush back into the factory and let it collapse on you?" The suicidal cultivator sighed again and said with a sorrowful tone, "I wish I could do that and get away with it. It would be one thing if I were deaf and hadn't heard the warning. But now that I've heard the warning and even successfully escaped, if I return to let the building collapse on me, that would be counted as suicide, and I won't earn anything." His words caused them to erupt in another round of laughter. Then they began to joke around again. No one appeared to be sad that their place of work was being destroyed. Everyone appeared to be happy to see it happen. Loki listened to this banter attentively and gleaned some useful information from it. From what they said, he was able to put together a more complete picture of what was going on. Out of everything that they said, one thing stood out to him the most. That thing was the reason why they were not all dead right now. He chuckled to himself and said, So the reason the person who is doing this didn't kill us is that they were not going to earn anything from it. But if they had the opportunity to earn something from killing us, we would all be dead." Then he said in part awe and part amusement, "What a world." Someone heard what he said, but wasn't amused by it. This person instead felt sorrowful that their life and death depended on something that would be gained by killing them. But this person didn't complain because there was nothing to complain about. This was just the way the world worked, and no amount of complaining was going to change it. But the demeanor of this person was sorrowful, though. It formed a contrast with others who were chatting and making jokes about the situation. While they were chatting, the golem continued to destroy the building. At this point, cracks were spreading along the floor and walls from the first floor all the way to the third floor. So it was just a matter of time before the massive 3-story building was destroyed. But before that happened, the city police arrived on the scene. There were 5 of them. All of them were rank 3 cultivators. The 5 of them came in an imposing manner, but they stopped some distance from the factory. They didn't approach the crime scene, but instead chose to stand and watch the crime happen. It was clear that they had no intention of stopping the crime. And knowing the city police, everyone could guess that the 5 of them were hoping that the crime would escalate. One of the members of the Rusty Bolt Society saw this and said with a wide smile on their face, "At this rate, the factory will be destroyed. The person who sent the golem will get the satisfaction of a successfully completed mission. The police will get to keep the golem for the crime tax, and we won't have to work for a few days. So everyone will be happy and satisfied. What more can a man ask for? Unfortunately for him, things turned sour immediately after he spoke. Comments. Chapter 92. Someone flew over from the inner city and came up to the factory. They came wearing a large mech with many guns, so no one thought that they were here for anything good. The large mech landed in front of the factory and shouted at the golden golem, "Why are you doing this?" The golem actually stopped what it was doing. Then it turned to the mech and said, "This is payback for messing with me. Next time, you should stay out of my business and not mess with someone that I've laid my eyes on. You are not worthy." The person in the large mech seemed to understand what the golem meant, so he said, "Calm down. Let's talk about this. I am sure we can come to an understanding." But the golem had stopped listening to him. It had stopped to say the one message that it was programmed to tell Rusty. Now that it said what it had to say, it continued to destroy the factory. Of course, Rusty wasn't going to let this continue. He shouted at the golem, "Stop it." Even though his shout was very loud, the golem didn't stop what it was doing. Rusty wasn't just going to stand and watch as his moneymaker was destroyed, so he controlled the mech to rush towards the golem. As he covered the distance between them, he shouted again, "I said stop that." The golem finally responded. It turned to look at the approaching mech and said, "This is just the beginning." Then exploded. It became a ball of fire that was many times stronger than the explosions it had been making earlier. This level of explosion was enough to destroy a large portion of the factory, but it was nowhere near large enough to bring down the whole factory. Fortunately, there were many furnaces on every floor. The explosion of the golem set off the furnaces and caused them to overload, so the furnaces began to explode. They exploded one after the other, turning the entire factory into one large, crumbling, and burning ruin. The collapsing factory had also buried the large mech. Then the mech was submerged in fire and more explosions. So not only had Rusty failed to stop the destruction of his factory, but he might have also died in the resulting explosion. The people most distraught to see were not the people who used to work in the factory. The workers were jubilant and over the moon in joy at the possibility of the death of Rusty. It was the police who were anguished by the turn of events. This was because the golem had exploded. The explosion of the golem meant that they were not going to get paid for this crime. This saddened them for a while, but their sadness quickly turned into anger. One of them swore angrily, saying, "I swear it on my life to find the perpetrator and bring them to justice. I won't rest day and night until they pay for what they did." The other police officers were of the same mind. They were incensed and had made up their minds to investigate this crime. But then, another golden man appeared, walked over to them, and deactivated itself. This caused them to stop what they were doing and stare at the golem. The 5 police officers looked at the golden golem, which was identical to the one that just exploded, and looked at each other. Then the police officer, who just swore on his life to fight for justice, said, "Never mind." The other 4 also calmed down. They picked up the golem and left immediately. Gone was their anger at the injustice. Now they had wide smiles on their faces. Loki saw this and said in amusement, "Police officers taking a bribe in broad daylight, but there is nothing wrong with it. What a world." Just as he was feeling amused, something erupted from the burning ruins. When they looked closer, they saw that it was a black mech. The black mech rose into the air above the ruins. It gained height and surveyed the extent of damage. What it saw was not pleasant to it at all. When Rusty saw that the factory had been completely destroyed, he roared in anger, saying, "Loki." Those who heard the roar could sense the pain, bitterness, and anger of the person who shouted. So even though they couldn't see the person in the mech, everyone could accurately imagine what expression they had on their face. When Loki heard the roar, his heart fell to the very bottom of his chest. As his heart sank, he looked at the mech in the sky and whispered to himself, "What will you do next?" He got his answer soon enough. The mech in the sky turned in his direction. Then it rushed at top speed towards him. Loki saw this and said, "Time to go." He didn't bother to wait to know exactly what Rusty planned to do with him. He could guess what was going to happen from the way Rusty had screamed his name and was rushing towards him. What he guessed wasn't good at all, so he decided to reverse time. The rewind metac activated instantly, so Fenrir jumped into the river of time and took his consciousness with it. Because Fenrir was now at the peak of the second rank, it could go further into the past than before. When Fenrir had just advanced to rank 2, it could go back 2 months. But now it could go upstream the river of time for 3 months. After Loki woke up, he found himself in his room refining his body. This was a day after he had just reversed time after killing Jim. So he had just advanced to rank 2 a day ago and had made the decision to continue forging his body even though Death Envoy had her eyes on him. Comments. Chapter 93. Another thing that happened recently was that Simon had attacked him last night. So he had decided to stop holding back and had gone to splurge earlier in the day and bought all the rank 2 cloudy date metacs that he needed to advance all 4 of his energy chambers to the peak of rank 2. After his 2 consciousnesses fused and his memories of the future and the current were reconciled, he exhaled and said, "What was he screaming for? Didn't he promise to protect me?" What he did expect was going to happen when one crosses the Rain family. Then he snorted and said, "He is just like that Tommy guy." Both of them are cheaters and con men. They're made from the same dubious mold. He didn't feel guilty at all that the factory was destroyed. In fact, he is so unrepentant that he intends to repeat the events of the last timeline and join the Rusty Bolt Society to learn how to forge despite knowing that this would make the Rain family target Rusty. With his decision made, he continued to refine his body. But he still grumbled and said, "Better Rusty than I. He promised to take the blow for me, so he has to do his job." As he said this to himself, he remembered how Rusty had roared in pain. This brought a smile to his face. He sneered and said, "Instead of going to fight Skarg and the Viking Blade Society, he only knows how to bully someone small like me." There was very little to do to entertain himself that was safe, so his days were usually spent in monotonous training. But as he continued to refine his body, memories of the previous timeline kept popping up in his mind, causing him to smile and chuckle. For a while that day, and the following morning, he was entertained while training. Of course, to the people who saw him giggling for no reason, he appeared to be losing his mind. They thought that he was crazy, so they gave him weird looks. But this only further amused Loki. Loki spent his days training until it was time for the competition. He won the competition and advertised for the Rusty Bolt Society as he did for them in the previous timeline. Then he joined the Rusty Bolts Society and went to learn how to forge. He did this for 3 more timelines, for a total of 5 timelines that he spent as a member of the Rusty Bolt Society. Each time he was a member of the Rusty Bolt Society, he could only maintain it for 2 months. So he spent 10 months learning how to forge. He could only spend 2 months in each timeline because a golden golem would always attack the factory every 2 months, and Rusty would come after him with murderous intentions. His 10 months of training can be equated to 40 months of training for ordinary people and 60 months of training for less than average people. This is because he spent all of his time forging, which is a privilege others don't have, even if they don't have to work to earn money. In these 10 months of training, it can be said that he has learned everything that the Rusty Bolt Society can teach him. To be fair, what the Rusty Bolt Society taught him isn't actually a lot. He and every member of the society had the opportunity to learn how to forge artifacts up to rank 3. As for the techniques and materials needed to forge rank 4 artifacts and above, Rusty didn't teach them, even though they were his slaves. Loki tried many times to get Rusty to teach them how to forge rank 4 mechs, but Rusty refused. In fact, Rusty claimed that his knowledge would have to die with him. Loki couldn't blame Rusty for this because Rusty is one of 2 people in the city who could forge rank 4 artifacts. So, to teach another person how to forge rank 4 artifacts is to create competition for himself. Since Loki had nothing left to learn from the Rusty Bolt Society, he returned to the embrace of the Deathclaw Society, like a prodigal son returning home to his father. However, his treatment was different this time around because he had become a hot commodity after advancing to rank 2. After all, he was no longer a rank 1 cultivator like the time he first joined the Deathclaw Society. He wasn't just some talented young man at rank 1 who needed protection and who no one was willing to protect from the Rain family. He was now a rank 2 cultivator who could advertise for them and draw a lot of recruits into their society. Even if they were lying about protecting him, they still had to provide a lot of benefits up front in order to recruit him. As for what will happen later, that is still up for debate. Jim was also assigned to Obi's guide this time around. During the entire process of registration and being led to his apartment, Jim was very respectful to him. The Mindhunter didn't dare to call him ignorant and naive like he did the first time they met. Loki noticed all of these differences in how he was being treated, and it brought a smile of amusement to his lips. As Jim led him to his new accommodations, he thought to himself, "Power is great. I should get more of it." His smile became wider when he was led to a building with condos, not one with 2-room apartments. The first time he joined the Deathclaw Society 7 timelines ago, he was given an apartment in the 4th ring to stay. He is still staying in the 4th ring, but this time he was given an entire flat with 3 rooms, a personal kitchen, and a personal bathroom. Comments. Chapter 94. As he sat on his new bed, he laughed to himself about how power was changing him. This thought made him chuckle and say, "If I let this continue, I might turn into that little cocky shit that people call Slav." Speaking of Slav, I wonder how he is doing now. He must be doing well since he has such a rich and powerful father. Then he curled his lips in disdain and said, "Lucky bastard." He was born lucky to a rich family. He was also lucky to be born with incredible talent. And he even awakened divine metacs. He didn't just awaken one divine metac, though. He awakened 2 divine metacs in a row. Then he awakened a literal metac of the luck pathway. How lucky is that? As if those weren't good enough, he was lucky that he left the initiation program and didn't participate in the competition, or I would have humiliated him. He is lucky that I don't have space within Fenrir, or I would have taken his danger sense metac. He is just too lucky. After complaining some more about how lucky Slav was, he thought to himself, speaking of the danger sense metac, why didn't he use it as his core metac, though? After all, it is a divine metac. It has to be better than some common metac. Does it have anything to do with the luck pathway being cut off? I have never even heard of any branch metacs in that pathway being available. He has asked around during the 10 months since he advanced to rank 2. So he knows that the danger sense metac belongs to the luck pathway. That information was very difficult to acquire because very few people still remember that such a path existed. He learned that there used to be many pathways in existence, but a lot of them disappeared because of a great war that occurred a long time ago. The luck pathway and the dual cultivation pathway are examples of the pathways that were lost. No one that he asked was sure of the reason for the Great War, but many of them believe that the war was fought for control of the world because only 5 sects remained after the war, and each of the 5 sects had carved up the world for themselves. If the disappearance of the luck pathway is why Slav didn't choose to use the luck pathway, he can guess that Slav made his decision because branch metacs of the Orwi will be difficult to acquire, and because he won't be able to acquire status in this pathway. But if the Great War itself is why Slav decided not to embark on the luck pathway, then the first thing that comes to his mind is that there might be people who hate the luck pathway who would want to kill Slav immediately they find out that there's a new cultivator of the luck pathway. After all, there has to be a reason why the Great War was fought and why the entire luck pathway was eliminated. He doesn't think that reason can be anything good for new cultivators of the luck pathway, or there could be nothing to worry about from the Great War. After all, it was a long time ago. The luck pathway has nearly been forgotten, and it is highly likely that everyone who fought that war has died. But what do I know? Can I know the young master of the Rain family? Besides, that son of a bitch is doing well. He has bought money and talent to do well in the money pathway. It is just a pity, though. It is a pity that he can't use the luck pathway because, clearly, the luck pathway suits him. It is also a pity that I can't use it. Then he smiled and said, "Fortunately, I don't need luck. I have time on my hands." After bemoaning the loss of the luck pathway, he shifted his attention to more important things. The most important thing is his advancement to rank 3. As he thought of this, he began listing out the things he needed to advance in his mind and on his fingers. He raised one finger and said, I need level 3 Dao Heart. He raised a second finger and said, I need a total energy manipulation skill of 200%. That is, I need an extra 100% overload on top of the normal energy saturation rate. He raised a third finger and said, I need my cultivation to be at the peak of rank 2. Then he raised a fourth finger and said, I need to advance my core metak to rank 3. This is very important. Next, he raised a fifth finger on his hand and said, finally, I need the substrate for my core metak. Since I'm choosing to go the route of the forging pathway, I need to forge that substrate myself. After counting his 5 fingers, he began mentally ticking off the requirements that he had met and physically counting down with his fingers which requirements he didn't need to spend time on. As one finger was dropped, he said, I already have a level 3 Dao Heart. My energy manipulation skill has also crossed 200%. Finally, my cultivation has long since reached the peak of rank 2. By the time he was done with this, 3 of his fingers had been dropped. This left 2 more requirements, and the 2 fingers that represented them still standing. This made him say, so I need to advance my core metak to rank 3, and I need to forge the substrate. The first one is easy to fulfill. I just need to buy a rank 3 cultivator, preferably of the forging pathway. It will just be expensive. As for the second one, I will need to do it myself. It will be more difficult, and it will take time to complete. I also need a good material to use for the substrate. That will be expensive too. Comments. Chapter 95. Then he thought of something important. It was so important that he raised another finger for it. As he raised this third finger, he said, I also need to upgrade all my metaks to rank 3. This too will cost a lot of money. After making a summary of what he needed to do, he grinned and said, I need money and a lot of it. This means that I have to be busy for the next few days. What a hassle. He said that it was a hassle, but he said this with a grin on his face. And no one who sees him like this will believe that it is really a hassle for him to earn money. He doesn't think it is a hassle either. After all, what he needs to do is take out his gambling dossier, memorize its contents, and then go to a gambling house. Gambling is not exactly exciting to him, since he always wins. But he is excited to gamble this time around, because one of the gambling houses he plans to go to belongs to the Viking Blade Society. The Viking Blade Society runs a fighting ring in the city. Cultivators fight each other for money, and sometimes they fight to the death. People can spectate the matches, or if they want more excitement, they can gamble on the outcome of the matches. Since he already knows who will win in some high-profile fights, he has the perfect opportunity to make the Viking Blade Society lose a lot of money. This is why he was grinning at the prospect of gambling. Gambling when knowing the outcome might not be exciting, but making an enemy lose a lot of money is always a pleasurable experience. So it was with great anticipation that he took out the gambling dossier and began going through it. As he did so, he chuckled and said, the following month is not going to be good for the Viking Blade Society. He was sure of this because he needed a lot of money, and he planned to earn far more than he needed. First of all, he needs money to buy the rank 3 slave. In general, rank 3 cultivators are valued from 30,000 energy stones to 100,000 energy stones. His only requirement for the rank 3 slave is for them to be on the forging pathway. This is because he wants their core metak to align with the route of life ability that he is aiming for. He doesn't care for their cultivation, soul strength, willpower, mental strength, or physical strength. All he cares about is which pathway they belong to. His lax requirements mean that the slave he wants should be on the cheaper end of the spectrum. Unfortunately, forgers are one of the most expensive types of slaves. This is because forgers are skilled and can make more money by forging artifacts and weapons. Another factor that he has to take into consideration is that the price of 30,000 energy stones to 100,000 energy stones is what he has to pay the sect for killing the person. He still has to pay the same master or the person selling the slave, and odds are that the price that the slave master will ask for won't be low. In general, if he is lucky, he won't have to spend 100,000 energy stones on both the sect and the slave master. That already is a lot of money. At any other time, he won't care about paying the sect for the value of the person because he can reverse time and forget about the debt. But things are different this time around because he needs to become an inner sect disciple. He needs to become an inner sect disciple because he wants to gain access to the public trading platform and use it to get the rare material that he has his mind on. That rare material is called living metal. Living metak is said to be a rank 4 material. It is a material that can heal damage to itself and grow stronger. This makes it very valuable and very expensive. It can cost up to 1 million energy stones for 1 kilogram. Ever since he heard about the material and went around asking about it, he has never found or seen the material. He was told that it never appeared in the city. Even if living metal appeared in the city, it would be scooped up by the more powerful people in the city. So the only way for him to get it is to gain access to the market of the whole sect and use the connections of the sect to acquire it. Since the sect won't let him become an inner disciple as long as he still owes them money, he has to pay them for the debt. So the rank 3 slave and the rank 4 living metal material will cost him 1.1 million energy stones. Unfortunately for the Viking Blade Society, this isn't all that he needs for his plans. He will need money to rent a forging furnace to forge the material. At the very least, the furnace will need to be capable of forging rank 3 materials. This is acceptable because the living metal material is easy to forge. Even then, it will cost a lot of money to rent a rank 3 furnace. Then he will need to raise the strength of his body to rank 3 and upgrade all of his metaks to rank 3 so that he will have the power needed to forge the living metal material. After all, strength is a very important factor for forging. The rank 3 metak that he needs to forge his body will cost 10,000 energy stones alone. But the materials that he will need to refine his body with will also cost money. His other metaks will cost from 2,500 energy stones to 10,000 energy stones. So he will be spending between 25,000 and 100,000 energy stones on them. Comments. Chapter 96. All in all, he will need around 2 million energy stones. The bulk of this will be caused by the cost of the living material. The second most expensive thing will be the cost of renting the forge and the energy stones consumed during the process of using the forge. This means that in the next month, the Viking Blade Society will lose 2 million stones. This thought brought a smile to his face. When he was done reviewing his gambling records, he stood up and said with excitement, "No matter how rich they are, they will feel this loss." Then he went to change his clothes. What he changed into was a large cloak with a hood that could be used to cover his head. He also got a mask to wear. He is doing this to hide his identity. After all, if what he wants actually happens and the Rain family becomes angry because they lost a lot of money, he would like it if they don't take their anger out on him. He has already pissed them off when he tried to kill Simon, and there is still retribution for that coming in about 2 months. He doesn't want them to decide to speed up their retribution plan. So he thought that it was a good idea to hide the identity of the person who made them lose so much money. After he was sure that it would be very difficult to physically identify him, he left his place to go gambling. He didn't take anything other than his sect token with him. He didn't take energy stones either. What he will use to bet will be the 5,000 contribution points that he earned as his reward for winning the competition. This is what he intends to use to acquire 2 million contribution points. He will need to multiply the 5,000 contribution points by a total of 400 times for him to get the 2 million that he needs. This will be very difficult to achieve in one match. But it is something he can achieve in less than 6 matches, even if each match has as few as 3 odds. To someone else, turning 5,000 into 2 million will be a fairy tale. But for someone like him, what will be a fairy tale is how to earn more than 2 million with 5,000 and get away with it without being killed for his insolence. He had this thought and a sheepish grin on his face as he left his apartment. Not even the sight of Jim stalking him could sour his mood. He did give what Jim was doing a brief thought, though. He made a mental note, saying, "One of these days, I should have a meeting with this guy and ask him why he is stalking me." Then he ignored Jim and went on a gambling spree. He called it a spree, but to the Rain family and Viking Blade Society, that month was a month of a painful losing streak. No one could sit still after losing 10 million energy stones. The loss was so bad that someone quickly went to inform Skarg, the head of the family. Skarg was standing on top of the headquarters of the Viking Blade Society while the wind ruffled his hair. This is what he usually does when he needs space to think. His position grants him an overhead view of the city and its busy denizens. He likes to watch them go about their day like ants in an ant farm. The thought that most of them are slaves serving different masters usually soothes his inner turmoil. But today, things were different. The news he just received has made it so that he doesn't need his usual ritual to be in a good mood. His 3 sons were standing behind him, either listening, speaking, or waiting for his instructions. Serge, his eldest son, was the one who was speaking. He said to Skarg, "It is going to be very difficult to find the person because they wore a cloak to hide their identity, but I'll try my best." Skarg smiled and said, "You must find them." The fact that they could win so frequently, without losing even once, and win so much either means that they are incredibly lucky, or that they are cultivators of the luck pathway, or that they have a special way to know what the winning outcome of a game of chance is. Whichever is the case, I must subdue and control them. His eyes became full of anticipation as he said, "Who knows? This might be the lucky break I need to gain control of the city." So a lot is counting on this. As Skarg spoke, it became more and more clear that he wasn't angry about the loss of 10 million energy stones. The opposite is actually the truth. He was happy to hear that someone was able to win so spectacularly. This was why he didn't need to spend much time up here to get his good mood. The news of the lucky gambler was enough to quickly put him in a good mood. His anticipation for capturing that lucky person also spread to Serge, who immediately said, "You can count on me, Father. I'll do everything to find him. If I can't find him, then I will pay the sect to disclose the identity of the person who made the transactions at our gambling houses. As long as we have the transaction records, we will be able to find them. It will just be expensive." Skarg nodded in satisfaction and said, Good. Do whatever you can and pay however much it will cost to find them. I am sure that when we find and enslave that person, we will be able to recoup our loss." Then his eyes glinted with sharpness as he said, "If they think they can take my money and treat me like their bank account, then they have another thing coming. What they've taken is my bait, not the loot that they think they have." Comments. Chapter 97. It was clear to the 3 of them that Skarg was determined to apprehend that person. Simon, who had something else to say but wasn't sure about its reception, decided to use this opportunity when their father was in a good mood to say what he wanted. He asked tentatively, "Father, what are we going to do about Death Envoy's attempt on my life? It is clear that the slave boy made a deal with her, and she is supporting him." Skarg shook his head and said, "It is indeed clear that she is working with that slave and has made a deal with him, but it is not clear whether she truly wanted to kill you. Trust me, if she wanted to kill you, you wouldn't have returned that night. I believe that she did all of that just to put up a show for the slave." Simon wasn't satisfied with this, so he asked, saying, "So what if it was all a show? The fact remains that she disregards us and dares to move against us. Are we going to let it go?" In response, Skarg chuckled and said, "I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to make me angry. You should know better than to think that you can rile me up and make me make decisions based on my emotions. What you should have appealed with is something that benefits me, such as the fact that she might be an obstacle in my path of becoming the city lord. If you had said that, I would have no choice but to take her as my enemy." His words made Simon smile and say, "But what use will that be? After all, you've already regarded her as your enemy." This time, Skarg laughed and said, "Good one." He even clapped just to show how amused he was by Simon's words. After laughing, he said solemnly to them, "You're right. She's already my enemy. It is also probably the case that she already considers me her enemy, too. This would explain why she would dare act against us. So, I must retaliate, but I have to take her seriously. After all, she isn't like Rusty, who only has a level 3 status. She has a level 4 status, so she has to be taken seriously. This means that I must hit her hard and fast with the sole goal of killing her. As for that slave boy, I think there is something fishy about him. The way he won all of that money during the initiation program is suspicious. If not for the fact that he is already a forger, I would have believed that he was a cultivator of luck pathway. Anyway, continue to keep track of him. If you find anything suspicious about him, you can report back to me. If you don't, then we should wait until he reaches rank 3 before we make a move on him. That way, he can maximize his value for us." Simon bowed his head slightly and said, "Yes, Father." If Simon hadn't been attacked that night, Skard wouldn't have cared that Death Envoy wanted Loki. He would have let her have Loki because he wouldn't want to antagonize her for no reason. Death Envoy is just too powerful to mess with without a good reason, and Loki isn't a good enough reason to offend someone as powerful as her. But if Death Envoy is already making a move against him, as she did when she orchestrated the attempt on Simon's life, then all bets are off, and he has to prepare to fight her. With that sorted out, Skard turned to Slav and smiled broadly as he said, "Was the genius of our family? How's your preparation for your advancement?" Slav looked in pain as he replied, saying, "I'm trying my best. My trainer is also pushing me. I'm sure that I will be able to reach 100% energy saturation rate soon. Then I will be able to advance to rank 2. Skard walked over to him and patted him on his shoulders before he said, "Well done. You need to be in top shape for your listing. If you are listed as having advanced to rank 2 in a little over a year, then your share value will be very high." Skard's words were spoken with good intentions, but Slav still felt a sting of emotional pain when he heard them. This was because Skard had said that his share value would be well if he advanced to rank 2 a little after a year after awakening, which means that someone else who had awakened at the same time as him, but had already advanced to rank 2 in less than a year, must be way more valuable than whatever he could ever achieve. The worst part is that he's been trying his best and training day and night. Yet his energy manipulation skill is only crawling forward. It is not moving as fast as he wants it to be. This means that no matter how hard he works, the gap between him and a certain someone who has already advanced to rank 2 will only continue to increase daily. No amount of wealth will help him make up for the gap, because no amount of wealth will help him advance to rank 2 without meeting all the requirements, especially the one for skill. He was not satisfied with this, so his face fell, and he said to his father, "But father, how did that slave train his energy manipulation skill so fast?" His question made Skard smile and say, "There are 2 reasons I can think of for his fast improvement in skill. They are innate talent and a high Tao heart. You should remember that your instructor during the initiation program already noticed that his mind was more powerful than everyone else. I'm guessing that's why he was able to free himself from the slave shackles." Comments. Chapter 98. When you combine that observation of your instructor with Death Envoy's interest in him, I am sure that the slave boy has a soul and mind above level 1. With all the money he acquired and with Death Envoy support, the power of his soul and mind must have reached level 2 by now. Then there is the matter of his Tao heart. I am sure that his Tao heart is at least level 3. He was able to survive his experience as a slave without giving up, but instead had a strong determination to gain his freedom. I believe that this is an indicator that his willpower is strong. His willpower might even be at level 4 or close to it. When you combine all of these, you will find his swift advancement to rank 2 to be reasonable. And I know that you don't want to hear it, but all of these will make him far more valuable than you. Slav opened his mouth to complain, but Skard interrupted him, saying, "Listen to me." His voice was stern when he said that to Slav, but then he calmed down and eased his tone as he said, "It is true that he makes for a better investment than you. But no one will invest in him because he is a member of the Deathclaw Society. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge and sense will know not to invest in someone destined to become another puppet in Death Envoy's repertoire. And even if they still go ahead and invest in him, all the better for us, because that will make him grow quickly so that we can harvest him as soon as possible. In summary, you don't have to worry about him because no matter how he shines, he can only become foil to make someone else or even you shine brighter. That is his destiny." His father's words calmed Slav down and restored his confidence in himself. His heart settled as he bowed to Skard and said, "Thank you, father." Skard nodded in satisfaction before he moved back to his position at the edge of the building overlooking the world beneath him. As he did this, he said to them, "You may go." His 3 sons bowed before turning to leave. But then they heard Skard say, "You should advance too, Simon. Your overload should have reached the critical point by now." Simon's eyes lit up when he heard this. He said excitedly, "Really, father?" Skarg nodded with his back turned to him. "Yes. I'm sure. You're ready." This confirmation caused Simon's excitement to soar. He quickly rushed off to arrange for his advancement. Slav watched him with some envy. He was envious that Simon could advance without trying hard like him. But this made him remember the painful training that he was going through in order to raise his energy manipulation skill. So his face contorted. Serge saw this and laughed. Then he said to Slav, "It seems I won't be needed around here anymore and can finally go to the battlefield to earn merit points to raise my status. I'll leave once I settle the matter of the person who took 10 million energy stones from us. I'll go and join our eldest sister, so you will be alone with Simon. You guys should take care of yourself." Slav nodded in understanding before saying, "You can go in peace, brother. I'll take care of Simon." His reply made Serge chuckle and say, "I'm sure you will." Then the two went their separate way to do what they needed to do. After Slav had separated from everyone else, he allowed himself to become solemn, and a hint of the fear that he had been hiding in his heart leaked through his facial expression. His face was solemn as he asked himself, why is father looking for cultivators of the luck pathway? What's so special about that pathway anyway? What will he do if I reveal that I have the danger sense metak to him? No one knows he possesses the danger sense metak, not even his father and brothers. He didn't tell anyone about it, because of the danger that he felt about doing so, and because the danger sense metak is a divine metak. Divine metaks are very rare and special. From what he has heard, divine metaks are important for advancing to rank 6, and there are many rank 5 cultivators who haven't been able to advance because they lack a divine metak. He also heard that divine metaks are also valuable to rank 6 cultivators and above, simply because divine metaks are the only metaks that can reach rank 6. So if it is revealed that he possesses such a valuable metak, scores of rank 5 cultivators will swarm and hunt him. Even rank 6 divine cultivators will also come after him. But as bad as this is, it is not the most important source of danger about the danger sense metak to him. This is because this danger is only a possibility and will take time before it arrives. His family won't get into trouble immediately after he reveals to them that he has the danger sense metak. On the other hand, he can sense that something very bad will happen the instant he uses the danger sense metak as his core metak. The worst part of this immediate danger is that he can't sense what it is or who it will come from. All he can tell is that the danger will come from the sky, which has only fueled his suspicion that the source of danger is too strong for him to perceive. Both the immediate and possible dangers make revealing the danger sense metak a bad idea for both himself and his family. But for some reason, his father is looking for cultivators of the luck pathway and won't say why. This is making him worried that Skarg will attract trouble. Comments. Chapter 99. If he didn't have the danger sense metak, he would have nothing to fear since he has nothing to hide. But now that Skarg is looking for cultivators of the luck pathway, Slav is afraid that someone might think that Skarg is doing so in order to acquire branch metaks of the luck pathway for one of his sons. This thought, combined with his intense training, is giving him a lot of stress that he wishes he didn't have. Unfortunately, he has no choice but be worried about his secret being exposed, and he has no choice but to go and train very hard. He could only sigh and say, on the plus side, all of this stress is making my Tao heart refining faster. So not everything is so bad. On the other side, Simon was very excited. Loki was also excited. The two of them were excited for the same reason. They were about to advance to rank 3, which is the stage where someone becomes a bona fide cultivator. The two of them were advancing through 2 different methods, though. Simon is meticulously following the steps of Secret Recipe so as to create a special life ability, while Loki is using a unique method that no one has ever used. Loki is in his apartment in front of a large table while rubbing his hands in excitement. There is a person tied to the table. This person is the rank 3 forger that he bought. The rank 3 cultivator is currently unconscious. Loki made sure of that, so that the cultivator wouldn't have any memory of what was about to happen. He is being cautious because information can be acquired from the dead, especially about how they died. After all, in this world, even the dead can't keep a secret. The best way to keep a secret is to ensure that no one knows about it in the first place. When he was sure that everything was ready, he placed a tracking mark on the rank 3 with the tracking ability. Then he picked up a knife from the table and used it to slit the woman's throat. The woman didn't seem to notice the injury to her throat as she didn't struggle. But the muscles of her chest quivered as they struggled to help her lungs acquire the air needed for her to continue living. Unfortunately for her lungs, they couldn't get more oxygen, no matter how her chest muscles struggled. So she died, and it was peaceful and quiet. Her death was confirmed by the notification from the sect telling him that he now owes them 60,000 energy stones. Combined with the 30,000 energy stones that he paid to buy the slave, he has spent 90,000 energy stones for this. As expensive as this was, Loki was very satisfied. He even said in awe, "So easy and quiet. Money is truly good." Without money, he would have to risk his life to fight a rank 3 cultivator. But thanks to money, he didn't have to go through this much stress. It was a wonderful feeling that made him feel powerful. But he didn't let the intoxication of the power of money stand in the way of acquiring the power of cultivation and the possible intoxication of that kind of power. So he made sure to use the seal ability to preserve the core metak and stop it from dying with the rank 3 cultivator. Then he slowly pulled the core metak from the corpse of the rank 3 cultivator. This was a process that took 11 minutes. This was because this person had 33 energy threads and a life ability. It should have taken him 5 minutes and 30 seconds to extract the core metak from a rank 2 cultivator with 33 energy threads. But it took twice that long for this rank 3 cultivator because his life ability had made his energy threads even more tightly bound to the host. This is why a rank 3 cultivator can't attempt to change their pathway at all. A rank 2 cultivator who tries to remove their core metak will lose their energy well, but a rank 3 cultivator who loses their core metak will lose their life. He has even heard that the fusion between cultivator and their pathway will only continue to increase until they reach a stage where even if they die, they will reincarnate together with their core metak. Some people say this is the origin of those who awakened with innate metaks. But others say that innate metaks appear because the host is talented and highly compatible with the innate metak. He isn't sure which one is correct, but he hopes that the former is true so that he will be able to reach a stage where even death can't make him lose the Fenrir metak. He was thinking about this as he extracted the metak into his body. Then he used the Devour ability to make Fenrir swallow the rank 3 core metak whole and fuse with it. As he expected, this process went somewhat smoothly. Fenrir fused with the rank 3 metak, which caused his energy threads to solidify and grow roots that spread throughout his body like the roots of a tree. The fusion between him and Fenrir deepened because of this, such that Fenrir began to affect his body. The fusion of the two of them made his hair become white and long. His teeth also became sharper and more pointed, while canines elongated to resemble those of a wolf. These are all good signs, as it means that Fenrir is becoming more bound with him. Now, even if someone finds out that he possesses the Fenrir, they won't be able to take it from him without destroying it. But the fusion stalled at this point and didn't go further. This is usually a bad omen, as it means that the advancement has failed. But he wasn't worried because he had expected it to happen. Comments. Chapter 100. With the advancement paused, he said with excitement, "What I need now is a life ability. Once I get it, everything should continue smoothly." As he said this, he took out his token and input his internal energy into it. Name, Loki. Title, unavailable. Cultivation, rank 2. Merit points, 0. Contribution points, 10,012,746. Society, position Deathclaw member. Pending debt, amount/interest rate awakening, 100,000/1000 per month. Current missions, none. The sight of the money in his account made him chuckle and say, "I may have gone overboard just a little bit. I wonder how they are feeling now." By they, he is referring to the Rain family. He is not asking about their feelings because he is concerned about them, though. He He's asking Noah if he should feel more joy about ripping them off. To be honest, he didn't plan to earn this much money. Things had gotten out of hand a little bit, and he bet one too many times. When he remembered how easy it had been for him to earn more than he originally planned, he shook his head and said, "I can't be blamed for this. They are to be blamed for making this too easy for me." With that said, he laughed hard. Then he proceeded to pay his awakening debt to the sect. After clearing his debt, he received a notification from the sect about his change of identity. The message said, "Congratulations on becoming an inner disciple of the Four Directions sect. Merit missions have been unlocked. The merit shop has been opened to you. You have gained access to the public trading platform. The stock market has been unlocked. The betting arena has been unlocked. Prepare to be listed on the stock market in 1 month. Evaluation will occur during this month. Once you're listed, you will become eligible for the yearly elimination." When Loki saw these messages, his eyes lit up with curiosity. He quickly began to tinker around with the token to see all the new things that he now had access to. The first thing he checked was the merit shop. He wanted to see what was so great about merit points. As he clicked on the new icon of the merit shop, a list was transmitted to his mind. He was also able to use his mind and internal energy to determine what he wanted to see. Merit shop. 1. Status. 2. Life insurance. 3. Reincarnation insurance. 4. Awakening insurance. 5. Awakening bestowal. 6. Society creation. When he saw the item listed as number 6, his eyes lit up with understanding, and he exclaimed, saying, "Oh, so that's how societies are formed. Imagine that." Then he clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "I might have underestimated the value of merit points. With life insurance, I can make my life worth more so that people won't want to kill me. The sect will even put up a sign above my head that powerful people can see, showing that I have been insured. That way, they will know not to mess with me if they don't want to pay through their nose." The more he read, the more he was sure that he had underestimated the value of merit points. Just life insurance was enough to dazzle his eyes. The option to buy status is obviously the most important commodity in the merit shop. But there was nothing interesting to see about the options of status. The option to buy life insurance was far more interesting to go through because the concept was novel to him. He is familiar with the concept of life insurance from his past life. But the way life insurance is being handled in this life is very interesting. However, as interesting as it was, he realized that something was wrong with life insurance. What he realized made him furrow his brows and say, "Something is wrong here. Let me get this. The sect won't protect me if I buy life insurance. No amount of life insurance will make the sect protect me. The quality of life insurance only determines how much the person who kills me will pay for my death. But the increase in my value will still have to be split between me and the sect. It won't belong to only me. So I will have to work hard for the sect to earn merit points. And if I use those merit points to buy life insurance, the sect will also benefit from it. Isn't the sect eating their cake and having it? How is this right? Am I missing something?" He thought that there was a mistake somewhere, so he immediately buried his mind in the terms and conditions of the life insurance package. Unfortunately, there was no mistake anywhere. The truth remained that the sect would take the merit point that he earned with his blood and sweat, use it to enlist him for the life insurance package, refuse to protect him, but still take half of the increased value that he gains from the insurance that he paid for. This made him complain bitterly, saying, "The sect is truly the greatest slave master. We have to pay an awakening debt when we join the sect. Then, when we become true disciples, the sect will put us in a yearly evaluation program where we have to pay to continue living. Once we join the yearly evaluation program, the sect will take 10% of our wealth every year. The 10% with the least amount of money will be killed and sent into reincarnation to start over again and owe the sect another 100,000 energy stones for awakening." At this point, he raised his voice as he said, "It is bad that they're taking our money, but that isn't good enough for them. They still have to kill the least productive. At this point, everyone is just cattle and sheep meant to toil away forever and ever over several lifetimes for the sect. How is this fair?" Comments. Chapter 101. Apparently, becoming an inner sect disciple doesn't mean he becomes safe in the rat race. He still has to continue to toil in order to stay alive. In fact, the struggle has only increased. At least, outer sect disciples don't have to worry about being killed because they're not as rich as other people. This is why he felt so disgruntled. After ranting, he sighed and said, "This whole thing feels like the initiation program hasn't ended. Fortunately, I am rich and don't have to worry about being eliminated." Then he chuckled and said, "It seems I have to thank the Rain family again for their help." After chuckling for a while, he shifted his attention to the Merit Missions tab. This was because he wanted to see how to earn the merit points that he needed to acquire the things in the merit shop. From what he saw, he realized that there were different grades of merit points that could be earned based on the difficulty of a mission. These grades are categorized as Grade 2, Grade 3, Grade 4, and Grade 5. The Grade 2 merit points can only be used to buy Grade 2 life insurance, which will double the value of his life, or to buy Level 2 status. Grade 2 merit points can't be used to buy Grade 3 life insurance or Level 3 status. He also noticed that Grade 2 missions were generally safe. They were clerical work or administrative jobs for the sect, so there is no danger in doing them. One of the Grade 2 missions he saw was serving as an instructor for the initiation program. After doing that for a while and earning enough Grade 2 merit points, he would be able to buy a Level 2 status or a Grade 2 life insurance. Another Grade 2 mission that he saw was serving as the clerk in the registration building for registering new disciples into the sect. This mission stood out to him because he was familiar with it. The last familiar Grade 2 mission that he saw was the mission to go all over the Central Plains looking for reincarnated disciples of the sect who bought the reincarnation insurance and bringing those people back to the sect safe and sound. This made him curl his lips in disdain and say, "I wonder what Muni was complaining about when he became our instructor. He is clearly an inner sect disciple, so he definitely isn't dirt poor like outer sect disciples. Plus, he was earning merit points from the sect and earning money from selling us. What more could he want?" Then he shook his head and said, "People are just too greedy." He said that while forgetting how he had earned 5 times more than the amount he needed. Of course, earning so much money is a good thing now that he knows that the sect is looking for an opportunity to kill him. But it still doesn't change the fact that he was being greedy a while ago. After berating Muni for his shameless greed, he continued checking out the missions he could do to earn merit points. He saw that above the Grade 2 missions are the Grade 3 missions. These Grade 3 missions are more difficult because they involve doing dangerous things for the sect. One of the grade missions that stood out to him was serving as a debt enforcement officer for the sect whose job is to hunt those who haven't paid their debt. He also noticed that the sect won't pay him any contribution points directly for this job. It is the debtor who will have to pay. So the sect isn't losing out by sending an enforcement officer after the debtor. This is why this mission stood out so much to him. But this only made him more dissatisfied with the sect. So he scoffed and said, "I'm not surprised. It is just like the sect to rip off the poor man who cannot pay his debt." At this point, the sect is worse than the Rain family. At least, the Rain family doesn't go hunting for someone who used to be their slave in their past life. After scoffing and grumbling some more, he continued reading. He saw many more dangerous missions that could earn Grade 3 merit points. Apparently, serving as a debt enforcer for the sect was one of the easiest jobs. There were more dangerous jobs, like serving as bounty hunters. Being a bounty hunter is more dangerous than hunting poor debtors. After all, the targets of bounty hunting are criminals who have broken the rules of the sect, and they're usually rich and powerful inner sect disciples. On the other hand, debtors can only be poor outer sect disciples, so debtors can't be too dangerous to deal with. But as dangerous as Grade 3 merit missions were, people were taking them just for the fact that Grade 3 merit points were faster to earn than serving as a clerical worker for many years, and because Grade 3 merit points could be used to buy both Level 2 and Level 3 status. Then there were Grade 4 and Grade 5 missions, which involved going to the battlefield to fight the disciples of other sections. These were the truly dangerous missions, as they involved fighting the best of the other sects. After going through the missions, Loki said, "Once I advance to rank 3, I'll choose a rank 3 mission. That is faster and worthy of my level. I should start as a police officer in the city. When I acquire a level 3 status, I'll think about going to the battlefield. In the meantime, I should buy the living metal that I need. I should also find a way to increase my talent. At the thought of increasing his talent, he grinned and said, "My talent might be a lot, but there is no harm in having more." Comments. Chapter 102. With his decision made, he left the Merit Missions tab and hopped into the public trading platform. As he did this, his mind was hit with a deluge of information. The information was so much that he became dizzy and his vision swam. The trading platform was like an ocean of information. The information that he could was constantly changing and shifting like the real tides of an ocean. It was all too much for him. Eventually, he couldn't handle it anymore. He had to heave and vomit everything that he had within his stomach. Since he had stopped eating because of his abundant internal energy, he had nothing in his stomach to vomit, so his stomach could only roll painfully within his body. On the good side, his mind slowly got through the barrage of information. He still couldn't handle all the information that he was receiving, but his mind quickly learned to avoid most of it for the sake of his sanity. He started looking at the trading platform like a large newspaper with content that was constantly updating. As long as he didn't focus on the contents of the newspaper, but only looked at the whole, he would be fine. This tactic helped his mind relax, so he stopped being queasy and dizzy. When he stopped trying to vomit his entire empty stomach, he sat on the ground, breathing heavily, as if he had almost drowned. That was not what I expected. It was not what I expected at all. He stopped to breathe for a while. He was breathing so hard that his chest rose and fell like the bellows of a furnace. After calming down some more, he said, "On the good side, with this many transactions going on every moment, odds are on my side that I will find the living metal. But on the bad side, with the listings constantly moving around and changing like this, it might be difficult to find the living metal." Then he began to grumble. "This is just bad design. How does anyone find anything in here? This isn't a trading platform at all. It is more like a mental attack disguised as a trading platform to lure unsuspecting fools like me into it. They got me, though. I'll give them that. But this isn't over." He is determined to get the living metal. But even though he wanted to get it as soon as possible, he didn't rush to do it at all. The first thing he did was to let his stomach settle completely and wait for his vision to become completely still. All the grumbling and complaining helped to achieve this. Then he tentatively extended his mind into the ocean of information. This process was so slow that it looked like he was putting his hands back into a flame that burned him recently. When his mind finally entered the ocean of information again, he didn't search with his eyes. He just tossed the name of what he was looking for into the ocean of information while he used his mind like hands to grope around, feeling things to see if they matched what he had in mind. He was behaving like a blind man in a room of stuff, searching for only one thing. But this worked in a way that surprised him. He shouldn't have been able to find what he wanted this way. But the public trading platform reacted to the information that he tossed into it as if it were an inquiry and then returned all of the items that matched what he wanted. So thanks to the public trading platform, he didn't need to blindly search an entire room full of different things. Everything in the room had become what he wanted or extremely identical to what he wanted. This way, it became very easy to find what he wanted. When he realized what was going on, he opened his eyes a little bit to see the full picture. His mind decided to focus on the content of the newspaper again. So he saw that the newspaper now contained the information he had come to read, and the contents were no longer changing as much. This sight made him say, maybe I was wrong. Maybe the design of his trading platform isn't so bad. He had gotten the hang of the trading platform on his second try. So either he was a genius or the design of the trading platform wasn't so bad. Since he wasn't going to give the creators of the trading platform the benefit of saying that they did a good job, he had to settle for the option that states that he is a genius. This second option is one that bears a lot of responsibility and isn't easy to handle at all. But he is willing to pay the necessary sacrifice in order to bear the great responsibility of the title of genius. As this mantle settled on him, he sighed and said, I guess I'm a genius now. To be honest, I've always suspected it. He's clearly in a good mood for him to make jokes like this. And it is for a good reason. The trading platform has finally given him what he came looking for. Now, all that is left for him to do is pick one of the listings. But before he could do that, he was briefly distracted by the large flashing warning at the top of the page that says that the sect will ensure that people get what they paid for, but buyers should make sure that what they are paying for is what they want, not something that looks like what they want. This warning reminded him of the time that Tommy had fleeced him. So he knew how words could betray one's intentions. This made him take the warning seriously. At least, in the real world with a transaction done face-to-face, he can fight the seller if he is cheated. But he won't be able to do something like that on the trading platform. Comments. Chapter 103. Since he won't be able to fight any seller who cheat him, he needs to be wary of being cheated and careful more than he is careful with Tommy. When he was checking the listings, he checked for the mass, density, and purity of the living metal that was being offered. He did this to make sure that he wasn't going to be ripped off. He eliminated listings that didn't share specific information about the living metal. Any listing that was vague about what they were selling seemed dubious to him, so he decided not to go near them with a 10-foot stick. After he found one that he was satisfied with, he paid for it. Each kilogram of it was sold at the rate of 800,000 energy stones, and he bought 5 kilograms, so he paid $4 million in total. The $4 million was removed from his account immediately after he made the transaction. Then he received a notification that the goods would arrive in 5 to 7 days. With that done, he grinned with anticipation and said, "Now, let's see what we can do about raising my talent." He quickly inserted what he wanted into the trading platform. In response, the listings changed immediately when his interest changed. The room that used to be filled with fake and real living metal offers quickly became full of fake and real talent-raising products. What he noticed immediately was that there were far more listings for talent-raising products than for living metal. This surprised him a bit because he expected the product for raising one's talent to be rarer than the living metal. But then he thought of the earlier warning, so he chuckled and said, "I bet most of these are fake. It is just like cultivators to work harder to prey on others by using the problem that most people have. Reminds me of the penis enlargement ads of my past life. It is all fake." As he chuckled to himself, he continued to scan the listings. From what he saw, he was able to learn that there are different grades of talent-raising items. He saw that the grades of items for raising talent are based on how effective they are. So some items could only raise talent between the range of 10 and 20, while others could raise talent between the range of 10 and 50, and even more expensive ones were effective up to 90 points of potential. Another thing that stood out to him was that there were no items for raising talent beyond 90 points. This reminded him of what Muni had said about 90 being the limit of humans. So he said, "Most of these are fake, but at least they are reasonable enough not to offer fake stuff that can raise talent beyond 90 points. It will be too obvious that it's fake if they do. These sellers obviously know what they are doing. They didn't make obvious mistakes that even a rookie like him would be able to spot." This, combined with the fact that he isn't familiar with talent-raising items the way he is familiar with forging materials, makes it much more difficult to judge which item was real and which was fake. He didn't even know how to begin to tell them apart. This made him rub his forehead and say, "I need some help. Maybe I should ask Muni. But how can I be sure that what he tells me will be the truth? Do I have to make a contract with him?" Ever since he saw Slav use contracts to slowly enslave people and then proceed to use another kind of contract to defeat someone else, he has been hesitant to use contracts. The information he has learned about the money pathway since then has only reinforced his prejudice against contracts. This is one of the reasons why he didn't try to get a contract with Tommy when he was buying the exoskeleton armor, even though he knew that Tommy was going to cheat him without a contract. So now that he wants information from Muni about authentic talent-raising items, he either has to risk getting a contract that Muni can use against him or hope that Muni won't lie to him. Both of these options were bad, so he said, "Let me check if I can see the reputation of the sellers first. If I can't, then I will go to Muni." He wanted to see if there was a review system that he could use to determine which sellers were selling authentic items before going to make a deal with Muni. Unfortunately, there was no review system, but there was a transaction history for each seller. Each seller has a small page that he can inspect. Everything the seller was selling on the platform was listed on this small page. Beside each item was how many times it had been purchased by people. Loki used this system to filter the products by looking for sellers who had various items and who had been patronized many times. His reason for doing this was that he believed that popular sellers were either reputable sellers that many people trust or were con men that were very good at the job of deceiving people. As he thought of this, he said, "Either way is a good thing for me. Either I get what I want or get cheated by someone really good at what they do. At least, I won't be a fool easily deceived. It could be worse than going to Muni anyway. At most, I'll lose some money here, but with Muni, I might lose my life by signing a contract." With his mind made up, he quickly found a highly prolific seller who was selling high-grade items for raising talent between 70 and 80. This item in question is a worm called the rank 4 crystal worm. The crystal worm is a consumable metac like the cloudy date metac. It is supposed to be a rank 4 metac, but it costs more than most rank 5 metacs at a hefty price tag of 1.1 million energy stones. Comments. Chapter 104. Loki paid for it while silently thanking the Rain family. After the money was deducted and he received the notification that the item would arrive in 2 weeks, he left the public trading platform. His next destination was the stock market. He wanted to see what was so special about it. The first thing that popped up at him was his own status. Name, Loki. Rank 2. Status, none. History, born a slave. Escape from the Rain family to join the sect. Awaken on. Evaluation, pending 1 month. Born a slave. I guess I'll never live it off. The sect won't forget, and they will remind me at every chance they get to. He swiped this away so that he could see the status of others in the sect. When he didn't recognize anyone from the ocean of information, he searched for the status of someone he knew. Nama, Slavline. Rank 1. Status, none. History, born as the 3rd son of the Rain family. Awaken on. Evaluation, pending 2 days. This made him exclaim, saying, 2 days? That's very early. He must have paid off his awakening debt nearly a month ago. That must mean that he became an inner disciple around a few days after I fought Simon, and he left the initiation program. Good for him. Then he smiled and said, "It will be good for me too when his evaluation is completed 2 days from now, and I invest in him." Imagine that. I will be using his father's money to invest in him and earn more money through him by doing so. What a turn of events. It can be said that he is in a good mood, and anyone who says that will be right to say so. His mood is so potent that it remained for many more days after. While he was waiting for the living metal to arrive, interesting things were happening in the stock market. He was paying attention, so he noticed these interesting things. The evaluation for the stock market is not like the evaluation that the sect does in order to determine the value of the life of a disciple of the sect. The former is potential value, while the latter is current value. The value of life is the inherent value of every part of the disciples. It is how much all of their flesh, bones, blood, and soul will sell for. This is their current value. It is straightforward and easy to calculate. But the evaluation for the stock market is far more complicated because it tries to calculate just how far the cultivator can go on the path of cultivation. In order to determine their future potential, the sect will take into consideration their friends, their powerful connections, the number of enemies they have, the strength of their enemies, the strength of their friends, the businesses they have, their background and family, the amount of money they possess currently, their talent, their cultivation speed, their good and helpful habits, their bad and detrimental habits and vices, and their luck. All of these have to be taken into consideration by the sect. This is why it takes a month to complete, whereas the value of life can be completed in a few seconds. After the evaluation is completed, the value of the future of the cultivator will be sent to them. Then the cultivator will determine how they want to convert that future value to shares that people can buy and use to support them. In the case of Slav, the sect valued him at 10 million energy stones. This is the maximum value of rank 4 cultivators. This means that the sect believes that he can achieve rank 4 cultivation. Slav felt confident in himself that many people would want to invest in him. So he split the value of 10 million energy stones into 10 million shares that are priced at 1 energy stone each. He could have taken the humble route and split his valuation of 10 million energy stones into 100,000 shares for 100 energy stones each. That way, he would be able to quickly recoup his value since there are so few shares for people to buy, limit supply, and use the limited supply to artificially raise the price of the shares. But Slav was never one to be humble. Besides, his father told him to make the arrangement like this. Once he set up his shares like this, his identity went online and his shares could be bought. Many people began buying his share immediately. All of these people were his family members. It is why people are buying his shares so soon. The normal thing that happens when someone gets listed is that no one will care about them and their shares for a while until they make a name for themselves and become popular. So his father expected that he would be able to scoop up all of Slav's shares without any problem. Skard didn't delay in buying the shares, but he didn't rush either because he didn't think he had any reason to rush. So someone else was able to buy 2 million shares before he could buy everything. 2 million shares out of 10 million shares is 20%, which is a lot. So Skard was surprised by this, and he wanted to find out who bought the shares and why they bought them. Unfortunately, transactions in the stock market are anonymous, so he could only suffer in silence. Skard had to continue the plan despite the interference because the show must go on. Besides, the person who bought the 2 million shares has helped to kickstart their plan. He quickly bought out the rest of Slav's shares. Since a lot of Slav's shares were sold, his profile shot to the top of the stock market as one of the highest performing stocks. This made many powerful people pay attention to Slav. They began investigating him to learn more about him. Comments. Chapter 105. While this was going on, Skard was moving on with the plan he had for his son Slav. His plan is to increase Slav's value, so he made Slav a vice leader of his society and established a business in Slav's name. Slav also took on grade 3 merit missions to earn merit points despite being a rank 1 cultivator. Fortunately for him, his dad sent people to help him complete the missions. This put him on the fast track to acquire status. Slav also advanced to rank 2 a few days later. This, combined with the fact that one of his brothers just advanced to rank 3, means that it has become more likely for him to reach rank 5 in the future. The people who investigated Slav came to the conclusion that it was a foregone conclusion that Slav would advance to rank 3. They also concluded that the possibility of Slav advancing to rank 5 was very high, as many rank 5 cultivators didn't have the kind of background and connections he had before they rose into power, so the value of his shares began to rise. Many people began making offers for his shares. They offered up to 5 energy stones for 1 share, which was initially valued at 1 energy stone. So they were willing to pay up to 5 times the initial price of the shares. At this point, Slav is being valued at 50 million energy stones. It is not the limit of what he can reach according to Skard's estimates and plan, but Loki was already satisfied with this. While Skard thought that it was a good idea to wait and see, Loki quickly accepted the highest offers and sold his 2 million shares for 5 energy stones each. This made him earn 10 million energy stones, which caused his good mood to persist. He had spent 1.1 million energy stones on the rank 4 crystal worm metak, for million energy stones on the 5 kilograms of living metal, and 60,000 energy stones on the rank 3 cultivator for a total of 5,160,000 energy stones. This reduced the 10,012,746 energy stones in his account to 4,852,746. He spent 2 million more on Slav shares and earned an extra 8 million through the shares. So the money in the bid account skyrocketed to 12,852,746. This side of this much money made him say to himself, if the crystal worm metak that comes is the real deal, I will spend all of this money on increasing my talent. In the meantime, I have a life ability to forge. The 5 kilograms of living metal material that he bought came 2 days after he sold his shares, so he became busy trying to forge his life ability. He was still paying attention to the progress of Slav's shares, though. After all, he wasn't done milking it for all that it's worth. The life ability he wants to forge is called the armored shell ability. It is a life ability that creates a strong mech armor around his body. This mech armor will be a complete mechanical armor, strong and large enough to be mounted with heavy guns. But it will behave like an exoskeleton because it will be controlled by his body and mind, not by switches and levers. Unlike other mechs and exoskeleton armor, which need time to wear and use, the armored shell ability can be deactivated or activated with ease. All he needs to activate and deactivate it will be a thought. And since the ability will be baked into his core metac, he will be able to carry the armored shell around everywhere. This helps to remove the weakness of combat armor, which is their difficulty in use and their being cumbersome to carry. The armored shell will also be easy to repair and maintain, but it will raise the energy consumption through the roof. The core of this ability is the iron skin metac of the pathway of forging. This is a branch metac that converts the skin into an exoskeleton. For normal forgers, they convert the iron skin metac itself into the iron shell metac, which is just a small exoskeleton armor around the user. They forge this with regular steel, so it is not capable of growth. But he decided to take things further and create the armored shell metac, which is more like a mech suit than an exoskeleton armor. And since he is forging it with the expensive living metal material, it is capable of growing stronger. The upgrade from iron shell to armored shell life ability meant that he had to add the liquid metal metac in order to create a bigger, stronger shell around his body. This, combined with the living metal, will make it more expensive and more difficult to forge. If he had stopped there, other forgers would only call him ambitious. But as usual, he didn't think it was a good idea to be satisfied with just that. So he decided to add a force field to the armored shell using the force shield metac. Then he also added the angel wings metac, which is a series of blades arranged like wings that allow cultivators to fly without being at rank 3. For offensive potential, he added the Gatling gun metac, the railgun metac, and the knife box. This made a total of 7 metacs that he has to forge together with the living metal material. At this point, other forgers will call him crazy, wasteful, and crazy many times over. This is because the final product will be crazy difficult to forge, crazy expensive to make, crazy expensive to use in terms of energy, and wasteful in terms of both energy and money. To be fair, this wasn't his original plan. The original plan was just to create the armored shell that was stronger and more powerful than normal iron shells. Comments. Chapter 106. He would have stopped at his original plan if all he could get were 2 million energy stones from the Rain family. With that kind of money, he would only be able to buy a maximum of 2 kilograms of living metal. With 2 kilograms of living metal, he would have had to be content with his initial idea. But he somehow managed to get his hands on 10 million energy stones. So he became restless, and the craziness that had been lurking deep within his heart decided to peek out. His dream plan will be difficult to forge, though. For one, he had to fuse the knife box metac and the angel wings metac into one in order to make the design work. This way, it will be easy to forge, and the materials that make up his wings can also be fragmented into blades that can be used to attack anything that comes too close for combat. This had to happen because even with a rank 3 body and many rank 3 materials, it was still difficult for him to create something this crazy and ambitious. But he doesn't regret his decision, though. This is because by incorporating 7 branch metacs into his core metac, he has reduced the amount of mental power needed to control and use all of them at the same time from 7 to 1. The reduction of the mental power needed to use all those metacs makes everything worth it for him. As for the increase in energy expenditure, that doesn't concern him at all. A month passed by while he was forging his life ability. So while he was busy, his profile was finally evaluated by the sect. The sect gave him an evaluation of 100,000 energy stones. This means that the sect only believes that he can reach rank 3 in this lifetime. Evaluation of 100,000 means that he will be top-notch for a rank 3 cultivator. But Loki was not happy with this evaluation at all. He kept grumbling about it while he was working, saying all manner of things. How come? I am clearly talented. I advanced to rank 2 in less than a year of cultivation. I have a lot of money. I once fended off a cultivator with status, so I am very powerful. What more could they want? What's special about rank 4 anyway? Is there anything that can stop me from advancing to rank 4? He was pissed by the evaluation, but to be honest, he was also concerned. He felt that the sect wouldn't discriminate against him for no reason. So there had to be a reason why the sect believed that it was unlikely for him to advance to rank 4. This gave him a lot to think about. It only made him think more, though. The sect's evaluation didn't make him panic or anxious. He has the Fenrir Metak, so he can't be resigned to his fate. Besides, he doesn't like the sect at all and won't believe them wholeheartedly after seeing them systematically enslave everyone. So he said to himself, "Fuck the sect. One day, I'll stamp them beneath my feet. We will see who can't reach rank 4 then." After cursing the sect some more, he went ahead to split his value into shares. He split them into 100,000 energy stones valued at 1 energy stone each and tossed them aside. His profile became listed quietly just like that. Unlike Slav's profile, his didn't cause any splash in the pool that is the stock market or draw any attention. Loki didn't care, though. 100,000 energy stones are too small to matter to him at this stage. He was more concerned about the 1.1 million energy stones, rank 4 crystal worm Metak, whose delivery was delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. When the crystal worm Metak finally arrived, he dropped everything he was doing to try it out immediately. As he opened the box that it came in, he had a large smile on his face, and he said, "To think it would actually arrive. For a while there, I thought that I had been had." After the box was opened, the crystal worm was revealed. He saw that it was a green worm curled around itself. Its body was see-through like glass, so it looked like a beautiful green sculpture. He didn't care for its beauty, though. What he cared about was its effect, so he quickly grabbed the glass, refined it with his blood, and used it. Fenrir devoured the crystal worm as soon as it entered his body. Then the size of all 4 of his energy chambers began to increase. The 4 energy chambers increased in size slowly from 77 to 80. When they stopped expanding, he felt a greater yearning for more of the crystal worm from Fenrir. This made him pat his stomach and say, "I want more too, but this is damn expensive. It is 1.1 million energy stones just for 3 points of talent." No wonder Muni sold off everything he owned for a 5-unit increase to his talent. At least, I should be grateful that it arrived. Something for 1.1 million is, after all, better than nothing for all that money. Then he took out his token to shop for more things that can improve his talent. As he did so, he said, "Fortunately, I have some 12 million energy stones just lying around doing nothing." He decided to get the rank 5 version of the crystal worm Metak. This version can upgrade talent from within the range of 80 to 90 units. That is the limit because humans can't raise their energy potential beyond that level. The rank 5 crystal worm costs 10 million energy stones each. Since each one can only increase talent by 6 units, he will have to buy 2 of them in order to reach the maximum of 90 units of energy potential. Comments. Chapter 107. He can only afford 1 rank 5 crystal Metak for now, so he ordered 1 in the meantime. The seller said that it would arrive in a week, but he wasn't so sure about that after the first one was delayed for up to a month. He snickered and said, "1 week, you say? We'll see about that." Then he returned to forging his life ability. This time, the product arrived on time. It even arrived in just 6 days, not 7 days or 1 month. This made him clap and say, "Well played. You've surprised me both times." At least, the product arrived both times, so I will allow it. The first surprise was when the rank 4 crystal worm arrived at all. Now that it was arriving early, he was beginning to suspect that the seller was prioritizing delivery time based on the amount of money spent on the product. If his suspicion is correct, the seller should be fined. But he didn't complain too much since he already got what he paid for. When the rank 5 crystal worm was revealed to him, it was the same glad worm of the same size. But it had a different shape because the worm had twisted itself in a different way. The worm was also blue, not green. As usual, he didn't care for the cosmetic differences at all. What he cared about was whether he would get his money's worth or not. So he quickly refined the crystal worm and let Fenrir devour it. After Fenrir devoured the rank 5 crystal worm, he felt a pop in his stomach as something within him burst open. Without being told, he knew that the explosion had occurred within his energy well. So he immediately focused on Fenrir's condition. When he looked inwards into Fenrir, he saw that it now had 5 energy chambers. There was a new one standing at the center of the 4 previous energy chambers. The old ones now possessed a capacity of 86, while this new one only possessed a capacity of 10. This made the new energy chamber look stunted and smushed by the 4 surrounding chambers. As he focused on this 5th energy chamber, its origin and why it had appeared were made known to him intuitively. What he gleamed made his eyes widen in surprise as he said, "No way. So is there all along? That's bunkers." Apparently, this 5th energy is his original energy chamber. It is the one that Fenrir fused with and devoured when he advanced to rank 2. It is not a new energy chamber that suddenly appeared. This original chamber didn't disappear completely after it fused with Fenrir. What had actually happened was that it gave up its power and potential to Fenrir while it shrank to a space of only 1 unit. This space of 1 unit is inconsequential to a cultivator. Even a capacity of 7 units, which he gained when he devoured the first rank 4 crystal worm and gained an extra 6 units of potential, was also deemed inconsequential. It wasn't until he devoured another crystal worm metak and gained 6 more potential to raise its space to 13 units that the space became significant and worthy of attention. This didn't surprise him because even though the 4-direction sect will take anyone, they will only take people with a potential of 10 units, as that is the minimum for awakening. So when the 5th energy chamber finally got more than 10 units of space, it stopped hidden. Now, what it needs is a core metak for it return to the same size as the other 4 energy chambers. This realization brought a smile to his lips. His lips even became bigger when he thought of the core metak that he should put in the 5th energy chamber. As he smiled, he said, "You know what? Maybe I was wrong about that danger sense metak. Maybe it isn't so bad. If I get the danger sense metak, maybe I can use it to find out why the sect doesn't think I can advance to rank 4. If someone is going to kill me, I'll be able to tell ahead of time. How nice will that be? And Slav should be able to give it up, too. After all, he isn't using it. He is using the money pathway, and it would be a shame to let something so valuable continue to rot in his hands. I should help him put it to good use." Then he narrowed his eyes and smashed his fists together as he said, "I'll talk to him really gently about it. I'm sure that he will give it up if I ask nicely." Every bad thing that he said about the danger sense medak doesn't matter now that he doesn't need to give up any of his previous pathways for it. He doesn't care anymore that he can't raise its status or that he can't get branch metaks to use it. After all, he has been using the rewind metak without any branch metak, and it has been just fine. Besides, he doesn't need the secret recipe to advance the danger sense metak. It will advance along with Fenrir when he advances, which makes the danger sense metak highly compatible with him. As he thought of this, he began to think of ways to acquire the danger sense metak from Slav. The first idea that came to his mind was to go back in time to when they were in the initiation program. He thought that it was a good idea to go back in time to kill Slave because he couldn't reach Slav right now. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to go back in time just yet because he is still busy with an important matter. He is still busy forging his life ability, and he would like to complete it and advance to rank 3 before going back to get the danger sense metak. Comments. Chapter 108. After making his decision, he returned to forging his life ability. He ignored the people watching him and focused on growing stronger. For what he can tell, there are 2 people watching him. He doesn't know if these 2 people are working together, but he doesn't care either way. However, the people watching him cared a lot because they were not working together. They cared that someone else was keeping watch of Loki's movements, so they went to inform their respective bosses. Jim was one of the people stalking Loki. When he noticed that there was someone else stalking Loki, he went to report to the Death Envoy. He didn't waste any time when he noticed this anomaly. He ran all the way to the headquarters of the Death Claw Society. Then he rushed into the elevator and went to the 3rd underground floor. He found Death Envoy working on another corpse. She was treating the body with a material that coated the corpse with a layer of tough metal. Before Jim could speak, she said to him with a cold, stern voice, "What is it? What could be so important that you couldn't inform me through your communication talisman?" She didn't turn to address him, but even without seeing her face, Jim could tell that if he didn't provide a satisfactory answer, he would be in a lot of trouble. So Jim quickly fell to his knees and said in reply, "Someone else is watching Loki." His words caused Death Envoy to stop what she was doing. Then she continued working as if she hadn't paused earlier. But her voice was icy as she said, "Who is it?" The cold was real. It wasn't just something he could perceive in her tone. As she spoke, the temperature plummeted, and he felt a chill all over his skin. What his body wanted from him was to leave the room as soon as possible. But he had to stay, and he had to say something satisfactory. So he said, "I don't know, but I have." She interrupted him with that same icy voice of hers, saying, "You don't know? You don't know? Then what use are you?" Even before she finished speaking, one of the zombies standing against the wall stirred and began to move. This zombie began to walk towards him. It was clear what the zombie was coming to him for. So Jim quickly said, "I have a plan. I came here so that the person will follow me. That way we can capture them, interrogate them, and learn who they work for." The zombie paused when he said this. Then he heard Death Envoy say, "Good plan. It seems you have a good head on your neck. It deserves to remain attached to your neck for the meantime." Then she said, "Take this with you to find the spy. Once you identify them, I will capture them. Then we will know what sort of game is afoot." So the zombie resumed its motion. It continued walking forward, but it didn't walk to Jim like it was doing earlier. It walked past him and went to the elevator. Jim wiped the cold sweat on his face and followed the zombie to the elevator. The two of them went up to the first floor and out of the building. Then Jim led the way to the spy. They found the spy, and thanks to the prowess of the zombie, it was easy to capture the spy. This is something that Jim wouldn't have been able to do. The process of capturing the spy didn't cause any disturbance, so the city police didn't notice. They caught the spy silently and returned quietly without anyone the wiser. This is also something that Jim couldn't have managed on his own. After the spy was brought back, the rest of the matter was easy to handle. Death Envoy didn't have the ability to read minds, so she had to torture the spy. Torturing someone was cumbersome, but Death Envoy quite enjoyed doing it. So the fact that the spy refused to spill the identity of the person who put him on the trail of Loki didn't discourage her. She was willing to torture the spy just for the fun of it. Actually, the spy didn't say anything at all. Nothing Death Envoy did was able to make the spy even say its name. She branded him with a red-hot iron, but it didn't work. So she began to skin him. When that didn't work, she got some insects to eat the spy alive. He still refused to talk, and he didn't even scream in pain, but this only made Death Envoy more enthusiastic. Jim was still there during this process, so he saw everything that happened. He could also feel hidden gazes from the zombies standing around, so he was too nervous to concentrate during the whole thing. After 3 hours of torture, the spy finally couldn't hold back. His organs began to fail, and he died in gruesome agony. But as painful as his death was, his eyes were dull, as if he didn't feel anything, and nothing came out of his lips. Death Envoy wasn't disappointed, though. She had a smile of satisfaction on her face as she said, "I do like Skarg's puppets. He has an impressive way to make them loyal to him until their death." When Jim heard what Death Envoy said, he asked in confusion, "Skarg, as in the leader of the Viking Blade Society and the head of the Rain family?" She nodded and said, "He is the one. Only he creates extremely loyal spies like this in this town." Jim was still confused as he said, "But why would he send someone to watch Loki?" His question made Death Envoy laugh. She laughed as she began to clean her tools and clear the corpse. After laughing, she said with a cold tone, "It doesn't matter why he sent someone to watch Loki. What matters is that he has his eyes on something that belongs to me, and that is unacceptable." Comments. Chapter 109. Gone was her laughter and amusement. By the time she finished speaking, her voice was dripping with bloody malice. The intent to kill was so strong that Jim stepped back in fright. Then she said to Jim, "Go and continue doing your job. I will reward you for bringing this to my attention. As for the rest, I will take care of it." Jim didn't know what she meant by she would take care of things, but he didn't ask to know something she wasn't willing to tell him. He simply nodded before scurrying away. But he soon returned to tell Death Envoy that another person had come to watch Loki. But this time, Death Envoy didn't care. She told him to continue doing his job without minding the other person. She spoke as if she didn't care that someone else was watching Loki, but she still immediately sent out a zombie to grab the new stalker and bring them to her lair. This time, no other stalker was sent to keep watch over Loki. At least, it looked like only Jim was busy with that sort of work. While this was going on, Loki was busy with his life ability. It took 1.5 months, but he finally finished forging it. The final product was a large block of black metal. One look at it, and one wouldn't know that it was made from living metal, because living metal is a white material. After forging it, Loki began the arduous work of refining it with his internal energy. He had already forged the whole thing using his blood as water for every step, so the block of metal was very receptive to his internal energy. Once it was soaked up in a lot of energy and had drunk its fill, Loki then used the telekinesis metak on it. He used the power of his mind to lift the block and pull it into his body. As the big block rose into the air and began approaching his body, it began shrinking in size. It shrank in size from a large block of metal into a small cube of metal the size of his fist. This allowed it to fit into his energy well. With the cube of metal beginning to enter his energy well, Loki became nervous because this was a very important part. Not only will the reaction between his life ability and his core metak determine if his advancement to rank 3 is successful, but the product of the reaction will determine the final state of the life ability. A life ability is not only the thing that he forges. It is the final product of the fusion of what he forges and his core metak. Some core metaks will reject a life ability because it isn't compatible with them, and some core metaks will change the life ability to make it more compatible with them. The latter is why there is a fixed group of life abilities that every cultivator in a pathway can forge for their core metak. For forgers like him, their core abilities can be a small forge, a hammer, an anvil, armor, etc. Each of them will have various abilities, but they will all be compatible with the telekinesis core metak. As long as a forger picks one of these compatible life abilities, they shouldn't have a problem getting the telekinesis metak to fuse with it. However, as for the mutation that occurs when the core metak tries to change the life ability to make it more compatible during the process of fusion, there's nothing that can be done about it. One can't prepare or account for a mutation. But most forgers don't have to worry about this, because mutations rarely happen, and they're usually a good thing when they do. After all, their life ability is always compatible with their core metak. Unfortunately for him, his core metak is actually Fenrir, not the telekinesis metak. So he has to be worried about what he had forged being incompatible with Fenrir and failing. As for the matter of mutation during fusion, he is sure that it will happen. This is something he is willing to bet money on without knowing the outcome beforehand, simply because his core metak is actually Fenrir, not the telekinesis metak. He simply expects the other energy chambers and their core metaks to influence his life ability in one way or another. So he has two things to worry about. He has to worry if the fusion will fail and what kind of mutation he will get after the fusion. Even though he could restart if he failed, he was still nervous as he watched. His nervousness spiked to an unhealthy level when he saw the black cube of metal begin to do something even more absurd than shrinking when it reached Fenrir. He saw that the cube of metal began to melt as soon as it touched Fenrir. It turned into a slimy liquid that coated Fenrir's white fur and turned it black. This made Fenrir now match its black scaled tail. So now Fenrir had been changed by the life ability. This made his heart relax, because this could only happen if Fenrir was willing to accept the life ability. The next step began immediately. Since he had been changed by Fenrir earlier during the pause breakthrough, the breakthrough could now continue because Fenrir had also been changed by him. It is said that the goal one needs to achieve in order to advance to rank 3 is to let the core metak change the host so that the host will fit the core metak better, and for the host to change the core metak with a compatible life ability so that the core metak will fit the host better. This way, both the host and the core metak can further fuse and try to become one entity. As it happened, this was exactly what he began to experience as the breakthrough resumed. Comments. Chapter 110. Fenrir changed, and so did the energy threads. The energy threads finished spreading to every part of his body, including his brain. Then they congregated at the base of his brain, on the middle of his brain stem, and began fusing there. The energy threads didn't fuse completely after converging on his brainstem, though. Only 2 of them fused immediately. As for the rest, he would have to make them fuse manually. But that is for the future. For now, he has successfully advanced to rank 3. So he has a lot to get used to. He wanted to see how much he had changed after the breakthrough, so he immediately used the power identification ability on himself. Age: 23 years and 5 months / 77 years 9 months. Race: human. Energy quantity: 9,856 plus 9,856 plus 9,856 plus 9,856 is equal to 39,424. 22,016 plus 22,016 plus 22,016 plus 22,016 plus 3,328 is equal to 91,392. Energy density: 888899999. Energy rank: 2, 3. Energy threads: 77 plus 77 plus 77 plus 77 is equal to 308. 86 plus 86 plus 86 plus 86 plus 13 is equal to 357. Body: 2.0 greater than 3.0. Soul: 2.0. Mind: 2.0. Will: 5. Skill: 150%, 210%. Core Metak: 1. Fenrir, divine power identification. Tracking: Seal, devouring. Siphon: shifting armor, life ability. 2. Rewind: Sword Heart, telepathy, telekinesis. Empty: branch Metak, rank. 1. Mind Hunter pathway. Mind Stab 3. Mind Shield 3. Hypnotize 3. Double Mind 3. Triple Mind 3. Concentration 3. 2. Forging pathway. Liquid Metal 3. Body Lever 3. Living Armament 3. Copper Body 1. Iron Body 2. Refined Steel Body 3. 3. Sword pathway. Sword Break 3. Sword Edge 3. Sword Dance 3. Sword Steps 3. Hidden Sword 3. His age has increased from 22 years 7 months to 23 years and 5 months. This is because of the 10 months he spent learning how to forge and the 1 month he spent in the initiation program after reverting time since then. Still, the most important change is that his energy rank has increased from 2 to 3. This allowed his energy density to break through the limit of level 8 and reach level 9. So the energy that each chamber was carrying became more powerful, doubled in quantity, and could now reach level 12 in density. When combined with the fact that the potential of each energy had been increased from 77 units to 86 units, and the fact that he recently gained a 5th energy chamber with a capacity of 13 units, his total energy increased from 39,424 to 91,392 units. In comparison, a normal rank 3 cultivator with 1 energy chamber with a potential of 86 units will have an energy storage of 22,016. So his total energy size is 4.15 times greater than that of his peers. To possess this much energy at rank 3 is clearly abnormal. But there is still something that is more abnormal than this. He possesses 357 energy threads now, so his energy recovery will be improved by 357%. His normal recovery is 5.95 units per minute. This is increased by 357% for each energy chamber to 21.2415 units per minute. Since he has 5 energy chambers now, his combined energy recovery rate is 106.2075 per minute. In other words, he will recover 106.2075/357, which is approximately 29.75% of his total energy capacity per minute. since his total energy capacity is 91,292 units. He will be recovering 27,189 units of energy per minute, or 1,631,347.2 units per hour. In comparison, at rank 2, he required 4 minutes to recover all of his energy. But now, all he needs is 3 minutes. As he thought of this, his eyes lit up as he said, "This is just what I can recover now. When I advance to the peak of rank 3, my total energy capacity and energy recovery will increase by 8 times. Then, when I get a core metac for the 5th energy chamber, I will experience another boost. At that time, I will have no problem using rank 4 metacs. He doesn't have any status, so he will be 2 times weaker than his peers with a rank 2 status. Using rank 4 metacs will help him narrow that gap, so it is a welcome development for him. If using rank 4 metacs doesn't help him catch up to his privileged peers with statuses, then upgrading his body, mind, and soul to rank 3 should do the trick. If this still doesn't work, he can only hope that the perks he gained when he advanced to rank 3 will help cover the difference. He gained 2 perks when he advanced to rank 3. The first is the life ability, and the second is the participation of the size of the energy well in the creation of power. To be honest, it is because of the life ability and the fusion that it facilitated between the host and the core metac that this second perk came about. At rank 2, the core metac fused with the energy well, but only the core metac counts as part of the power output, and it counts specifically as the cultivation rank. But after the life ability increased the level of fusion between core metac and the host, the size of the energy well will now count as part of the power output. To be specific, it will count as part of the stats portion of power, similar to body, soul, will, and mind. His power formula used to be cultivation level times stat times metac times overdrive, but it is now cultivation level times stat plus potential percent times metac times overdrive. So any stat that he uses, be it body, soul, will, or mind, will gain a boost to the potential of the cultivator. This shows just how important potential and talent are to a cultivator. Not only does potential affect energy recovery rate and overload limit, but it also grants another passive boost to the host that is in the form of direct power. Comments. Chapter 111. From the boost that potential has granted rank 3 cultivators, he can see why Muni was willing to sell all that he had to increase his talent. But from what he has heard, talent and potential will only get more important as cultivators become stronger. Other cultivators might hate the prospect that potential will become more important, but he has no reason to hate this prospect. When he thought of it, he curled his lips and said with smugness, "Bring it on." He has no reason to hate such a prospect because his potential is abnormally high at 357 points. For now, this means that he will gain a boost of 3.57 points to his stats with each attack. On the other hand, someone as talented as Slav with a potential of 95 points will only gain a boost of 0.95 points. This massive difference between his boost and the boost of talented people is why Loki is hoping that he will be able to make up for the difference between himself and the privileged people with Dao status. As for the perk that he gained after he advanced to rank 3, the shifting armor life ability, it won't improve his strength as directly as the potential boost to bust power. But it is still going to be very useful to him. Just like he expected, the life ability mutated after fusing with Fenrir. It changed from the initial armored shell into the shifting armor ability, which is now Fenrir's 6th ability. He has yet to try out the shifting armor and experience it directly, but he can already tell what mutation it has undergone. He can feel it deep within his gut as an extra muscle ready to be used. He can also tell that the main reason the armored shell life ability was accepted by Fenrir at all was that he had forged it using the living metal material. Fenrir doesn't care for branch metacs, so if he hadn't used the living metal, an organic metal with the potential to grow, to forge the life ability and had used some random metal like steel and copper, Fenrir would have rejected the life ability, and he would have failed to advance. As for whether the failure would have led to his death, he isn't sure about that. What he is sure about is that he is glad that the fusion succeeded and that he didn't have to experience the outcome of the failure. Another thing that he is glad about is that the shifting armor ability retained the growth potential of the living metal material. Not only did he not lose this property during the fusion, but Fenrir even expanded on it and turned his armor into a living thing capable of change. He became stronger for it, but Fenrir also improved thanks to the life ability. With this improvement, Fenrir can now determine the status of people through the power identification ability. Fenrir still can't tell what metak they possess until they use it, but he is satisfied with this. Just the fact that he can now spend all of his money to improve the power of the life ability and take this power back into the past is a great boon to him, so he can't complain. However, there are indeed some things that he would like to change. They just aren't about Fenrir, since his core metak is better than anyone has the right to ask for. The changes he wants are all about himself. As he thought of this, he said, "It is time to upgrade my cultivation to the peak of rank 3. That means I need rank 3 cloudy dates." He counted on his fingers as he said, "After that, I need to acquire rank 4 metaks. Then I need to start refining my body to raise its power to level 4. I shouldn't forget raising the strength of the shifting armor either. It is rank 3 now, but I can raise it to rank 4 and rank 5 with enough resources." As he was thinking of what to do to raise his strength, he remembered something important. I should also try to restore the 5th energy chamber. Should I target Slav now to get the danger sense metak? After thinking about this question for 2 seconds, he shook his head and said, "As much as I want it, I just can't get it right now. Not unless I want to revert time now. I should be able to extract the danger sense metak easily from his body since he didn't use it as his core metak. But if I kill him, his father won't let me go. I still want to raise the strength of shifting armor, so I shouldn't court death yet. For now, let's go and get the rank 3 cloudy metak and the rank 4 branch metaks that I need. We will take things forward from there." After making his decision, he stopped counting on his hands and instead went to grab his coat. The coat was for hiding his identity so that he wouldn't be easily identified outside. After wearing the large coat, he used the rank 3 hidden sword metak in his possession to hide his cultivation. Only then did he go outside. His goal for going outside is to shop for the things he needs. He still has 2 million contribution points in his account, so he can afford the things he needs. He can shop online, but he didn't do that because not only will it take time for the things he buys to reach him, but they will also be more expensive and he'll be running the risk of being scammed. These are why physical shopping is better. Normally, shopping makes people feel good, so he should be in a good mood now. But he is in a great mood because the things he is going to buy will increase his strength. Comments. Chapter 112. However, his good mood took a hit when he got outside and sensed someone watching him. Actually, he sensed 2 people watching him. One of the people he sensed watching him was Jim. This didn't surprise him, and he had gotten used to it. So it was the second person watching him that caused his mood to plummet significantly. The second person watching him was a golden man. The golden was standing still as part of a group of mannequins used to display clothes in front of a boutique. If the golden man hadn't been looking at him, and if he hadn't passed by it, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. But once he noticed it, he realized that he had seen this same kind of golden man before. He didn't do anything, though. He acted as if he hadn't noticed anything and continued on his way. He didn't even quicken his pace. He was as leisurely as ever. His steps took him to the central market, where he could buy the rank metaks that he needed. When he found a shop to buy rank 4 metaks, and he mentioned his need for cloudy date metak, the shopkeeper told him some bad news. The shopkeeper was a skinny man with a perpetual, large, amicable smile on his face. He smiled as he shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry to say that there are no rank 4 cloudy date metaks." To which Loki hurriedly shook his head and said, "The cloudy date metaks I want are rank 3. Only the branch metaks need to be rank 4. This made the smiling shopkeeper sigh in relief and say, "In that case, I have good news for you. The rank 3 cloudy dates metaks that you want are in stock." Loki was relieved to hear this, but he was still curious, so he asked, "What happened to rank 4 cloudy dates metaks, though? Are they that rare? Or did a big customer buy everything in stock?" In reply, the shopkeeper chuckled and said, Dear customer, you might not know this, but rank 4 Cloudy Dates metacs are very rare. I personally have only heard them being available in auction houses, and even then, there was only one of them available this whole year. Loki's eyes went wide when he heard this. He said in disbelief, "Only one in 1 year? Are rank 4 cultivators so rare?" Then he remembered something which made him exclaim, saying, "Oh, is that why I have never seen rank 4 slaves in the city?" The shopkeeper nodded and said, "The scarcity of rank 4 slaves indeed has a common cause with the scarcity of rank 3 slaves. The minimum requirement to advance to rank 4 is a saturation rate of 300%. This requires a minimum talent of 50 units. If you participated in the initiation program, I'm sure that you remember your days there. So you should be able to tell how rare people with 50 units of potential are." In reply, Loki laughed and said, "Who can forget the days they spent in the initiation program?" Then he became serious as he said, "But you're right. Out of 100 of us, there were only 3 people with a potential of 50 units. The shopkeeper continued to smile as he said, "See, just 3%. Even if people find ways to increase their talent, and this doubles the number of people with a potential of 50 points, there will only be 6 out of 100 people who are qualified to advance to rank 4. Then he shook his head and said, "And that's if they can survive past rank 3. Many talented people die in rank 3, while for untalented people, rank 3 will be their highest limit in this life." This mention of people dying at rank 3 piqued Loki's interest. So he sighed and said, "There's just no way out. Either you don't have talent, or you have talent, and people use you as raw materials for their cultivation." He said what he said because he was actually fishing. He doesn't really know exactly what's killing people at rank 3. He didn't ask directly why people were dying at rank 3 because he didn't want to come off as being ignorant. So what he did was to say something remotely correct and wait for a confirmation of his suspicions or a correction that would lead him in the right direction. At this point, the shop had begun to pack the branch metacs that he asked for into a bag. The branch metacs were in crystal balls for protection, and the shopkeeper was being very careful handling them. But he could still talk while doing so. He said to Loki while being busy with his hands, "That's the way of the world. The strong get stronger by preying on the weak, while the weak can only stay weak or be eaten. The only consolation is that none of them will live longer than 120 years if they don't advance to rank 6 and become divine beings. The fact that most of them will live as long as we and die, just like we do, helps me to cope with this unfair world." Loki laughed in response, but inwardly, his heart was not as calm as his face. After getting confirmation of his suspicions, he thought to himself, "It seems the only people I have to be worried about are the people who want to use me as raw materials. There doesn't seem to be a widespread danger that targets rank 3 cultivators. Then again, this shopkeeper is only rank 3. What he can know is limited. The only thing that I can be sure of is that there is no publicly acknowledged entity or problem that targets rank 3 cultivators." Then he remembered Muni's situation, which made him chuckle inwardly and say, "It seems Muni had even more reasons for raising his talent to 50 units. I might have underestimated him." Comments. Chapter 113. The thought of Muni made him say to himself, "That guy is truly ambitious. I thought he was all talk before when he was encouraging Craig to fight for the things he wanted, but it turns out that he has some bite to him." After amusing himself for a while with Muni's situation, he continued to chat with the shopkeeper. The two of them chatted for a while longer. They didn't stop discussing until Loki had acquired everything he wanted. The rank 3 Cloudy Date metacs cost 30,000 energy stones each. He bought 12 of them for his 4 energy chambers, which came to the cost of 360,000 energy stones. A 5% discount brought it down to 342,000 energy stones. That kind of purchase is expensive and can be avoided by spending some time and energy to cultivate. But considering the dangerous situation he was in and the people he was up against, he decided to splurge. Besides that, it wasn't his money that he was spending, so he didn't feel any heartache about spending the money. As for the rank 4 metacs, they cost between 20,000 and 100,000 energy stones. Branch metacs, like liquid metal metacs, which are used as weapons, cost 20,000 energy stones, while those like body lever, which increase the power of the body, cost 50,000 energy stones, and metacs like the rank 4 titanium body metac used for refining the body cost the highest at 80,000. Their value varied because of energy cost and usefulness. Out of everything, branch metacs that can improve the strength of the body, the soul, and the mind permanently cost the most, with the last two costing 100,000 energy stones. When he was done buying everything that he needed, he had spent over 1 million energy stones. Then he spent another 1 million energy stones buying materials to increase the strength of the shifting armor life ability. The materials he bought were various metals that he planned to feed to the shifting armor ability. He would have preferred to feed it living metal as it would be easy to digest, but it would take time to order it and get it. He can't wait for 1 week, so he decided to make do with what is readily available. He could keep all the metacs that he purchased in his energy well, but there was no place within his body to keep the various metals for raising the strength of his body and for feeding his life ability. He is strong, but he isn't strong enough to carry the tons of materials. So he had to hire a wagon to help him carry everything to his place. All of these drew unwanted attention to himself. Many people began watching him because of this. Some of them were curious about him, but most of them only had greed in their eyes as they gazed at him. When the people watching saw that it was a rank 2 person who was buying rank 4 metacs and spending enough to make a rank 4 cultivator turn their heads, they thought that he was either an errand boy for someone powerful or that he was powerful himself but was hiding his strength. Either way, they refused to dip their toes into this troubled water, so they left him alone. This allowed Loki to return home with his things in peace. Unfortunately for him, the repercussions of his shopping spree weren't going to end there. News of his outing got to the 2 parties that had been keeping close watch on him. But unlike the vagrants that he encountered in the market, these people were not afraid of him or his background at all. At the headquarters of the Viking Blade Society, Skarg had just been informed about Loki's shopping spree. Surge was the one who informed him. Surge and Simon are now standing together waiting for Skarg's order. Skarg was frowning as he contemplated what he just heard. When he thought about it for a while and came to a conclusion that he didn't want to believe, he asked them, saying, he is supposed to be rank 2, but he went out to buy rank 4 metacs and rank 3 cloudy dates. Now, why would he do something like that? Surge replied, unless he is buying it for someone else, those things have to be for him. I don't know why he is buying rank 4 metacs, but his buying rank 3 cloudy dates for himself can only mean that he has advanced to rank 3. But Simon shook his head and said, his cultivation level appears to be rank 2. If you're right that he is at rank 3, that will mean that not only is he hiding his cultivator, but also that his cultivation speed is abnormal. The only person I can think of who can advance to rank 3 in 14 months since they awakened is a reincarnator. So are you saying that Loki is the reincarnation of some rank 5 cultivator? As Simon asked that question, his eyes widened in disbelief. Even he himself couldn't believe that he was asking that question. He couldn't believe that they had reached a point where they were considering whether their slave was the reincarnation of a rank 5 cultivator. As absurd as it sounded, Skarg nodded in satisfaction and said with a tone of appreciation, good analysis, both of you. You have come to the same conclusion as I did. It is unlikely, but it is possible that this slave boy is actually a reincarnation. This can be called the worst-case scenario, and why a slave master should never let their slave escape. Simon still couldn't believe it. He said, but, that's crazy. It is absurd. He had a lot to say, but he couldn't put his words together to express exactly what he had in mind to say because of how shocked he was. Comments. Chapter 114. This level of shock is because reincarnations are very rare. So, it is unbelievable to think that a reincarnation will turn out to be a slave, and that slave turn out to be theirs. Of the 2 of them, only Surge could still articulate properly. So he had no problem saying, shouldn't a reincarnation have enough merit points to purchase reincarnation insurance? Why will a reincarnation spend so much time being a slave, have to escape on their own, and struggle through the initiation program? Simon immediately felt relieved that someone had been able to put his disbelief into words. He pointed at Serge and said, "Yes, that's it. That's what I wanted to say." But Scar shrugged and said, "I don't know why a reincarnation would do something like that. All I know is that if he is really a reincarnation, it would explain why he is so rich and why he felt assured about buying rank 4 metax that he can't use now." Sergio's eyes lit up when he heard this. He said in dawning understanding, he is confident that he will be able to use the rank 4 metax soon. While other people have no hope for rank 4, he is sure that he will be able to reach it. Simon dearly didn't want Loki to be the reincarnation of some great cultivator. So he scrambled to find something that didn't make sense and pointed it out, saying, the minimum requirement to advance to rank 4 is a potential of 50 units. He didn't have that much talent when he was in the initiation program. So how can he advance to rank 4? In response, Serge sneered and said, if he can hide his cultivation level, then he can hide his talent too. In fact, it is easier to hide talent. As long as one checks his energy well, no one will know what his true talent is. Besides, talent can be increased. With enough money to buy things worth nearly 2 million energy stones in a day, I'm sure that he can find a way to raise his talent to 50 units. At this point, Simon couldn't find any other explanation. He could only say, no wonder his mind and Tao heart were so outstanding. Then he looked at his father with an anxious face and asked, saying, what do we do now, father? He wanted to ask if they should apologize and make amends or not. But he thought that it was better not to ask a cowardly question. So he sighed inwardly with relief when he heard what his father had to say. Scar smiled and said, it doesn't matter if he is a reincarnator or not. What matters is that he is weak now, and we can overpower him. Then his face became stern as he said, we let him go once before, but we won't make that mistake again. Whether he is a reincarnation or not, what his potential actually is, and why he didn't secure reincarnation insurance, we will know when we capture and interrogate him. With that said, he waved his hands and said, let's go and get him now. With that order, the father and his 2 sons quickly went into action. They gathered men and golems and went after Loki. As for Slav, he was busy trying to raise his stock value and advancing his cultivation. On the other side, when Death Envoy learned what Loki had been up to, she too suspected that Loki was the reincarnation of a great rank 5 cultivator. Rank 5 cultivators have fused completely with their energy well and their core metax, so it is very difficult for Death to wipe out their memories and their core metax. This is what makes them different from everyone else. Everyone dies and reincarnates. But when others die and forget everything about their previous lifetimes, rank 5 cultivators usually remember their previous lifetime and will awaken their core metac in their next life. This privilege means that every reincarnation of a great rank 5 cultivator will awaken with a potential of at least 50 units. Their memory from their previous lifetime also makes their Tao heart and skill grow far too quickly, which translates to an unreasonable cultivation speed. If this is the case, it would explain Loki's fast cultivation speed. But if it is the case, it would also be both good and bad for Death Envoy. It will be good for her if she can capture Loki and get all of his memories. This will only be bad for her if she tries to capture Loki and fails. Right now, she hasn't done anything to offend him yet, so she can wash her hands of the matter and risk no danger. It is only if she tries to capture Loki and fails that she will offend him irreversibly and be in danger. There is also the option of helping Loki rise again to rank 5 and hoping that he would repay her goodwill by helping her advance too. Many people would prefer this option as it would bring no danger from Loki. But Death Envoy didn't consider this peaceful solution at all. Her eyes widened with pleasant surprise as he said, no wonder that Skarg had been watching him. The scoundrel must have suspected something. Then her voice became anxious as she said, he must have found out by now. I can't let him get away with this, so I have to go and grab that Loki immediately. As she was saying this, she was already activating her zombies. It was clear that she wasn't willing to waste any time at all. She was taking the situation so seriously that she also activated the rank 4 Spirit Crown Metac, which can split the power of her soul into 4 parts that can act independently. This allowed her to control 4 zombie puppets at the same time. Each zombie puppet is a rank 4 zombie with a body as strong as titanium. So even a rank 4 combat armor can only be as tough as its body. Comments. Chapter 115. She herself stayed in her lair. It was only her zombies that went out to capture Loki. She stayed behind to control the zombies in safety. So no matter the outcome of the upcoming hunt, she should be completely safe. With her zombies on the way, she reached out to Jim to get an update on Loki's position and situation. She used her long-range communication talisman to connect with Jim's communication talisman. Since it was a long-range communication talisman, it was capable of connecting with people in the vicinity of the town. Unfortunately, no matter how long she waited for a connection, Jim didn't respond to her request for a connection. This lack of communication made her heart sink. Then she shook her head and said, "What a shame. He died so young. I still had great plans for him. I only hope they left his body intact. I can still make use of it if it is intact enough." But just as she was thinking about how to retrieve Jim's corpse, she began receiving messages from the members of her society. They were calling her to tell her that the people of the Viking Blade Society were attacking them. It wasn't one person who was calling to say this. In just 1 minute, 13 people called to tell her that they were under attack. And this number was only increasing as time went by. This made her narrow her eyes in suspicion and say, "What is Scar doing? Is he trying to split my attention and prevent me from going after Loki? Or is he truly attacking me? Or is it both?" As she considered the possibility that Skarg might also be after her life, she couldn't help but become angry. Her eyes widened in anger, and she shouted, saying, "How dare he? What does he take me for?" She wasn't feigning anger at all. Her anger is very real, because Skarg had disrespected her by thinking of killing her and insulted her by actually going through with the thought and attempt to kill her. The anger that swept through her was so much that she made up her mind to kill Skarg and wipe out everyone in his family, too. But no amount of anger could make her change her plans. Despite all the bad news coming through to her every moment, she didn't waver from her decision to acquire Loki. Her mind was made up on that, and she was unwilling to disperse her strength to save the people of her sect. It was easy to keep her mind focused despite the onslaught of bad news, because the members of her society are just raw materials for her. She cares for them as much as a farmer cares for the livestock on their farm. She cares a lot for them because she has spent a lot of resources to raise them, but right now, she cares a lot more for Loki. This is because Loki is a precious resource that she can't raise, no matter how willing she is to spend. She would rather give up everyone else for Loki. Even if Loki turns out not to be worth the trade in the future, she can always get back what she lost from Skarg and his family. This was the decision she made with logic and thorough thought. But this didn't lessen the sting of Skarg's attempt on her life. In fact, her anger continued to soar over time, not diminish. She gritted her teeth until she bit her lips bloody and said, "You will pay for this, Skarg. It seems it has been too long since I last showed my power. I will use you to remind everyone of the fear of the Death Envoy." This same thing had happened to Rusty of the Rusty Bolt Society, but he had immediately tried to appease Skarg. But Death Envoy is made of different stuff. Not only does she have more self-respect than Rusty, but she also has the power to back it up. Loki hadn't told her about his enmity with Skarg and the Rain family, but he didn't need to tell her for her to know that there were some hostilities between them. And even if he had told her, the first thought that would appear in her mind in this situation wouldn't be to hand Loki over. Even if Loki were some ordinary person, she still wouldn't give him up to Skarg. She thinks of him as her property, so she won't surrender him to someone she considers to be at most her peer. But now that she knows that Loki might be the reincarnation of a great cultivator, there is no way she can give him up. In fact, she has only become more anxious to get to Loki before others. Her 4 zombies got to the building where Loki was living and encountered Skarg's lackeys. She recognized them because their eyes were blank and their faces were devoid of emotion. There was also the fact that they were currently attacking everyone in the building. Only the people of the Viking Blade sect are currently doing this. So she didn't waste time talking to them. She immediately made her 4 zombies start attacking them. Not that talking with them will do any good. She knows far too well how these human puppets aren't talkers. The rank 4 zombies attacked without holding back at all. She had no reason to be careful since Skarg was the one who started the fight. So no matter the damage to the city, Skarg would be the one to pay the fines to the city lord. She sent the 4 zombies straight to Loki's room to look for him. Unfortunately for her, the human puppets had gotten there first. When she got to Loki's room, she didn't see him there. This made the anger that she had been holding back shoot straight into her head. Her vision blurred and became tinted with red. Comments. Chapter 116. As anger erupted within her, she roared in anger and said, "I will end you, Skarg. Come out and fight me if you dare. Come out and fight, or I will kill everyone you love and destroy everything you care for." All 4 zombies screamed that out, so a lot of people heard it. Skarg also heard it through his human puppets, but he didn't come out to confront her. He, too, was hiding in safety while he controlled his human puppets to do his bidding. So he is similar to Death Envoy in that both of them let others do their fighting for them. They rarely confront danger themselves. When Skarg heard her scream of challenge, he snorted and said, "Just wait until I get that Loki. When I have him, I will have time to deal with you." Then he asked himself, saying, "I wonder where she has hidden him. Is he with her in her lair? No matter. I want to get rid of her anyway. I can just take the 2 of them down together." Death Envoy was looking for Loki, and so was Skarg. In their attempt to get Loki, both of them clashed many times and fought with the lives of many people on the line. The Loki they were looking for was also looking for someone. The weird thing about his search was that he didn't approach the person he was looking for despite knowing where they were. What he did was to find a building some distance away from his target with a clear view of his target. Then he climbed the building to the top so that he could see where his target was. After gaining direct line of sight, he activated the shifting armor ability. When this life ability was activated, a black liquid that was as thick as tar erupted from Fenrir, gushed out of his energy well, and covered his body, starting from his belly. The black liquid spread out all over his body, covering his eyes and ears, before solidifying into a mech armor. This black combat armor was as glossy as obsidian. Even the part that covered his eyes looked opaque from the outside. After the armor was set on his body, more black liquid gushed out of his energy well and congregated on his shoulders, where they formed 2 shoulder-mounted guns. The guns were small rail guns with 2 barrels for shooting armor-penetrating rounds. So there are 4 barrels in total. As he fired one barrel, he mouthed to himself, "One." The gun fired its deadly payload with deathly silence. The only sign that he fired something was the slight recoil that he felt on his shoulders. As for everyone else, they were ignorant of the terrible projectile that had been let loose. Only one person sensed the dangerous bullet. This person also happened to be Loki's target. In fact, this person sensed the danger as soon as Loki thought about firing the weapon. They didn't know what a danger was, but they knew where it was coming from, and they knew to dodge to avoid the danger. The bullet punched through the wall like it wasn't there and sailed past Slav. Because Slav dodged, the bullet struck the person he was talking to and caused their chest to explode. As Slav fell to the ground, the sense of danger surged in his heart again, so he rolled across the ground to avoid it. Just as he rolled, the bullet smashed into the ground, pierced it, and struck something on the next floor. Slav had avoided danger twice in a row, but he couldn't relax at all because the shadow of death was still chasing him. In fact, it could be said that the shadow of death had gotten closer to him now than earlier. The shadow of death was so close that he could feel it on his neck. This time, he couldn't create enough distance between himself and death because he was still rolling on the ground. So he began to panic. In his panic, he activated the money armor metak. This was activated with a power that was 2 cultivation rank, times 2, mind, times 2, money armor, times 101% skill, which was 8.08 units. Just as he did this, another bullet tore through the wall and smashed into the golden barrier around his body. The bullet had struck him with a power that was equal to 3 cultivation rank, times 3, mind, plus 357%, energy well, times 3, life ability, plus 4, living armament, times 210% skill, which was 289.737 units. With this kind of disparity in power, it was no wonder that the golden barrier fell apart upon contact. The bullet struck Slav in the back, severed his spine, and smashed his internal organs into pieces. On the other side, Loki sensed that Slav was no longer moving. He also sensed that Slav's life force was dwindling. So he smiled and said, "And that's how you catch someone with the danger sense metak." After he said this, he made the rail guns liquefy and transform into large blade-like feathers. The blades clumped together to form the feathers of two wings. Lightning crackled in the blades, which led to the production of an electromagnetic force, which in turn provided the lift needed for him to fly. He took off from the top of the building he was standing on and went straight towards Loki. As he did this, he said to himself, "Come to Daddy, you prodigal son. I will give you a good home right here in my belly." The two rank 3 guards that Skarg had assigned to Slav had finally responded and were in the process of moving Slav's body. Fortunately, he could still keep track of Slav's body and didn't lose his way. Instead of going to the 4th floor where he shot Slav dead, he went to the 1st or 2nd floor to intercept them there at the stairs. Slav was dead, but the puppet warriors protecting him still fought to protect him. So he still had to get past them if he was going to get to Slav. Comments. Chapter 117. One of the guards was a body forger with the classic iron armor life ability, while the other was a mind hunter with a marionette life ability. Both of them possessed a potential of around 40%. They also both had status. This puts their power at 2 status, times 3 cultivation, times 3 mind, plus 40% energy well, times 3 life ability, plus 4 living armament, times 200% skill, which is 285.6 units. That small boost of 0.4 points that their energy well granted to their stats raised their power from 252 units to 285.5, which is actually a 13.3% boost to their overall power. This kind of power matched his power output with his life ability, which was 289.737 units. So, despite having a status, he was still slightly stronger than they were. However, he wouldn't be able to defeat them if he continued to use his previous combination. And even if he managed to wear them down, it wouldn't happen before Skarg comes over with more people. So he decided to switch tactics. He let the shifting armor create a large sword for him, which he swung at the two of them. The body forger was the one who went up to fight him. It was a woman wearing 2 gauntlets. The other guard, a man, stayed back and attacked his mind. The power of the mental attack was 122.4 units, while the power of his mental defense was 3 cultivation rank times 3 mind plus 357% energy well times 4 mind shield times 210% skill, which was 165.56 units. So he was able to block the mental attack. With the mental attack unable to stop him, he was able to deal with the body forger. She swung her gauntlet fist at him while he swung the sword at her with the power of 3 telekinesis metak times 2 body plus 3 life ability plus 357% energy well times 4 body lever plus 4 living armament times 210% overdrive, which is at 431.928. This time, he used his life ability to enhance the power of his body like an exoskeleton armor. He also used the rank 4 body lever metak and the rank 4 living armament. So even though the power of his body was still stuck at the level it was when he was a rank 2 cultivator, the power that exploded out of his body was too much for his enemy to bear. The sword cut through the gauntlet, and the woman wielding it with a single blow. The sword cut one arm off and went on to dissect her from her collar down to her belly. Blood spurted out her body and splashed onto him. It splashed onto his black armor, but the blood slid off without staining him at all. He kicked her corpse aside and proceeded to the next guard. This guard was even easier to kill because his body was weak. He put up no worthwhile resistance as Loki cut off his head. After killing them, he said with pride, "I'm so strong, and this isn't even my full strength." He wasn't jesting when he said this. Not only did he not get to use the siphon ability, but he also didn't use the metax of the sword pathway. If he had used the latter, his strength would have exploded for sure. When he thought of the metax of the sword pathway, he couldn't help but say with pity, "It is unfortunate that the sword heart metac won't work with my guns." Not even making the bullet's sword shape was able to fool it. As he said this, he bent down to retrieve the danger sense metac from Slav's mangled and bloody body. Once his hand touched Slav's body, the armor around his hand liquefied and separated from his hand so he could touch Slav's body. Then he went ahead to retrieve the seal within Slav's energy well. Immediately after the sealed danger sense metac entered his energy and was devoured by Fenrir, he sighed in relief and said, "I've finally gotten it. It is not what I planned, but I will take it. As far as consolation prices go, this one is excellent." His initial plan was to take things slowly and raise the power of his life ability before reversing time. But as he was feeding his life ability the metals he bought, he heard a noise, so he looked out the window and saw Jim being attacked by two golden men. He couldn't be sure if the second golden man was new or if it had always been around, but he failed to spot it. But he was sure that this meant that Scar was finally making a move against him. Since the situation had reached that point, he had no choice but to do something stupid that he didn't want to do. Of course, now that Scar was already attacking him, it was no longer stupid to go after Slav. So he escaped through the window of his apartment and managed to avoid the people coming after him, thanks to the ability of his life ability to take to the sky and fly. From there, he went looking for Loki. That's what led to this moment. He is sure that Skard already knows where he is by now, but he doesn't care anymore. The only thing on his mind right now is fusing the danger sense metac into his fifth energy chamber. As the danger sense metac fused with the fifth energy chamber, he felt a sense of fullness. It was as if he had filled a missing gap in his life and had finally become whole. With a fifth core metac within him, his Fenrir increased in size and began growing more energy threads. Because of this, he could feel himself growing stronger by the moment. That was the good news. The bad news was that he was now in grave danger. The danger sense metac alerted him to immense and overwhelming danger from the sky. As he looked up, he saw something that made his eyes go wide in fright. Comments. Chapter 118. He saw the sky darken as a large, colossal hand reached down from the sky and grabbed towards him. Even before the hand reached him, the world had collapsed around him. The building he was standing in had collapsed into dust, which was why he could see the sky and the hand reaching down from it. He also saw everything else and other humans in the city turning to dust. But strangely, no one was panicking. No one acted differently despite their lives being in danger. They went along with whatever they were doing as they shattered into dust, as if they couldn't see the hand in the sky or perceive what the hand was doing. Only Loki appeared to be able to see that arm, and only he was still intact despite everything around him crumbling into dust. Despite being unscathed, the terror of death and danger in his heart only intensified. Without being told, he instinctively knew what the problem was. So he said to himself with regret, "It is coming for the danger sense metac. It was somehow able to sense me when I fused with the danger sense metac." He was able to quickly come to the conclusion that there is a grave problem with the danger sense metac. But he also understood that no matter how bad the problem with the danger sense metac is, the problem would only become bigger if Fenrir is revealed. All of these went through his mind as the hand reached down for him. At the end of his introspection, he decided to reverse time. It is the only thing that he can do to escape this situation since his body couldn't move. A terrible force had preceded the hand in the sky and had already grabbed hold of him. He could even feel his mind slowing down and stagnating. So only by reversing time could he escape. With this thought, he activated the rewind metac. His consciousness detached from his trapped body and escaped with Fenrir into the river of time. The source of the hand in the sky noticed this and said in surprise, "What's this? 2 divine metacs already? I have underestimated you." Their voice was as silent as a whisper, but it shattered the minds of everyone who heard it. Everyone in the city who was still alive died immediately because of that voice. Loki didn't see what happened next because he had been swept into the river of time and was going upstream. But even here in the river of time, he could still feel that he was in danger. It was a sort of danger that would continue to linger around him as long as he possessed the danger sense metak. It made his heart cold and full of regret. He groaned inwardly and said to himself, I shouldn't have coveted that danger sense metak. But what exactly is wrong? Slav had it all along, but no one tried to capture him. Is it that only he can use it? Or is it that no one must use the danger sense metak as their core metak? Or what's the problem with me? Is it that no one can have more than one divine metak? What is going on? He had so many questions running through his mind and didn't stop wondering about this until the moment Fenrir descended from the river of time into the physical world in the past. As soon as Fenrir from the future arrived and fused with the Fenrir from the past, what he feared happened. A large, colossal hand broke the sky and descended to grab him. A terrible, invisible force also descended from the sky and landed in his body, gripping it tightly. His thoughts began to slow down, but he still sensed that the whole world was being destroyed around him. This caused him shout inwardly, saying, Damn that Slav. Then he activated the rewind metak again. As his consciousness escaped from his body and jumped into the river of time, a surprised voice came from the sky, saying, What's this? 2 divine metaks already? I have underestimated you. Loki heard this before the world disappeared from his sight, and he ran into the past. What he heard made him say with bitterness, I've done it now. What kind of enemy have I provoked? They don't remember me, but they can always find me. He has escaped from danger again, but that sense of impending doom is still following him. So he knew without a doubt that he was far from safe. Because of the danger he was feeling, when he reappeared in the physical world again, he didn't bother to wait and see if this unreasonably powerful enemy would come after him before activating the rewind metak. He escaped as soon as he could without holding back at all. His behavior caused the person in the sky to say, Where is he? Loki was in the past, and he didn't stop running into the past until he reached his limit, which was the moment of his awakening. As he descended into reality, his heart was pounding in his chest, and his mind was whirling as fast as it could, looking for a solution. His goal is to get rid of the danger sense metak as fast as he can. It is difficult to get rid of the danger sense metak because Fenrir will never regurgitate what it has already eaten. So his only option is to replace the danger sense metak with something else. This was why he looked at the people present in the awakening room for a solution. He was looking for someone with a core metak to devour. As he looked around, he thought to himself, there is Muni, Craig, Slav, and Leonard. Leonard is the closest, so I will be taking him. The presence of a rank 3 cultivator in the awakening room caused Muni's eyes to widen in shock before he fixated his gaze on Loki. But before he could say anything, the large hand from the sky descended again. Comments. Chapter 119. Loki ignored Muni's widened eyes and reversed time again. This process took less than a second for him because he was too close to Fenrir's limit in the river of time. The good news is that since he wasn't going into the past by much, it didn't consume his time span. After he descended into reality again, he didn't waste time thinking. He quickly used the tracking mark on Leonard as he lunged at the young man. His body, mind, and soul are all weak since he just awakened. But he possessed his life ability, so he wasn't entirely helpless. He quickly covered his body with the shifting armor and used it to enhance the power of his body and speed up as he dashed towards the ignorant young man. He also created a spear in his hand, which he used to stab at Leonard. Leonard didn't know what crashed into him before he lost consciousness. The spear pierced his neck and took off his head in one clean blow. His body swayed a bit before it began to fall. Loki grabbed the corpse and got to work extracting the beautiful woman metak from it. This time, he was much stronger than before, so it took less than a second to retrieve the sealed core metak from Leonard's body. With the beautiful woman metak extracted, he began fusing it with the 5th energy chamber. As he did so, he chuckled to himself and said, "To think that the one I looked down on will be the one to save me now." What an unexpected turn of events. While this was going on, the awakening room had been thrown into disarray. Everyone began to shout and scream in panic because of his murder. Even Muni had become angry, so he killed someone. He quickly overcame his shock that one of the Awakeners was a rank 3 being and began walking forward to stop Loki from killing more people. Unfortunately for him, he won't be able to do this because a large, colossal hand tore the sky apart and descended to the earth to grab at Loki. The feeling of the terrible force grabbing his body made him urge Fenrir, saying, "Hurry, hurry." Fenrir's speed didn't increase because of his urging, but it managed to complete the fusion before the hand could grab him. The outcome of the fusion surprised both him and the person in the sky. His eyes widened when he saw what had appeared in the 5th energy chamber, but he didn't delay the activation of the rewind metak despite his surprise. As for the hand in the sky, it paused and stopped descending. The person in the sky also said, "Where are you hiding? I know you're here." Everyone who heard this silent whisper had their mind shattered to pieces. They all died with blood pouring out of their eyes, nose, mouth, and ears as their liquefied brain came pouring out of their skull. Only one person was still alive in the whole city despite the power of the voice from the sky. That person was Slav. When the hand couldn't find Loki, it locked onto the only person who was fine after hearing his voice. As it did so, the voice in the sky said, "Got you." This made Slav's face change from confusion to fear. Then he tried to escape. He activated his core metak to escape, and his body flickered briefly. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't enough for him to escape. The force that was gripping him refused to let him go. However, something weird happened to him after he tried and failed to escape. The look of fear on his fear changed to that of confusion. But that confusion quickly changed to enlightenment. Something about the new divine metak that he had awakened seemed to have enlightened him. It was as if a part of him that was Ms. Sun had been found, so he was able to understand his situation quickly. However, what he understood still wasn't enough to help him escape. His new understanding only made him understand just how bad his current situation was. So his eyes widened in shock before he roared unwillingly, saying, "How come? I haven't done anything yet. I don't even have the danger sense metak." Fortunately or unfortunately, this world disappeared and ceased to exist because Loki had reversed time. It was fortunate for Slav because he wasn't captured, but it was unfortunate because everyone died once time was reversed. Loki reverted to the time he awakened Fenrir and looked around with weary eyes. He doesn't have the danger sense metak anymore, so he can't be sure if he is in danger or not. He can only wait and see. After waiting for a while and seeing that the large hand didn't descend to grab him, he sighed in relief and said to himself, "Finally, I've finally escaped." His words caught the attention of the people nearby. They looked at him with a weird gaze. He didn't care about their weird gazes, though. He only had his eyes on his status. Age: 24 years and 6 months / 77 years 9 months. Race: human. Energy quantity: 22,016 plus 22,016 plus 22,016 plus 22,016 plus 3,328 is equal to 91,392 equals 176,128 plus 176,128 plus 176,128 plus 176,128 plus 22,016 is equal to 726,528. Energy density: 12, 12, 12, 12, 9. Energy rank: 3. Energy threads: 86 plus 86 plus 86 plus 86 plus 13 is equal to 357. 86 plus 86 plus 86 plus 86 plus 86 is equal to 430. Body: 3.0, 0.6. Soul: 3.0, 1.5. Mind: 3.0, 1.5. Will: 5, 10%. 5, 60%. Skill: 210%, 211%. Core metak: 1. Fenrir, divine power, identification. Tracking: Seal, devouring. Siphon: shifting armor, life ability. 2. Rewind: Sword heart, telepathy, telekinesis. Reversal: The first thing that he noticed was that he had grown by 13 months since the time he advanced to rank 3. This meant that he had spent 13 months escaping from that great unknown enemy. His escape increased his age from 23 years and 5 months old to 24 years and 6 months old. So he only has 53 years and 3 months to become a rank 6 divine being and extend his lifespan. Comments. Chapter 120. When he thought about how much time he had left to achieve rank 6, he said, "It is tight, but I should be able to make it. Even if I don't make it, as long as I advance to rank 5, I can give it another shot." He is confident in his talent, but isn't confident about advancing to rank 6 because it has been stated many times that it isn't about talent. But no matter how difficult it is to become a divine being, he is sure that he will be able to achieve it in this life or the next. The second thing that he saw was that the size of the 5th energy chamber had gone from 13 units to 86, like the other 4, while the energy density in the other 4 energy chambers had increased from level 9 at the early state of rank 3 to level 12 at the peak stage of rank 3 because of the rank 3 cloudy date metax that he bought and used before going after Slav. These 2 changes increased the size of his energy chamber from 357 to 430 units. As for his total internal energy, it increased from 91,392 points to 726,528 points. As large as this is, there is still room for improvement in the 5th energy chamber. Once he raises the cultivation of the 5th energy chamber from the early state of rank 3 to the peak stage, he will gain another boost. The third change that he noticed was that nearly all of his stats had diminished. Actually, he sensed the weakness even before he saw just how much he diminished through the power identification ability. This made him say to himself with bitterness, "I guess all of the stuff I've bought to strengthen my body, soul, and mind has gone to waste again. I can only count on my skill, will, and now my life ability." His will remains the same at rank 5, but his recent brush with death has added a whooping 50% progress to its advancement to rank 6. His skill also improved by 1%. As small as this was, it brought a smile to his face. He even said, so it wasn't all bad. His brush with death wasn't all that bad at all. He had regretted taking the danger sense metac before. But all of that regret has left his body after seeing what was residing in his 5th energy chamber. When Fenrir had taken the beautiful woman metac of the dual cultivation pathway and fused it with the 5th energy chamber, it didn't just discard the danger sense metac that used to be there. It took something from the danger sense metac and added it to the beautiful woman metac. He isn't sure what exactly Fenrir took from the danger sense metac, but he knows that whatever that thing is, it is what makes the danger sense metac a divine metac. So Fenrir removed the qualifications of the danger sense metac and gave it to the beautiful woman metac before it discarded the unnecessary part of the danger sense metac. This process led to the upgrade of the beautiful woman metac into a divine metac. Not only that, but for some unknown reason, the upgrade of the beautiful woman metac into a divine metac also caused it to change into the reversal metac. The product of the fusion, the reversal metac, is still a metac of the dual cultivation pathway, though. This made him rub his chin and say, "It is clear that what was removed from the danger sense metac and fused with the beautiful woman metac is what caused it to change." But what is the reversal metac? Is it a new divine metac or an old one that suddenly appeared within me after the fusion? And are all divine metacs core metacs? How are divine metacs made anyway? Surely people don't have something like Fenrir to create divine metacs. Even if they do, they will still need another divine metac to create another one. So is the number of divine metacs fixed, or can new ones be created? These questions are too difficult for him to answer, so he couldn't figure them out. One of the reasons for this difficulty is that information about divine metacs is rare. The only information he knows about them is that divine metacs are rare. Only divine metacs can reach rank 6, and that divine metacs are needed to advance to rank 6. As for where divine metacs come from, no one has said anything about it. This made him think to himself, saying, I should get more information about divine metacs. In the meantime, where is the danger sense metac now anyway? His eyes glinted with greed as he said, I don't mind going for another spin with that dangerous metac if it can help me upgrade the Sword Heart metac, the Telekinesis metac, and the Telepathy metac to the Divine grade. He had cursed Slav and had deeply regretted that he took the Danger Sense metac when that large hand from the sky was pursuing him. But now that the Danger Sense metac gave him a benefit, and the benefit is so sweet, he has decided that the Danger Sense metac isn't so bad. Not only that, he even wants to find the Danger Sense metac again and use it to upgrade his other 3-core metac. So his gaze shifted to Slav, and he activated the power identification ability to see if Slav possessed that lovely metac called the Danger Sense metac. Race, human. Status 1. Energy quantity, 95. Energy density, 1. Energy rank, 1. Body, 0.4. Soul, 0.9. Mind, 0.9. Will, 1. 89%. Skill, 1%. Metac, Space Blink Divine. He can now see more about a target through the power identification ability thanks to the advancement that Fenrir had undergone. So he was able to see more information about Slav. He can now see the power of Slav's will, mind, and skill. They are weak, which is expected for a newly awakened cultivator to have. So, Slav remained nearly the same. Comments. Chapter 121. However, there was a slight change in Slav that he had never seen before. This little change caused the gaze he was using to look at Slav to change from that of great interest to that of shock. Then his shock changed into a look of confusion. He even asked himself, saying, Where's the Danger Sense metac now? Did my taking what made a divine destroy it forever? Where did he get this space blink? Why does he always awaken divine metacs anyway? No matter. Let's move on. Slav possesses a new divine grade metac now, and that's what matters. As he said this, the confusion on his face changed into a look of great interest. But by the time he was done speaking, his look of great interest had changed into a look of pure greed. Meanwhile, the people around him were also looking at him with strange looks on their faces. Their gaze became more peculiar when they sensed a powerful aura emanating from him. They don't know that his aura indicated that he was a rank 3 being. All they knew was that the powerful breath that he was exhaling out of his body was similar to the one that Muni also exhales when he breathes out. But Muni knew exactly what cultivation Loki was at as soon as he sensed it. There was also another person who was able to recognize that Loki was at rank 3. This person was Slav. Slav had met many rank 3 beings before, so he was able to instantly recognize the power of Loki's breath. He was also highly knowledgeable, so he was able to guess why Loki had awakened with rank 3 cultivation. When the guess popped into his head, his eyes widened until they nearly popped out of his skull. His gaze was full of surprise as he thought to himself, He is a reincarnation. It is a full reincarnation, too. Then he asked himself in fear, How can Loki be a reincarnation? We are doomed. He has heard his father say that everyone reincarnates, but there are 4 types of reincarnation. These 4 are called full reincarnation, half reincarnation, quarter reincarnation, and empty reincarnation. Full reincarnation is when a cultivator who is at least at the 5th rank of cultivation reincarnates with both their core metac and life ability. Of course, they also reincarnate with the memories of their last life. A life ability is only something that a rank 3 cultivator and above can have. So full reincarnators immediately acquire cultivation of rank 3 as soon as they awaken. So, full reincarnators possess power and memories from their last life. For half reincarnation, the minimum requirement becomes someone who has achieved rank 5 cultivation in their last 2 lifetimes. This is a more relaxing requirement, as it doesn't need one to be a rank 5 cultivator in their last life. Of course, reincarnating like this also leads to a loss of benefits. A half reincarnator can only reincarnate with the memories of their last life and their core metac. Half reincarnators won't have their life ability, so they won't have rank 3 power as soon as they awaken. But their core metac will ensure that they have above 50% potential, and their memories of 2 lifetimes will make it easier for them to make good use of this talent and advance quickly. Beneath this level of reincarnation is the quarter reincarnation. This kind of reincarnation only grants 1 memories of their past life and nothing else. He doesn't know the requirements for this because even his father doesn't know. Lastly, there is empty reincarnation. This kind of reincarnation grants no advantages. Even memories are absent. This is the kind of reincarnation that everyone undergoes. Everyone reincarnates lifetime after lifetime, but they don't have any memory of their previous lifetimes, so they don't remember anything about their previous lifetimes. In general, rank 5 cultivators who die once get full reincarnation. But if they fail to advance back to rank 6 before they die again, they will only be able to achieve a half reincarnation in their second lifetime. But if they still fail to return to their rank 6 cultivation a 3rd time, they run the risk of only reincarnating with their memories or not reincarnating with anything at all. He remembered that when his father was talking about this, his father had said, "So anyone can be the reincarnation of a great cultivator who failed to become a divine being." His father had even chuckled and said, "Heck, they might even be the reincarnation of a divine being too." Who knows? He had always taken what his father said to heart and viewed everyone as being the possible reincarnation of a great being. But never in his life did he consider Loki to be a full reincarnation of a great cultivator, because no full reincarnation will be a slave. A full reincarnation means that they were at rank 5 in their previous lifetime. So with that kind of power, they should be able to buy reincarnation insurance and many other things that will ensure that they awaken and don't waste their second lifetime. But no matter how absurd it has already happened. It has happened that he and his family dated to enslave a great cultivator. Not only that, but they tried to stop the great cultivator from awakening, and they even sent someone to kill the reincarnator. The repercussions for all these cannot be good. The more he thought about this, the more he began to panic. He wanted to run away as soon as possible. Fortunately, he awakened a core metac that can help with just that. So he immediately activated the space blink metac to create some distance between himself and Muni. His position flickered, and he appeared behind Muni. So not only had he crossed the room, but he had also put someone who could contend with Loki before himself as a shield. Comments. Chapter 122. However, just as he used the space blink metac, a part of his existence that was missing was restored, and certain memories that had been missing in his mind were finally unlocked. As these memories gushed into his mind, his eyes became unfocused, and he became confused. It became difficult for him to tell who he was and what he was doing at the moment. Fortunately for him, his confusion disappeared 2 seconds later. Then his confusion was replaced with enlightenment. He was able to finally understand what was going on with him. This understanding came with a swift change in his mindset and demeanor. His eyes became deeper and also more weathered. The gaze with which he looked at things became sharper, and his thoughts became more shrewd. He looked around and said to himself, "So I am in the 4 Directions sect. What irony." Then he looked inwardly at himself and asked in confusion, "What happened to me? Wasn't I supposed to awaken with the rewind metac? How will I fight back without the rewind metac?" The absence of the rewind metac within him nearly caused him to panic. But his years of experience helped him to remain calm and collected. He said to himself with a sigh, "There is no use crying over split milk. At least, I didn't awaken with the danger sense metac. That one is too dangerous to use. What I need to do is recover my strength as soon as possible. So I have to go. I can't continue to waste my time playing around with these mortals." His thoughts began to churn as his mind raced to make plans for recovering his strength. As for Loki and Skarg, he stopped thinking about them entirely. It might look like a coincidence to others that 2 reincarnators appear at the same time in one place, but he doesn't think it is anything special because he knows that everyone alive is just a reincarnation of someone else. They have just forgotten who they were. He won't be surprised if 2 more people turn out to be reincarnators among the 100 of them. So there is no way that he will be surprised that both he and Loki turn out to be reincarnations. As for fearing Loki, that is not possible. The kind of enemies that he has are not something that someone of Loki's caliber can compare to. He also doesn't take his father in this lifetime, Skarg, seriously anymore. In fact, he has more respect for Loki, no matter how little it is, than he does for Skarg. After all, Loki is worthy enough to reincarnate, while Skarg doesn't have that privilege. While Slav was thinking about his plans, Loki was going through a roller coaster of emotions. His eyes had widened to the extent that they were about to crack and bleed. This is all because of the changes that Slav had undergone. He hadn't noticed when Slav activated the space blink metac, because he too was awakening during that time and assimilating the memories of the future. Other people were shocked by this display of power, but not him because he had missed. But even if he had seen it, he wouldn't be shocked to see someone shift their position in the blink of an eye because he already knew that the space blink metac was capable of it as soon as he saw it. Instead of feeling shock or surprise, he only felt anticipation for what this space blink metac can achieve in the right hands. Those right hands are off course his. For sure, the space blink metac will make Slav more difficult to subdue and kill. But since he could track Slav, and since he had managed to kill Slav when Slav was able to sense the danger, he felt confident that he would still be able to kill the current Slav and acquire the space blink divine metac. But just as he was feeling cocky and greedy for the space blink metac, he saw Slav become unrecognizable right before his eyes. The details that he saw through the power identification ability changed before his very eyes an instant after seeing them. Race, human. Status 1. Energy quantity, 95. Energy density, 1. Energy rank, 1. Body, 0.4. Soul, 0.9. Mind, 0.95. Will, 1. 89%. X greater than 6. Skill, 1%, X greater than 500%. Metac, space blink divine. The power of Slav's will, mind, and skill suddenly changed right before his eyes. It had occurred in the brief moment since he regained consciousness and control of his body. It also wasn't something he expected at all. This caused his eyes to widen in shock. The shock was too great that it strained both his mind to comprehend and his eyes to express. His thoughts stagnated as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. But no matter how he tried, the only thing he could manage to do was to say, "What the fuck is going on?" He said this as a shout. So everyone in the awakening room heard his exclamation. They didn't know that this was because he saw Slav's Tao heart reach the divine level. It might be more, because Fenrir couldn't see the full extent of Slav's power. They thought that he had exclaimed because he saw Slav blink, which is something they can understand and empathize with. Slav also heard Loki's exclamation. This made him say in disdain, "What a country bumpkin." He probably has never seen a divine metac. No wonder he failed to become a divine being in his last life. Then he ignored Loki and thought to himself, "This does reveal a big problem, though. My divine metac has been exposed because I used it in front of everyone. If even a measly reincarnator like this can be moved by it, then every divine being in existence will surely want a piece of me. It is unfortunate that I don't have the power to kill everyone to silence them. Then again, if I did that, I might draw more attention to myself. So I have to go as soon as possible." Muni wasn't aware of all of these things that were going on within the room. He didn't know that Slav had changed. He only saw Slav blink, which made his heart begin to beat in fear. He groaned outwardly after understanding why Slav had blinked and said to himself, "That can't be a normal metac. It has to be a divine metac." Then his face became full of regret as he said, "I am so screwed. They will tear down everything in their way to get this divine metac. I knew I shouldn't have signed up for this thankless job." Comments. Chapter 123. What Slav just did made him forget about Loki completely. This is because the fact that Loki is a reincarnation and a full reincarnation at that simply isn't as important as the appearance of a divine grade metac. The fact that Loki is a full reincarnation won't affect him at all unless he tries to capture Loki and extract all of Loki's memories. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the gall to do that, and even if he does, he can't do it because he is currently an instructor and he can't do something like that. So the reality is that it doesn't make any difference to him what Loki is. But the fact that Slav awakened a divine metak is something that will affect his life in a massively negative way. The more he thought about it, the more he began to sweat. He didn't want to have anything to do with Slav, but the die had been cast, and he had to do what needed to be done. So he forgot about Loki for the meantime and went up to Slav. Then he whispered to Slav, "Young master, I recommend that you go and find your father. You will need his help if what you awakened is a divine metak." Slav nodded in agreement and said, "That's a good idea." Muni didn't dare to covet the divine metak at all. All he wanted to do was send Slav away as fast as possible. So he sighed in relief when Slav had agreed with him. He said to Slav, "Let's go." Then he led the way for Slav. He opened the door to lead Slav out of the sect grounds. As for the rest of the people in the awakening room, he put them at the very back of his mind. They have now become the least of his concerns. But just as the door opened, Slav blinked and disappeared. No one saw where he appeared next. He just disappeared like that. He doesn't actually think it is a good idea to go to Skarg. From what he knows, his father will immediately sell him out in order to keep his life. He can't blame Skarg for this, because Skarg simply can't protect him from all the people who will want to take his divine metak for themselves. He would also do the same thing if he were in Slav's shoes. It is just the smart thing to do to sell him out and wash his hands of the matter of the divine metak. Slav knew this, but he still agreed with Muni because he was looking for an excuse to leave. He needed Muni to open the door for him because he could only teleport with the space blink metak to a place he could see. With the door blocking his way, he couldn't leave the awakening room. Far from being angry that Slav had left just like that, Muni smiled and said, "That's even better. This way, I can say that I don't know where he is or where he went with certainty when they ask me. It is so much better. How considerate of that boy." His mood cheered up, and he finally had the mind to bother with the rest of the group. So he turned to them and said with a smile, "I hope for your sake and mine that what just happened won't lead to our deaths." The rest of the group was confused by what just happened. They didn't understand what had happened to Slav, why he had to leave, and why Muni thought that they were at risk of dying, and they didn't like being ignorant of their impending doom at all. So one of them, Craig, the one who awakened the sword heart metak, asked Muni, saying, "What did we do wrong?" His question made Muni sigh and shake his head as he said, "You did nothing wrong. None of you did anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong either. It was just our bad luck that one of you awakened a divine metak. You don't know what a divine metak is yet, so you don't know just how bad our situation is. Just know that a divine metak is very precious and many powerful people will kill to gain possession of it. You should also know that those powerful people won't mind destroying the minds of everyone who knows about the divine metak in their attempt to find out everything possible about the divine metak." He shook his head again and said, "It is truly a pity. It is a grave pity." Then he chuckled miserably and said, "At least my situation is better than the reincarnator in our midst. I don't have that much to lose." He was talking about Loki. If this wasn't clear to everyone, it became very clear when he turned to Loki and said, "It seems you will lose this life too, great reincarnator." What a shame. It was a good thing that Muni made it very clear that he was talking to Loki, because Loki was among the many in the room who didn't know that the chatter was directed at Loki. When he finally understood that Muni was referring to him and calling him a reincarnation, he thought to himself, "Not bad for an excuse. I'll go with it." Next, Muni said to everyone, "Let's go. We have a lot to do." Then he left the awakening room. Everyone followed him immediately, with Loki being in the lead. At this point, after awakening, Muni would give them a speech about how talent wasn't everything they needed to make it before leading them to their accommodations. But this time, Muni wasn't in the mood for any speech. The speech was given to spur them on and prevent those with poor talent from giving up, so that even if they failed the weekly tests, they would have tried their best and would be able to earn more money after they auction off. Comments. Chapter 124. If Slav hadn't awakened a divine metak, his mind would still be focused on earning money, so he would have given the speech. But because of Slav, money wasn't on his mind at all. Only how to survive was on his mind. So he led everyone to their accommodations in silence. Before leaving, he said to Loki, "I have to take you out of the initiation program to register you at the sect grounds." I'm sure you know how this goes. You clearly don't need any initiation. Loki thought about his situation before saying, "Give me 6 hours. I also want access to the market. There is something I have to do before I can leave." Muni thought about his request and said, "Fine, follow me then." Then he turned and left. Loki quickly followed him. On their way to the market, Muni thought to himself, "I wonder why he wants to go to the market. It doesn't matter much anyway. We are both dead men." In regard to Loki's request, Loki doesn't need to leave immediately. Since the initiation program won't start officially until tomorrow, he has until the evening to kick Loki out. So Loki's request to delay his exit for another 6 hours wasn't problematic. However, Loki doesn't have the right to request access to the market. Muni could have rejected the request to gain access to the market. But he didn't, because he didn't want to offend a reincarnation of a great cultivator. Right now, he respects and fears Loki more than he fears Skarg and the Rain family. The Rain family had once paid him to break the rules, so the least he could do for a full reincarnation is to do a favor that won't break any rules and do it without being paid. But he did say in warning to Loki, "I don't need to tell you, but I would be neglecting my duties if I don't tell you not to create any trouble. The sect will crack down heavily on you, and I if you break the rules." When they got to the market, Loki quickly rushed to the loan sharks to borrow money. Since he was a reincarnation of a great cultivator, he was valued at 100,000 energy stones. This is usually the limit of the value of a rank 3 cultivator. They valued Loki so highly, even though his body, mind, and soul were not up to par with rank 3 cultivation. And even though none of them had up to 100,000 energy stones to lend him, they pooled their wealth together so that they could have the money to lend him. After he got the money, Loki went to use it to gamble. Muni was watching, so he saw this happen. He expected Loki to pull off a miracle, but Loki lost all of the money. The loss of so much money, more than the amount that he was supposed to earn for 1 year of being an instructor in the initiation program, made Muni's face twitch. He didn't know what to say. At the end of the day, after grappling with his thoughts, he said with admiration, as expected of the reincarnation of a great cultivator, "Only someone like that can squander so much money on one sitting." As for Loki, after losing so much money, he clapped his hands and said, "Another round." Then he activated the rewind metak. The rewind metak took him back to the moment of awakening. Everything that happened in the last timeline also happened in this timeline. The only difference was that Loki was no longer too shocked to mark Slav with a tracker. In the last timeline, when Slav regained his memories, he had been too shocked by the changes that Slav underwent to remember what he had initially planned to do to Slav. His shock and surprise made him forget to use the tracking ability on Slav and plan to hunt Slav later. But this time, things were different, because he had seen the sudden changes in Slav before. However, he only dared to mark Slav. He didn't dare go after Slav immediately. He didn't go after Slav because there was something about Slav that made him feel oddly threatened. He would definitely be able to handle Slav before the changes that make him feel threatened takes place. But it always takes time for him to assimilate his memories from the future and regain his senses after reversing time. So Slav will always able to change before he can kill the youngster. Aside from that, he didn't want to be associated with Slav at the moment because of all the trouble that Slav is in. Besides that, there's also the glaring fact that he, too, is in trouble because of the divine metax in his possession. If anyone searches his energy well right now, he will be in as much trouble as Slav is in. So even if Skarg won't try to kill him in this lifetime, there will be many more powerful people who will be happy to do so. This makes it so that his highest priority is to preserve his life and advance to rank 4. He already has a plan for these 2 goals. As he thought of his plan, he thought to himself with a grin, the first step is to get alone. In order to achieve this, when Muni singled him out and said, "I have to take you out of the initiation program to register you at the sect grounds. I'm sure you know how this goes. You clearly don't need any initiation." He said to Muni, "Give me 6 hours. I also want access to the market. There is something I have to do before I can leave." Muni thought about his request and said, "Fine, follow me then." From there, they went to the market, and Loki got a loan of 100,000 energy stones. After he got the loan, Loki thought to himself with anticipation, Step 2, win a lot of money. He said to himself as he took all of that money to the gambling houses. Then he proceeded to make the owners of the gambling houses weep tears of pain and loss. Muni, who had been following along to make sure that Loki didn't cause any trouble, shook his head when he saw this and said with immense admiration, as expected of the reincarnation of a great cultivator, earning money is as easy as drinking water for them. Comments. Chapter 125. He doesn't know why the reincarnation of a great cultivator went to get a loan and is spending all of his time gambling when the great cultivator should instantly become rich after inheriting the assets from his past life. But he also doesn't know much about rank 5 cultivators, so he didn't question the behavior. He watched Loki earn up to 1 million before the gambling houses refused to take his bet. So Loki had to leave. Muni then took Loki back to the gate of the market, where Loki repaid his debt. From there, he took Loki to register back into the sect. After registration, the two of them parted ways. Muni returned to his duties while Loki began Step 3 of his plan. Step 3 of his plan to preserve his life during the turmoil that was about to occur was to become a true disciple of the sect by paying the 100,000 awakening debt and using access to merit points to sign for a grade mission to go to the battlefield and fight for the sect. From what he has heard so far in his life, he knows that even rank 6 beings will be moved into action if they sniff the presence of a divine metak. The only way he could think of to prevent such beings from making a direct move on him is to join the sect army and go to the battlefield. After doing this, he said to himself, I hope this is better than my first idea. He isn't sure if this plan will work, but he is sure that it is better than his previous plan to join the city police and rely on the city lord to protect him, if only because an invisible plaque that only true disciples could see appeared above his head as soon as he registered for the mission. The plaque had writing on it that said, Member of the Four Directions Sect Army. So its duty was to inform true disciples that he is off bounds. The plaque doesn't exactly say what will happen if anyone tries to kill him, and he is sure that the Four Directions sect still won't try to protect him if someone tries to kill him. But he hopes that the plaque will deter people from taking action against him. Of course, he doesn't plan to rely on just this for his safety. He can only rely on his strength. So he took the 800,000 energy stones in his possession to the market in the city. As he left the sect grounds, he noticed that there didn't seem to be anything amiss. Everyone was still doing their duties and going about their lives without any obvious changes. He quickly noticed that no one was watching the gates for people going into and leaving the sect grounds, and that no one was following him. He noticed the absence of these things quickly because he was expecting them to happen. This made him say, It seems that the news of the appearance of a divine metak and reincarnation hasn't been exposed yet. That's good. He sighed in relief as he said, It is good that I didn't need the identity as a member of a sect army to continue the rest of my plan. This way, things will be able to progress faster and easier. After sighing in relief, he thought to himself with some trepidation, I wonder when this peace will last, though. I also wonder if that hand from the sky is from a divine being. If it is, then I might have jumped from frying pan to fire. Only one hand had rendered him helpless, and that was only because of one danger sense metak. So if that large hand belonged to a divine being, and many divine beings hear about Slav space blink metak, he will be in a lot of trouble. The worst part about the possibility of his current situation being far worse than the previous trouble that he was in is that he doesn't have any way to avoid this trouble, like he avoided the previous large hand. As he thought of this, he said to himself, Slav is the source of the problem this time around, not me. So the only way to avoid this problem is stop Slav from exposing himself. I can only do that by killing him. He thought about this as he made his way to the central market. Along the way, no one glanced at him more than usual. In fact, people were respectful to him and gave him a wide berth as he passed by. All of this respect was because he was a rank 3 cultivator. It wasn't because they thought that he was the reincarnation of a rank 5 cultivator. A rank 3 cultivator is already a big shot in the cultivation world. This is because rank 4 cultivators are rare and rank 5 cultivators rarely show themselves in the world at all. Take this city, for example. There are more than 1 million people living in it. Of these 1 million people, a maximum of 10,000 of them are rank 3. That means only 1 in 10 are rank 3 cultivators. As small as the proportion of the population is that of rank 3 cultivators, the proportion of rank 4 cultivators is even smaller at 1 in 100 being rank 4 cultivators. So in all of the city, there are a maximum of 100 rank 4 beings. As for a rank 5 cultivator in the city, only the city lord is suspected to be at that level. When he thought of this and compared it to the respect he was currently receiving, he chuckled and said, "If they thought that I was the reincarnation of a rank 5 being, then this whole place will scatter and respect will quickly turn into attracting trouble." For now, no one knew that he was a full reincarnation, and no one knew that he was actually more important and more valuable than the reincarnation of a great cultivator. So his life was still peaceful. He was able to reach the central market without any trouble. Comments. Chapter 126. When he got to the central market, he went straight to the gambling houses run by the Viking Blade Society. He went there to gamble the 800,000. Since the money wasn't his and he could get it back again, he gambled it away without a care. He only made 8 bets, each worth 100,000 energy stones. As expected, he began to lose right from the start. But the unexpected happened, and he got lucky on the 7th bet. The 7th bet was for a gamble of 5 odds, so he won 500,000 energy stones in his 7th bet. This put his remaining money at 600,000 energy stones. He saw that he was lucky, so he decided to go all in and bet the whole 600,000 energy stones. He said that he didn't care if he won or lost, but his heart was pounding his chest as he watched the 2 men in the fighting ring duke it out. When the winner of the fight was announced, he jumped up and cheered. He shouted at the top of his lungs, saying, "I am the god of luck." Then he quickly went to retrieve his earnings. His bet was for 6 odds, so he got 3.6 million energy stones for betting correctly. This isn't the largest amount of money he has ever earned, but it is still a lot. He called himself the god of luck, but he decided not to tempt fate and stop gambling. Nothing the managers could say to encourage him to keep gambling could keep him in the gambling house. He ran away with the money to buy the things that he needed to increase his strength. These things include the raw materials to raise the strength of his life ability, rank 4 metax to fight with, and 3 rank 3 cloudy dates to raise the energy density of the 5th chamber from the early stage of rank 3 to the peak stage. He also got titanium body to refine his body to rank 4, the materials that he needed for the refinement, and 2 more types of consumables to raise the power of his soul and mind to rank 3. Finally, he went to buy information. Specifically, he wanted to buy the cultivation information about how to advance to rank 4. In order to get this information, he looked around for an information broker. When he found the shop, he acted nonchalantly as he entered it. He didn't behave like someone who was about to buy something that he should know. The interior of the shop was dark. It was very difficult to see the faces of the people in it. He could only barely tell that there was someone standing in front of him. He could also barely tell that there were many small booths inside the shop. This was enough to tell him where to go for what he wanted. He walked deep into the shop and picked a booth at the far end of it. Then he entered the small booth and closed the door behind him. After locking the door, he looked around and said, "What a small place." The person on the other side said in a plain androgynous voice, "We don't need much space for what we do here." He nodded in agreement and said, "That's true." The voice from the other side of the booth asked him, saying, "What do you want to know?" He was sitting in a small enclosed booth similar to the confessionals of his last life. The attendant was sitting on the other side, and there was a screen between them that blocked sight. There was only a small tunnel that linked both sides of the booth through which money and information could be exchanged. This was what he saw as he looked around and said in reply, "I want to know how to advance to rank 4. That androgynous voice said, "That will be 100,000 energy stones." This exorbitant price made him exclaim, saying, "What? 100,000 energy stones for something that you could sell again and again without diminishing in value. Why do you need so much money? I'm sure it is not for renting this place, not for a space and a booth this small." The voice replied impassively, That's the price. But Loki refused to accept it. He frowned and said, I can only pay 50,000 energy stones. The voice said, then leave. He didn't want to leave, so he raised the price. How about 60,000? The voice replied curtly, no. 70,000? 100,000? Loki backed down WN again and said, 80,000. The reply was a short, no. So he slammed down his fist and said, 90,000. That's my last price. Unfortunately for him, the person on the other side wasn't intimidated. They said, what a shame. It seems I will lose you as a customer. Loki's eyes twitched when he heard this. He wanted to leave just to teach this person a lesson, but he thought that it wasn't worth it. So he gritted his teeth as he pulled out the cupboard, placed a money metak into it, and closed the cupboard. On the other side, the attendant pulled the cupboard out and took the money metak inside it. After checking it and making sure that there were 100,000 energy stones in the money metak, the person said, it is my great luck to meet someone as generous as you. In response, Loki snorted and said, just give me what I paid for. The androgynous voice said, right away, honored customer. Then they began to rummage through the shelves behind them. Meanwhile, Loki grumbled to himself and said, I bet Slav doesn't need to buy something like this. When he thought of this, he could only sigh and say, only lowly people like us without a background have to pay for something others get for free. As he grumbled and complained, the package containing the information he paid for was dropped into the cupboard. Comments. Chapter 127. As soon as Loki heard the cupboard close, he pulled it out from his side and got the package from it. Then he broke it open and read its contents immediately. He was anxious to know what was written in the package because he wanted to make sure that they wouldn't cheat him. He didn't want to leave and had to come back because the information they sold to him turned out to be a dud. He also didn't want it to be exposed to the outside world that he bought information on how to advance to rank 4 when he should be the full reincarnation of a rank 5 cultivator and should know something like that. So he quickly read the information and destroyed the package to eliminate every trace of it. What he read was enlightening and didn't seem to be a dud. Plus, it aligned with some of the things he had heard about rank 4 cultivators, so he was very satisfied with this information. This made him ask the attendant for more, saying, what about the information about how to advance to rank 5? How much is it? Before the voice could reply, he said, please tell me it is not 1 million energy stones. The voice said, I will have to disappoint the honored customer. Unfortunately, we don't have that information. He had already braced himself for disappointment when he heard the first sentence. He expected the information to cost 1 million or even 10 million and had made up his mind to buy in his next life, together with more talent-raising materials. The worst thing that he expected was for the information to be raised by 100 times and cost 10 million energy stones. But what the attendant said was much worse than his worst expectations. After all, no matter how expensive something was, he could still find a way to buy it. But now that he couldn't buy it, he didn't know what to do. This made me ask anxiously, why not? Don't you guys like free money? How will you be able to cheat rank 4 cultivators if you don't sell how to advance to rank 5? The person on the other side of the screen chuckled and said, we do like free money. However, we like our lives even more. This made him frown and say, what do you mean? Why is selling that information dangerous? The voice said, we have been banned from selling that information by the divine beings of the sect. Anyone who sells how to advance to rank 5 to others will be killed by them. So that information is forbidden knowledge. The only way to get it is for a rank 5 cultivator to tell you. But I doubt a rank 5 cultivator will tell you how to become one of them. After all, they don't want more competitors. At this point, the attendant was laughing. Their laughter was loud and mocking, but Loki was able to sense a note of bitterness in the laughter. He didn't know why this person was bitter, but he could relate because he had become angry himself after hearing the embargo on information. But aside from anger, he was also feeling confused. As he thought about it, he asked the person on the other side, but why will divine beings ban that information? Why would they want to restrict the creation of more rank 5 beings when they don't need the information and when they're so much stronger? His question made the attendant stop laughing and become serious as they said, that information will cost you 10 million energy stones. To which he said, fuck you. Then he stood up and left. As he left, The voice said calmly, "Nice to have you, honored customer. I hope you will come back soon." It was clear that the attendant hadn't taken offense at his outburst. As for why they were so tolerant, his guess was that they were very experienced in dealing with outbursts like that, and he wouldn't be the first person to curse them after he was fleeced. He marched out of the shop and returned to pick up the things he bought earlier. Then he made his way back to the sect grounds. His destination was the sect grounds, not an apartment in the city, because that's where he will be living until tomorrow, when someone will come to take him to the battlefield. That's one of the privileges of becoming a soldier for the sect. On the way there, he thought about what he needed to do to advance to rank 4. This is something he has to deal with now, and as soon as possible if he can. In the past, he learned that rank 4 cultivators have something called a mind palace. This mind palace liberates the mind from the soul of the cultivator, which makes it possible for the mind to grow stronger than the soul. He also knew that the mind palace is why rank 4 cultivators can fly. Apparently, rank 4 will be able to exert the power of their mind onto the world around and use it to fly. Most of these pieces of information are common knowledge. However, no one seems to know how to create or acquire the mind palace. Or if they know, no one talks about it, which is why he had to buy the information about how to advance to rank 4. Now that he has acquired that information, he knows that what he needs to advance to rank 4 are peak rank 3 cultivation or energy density of level 12, rank 4 Tao Heart, 300% energy manipulation skill, rank 4 core metac, and an energy nexus in his brain. So there are 5 requirements that need to be met before he can advance to rank 4. If a single one is missing, the advancement will fail, and he could die depending on which requirement is missing during the attempt. Comments. Chapter 128. According to the information he was given, all 5 of them are in increasing order of difficulty. That means acquiring level 12 energy density is the easiest while creating an energy nexus in his head. He can understand why this is the case. After all, he has already met the requirement of level 12 energy density even without trying. As he thought of this, he curled his lips and said, "As easy as they said it is, more than 90% of rank 3 cultivators won't be able to achieve it, though." From what he knows, more than 90% of the 10,000 rank 3 cultivators in the city won't reach the peak of rank 3 before they die, and about 50% of the 10,000 rank 3 cultivators will never advance beyond the early stage of rank 3. This means that only 1,000 of all the rank 3 in the city will have any chance of advancing to rank 4. But when he considered that there were fewer than 100 rank 4 cultivators in the city, he got a fuller understanding of how difficult it is to advance to rank 4. He shook his head and said, "So only 10% of that 1,000 get to advance to rank 4. I bet that energy nexus requirement is the main reason so many people fail." After the requirement to have level 12 energy density, the second most difficult requirement to meet is rank 4 Tao Heart, since anyone can get rank 4 Tao Heart if they live long enough. As for why rank 3 cultivators find it more difficult to acquire rank 4 Tao Heart than to acquire peak rank 3 cultivation, the guess that came to his mind was that they find it very difficult to live long enough. This made him curse and say, "What a dog-eat-dog world." He cursed the world for being too dangerous to live in. But if he had to buy rank 3 cloudy date metacs, which require the energy wells of rank 3 cultivators to refine, he would still buy them. So he is one of the reasons why rank 3 cultivators don't get to live long enough to acquire rank 4 Tao Heart. As for feeling shame for his hypocrisy, that possibility didn't even cross his mind. What crossed his mind was how 300% skill level is difficult, because it requires a minimum talent of 50 units and even a powerful Tao Heart to achieve. Then he thought of how difficult it would be to get the secret recipe to advance their core metac from rank 3 to rank 4. This isn't something that talent or hard work can overcome. If they don't get the secret recipe, they will never be able to advance. Fortunately, there are ways to get the recipe. Rank 3 cultivators can receive the secret recipe from people such as family members, friends, societies, or buy it from information brokers, or buy the secret recipe from the sect with merit points. As he thought of this, he whistled and said, "I'm sure the secret recipe will be expensive on its own. Then they will need to buy the materials they need to upgrade, and then they will still need to forge an energy nexus. No wonder rank 4 cultivators are valued at least 1 million energy stones. Every requirement is troublesome, expensive, or requires talent. But the energy nexus requirement is still the most difficult and troublesome one among the 5. This is because it requires both talent, a lot of hard work, and a lot of money. So it is both troublesome, expensive, and requires talent. In order to create an energy nexus, a rank 3 cultivator has to fuse the energy threads from the energy well into a single spot in the brain. When he advanced to rank 3, all of his energy threads had already entered his brain, and 2 of them had even fused with his brain stem. But this is just the start. He will need to fuse at least 50 energy threads together before the energy nexus can be created. Of course, the more energy threads are fused, the better the potential and power of the Mind Palace will be. So someone with 430 energy threads, like him, will gain more benefits when a Mind Palace is formed. From the information he bought, he learned that the size of the Mind Palace would also affect the potential for advancing to rank 5. He was already hell-bent on increasing his talent despite it being so high, but this has given him another reason to do it. But even the most talentless person will still need 50 energy threads to advance to rank 4, so talentless people can forget about advancing to rank 4. What's more, rank 3 cultivators will have to increase the power of their minds to rank 3 before the energy nexus can transform into the Mind Palace. The money they will need to spend to achieve this, and the money they will need to spend to raise their talents, make this requirement expensive, while the time and energy it will take to create the energy nexus make the requirement troublesome. After thinking of this, he said to himself with mixed feelings, "My situation is neither good nor bad." Then he smiled and said, "But the main problem is caused by me, so that's good. A good problem is a good problem anytime." His situation is quite special because he doesn't need to meet some requirements. Some requirements are easy for him to meet, and some requirements are very difficult for him to meet. The easy requirements, which are level 12 energy density, rank 4 Tao heart, and 300% energy manipulation skill, are very easy for him to meet. He has even met 2 of them and is on his way to meet the 3rd one. As for the requirement of advancing his core metak from rank 3 to rank 4, he doesn't need the secret recipe to refine the rank 4 core metak. All he needs is a rank 4 cultivator willing to lend him their core metak. Comments. Chapter 129. He chuckled and said to himself, "For sure, they won't want to lend me their core metak easily. But I'm sure that I can convince them to help me out. He is powerful and will become even more powerful once he earns enough merit points to buy a high Tao status. So he is not concerned about convincing rank 4 cultivators to lend him their core metaks. As for the energy nexus requirement, that will be very difficult for him to meet because he has a lot of energy threads. Even the most talented person, like Slav, only needs to fuse 95 energy threads. Compared to Slav, he will need to do more than 4.5 times the work to create his energy nexus. Compared to the minimum requirement of 50 energy threads, he will need to do 8.6 times the amount of work. And this is just for now, when he hasn't raised his talent to the limit. Once he raises his talent to 90 units, his 5 energy chambers will have a combined size of 450 units, which will grant him 450 threads. At that time, it will take him 9 times the effort to complete his energy nexus. To top it all off, he doubts that he will be able to carry the energy nexus along with him when he reverses time. So, if he dies or reverts time, he will have to start all over again, no matter how close to rank 4 he is. As difficult as this is, he couldn't complain because this problem is something that he created for himself and will make him stronger if he overcomes it. As it is, if he had a way to make this problem more difficult for himself, he would do it in a heartbeat. This thought made him smile with mirth and say, "Who wouldn't want more energy threads?" He thought about this and many other things as he returned to the sect grounds. Then he went into his temporary accommodations and began cultivating in earnest. The first thing he did was to take the consumables. These are the cloudy date metaks for raising the energy density of the 5th energy chamber, and the metaks for raising the strength of his soul and mind. For the energy density of the 5th energy chamber, it was already at level 9, which corresponds to the early state of rank 3. So all he needed to do was take 3 cloudy dates to raise it to the peak of rank 3. But for his mind and soul, they were only at rank 2 and only halfway there at 1.5 points. So he needed to raise them to the peak of rank 2 first before he could raise them to rank 3 and then to the peak of rank 3. As he was doing this, he thought of how he would have to raise the power of his mind and soul again if he rewinds time to the time he awakened. This made him feel as if he was wasting his time. Of course, he wasn't wasting his time by raising the power of his soul and mind. He doesn't really think that. But compared to his cultivation level, his skill, and his willpower, the power of his body, soul, and mind seems like a bottomless pit of effort and money. He grumbled, saying, "I get to lose my lifespan, but I only get to keep half of my power each time I rewind time. If you ask me, it is not fair." He is sure that if he asks someone else about what they think about his ability to rewind them, they will call it unfair. But as unfair as that ability is, he is still not content with it. He wants more and will continue to want more shamelessly, even though the money he is using to raise the strength of his body, mind, and soul was not earned with hard work and is practically free money, while other cultivators like Muni have to work their ass off for a year just to earn around 75,000 energy stones. He continued to grumble till he raised the energy density of the 5th energy chamber to level 12 and raised the power of his soul and mind to the peak of rank 3. Then he began working on upgrading the power of his life ability. He decided to strengthen his life ability before refining the strength of his body because it is easier to do, and because any effort he puts into it will not be lost to the reversal of time. This time, he was very happy to strengthen this part of his existence. As he manifested his life ability, he smiled and said, "Come out, my beauty." What came out from the energy well in his abdomen and slithered to the palm of his hand across his skin was a large black blob of indeterminate shape. Even a slime has a definite shape. A slime is round, but this black blob can spread itself into any shape. The black blob is cold to the touch, just like any metal would feel. It is also extremely heavy, but it is soft and behaves like rubber as he pulled on it and kneaded it like dough. After playing with it for a while, he took the black blob over to the pile of metal crates that he just bought. Then he dropped the black blob into one of the crates. The black blob fell onto the metal blocks and spread itself into a thin layer that covered every metal block in the crate. Then it began the enjoyable process of assimilating the metal block, or what humans call eating. To the metal blocks, the black, slimy, and rubbery liquid metal might as well be concentrated acid because of the way it was corroding them. As time went by, the size of the metal blocks shrank under the ministrations of the black blob. Comments. Chapter 130. The process of eating was slow, but it was enjoyable for both the black blob and for Loki. The black blob enjoyed eating metal while he enjoyed growing stronger. So both life ability and the host were happy with the development. But as usual, Loki had something to complain about. He sighed and said wistfully, "If only I could get living metal. Living metal will be easier and faster to digest for this life ability. So it won't take days or even weeks to raise the power of the life ability to rank 4. With living metal, he would be able to get it done in a few hours. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the time to order and receive living metal. He needs to leave for the battlefield tomorrow, so he can't wait 5 to 7 days for the living metal to arrive. This is a regret, but it is one that he knows is a necessity because of safety. After learning that there is no way to buy the information to advance to rank 5, he has gained a new understanding of just how valuable his identity as the full reincarnation of a rank 5 being is. Apparently, the only way to get the information on how to advance to rank 5 is to ask a rank 5 being for it. Unless that rank 5 being is a family member, it is unlikely to get them to tell you such an important piece of information. Money might work to convince a rank 5 cultivation to tell you how to advance, but it will be difficult and expensive. As for using force, that is even less likely to work. But his special situation has created the perfect opportunity for every rank 4 cultivator looking for a way to advance to rank 5. To them, he should have the information they need, and he is weak. This makes him a prime target to use force against. Just thinking about this caused him to grit his teeth and say, I blame those divine beings for putting me in this unfortunate situation. If I get the opportunity, I will pay them back. Then he sighed and said, fortunately, there is still a chance in the sect. As long as I get rank 5 merit points, I will be able to buy the information on how to advance to rank 5. He shook his head and chuckled as he said, what a turn of events. I never thought that there would come a time when I would be glad for the presence of the sect. Concerning the sect granting a way out for the talented rank 4 cultivators, he has mixed feelings. He is not sure what to feel because it seems to him that the sect is taking advantage of the information embargo to fleece people again. He believes that the sect can put an end to the information embargo completely if they want to. But since the sect hasn't done so, it can only mean that the sect doesn't want to remove the information embargo. After knowing that there is a way out by working hard for the sect and risking their lives on the battlefield, it doesn't take him much time and much mental power to find a reason why it is not in the best interest of the sect to end the information embargo. As he thought of this, he snorted and said, they might even be working together. I won't be surprised if this is the case because the divine beings are still part of the sect, and because the sect is the original slave master of the world. As he complained about the unfairness of the world, he began the slow, painful, and tedious work of refining the strength of his body. He sat down on the edge of his bed and took out the rank 1 copper body metak. Next, he fed the copper body metak some copper. When it was full, he placed the rank 1 metak in his body and activated it. As soon as the rank 1 metak got to work, his brows furrowed because of the pain that he was feeling. The pain was great, and it only got worse as the copper metak spread all over his body and into his flesh while refining it. But as great as the pain was, he didn't let it stop him from acquiring more strength. He just closed his eyes and gritted his teeth while he allowed the copper metak to do the job he bought it for. However, he did say, things are supposed to either be expensive and fast and easy or be cheap and slow and tedious. But this is expensive, slow, tedious, and painful. It is a scam. Unfortunately for him, this scam is just the start. The current power of his body is only above average at rank 1. So he'll need to raise the strength of his body to the peak of rank 1, bring it to rank 2, raise it to the peak of rank 2, bring it to rank 3, raise it to the peak of rank 3, bring it to rank 4, and then raise it to the peak of rank 4. It goes without saying that all of these will take time. Compared to raising his life ability to rank 4, one can tell which one is easier to do. The only saving grace is that the pain will ease off once he completes the refinement at the peak of rank 1. At that time, most of his body will be metal and will be less painful to upgrade into a stronger type of metal. As he was refining his body, he checked the metaks that he had acquired to make sure that he was ready for the battlefield. Branch metak, rank 1, Mind Hunter Pathway, Mind Stab 4, Mind Shield 4, Quadruple Mind 4, Concentration 4, 2, Forging Pathway, Liquid Metal 4, Body Lever 4, Living Armament 4, Copper Body 1, Iron Body 2, Refined Steel Body 3, Titanium Body 4, 3, Sword Pathway, Hidden Sword 4. Comments. Chapter 131. These 12 metaks are all the metaks that he bought in the market to use. He bought these ones even though there were other types of metak because he was used to them and could use them easily, and because the other metaks were too flashy. For example, there was a metak called Emotional Domination. It could be used to control the emotions of targets. But when it is being used, it expands the mind of the user and creates a halo around their mind, which other Mindhunter cultivators can see. So if he buys the Emotional Domination metak and uses it on the battlefield, he will be telling people that he has more than one pathway. Knowing the 4-direction sect, members of his sect will turn on him if he dares to reveal that kind of ability on the battlefield. So he left the Emotional Domination metak behind. He didn't want to be tempted to use it. He only picked the metaks whose use would go unnoticed. He got the Mind Shield even though it will be noticed by other Mind Hunters when he uses it. Any Mind Hunter around him will see the white, round ice dome covering his mind all the time, so he can't hide it. But since this shield could also be bestowed on him by another mind hunter using the mind protector metak, no one would think that he created the shield on his own. They would rather believe that someone else created it to protect their mind, rather than the anomaly that he possesses two pathways. This is why he got the mind shield. It is why he got the mind stab metak. The mind stab metak's attack is invisible to other people, but mind hunters will be able to see the arrow of mental energy. However, this aura of mental energy could also be bestowed by another mind hunter using the anti-mind defense, which is a metak that installs mental attacks into the mind of the attacker to protect that mind by attacking anyone who tries to tamper with the mind. Since he got the mind shield metak, he decided to get the quadruple mind metak too. This is because the white ice dome around his mind will block the visual effect of the quadruple mind metak from the sight of other mind hunters. Unfortunately, the mind shield can't block the effect of the hypnotizability, and there is no way to shift the blame to another mind hunter. So he didn't get it this time. This is also the reason why he let go of the sword break metak, sword edge metak, sword dance metak, and the sword steps metak. Their effects are too visible, and their source can't be shifted to someone else, so he let them go too. He only kept the hidden sword metak as its effect is hidden. As for the concentration metak of the mind hunter pathway, its visual effect is nearly invisible, and anything still visible will be blocked by the mind shield. As he thought of this, he chuckled and said, "That mind shield is now more important than my mind. If it breaks, hell will be let loose." He is chuckling, but if his mind shields break for whatever reason, he will reverse time immediately. This is because his mind contains too many secrets that must never see the light of day. The metaks that he is hiding are only a part of those secrets. The secrets in his mind are enough to get even divine beings riled up. So he was not joking at all when he said hell will be let loose if the white ice dome around his mind breaks. As he was chuckling to himself, he heard sizzling from the crate of metals. This made him look over to the crates with concern. When he saw that everything was fine, he sighed and said, "Eat and grow stronger. Together, you and I will achieve greatness across all time and space." He said that because he is very proud of his life ability. The shifting armor ability is something he believes to be the best life ability objectively because it is essential nanotechnology. When it transforms into armor, the armor has 3 layers. The first layer is a thin elastic layer made of metal that behaves like rubber. This first layer is the external muscles that the life ability uses to enhance its strength and speed. So the first layer is the source of the enhancement of life ability. Right now, the first layer adds 3 points to the power of his body. This enhancement will increase in the future as it grows stronger. The second layer is the layer of small plates piled on top of one another and arranged like the scales of a snake. This layer behaves like chainmail. It grants defense and flexibility while also serving as the intermediate layer to the top layer. Chapter 132. The time to leave came in the morning of the next day. A flying ship was leaving the city with some resources for the battlefield, so they created some room for him to come along with them. The space in the flying ship that they could create for him was small, so he was also given the option of waiting a week for a bigger and more secure ship to come and pick him up. But after thinking about how the Rain family had been able to send someone into the initiation program to forcefully enslave him, and how rank 5 beings and divine beings can do this if the Rain family can, he decided that it was in his best interest to leave as soon as possible. Besides the matter of danger to his life, he was also looking forward to riding in an airborne ship. So he quickly packed all of his stuff and hurriedly boarded the ship. He got onto the ship even earlier than the other people who would leave with him. This gave him time to admire the flying ship. He left his things in a small cabin and let his life ability continue to eat metal blocks to grow stronger. He, on the other hand, went to stroll across the deck of the ship while the rest of the crew busied themselves with loading the ship with supplies. It took the crew a little over an hour to finish packing the supplies. Then the ship took off from a yard and went in the direction of the north. As the ship sailed through the deck, Loki remained on the deck to admire it. What he saw made him clink his tongue in wonder and say, what kind of technological progression led to this? A ship for sailing in the water, sailing in the air? The flying looked exactly like a ship for sailing the high seas. It was made of wood and had masts and sails. The only difference between this flying ship and normal sailing ships is that the hull of the ship is the bulk of the ship, where the living space and storage are, which makes the flying ship resemble a submarine more than a normal water ship. The only thing above the deck was the captain's quarters. Everything else was down below. As Loki was admiring the flying ship, someone walked up to him and said, I heard that you're going to the battlefield. I'm sure it isn't the heavenly battlefield. So it must be the earthly battlefield. But which earthly battlefield is it? Loki remembered in his mission details that he was to be deployed at a particular earthly battlefield, but that didn't mean that he would tell that to any stranger who came up to him asking for the information. So he turned to the person and said, Why should I tell you? The person was a lady. She had long, dark hair that flowed down to her waist. She is beautiful, but he didn't care about that. He was more concerned about whether she was a threat to him or not. So he examined her with something more useful than his normal eyes. A quick look with the telepathy metac revealed that her mind was guarded by a shield, which is usually an indication that she is a mind hunter. But just to be sure, he used the power identification ability on her to see if his suspicions were right or not. Race, human. Status, 3. Energy quantity, 55. Energy density, 12. Energy rank, 2. Body 1. Soul, 3. Mind, 3. Will, 3. Skill, 290%. Metac, telepathy. Marionette, life, ability. What Fenrir saw about her confirmed that she was a mind hunter. Seeing as he was pretending not to be a mind hunter and could be exposed by another mind hunter, he became guarded against her. She didn't notice the change in him, so she was still nonchalant as she said, I am Jane. I'm going to earthly battlefield E6-137. I asked you where you were going because I was curious and because I was hoping that we would be able to protect each other. Loki heard this and nodded in understanding. Since they were going to the same place and she would find out soon, he smiled and said, I'm going to earthly battlefield E6-137. Let's work together in the future. She too smiled and said, I'm looking forward to our cooperation. Loki saw her smile and said to himself, I wonder how much of her smile is as fake as mine. He doesn't trust her one bit. Therefore, he doesn't believe her offer of cooperation. He would rather believe that she is looking for someone to use as a shield. However, this didn't mean that he wouldn't take advantage of her offer to learn from her. So he said to her, I have always wondered, what is the difference between the heavenly battlefield and the earthly battlefield? When she heard his question, she smiled and said, You must be joking. Every true disciple of the sect should know the difference between the heavenly and the earthly battlefield. Even rank 2 cultivators should know the difference. Any rank 3 cultivator who doesn't know the difference has to be some country bumpkin that has been living under a rock all of their lives. As she spoke, she laughed out loud. But when she saw that Loki's face was serious and that he wasn't laughing along with her, she faltered and stopped laughing. She frowned as she looked at him and said, You really don't know? He shook his head in reply and said, I truly don't know. She frowned deeper when she heard his reply. Then her brows furrowed as she said, Tell me this, do you have a Tao status? Her question also made him frown and say, What does that have to do with anything? She raised her voice as she said, Of course, it has a lot to do with it. It has everything to do with Tao status. This is common sense. Comments. Chapter 133. Jane's voice was raised as she said, Anyone who has worked for the sect for any significant amount of time should know that the Four-Direction sect is always at war with the other 4 sects and should know the various ways that they fight each other. How can you not know that? By the time she was done speaking, her voice had been raised to the extent that she was shouting. This irritated Loki, and he decided that he had had enough of her condescending attitude. So, in response, Loki rolled his eyes and said, Are you going to answer my question or not? If you aren't, then fuck off. She sneered at him and said, The fact that you don't know how possessing a status is related to knowing the difference between the earthly and the heavenly battlefield means that you don't possess a status. That makes you a fool who is in over his head and will die very quickly on the battlefield. It also makes you worthless to me. So it is you that should fuck off." With that said, she huffed at him. Then she turned her back to him with a swish of her robes before sauntering away with quick steps. He watched her go for a while before scoffing and saying, "Good riddance. I don't know what she's so cocky about. It is not as if I have never killed rank 3 cultivators with level 2 Dao status before." After she was gone, he became serious and said to himself, "But she might have a point. I am too ignorant about the state of the world. It seems knowing the difference between the heavenly and the earthly battlefield is important information. I must get this information as soon as possible." Then he looked around and said, "But where do I get it?" There was the option to buy the information he needed from the trading platform. But again, there was no way to be sure of the authenticity of the information, so he was wary of giving his money away to buy fake information. At the end of the day, he went up to one of the workers on the ship to ask for information. The man was a rank 2 cultivator, and his current job on the ship was to make sure that everything was tied down properly on the deck. Loki approached him and said, "Do you know the difference between the heavenly battlefield and the earthly battlefield? Tell me, and I'll give you 1,000 energy stones." Before the man could speak, Loki said, "Take note that you're not the first person I will be asking for this information. I have already asked someone else, so I just want to compare what you have to say with what they said in order to spot inconsistencies." His eyes narrowed dangerously as he said, "If I find out that the other person lied to me, they will be in big trouble. But if I find out that you lied to me, you will be in big trouble." The man felt the aura of a rank 3 cultivator on him and immediately became nervous. This is despite the fact that he is somewhat connected and has a powerful background. When he heard Loki's warning, he made up his mind not to offend this rank 3 cultivator. But that didn't stop him from trying to get better benefits. So he said to Loki, "Give me 2,000 energy stones, and I will tell you all that I know." His words made Loki say to himself in frustration, "I wish I still had the hypnotized metak." If he had the hypnotized metak, he would be easily able to get this man to tell him everything that he wanted to know. That's usually what he used to get information from cultivators when he wandered the city. But after considering the fact that there was a hostile, scheming, and proud-mind hunter nearby whose vision isn't restricted by walls, he felt that he would still be frustrated right now if he possessed the hypnotized metak and didn't leave it behind. To the man, he said, "I only need you to buttress something I already know. So 1,000 energy stones are all that you get." The man grumbled inwardly about how Loki was a miser before smiling and saying, "Deal." Then he offered his hand to Loki for a shake. Unfortunately for him, Loki didn't shake his hand. Loki stared down his nose at the outstretched hand for a while. Then he used the power identification ability on the man. Race, human. Status 1. Energy quantity, 61. Energy density, 8. Energy rank, 2. Body, 0.8. Soul, 2. Mind, 2. Will, 2. Skill, 130%. Metak, corpse control. When he saw the core metak that the man was using and realized that he was speaking with a cultivator of the death pathway, he felt the urge to step back. This is because it is common sense not to touch any cultivator of the death pathway. There's the fact that cultivators of the death pathway work with corpses and are therefore dirty. There's also the fact that a cultivator of the death pathway can curse you to death from a long distance as long as they have come into contact with something related to you. So there was no way he was going to shake the man's hand. Just looking at this young man made him remember how the corpse of one of Slav's lackeys had exploded in his face and killed him when he should have been victorious. This memory and everything else that he knew about death cultivators made him want to keep his distance from the man. But then he remembered that he was much stronger than the man, so he stood his ground. He overcame his instinctive fear of the pathway of death and said to the man with an even voice, "Keep your hands to yourself and tell me what I paid for." Comments. Chapter 134. As he warned the man, he threw a small bag of energy stones to the man. The man took it and began to count. As he counted the money, he said to Loki, "I trust that you won't try to cheat little old me. But you might have made a mistake when you were counting the amount. After all, No one is perfect. In response, Loki snorted in disdain. He felt disrespected, so he would try to cheat someone out of 1,000 energy stones when he was capable of cheating people out of millions, but he didn't say anything. He waited patiently for the man to finish counting. After a while, the man finished counting. He closed a small bag and hung it with a rope on his belt as he said with a smile, "It is all there." But Loki was not in the mood for smiles. He growled at the man and said, "Now, spill your guts, or I might do it for you." His threat made the man clear his throat hurriedly with a cough and say, "According to legend, the blessed heaven world is split into two. There is the earth that we know and the heavens above us." As he spoke, he pointed up to the sky and said, "Anyone can go to heaven. They just need to be able to fly there. This requirement means only rank 4 cultivators can go to heaven without help." Loki looked up at the sky and struggled not to widen his eyes and say, "You're telling me that there is something above the skies?" Meanwhile, the man continued to say, "The heavenly battlefield is the domain of struggle for small worlds. I don't know exactly how the sects fight for small worlds, but I know that when the fighting for a small world is over, the small world will descend to the earth in the direction of the world barrier. This is where the earthly battlefield will be set. We are going to the world barrier in the north. This means that we are going to fight the martial body sect for control of the small world. From what I know, what we're fighting for is for the small world to remain open while the martial body sect is fighting to close it." This time, Loki couldn't help but say, "But what is the importance of the small world? Why are we fighting at all?" Hearing this, the man grinned and rubbed his hands together. He wanted to ask for money. He wanted to say, "That's not part of what you paid me for, but I can tell you if you pay me another 1,000 energy stones." But he saw Loki glare at him, so he didn't say what he wanted to say and instead quickly answered the question. He said, "I am not sure about this, but I heard that the sects are fighting for souls. I have heard that each of the 5 domains of the blessed heaven world is separated by the world barrier and behaves like a different world. So anyone in the central domain who dies can only reincarnate in this world. This means that in a normal situation, no matter the amount of death that occurs in a domain, the number of living beings in the central domain cannot be reduced. However, the small world puts a stop to that." At this point, he coughed to clear his throat. Then he resumed what he was saying. "The small world opens a gap in the world barrier from which souls can pass through. In this case, it seems the 4 directions sect won the fight for control of the small world in the heavens. So the small world opened a gap in the world barrier in the direction of the northern domain. This gap will funnel souls out of the northern domain into the central domain. This is why the martial sect, which controls the whole of the northern domain, want to close the gap. It is also why we want to keep it open." When Loki heard this, his eyes lit up in understanding, and he said to himself, "So the 5 sects are fighting for manpower. It is clear that the sect that manages to hoard most of the souls of the blessed heaven world will become the strongest sect. Just look at the 4 directions and the way they fleece everyone and use them as their work mules. If they can increase the number of souls in the reincarnation cycle that they control, they will have more people to fleece. How evil." The man had been keeping quiet for a while now. He was waiting for Loki's evaluation of his explanation, and he was doing so nervously. After all, if Loki determines that he has lied, there will be a lot of trouble for him. On the other hand, Loki didn't have the right to judge whether what he said was the truth or not. After all, he hadn't asked anyone else about this. So this was the first time he would be hearing about this. However, he couldn't expose the fact that he lied, so he nodded to the man and said, "Good job. Now get out of here." The man sighed in relief and ran away from his presence immediately. This left Loki with his thoughts. He looked around at the workers and said, "Time for confirmation." Then he approached another person to ask them about the difference between the heavenly battlefield and the earthly battlefield in order to confirm if what he just learned was the truth or not. While he was doing this, Jane was chatting up with another man. The man she was chatting with appeared to be an enslavement master because he had a beast bag metak hanging at his waist, and Loki saw that his core metak was the enslavement seed. This time, it seems the 2 of them were getting along nicely. Loki couldn't hear what they were saying, but he saw that Jane was always chuckling or laughing. Comments. Chapter 135. The sight of Jane laughing her head off made him curl his lips and say, "Either that man is the funniest man alive, or he is being screwed with. I wonder which one it is." He ignored them, and they ignored him, too. Apparently, he was too weak to be schemed against and used as a body shield. As it turned out, he didn't mind that they thought so of him. The flying ship moved at a speed of 1,100 kilometers per hour. This was nearly at the speed of sound, so it was very fast. Even so, it still took them 45.5 hours to reach their destination. This was because the distance they had to travel was 50,000 kilometers. In comparison, the circumference of the Earth in his past life was just 40,000 kilometers. On the other hand, the central domain is a square piece of land that is 100,000 kilometers across. And this is just the size of one domain. The other 4 domains are also equally large. When he thought of this, he did a quick calculation and a recollection of the size of the Earth in his past life. Then he compared it to the size of the central domain and the blessed heaven world as a whole. He remembered that the surface area of Earth is 510 million square kilometers. In comparison, a quick calculation showed that the surface area of the central domain is 10 billion square kilometers. After calculating this, he said, if the other 4 domains are as large as the central domain, the combined size of the blessed heaven world will be 50 billion square kilometers. This number made him click his tongue in wonder and say to himself, that's already 98 times bigger than Earth. And this is just the earthly realm. I wonder how large the heavenly realm is. If the heavenly realm is remotely the same size as the earthly realm, then blessed heaven world could be up to 100 billion square kilometers in size. He whistled in awe and said, wow, that's a large number. Even Jupiter wasn't that big. While he had the leisure to calculate the surface area of the world, no one had the leisure to do anything in Crystal City, which he left behind. This was because news had been leaked that a divine metak had appeared. Divine beings had been aroused enough to descend to the city after they heard this news. They didn't appear directly, though. They only hovered and lurked around Crystal City, while they sent some lackeys to enter the city and find the divine metak for them. Most of the inhabitants of the city didn't know that divine beings had surrounded the city and sealed it off. They only knew that rank 5 cultivators had suddenly appeared in great numbers, and that rank 4 cultivators were lying low. The city entered a state of lockdown, and commercial activities slowed down to a halt. No one was out doing anything. Everyone was locked in their houses, fearing for their lives. So the entire city looked as empty as a ghost city. The news that a rank 5 cultivator had reincarnated was also leaked during the investigation. But very few people cared about this or thought that it was important. At least, the rank 5 great cultivators and the rank 6 divine cultivators didn't care about the reincarnation of a failed rank 5 being. Many rank 4 cultivators cared about the full reincarnation, though. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't do anything with this news in the meantime because the city was on lockdown. Until the divine metak is found or determined to no longer be in Crystal City, no one would be allowed to enter or leave it. So the main focus right now is the divine metak that Slav awakened. This main focus meant that the Rain family and the Viking Blade Society were the first to be hit by the brunt of this investigation. So, for the first time in a long time, Skarg felt helpless. At this moment, Skarg was standing on top of the headquarters of the Viking Blade Society. There was a cultivator on his left, one on his side, and another one behind him. So there were 3 cultivators in total, and all 3 of them had him surrounded. As if that wasn't bad enough, all 3 of them were rank 5 cultivators. He knew this immediately when he laid his eyes on them. Of the 3 cultivators, one is a female while the rest are males. One of the males, the one on his right, is the oldest among the 3. This old man has white hair. His skin is wrinkled, and his body is hunched over. The female is the one standing on his left. She is middle-aged, while the last of the 3, the male, is young and looks even younger than Skarg. The 3 of them come in various shapes and sizes. But he could tell that they were all rank 5 cultivators because of the glowing mark on their foreheads. He only glanced at that glowing mark briefly before he looked away. This was because the glow of the mark was too bright for his mind to withstand. He felt that looking at the mark one more moment would have caused his mind to be injured. That was an hour ago. Since then, the rank 4 subordinates of the 3 rank 5 cultivators have ransacked the headquarters and his home looking for Slav. Even his ancestral home outside of the city, on his slave farm, was also searched up to 5 feet into the ground. Despite their dedication to finding the divine Metak, their efforts bore no fruit. Slav was nowhere to be found, and the divine Metak that he was supposed to possess had also disappeared. This is why Scar was willing to believe that Slav had awakened a divine Metak. He found it difficult to believe that his youngest child could hide from so many powerful people looking for him without the aid of a divine Metak. Comments. Chapter 136. But after Skarg accepted the fact that his son had awakened a divine Metak, came fear and anxiety. He feared that he would lose his life because of the disappearance of Slav. His fears seemed to be confirmed when the 3 rank 5 cultivators came to him and flanked him like this. His heart couldn't help but beat faster while his mind tried to reconcile with dying so early. As he stood there ready to die, he said, "What do you plan to do to me?" He tried to be stoic and calm, but the 3 rank 5 cultivators could sense the fear in his voice and demeanor. What they sensed amused them. The old man on his right chuckled and said, "You don't need to be worried about losing your life. We are not going to eat you." But Scar didn't believe this. He asked back with disbelief in his voice, "Do I truly have nothing to be worried about?" The woman on his left shook her head and said, "You have a lot to worry about as long as we don't find that divine Metak. We all do. We may not die, but death is not out of the question for you." These words made Scar smile bitterly and say, "But I truly don't know where he is." The rank 5 cultivator behind him said to him, "We know that. If there is a possibility that you know where he is, we won't be having this pleasant conversation with you." This made Skarg sigh in relief a little bit. Then he asked them, saying, "Then what do you want from me? I hope you don't think that you can force him to show up by taking me hostage. I raised him better than that." His words made them laugh. The young man behind him snickered and said, "Of course not. We're not that stupid." The old man on his right shook his head and said, "Your son isn't really the son you knew him to be. He is the reincarnation of a divine being. So, ever since he awakened, he has stopped being your son in mind." The lady nodded in agreement and said, "Only a divine being can awaken with a divine Metak. From what we have found out, he appears to be injured. Maybe something went wrong during his reincarnation, or maybe he was injured terribly in his last life. But he is still a divine being, and I doubt a divine being would sacrifice their life for yours, just because you're the father of this reincarnation." Their words enlightened Scar to certain truths that he didn't know before. At any other time, he would be happy to learn that divine beings reincarnate with divine Metaks, and he would have asked more questions about the reincarnation of divine beings. But at this time, he didn't have the mind to bother with that. His life was still on the line, so he had more important things to deal with. This made him ask them, saying, "If you don't want to use me as a hostage, what do you want from me?" The old man replied, saying, "You are not his father in mind anymore, but you're still his father in flesh and blood. This means that we can use the blood link between you two to find him." The woman on the other side said, "He should know this too. He should also know that the best way to eliminate this danger is to kill you. So we are also here to protect you." Skarg swallowed nervously when he heard that the reincarnation of a divine being might be coming to kill him. He suddenly became glad for having these 3 around to protect him. His nervous reaction caused another round of chuckles of amusement among the 3 of them. The young man behind him said with a smile, "Don't worry so much. Your son should be injured terribly since he didn't reincarnate with a cultivation of the 3rd mortal coil. So even his memories of his past life might not be complete. This makes him no different from an ordinary cultivator who got lucky and stumbled onto a divine Metak. So if he dares to show up here, we will kill him." These words of assurance helped Scar relax a little bit. He even had the leisure to say to himself, "If only I knew this before, I would have." As he was having this thought, he realized that he was coveting a divine Metak. So he quickly cut off the thought from his mind. Instead of thinking about what he would have done to acquire the divine metak, he decided to focus on getting these people off his back and returning to a normal way of life. So he said to them, "What do I need to do to help you find him?" The young man behind him replied by placing his hand over his shoulders and grinning from ear to ear as he said, "You don't need to do anything. All we need is your blood." With that said, he dragged his fingers across Skarg's back. His fingers were so sharp that they cut through the cloth that Skarg was wearing and his skin beneath the cloth. In just a moment, blood began to flow freely from the 5 cuts on his back. Skarg didn't like the feeling of having someone behind him who could easily harm him and kill him, but he didn't dare to complain. He could only grit his teeth while the young rank 5 cultivator signaled for a rank 4 cultivator to come forward. The rank 4 cultivator came forward and took his blood from the cut. Then he swiped the blood across a piece of white paper. The rank 4 cultivator added other things to the piece of paper. Then he wrapped the paper into a ball, which he began to refine. He held the ball of paper over a blue flame with his mind. Then he rotated the ball as he added other materials and metaks. Comments. Chapter 137. Everything that the rank 4 cultivator added to the ball either fused with it or removed a portion of the ball. When he was done, there was a small red ball roasting over the fire. The rank 4 cultivator took this red ball and presented it to the young rank 5 cultivator with a bow as he said, "It is done, sir." The young rank 5 cultivator took the red ball and activated it with his internal energy. This caused the ball to glow a red light. It glowed brightly, but its light was only shining in one direction. Every ray of light that the ball was creating was all congregating in one direction. This direction indicated where Slav was. The rank 5 cultivator also sensed something more precise about Slav's location, other than the direction that he was in. What he sensed made him say, "He is not in the city." The other 2 rank 5 cultivators took turns verifying this information. They sent their rank 4 cultivators who could use the red ball to verify Slav's location. This sight made Skarg conclude that the 3 of them are not on the same side. After they verified Slav's location, the 3 rank 5 cultivators agreed to send some of their men with the red ball to go looking for Slav. As for the 3 of them, they chose to remain in the city to keep Skarg safe. They chose to prioritize Skarg's life because, as long as he is alive, it is only a matter of time before they can find Slav. Since Slav must know this, it is to be expected that Slav would try to kill him somehow, including sending someone to kill Skarg on his behalf. With this decision made, they took more blood from Skarg, which they used together with some of Slav's items, to forge a bloodline metak that would point to his location like a compass points in the direction of the north of the magnetic field. After they refined 2 more bloodline metaks, they formed 3 independent groups with the 3 bloodline metaks. Then the 3 groups took off in search of Slav. Skarg was conflicted about this decision because he wanted them to both stay and go. He liked that they were staying to guard him because he wasn't sure that he could protect himself against the reincarnation of a divine being. But this meant that the city would remain on lockdown. He didn't like that the city would be on lockdown. He also didn't like that he wouldn't be able to do anything about looking for Loki in the presence of the 3 rank 5 cultivators. Of course, no matter what he thought of this arrangement, he didn't dare to complain. He could only suffer in silence, while hoping that Loki wouldn't grow too strong too quickly. As he thought of Loki, his eyes became gloomy, and he said to himself with immense regret, "I should never have made it possible for him to escape. And when he escaped, I should have used more effort to find him. This is why slaves should never be allowed to escape control." He sighed and said, "When he escaped, I thought that at best he could become a nuisance. Even then, I only thought he had a chance of becoming a nuisance. I didn't think he could become so troublesome. Less than 100 rank 5 cultivators in the sect, and I just happened to have enslaved the reincarnation of one of them. What kind of bad luck is that?" He sighed again and said, "What bad luck? Unfortunately, it is too late for regrets. As bad as things are, he might still be able to smooth out the relationship with Loki. After all, he didn't know Loki's true identity when he enslaved Loki. So if he apologizes and offers some benefits, there's a high chance that Loki will forgive him and let bygones be bygones. But Skarg is not going to do that. He is not going to willingly put himself in a disadvantaged position unless he has to. He is not going to automatically accept that he is at the mercy of Loki. Instead of doing that, he will try to eliminate the problem completely, which in this case means eliminating Loki completely. He knows that killing Loki now might not eliminate Loki as a threat forever, as Loki will still be able to reincarnate with his memories after death. But he believes that this further problem is worth it if he can get the secret of how to advance to rank 5. After all, if he succeeds in advancing to rank 5, he too will be able to reincarnate after death. So even if he can only reincarnate once and Loki kills for revenge, he believes that it is worth it in exchange for the secret of rank 5. The only way he can give up and accept defeat is if Loki becomes as strong as him, or at least strong enough that he can't do anything to Loki. Until then, Loki will remain an item on the menu. On the other side of the world, after nearly 2 days of travel, they finally reached their destination. It was also just in time to see a spectacular sight. As the flying ship approached the world barrier, they saw a large wall of gray mist rise from the earth up to the limit of the sky. This wall of gray mist filled the horizon and blocked the way forward in every direction. The closer they got to the wall of gray, the bigger and the more magnificent it became. The closer they were to it, the easier it was for them to spot the small tunnels in the gray mist that led to the other side. Loki was looking at this sight when the sky above his head suddenly lit up with a red glow. This prompted him to look up at the sky. With his eyes raised up to behold the sky, he saw a large ball of fire appear in the sky. The large ball of fire sailed across the sky like a burning meteor. It sailed right in their direction and looked like it was coming for them. Comments. Chapter 138. The sight of the large burning rock flying towards them caused Loki's eyes to widen. Then he began to panic. He even took a step back in fear. Unfortunately, there was nowhere to escape to on the flying ship in the air. He didn't want to jump from the flying ship as they were thousands of meters in the air. So he looked around to see what they were going to do about this problem. He saw that he wasn't the only one who was panicking. Everyone else on the deck was panicking. So he decided to check some stock options and gambling bets on the sect token so that he could use the information to his advantage in the next timeline if he died now. Fortunately, the captain of the airship noticed the big burning problem rapidly approaching them. So he veered away from their path and put some distance between them and the ball of fire as soon as possible. After they were at a safe distance, Loki could finally return to admiring the sight. He saw the large ball of fire fly past where they were and smash into the base of the wall of gray mist. The collision of the large ball of fire and the wall of gray mist was silent, so he didn't get to see the explosion he was waiting for. All that happened was that the gray mist parted like a cloud as the large ball of fire punched through it from one side to the other side. This made his eyes light up as he said to himself, "So that's how a tunnel is created. That must be a small world. I guess it will quickly become an earthly battlefield." With the exciting sight over, the flying ship continued its journey to one of the tunnels. A hangar had been constructed for flying ships, so the ship had somewhere to land and be anchored. With the ship secured, its occupants began to disembark. The workers, like the people he paid for information, quickly got to work bringing down the cargo. But soldiers like Loki only disembarked with their load and went looking for their stations. Loki quickly went back to his small, cramped room to pack his things and take back the black blob. The loss of the black blob doesn't mean that he would lose his life ability, as it can regenerate the black blob with his internal energy. But losing the black blob means that every strength it has gained in the meantime by eating metals will be lost. However, by taking the black blob and letting Fenrir absorb it, he can ensure that even if he loses it in the future, the strength that it gained during the more than 60 hours of eating won't go to waste. And since Fenrir has the rewind metac, even if he reverses time, that power in his life ability will stay with him. So after taking back the black blob, he was able to relax. Then he packed everything he had in a large box with wheels. With his preparation done, he decided to leave the ship and report for duty. This is something he decided to do quickly because he was curious to see what the earthly battlefield would be like. After he got down from the ship, he looked around curiously and let the sights dazzle his eyes. From what he could see, he didn't see any signs of a war at all. This made him say the fight is on the other side of the world barrier anyway. And most of the fighting is done in the small world, so it is no wonder that this city looks so tranquil. The hangar is high up in the sky, but there's a path that leads down to the city below. From his position so high up, he can see the layout of the city. He can see that there is one large main road that leads from the base of the hangar to the world barrier. The main road is a wide structure built to accommodate 4 airships moving side by side. As large as this was, it was still small compared to the large tunnel that had been punched through the wall of gray mist. As for the rest of the city, it was built along the main road. There are many roads that link away from the main road into streets where houses are built next to. From his position, the layout of the city looks like the skeleton of a fish because of the branching roads leading away from the main road. His vantage point also allowed him to see that there were other hangars and cities in the distance. Each of them was connected to a tunnel or to a massive object that resembled a mountain. From what he was told on the airship, he was able to deduce that the massive mountains are small worlds. He was also able to come to the conclusion that the reason he can see them without going to the other side of the world barrier is that they belong to the martial body sect and are being used to steal the souls of the central domain. So there was an array of hangars, cities, tunnels, and mountains as far as he could see. But as beautiful and intriguing as this sight was, he didn't stop to gawk at it. His steps were still in a hurry to descend the path to his destination. After he got to the bottom, he asked for directions to the sect grounds. The person he asked pointed him to a compound that was just a few steps away. So he would have found the compound if he had taken a few more steps. Nonetheless, he thanked the woman. Then he dragged his box of materials and metals along with him towards the sect grounds. As soon as he entered the sect grounds, he noticed that the layout of the place was identical to that of Crystal City. Even the buildings were identical. This made him whistle and say, "Someone high up must have some pretty serious OCD. Wouldn't want to be them." Comments. Chapter 139. But while it was amusing to make fun of the person who designed the place, he still had to admit that the identical layout made it easy for him to find his way. He was able to find the military base in the sect grounds without asking anyone for directions. From the military base, he was assigned to a transportation convoy. This convoy was to deliver new personnel and supplies to the battlefield. He counted as new personnel, so he was to leave with the convoy. The convoy was actually a train. It is a steam train, and it is standing on one of the 12 train tracks that lead into the tunnel in the world barrier. When he got onto the train, he was directed to the carriage for personnel. Upon arriving there, he found Jane already seated with her partners. She had 3 partners now. 2 of them were males, while the last one was a female. The 3 of them were infatuated with her, and she had them wrapped around their fingers, ready to fulfill her every wish and whim. Loki had a weird feeling as he glanced at them. His brows furrowed as he said to himself, "She is controlling them somehow. I bet it is through their emotions. Maybe she is using the emotional domination medak. But if that's what she is using, I haven't seen her use it. It could also be through the marionette life ability. That one is more insidious, subtle, and stealthy. I might not notice it if she is secretive about it. However, it should only be for forceful control of their bodies, not the subtle influencing of emotions." As he was thinking of how she was controlling them, he found an empty corner to sit in. Jane and her pose glanced at him, but they ignored him. She seemed to say something to them, but he couldn't hear it because she whispered it. But he saw that whatever she said was so funny that her 3 partners all began to roar with laughter. This made him say to himself, "The partners used to be the funniest people alive, saying funny things to her, but now she has become the funniest person alive, and they are the ones laughing at her every joke. I doubt she is that funny. There has to be something fishy going on. I refuse to believe that she is genuinely funny, and I refuse to believe that the disciples of the Four Directions sect can be that cordial with each other. Fortunately, I have the power identification ability and knew to avoid her." These 3 didn't know what they were walking into at all. They were like lambs to the slaughter. He felt pity for the three that had been ensnared by her charms, but he didn't do anything to interfere in their affairs or save them. He only lamented their situation and gloated a little bit that he didn't turn out like them. Most of his attention was spent inspecting everyone else in the carriage. There were 5 people, aside from Jane and her 3, that were already in the carriage when he arrived. And as time passed, the number of occupants increased. A little over an hour later, the train began to move. Its engine roared to life with a loud, shrill whistle. Then its wheels began to rotate as the train was pushed forward. As soon as the train began moving, a train conductor came through the carriage to warn them that they would soon feel a drain on their internal energy and should make sure to use energy stones to recover their internal energy as they passed through the tunnel in the wall of gray mist. The conductor, a woman wearing a neat, sharp suit, said, "As you know, no living thing is allowed in the world barrier. Any living thing that comes close to it will have its lifespan drained until they die and become a dry husk of their former selves. The sect has made some arrangements to mitigate that, but these arrangements only work on those inside the train, and the arrangements can only prevent the loss of lifespan. The train won't protect you from the draining of your internal energy. This is why your internal energy will be drained as we pass through the tunnel. But if your internal energy is drained completely, your lifespan will come next. This is why you must always top off your internal energy and never let it drain completely." She raised her voice and said with some sternness, "Please take what I just said seriously. I have said so much to you to instill a sense of importance about my warning into every one of you, including the ones who are ignorant of the peculiarity of the world barrier. I tell you again, always top up your internal energy. Don't be miserly with your energy stones, or you will lose your life. If, after all of my efforts, you still let the world barrier drain your lifespan and kill you, then you can only blame your stupidity." After she said this, she went to the next carriage and repeated her warning. She did this for 25 minutes when the train entered the tunnel in the giant, sky-reaching wall of gray mist. As soon as they entered the tunnel, the occupants of the carriage immediately felt the disappearance of their internal energy. The sensation struck them with sudden thirst for water. It was as if they had suddenly been in the hot desert conditions for a long time, had become tired of walking for a long time, and were now dying of thirst. Their internal energy leaked out of them like air out of puncture balloons. Many of the occupants became pale immediately. They quickly grabbed their energy stones to replenish their energy loss. But both they and the energy stones were experiencing the inexplicable loss of energy, so the amount of energy they could get from energy stones was about 30% of the normal amount. Comments. Chapter 140. As if the inexplicable loss of energy wasn't bad enough, they weren't the only ones suffering from this issue. Even the train was suffering from the energy drain. The lamps in the carriages went out immediately after they entered the tunnel. This absence of light from artificial sources and the absence of light from the sun in the tunnels plunged the whole place into utter darkness. The train's engine also suffered a drain on its energy reserves. The heat of the fire in its furnace and the heat of its boiler both took a heavy hit and dipped. This slowed down the train and put it at risk of stalling. The train couldn't be allowed to stall, or they would be at the mercy of the world barrier. So a special fuel was poured into the furnace. This special fuel caused the fire in the furnace to explode and soar. The heat rose quickly, and the boiler resumed working at full capacity. This caused the train to resume its normal speed out of the tunnel. Loki had felt the train slow down when they entered the tunnel, and it had frightened him far more than he liked. The idea of being stuck in the tunnel under the force siphoning their internal energy sent chills down his back, because the only outcome would be death. As his mind conjured the image, he thought to himself, "If the train stops, then we will need to leave it to escape the tunnel. But that will expose us to the full brunt of the world barrier. What a tragedy that will be." Fortunately, his worst expectations didn't come to pass. The train smoothly passed through the dark tunnel and came out of the other side sound and safe. After getting out of the gray tunnel of the world barrier, they plunged into another tunnel, but inside one of the larger mountains that Loki had seen on the other side. Sunlight from the sun still wasn't able to reach them because of the conditions of the new tunnel, but the force that killed the lamps had disappeared, so the lamps could resume their jobs, which caused the inside of the carriage to brighten up. As it so happened, the brightness of the lamps resembled the mood of nearly everyone who just had a serious but short encounter with death. They sighed in relief, and their mood brightened after they came out of that tunnel of darkness and impending death. Even Loki, who could afford to die, felt relaxed after they got out of the gray tunnel. His mood only got better as they went further away from the gray tunnel and plunged into the large mountain. He did catch Jane looking at him at some point, but he didn't think much about it aside from asking himself with a smirk, "What is she looking at me for? Is she thinking of swallowing her pride and recruiting cannon fodder like me to make up the numbers?" The thought of her trying to recruit amused him, so her looking at him only served to improve his mood. Meanwhile, Jane had stopped looking at him and was questioning herself inwardly, saying, "Did I misjudge him? Is he talented?" She is questioning her estimation of Loki's capabilities because she saw that he wasn't holding any energy stones when the train left the world barrier. There's only crystal dust in his hands, which indicates that he had held an energy stone that had been exhausted recently. But Loki hadn't looked like he was in a hurry to replace it, and his face had been calm, not strained like everyone else. The ease of his condition indicates that the energy drain hadn't been as painful for him as it was for everyone else. She knows a lot about the world barrier, so this sight hinted to her that Loki is more talented than the others in the room. She doesn't know that he didn't need the energy stone at all and had only brought it out because he thought that he would need it, which was why he didn't replace the energy stone after it was consumed completely by the energy-draining force. She only thinks that he used fewer energy stones and had a much easier time than everyone else. But even this is enough to reconsider Loki as a talent for recruitment. Loki had been joking to himself when he thought that she was thinking about recruiting him. But if he found out that he was right to suspect that, he would kill her to get rid of her instead of appreciating her for spotting his talent and potential. Only after she is dead will he allow himself to feel pride that his energy capacity was robust enough to handle the energy siphoning without much stress. For now, he doesn't know that everyone else performed much worse than he did because of the darkness in the cabin. So he doesn't think that there is anything much to be proud of. He was more concerned about reaching their destination. Fortunately, he got his wish 5 minutes later. This made a total of 10 minutes that the train had spent traversing tunnels. The tunnel and the mountain opened up into the hollow space within the mountains. The first thing that Loki noticed was that this hollow space was as large as a country in his past life. So the space within the mountain was actually many times bigger than the external size of the mountain. His curiosity was piqued, so he pressed his face to the window beside him and looked up at the sky. As he did so, his eyes widened in wonder because of the sights. There were large trees and birds and various animals bounding through the forest. There was even a mountain far off in the distance. He saw a lake at the bottom of this mountain, and there were many animals taking a drink from the lake. It was a scene of peaceful paradise. Comments. Chapter 141. This beautiful sight made him say in awe, "There is even a sky and a small star here." So this is what they call a small world. I wonder where it comes from. The sight was such that if he didn't know that he was inside a mountain, this whole place would be the real world to him. There was practically no difference between this space and the world outside of it. The only indication that this space wasn't the world of the blessed heaven world was the dark hole in the mountain through which they came. That hole was a swirling mass of black and white energy. It didn't look natural at all. The train finally stopped some distance away from the exit of the tunnel. There was a station there, but it was mostly empty. However, there was a group of people who were already there waiting for them. After the train stopped, everyone got out and joined up with the people waiting for them at the station. These people looked important, and they were the only ones around, so they were the only ones to ask for directions. These people were 5 in number. The person who appeared to be their leader was also the strongest person around. She was a rank 4 cultivator riding a large brown bear. After they approached her, she looked down at them from the back of the bear and said, "Welcome to virtuous heavens, or what we call earthly battlefield, E6-137. You will be stationed here for the duration of your deployment. I hope for your sake and mine that you will survive until the end of your service." She patted her chest and said, "I am Amelia. I am the highest commanding officer here. You will take all assignments from me." Then she took out a list of waves and held it at them as she said, "I have all of your names here. I will use it now to assign you to your posts. When I am done, you will receive a notification from the sect telling you where to go. In the meantime, my assistant here will brief you on our situation. Feel free to ask him any questions about the things that you're not sure about. Don't hold back with your questions. After all, your life is what is on the line now." After saying this, she fell silent and gestured to one of the 4 people behind her. The one on her immediate right stepped forward and began speaking with them. Her assistant was a man with a single eye, a cleft chin, a mechanical arm, and a mechanical eye in his empty socket. He was rank 3, but he spoke with an air of superiority that made it seem as if he were the highest-ranking officer here. He also had an invisible sign above his head saying that his life had been insured. The level of insurance wasn't stated, but it is to be expected that, at the very least, whoever kills Greg will have to pay 2 times his nominal value. While man was speaking to them, Amelia was busy assigning them to their post. She did this using her sect token, but while she was doing this, she was listening to what her assistant was saying, and she was discreetly observing them. Her assistant said, "I am Greg. I am doing it because I must, not because I want to. You're lucky that you get to encounter me in this situation, but I assure you that this is the worst condition you will see me in, if you ever see me again. According to your mission details that you were given by the sect, you were sent here to secure the interests of the sect by resisting the martial body sect. This is the party that we have been having in this godforsaken small world for the last 27 years, and we are making good progress doing it. With this small world lodged in the northern domain, every human born in this world will be a soul stolen from the cycle of reincarnation of the northern domain. Our job is to recruit those humans into our sect and let the 4 directions sect mark their souls. Once the sect marks their souls, those humans will have to reincarnate into the central domain when they die. This is how we slowly siphon the human resources of the northern domain into our central domain." He glanced at all of them with a look of condescension as he said, "Now, I'll talk about our military operations. It is common sense at this point, really. If you already know how we do it, good for you. If you don't know, then I am willing to bet that you're a waste of space and my time." Amelia heard this and growled, saying, "Get to the point." So Greg quickly got to the point, saying, "There are many towns and cities in this small world. We call them posts. You will be sent to a post with the duty of protecting the post and recruiting humans from the post every 10 years. The more you recruit, the higher the merit points you will earn. But the martial body sect will try to stop us or interfere with the recruitment process. They will attack the post either to kill us or destroy it completely. In both cases, your job is to defend your posts and the people living in the town or city. In general, the larger the posting, the more people you can recruit from it and the more merit points you will earn. But the larger the posting, the more the martial body sect will attack it and the higher the danger will be. Fortunately, the more enemies you kill, the more merit points. So danger also represents opportunity. What will determine which is power? If you have enough power, then you won't need to spend 10 years here like some useless people. Comments. Chapter 142. As Greg said his last sentence, he made sure to glance at someone behind him. This was to indicate to everyone that he thought that person was weak. Amelia saw this and wanted to berate him again. But before she could speak, Greg turned away from the man and began to address the group of recruits again. He said to them, "That is all that I have to say to you, slightly talented but most untalented group of people. If you have a question and have decided that you must waste my time with it, please raise the question as soon as possible so that I can put an end to this torture early on." The way he spoke intimidated a lot of people and made it difficult for them to summon the courage to speak and ask questions. This made Loki smirk and say to himself, "No wonder Amelia encouraged us to ask questions. This Greg guy is already being too difficult to speak with. I can't imagine just how difficult he is to work with." Greg probably thought that he was God's gift to mankind, but his pride wasn't enough to dissuade people from wasting his time with questions, seeing as it was their life that was on the line. One man raised his hand and asked, "How long can our mission last?" In response, Greg rolled his eyes before saying, "Each deployment will last a year. During that year, you can't quit. You can only quit and leave the small world when your year of deployment is over, and if there is no executive order from the sect to retain soldiers for an emergency. Barring emergencies, you can leave after 1 year of service or serve up to 10 years in one go. It is up to you." That is all. After answering the question, Greg looked around and said, "Anyone else?" But the previous man held out his hand again. This made Greg growl and say, "What else do you want to know? Wasn't my explanation clear enough? It better be clear enough, or it would mean that you're retarded." The man's eye twitched before saying, "I am not retarded. It is just that you didn't answer my previous question to my satisfaction. When I said, 'How long can our mission last?' I meant, what is the limit of time that we can stay in this small world with the mission?" Greg's eyes examined the man from head to toe, with a sneer tugging at his lips before he said, "You must be one of those people who took this mission, a dangerous mission, just to escape from enemies. If you are, then you'll be glad to know that you can remain here for as long as you want. The bad news, of course, is that your enemy, whoever they are, can also choose to sign up for this mission, and if they're connected enough, they can make it so that they are assigned to this battlefield. What are you going to do then?" But before the man could answer, Greg shook his head and said, "With the way you asked that question, I bet that you're not smart. I bet that you haven't considered the possibility that your enemy can follow you here." Then he raised his cleft chin with pride and said, "So it is your good luck that I considered that possibility for you. Unfortunately, that's the limit of what the blessing of my presence can deliver. You'll have to think about what to do if your enemy follows you all on your own. You won't get my help with that. At least, not for free." At this point, the man had become fed up with Greg. If they were not on a battlefield, and if he wasn't sure that he was weaker than Greg, he would have taken a swing at Greg by now. But since he was weak and couldn't afford to be fined by the sect for attacking an ally, he swallowed his frustration at Greg and decided to ignore the obnoxious man for as long as possible. The other people listening had also begun to get frustrated with Greg. Unfortunately for them, no matter how pissed they were at him, they still had many questions to be answered. This meant that they had to swallow their pride and subject themselves to Greg's bad mouth. But the more they capitulated to Greg, the worse his words and behavior got. In just a few minutes of meeting him, many people had decided that they wanted to kill Greg and would do so if they got the opportunity. Loki had also nearly had enough of Greg. He didn't take much of what Greg said seriously because he was assured of his worth and talent, but he was still irritated by Greg's constant insults. He also noticed the killing intent coming from everyone and directed at Greg. This made him roll his eyes and say, "It is a good thing he bought that life insurance, or people would be more willing to kill him here and now." Then he snorted and said inwardly, "I bet the insurance is why he is still alive for so long. If life insurance can keep someone with such a bad mouth alive for so long, then maybe I have undervalued the life insurance too much. Maybe I should take back what I said about the sect using the life insurance to cheat us." Meanwhile, someone else asked another question. This time it was a woman. Even as she was asking the question and hadn't received Greg's answer, she gritted her teeth in preparation to withstand Greg's condescension. The lady said, "How many merit points will we earn per kill?" Greg looked at her as if he were looking at an idiot who was asking a silly question with an obvious answer. His face bore a look that indicated to everyone that it was beneath him to answer that question. But he still had to answer the question because Amelia was glaring at him. Comments. Chapter 143. As allergic to stupid questions as he was, he still answered the question, saying, "This is obviously a grade 3 merit mission. I should expect you to know this if you check the mission you were signing up for at all. That aside, since this is a grade 3 mission, you will earn 1 grade 3 merit point for every rank 3 enemy that you kill. If the rank 3 enemy has a status, you will merit points that are equal to 1 multiplied by their status. So if you fight and kill someone with a Dow status of level 2, you will earn 6 grade 3 merit points. If you kill an enemy with a Dow status of level 3, you will earn 9 grade 3 merit points. Then he looked down at the lady who asked the question and said, "Is that clear?" But she shook her head and said, "What if we kill a rank 4 being?" This time, Greg laughed. He pointed at her and laughed as he said, "You? Kill a rank 4 cultivator? What a joke." But Amelia coughed beside him, so Greg quickly stopped laughing. He calmed down and said, "Right? A rank 4 being. You will earn 10 times as many merit points as a rank 3 enemy with their status." Then he yawned and said, "I hope that is all you have to ask me. Your questions are boring and have made me sleepy. Maybe I should just go and sleep. That will surely make all of these, whatever it is, worthwhile." However, the lady refused to give up after everything he had done. She sneered as she said, "I have more questions." Greg beckoned for her to speak while saying with nonchalance, "Go ahead. I doubt that it's about anything important, but feel free, nonetheless, to waste my time. Fortunately, I won't have to waste many brain cells answering your question." Loki saw this and shook his head inwardly as he said to himself, "What happened to yes or no as an answer? You didn't have to say all that stuff. You could have just said yes, and everyone would be happy. But you went out of your way to offend everyone." The lady was thoroughly offended, but she kept her cool as she said, "What about the merit points to earn for each person we recruit?" In response, Greg chuckled and said to everyone, "See, what did I tell you? At the end of the day, it was about something trivial." After mocking her to everyone else, he turned back to her and said, "The reward is the same as that of a rank 3 cultivator. One person will earn you 1 grade 3 merit point. It is, after all, a grade 3 mission." Then he shook his head and teared up a little bit as he said, "What an amusing bunch. I didn't think I had to spell that out to anyone. What a day." The lady was still seething as she said, "Can we take the fight to the martial body sect and attack them instead of waiting for them to attack us?" This question made Greg roll his eyes and say, "Of course you can. How do you not know that? Maybe I have overestimated your intellectual acumen." But she wasn't deterred by his insults. She had noticed that he hated stupid questions or any question in general, so she began racking her brain looking for questions to ask. She said, "Can we build our own city and use it to recruit people?" She expected another snide comment before Greg decided to answer her question. But this time, he paused and looked at her with a gaze full of surprise. His voice was full of disbelief as he said, "That's actually a good question. I didn't expect any good questions out of you lot at all. You have impressed me, so you should be glad." He even clapped as he said, "That's indeed a good question. The answer is that yes, you can establish your posts. I believe it is a stupid idea to waste time doing that. But your question is still a valid question, which makes me wonder how you came up with it. Did someone tell you?" Before she could say anything to defend herself, Greg turned to everyone and said, "Who helped her with that question? Show yourself if you did. I promise not to punish you. In fact, I will praise you for coming up with the question." When no one spoke up to claim the credit, Greg became angry. He scoffed and folded his arms angrily across his chest as he said, "Do you think I will be fooled by making her ask the question? I will tell you now that I am not so easy to deceive. So show yourself now." He glared at everyone and said, "They say that collective wisdom is good, but this much wisdom from all of you is trash." He saw that some people wanted to argue with him, so he said with overflowing confidence, "Trust me when I say it is trash. Your combined wisdom is not as good as the wisdom I have in my pinky, so it has to be trash." At this point, many people had had enough of him for the nearest mission, so some people stepped forward to beat him up. Amelia saw that the people had reached their limit and that the conversation was about to become a violent conversation with their fists. In order not to lose the new recruits, she decided to step in and break up the fight before it started. Despite being outnumbered, she was stepping in to protect the new recruits, not to prevent Greg's demise. If they knew as much as she knew, they wouldn't have dared to fight him as recruits. She coughed and raised her voice as she said, "That will be enough for the question and answer session. I have assigned you to your posts, so it is time to leave." Comments. Chapter 144. Amelia pointed at the 4 subordinates around her and said, "These 4 will be your commanders. I assigned you to the posts that they control. There are many other posts in this small world, but only these 4 are in dire need of manpower." Then she smiled and said, For the few of you that I assigned to Greg over here, I want to tell you that you didn't get assigned to him because of bad luck. I picked you to work with him because you were one of the few who didn't look ready to kill him just now. You were able to withstand his attitude just now, which means that you will be able to work somewhat amicably with him. In any case, I wish you good luck. That will be all. With that said, she turned to leave. She communicated silently with her bear, so it stood up, turned, and began jogging away. Loki and some people watched her go with bitterness in their eyes. This was because they now knew that the unfortunate assignment that befell them wasn't because of bad luck. They now know that she had intentionally picked them for this unpleasant job. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do about the matter. So Loki turned to Greg and glared at the pompous man as he thought to himself, I should have lost my temper just now. Who would have thought that letting your emotions get the better of you, which should have been a bad thing for a cultivator, is actually a good thing that can help one avoid bad luck in this case. As he was glaring at Greg, the pompous man turned to him and caught him staring. But Greg didn't seem to care that a subordinate was glaring at him. He picked his nose as he said to Loki, You must be one of my new lackeys. I'll be honest with you. You don't look like much. I'm sure that's not the first time you're hearing it. You must hear it every day of your miserable life. But I'll say it here so that you know that I won't be easily disappointed in you. His words made Loki inspect him with the power identification ability to make sure that Greg was doing something insidious to make people hate him. Race, human. Status, 4. Energy quantity, 90. Energy density, 12. Energy rank, 3. Body, 4. Soul, 3. Mind, 3. Will, 4. Skill, 300%. Metac, telekinesis metac. Floating furnace life ability. Once he saw this, Loki couldn't help but marvel and say, so it was just pure talent, not the power of some metac. He can rile up emotions easily without even trying. What if he has the help of the emotional domination metac? He would be unstoppable. He clicked his tongue and said, what a shame that he is a forger. His talent is being wasted as a forger. Even so, he has certainly done well with himself as a forger. His talent is at the limit of human potential, and all of his stats have reached their limit. The only things that could be preventing him from advancing to rank 4 are probably the secret recipe for rank 4 core metac or the energy nexus. No wonder he is so cocky. After praising Greg, he couldn't help but look at Greg's Tao status again and say, he is already at level 4. What more could he be fighting for on the earthly battlefield? Isn't level 5 Tao status said to be only available on the heavenly battlefield? Isn't he just wasting his time here? Meanwhile, the other 9 people who had been assigned to Greg had gathered around Loki and were all glaring at Greg or frowning with displeasure. Greg didn't mind how they were looking at him. He said magnanimously to them, cheer up, all of you. You don't need to burden yourself with the thought that I expect great things from you. I don't even expect good things from you, so you can relax. Of course, if you perform well, I will have to reward you. But I doubt that will happen. So the only thing that you need to concern yourself with is staying alive on the battlefield and earning merit points. Then he pointed in a certain direction and said, our airship is that way. Let's board it and return to our post as soon as possible. That way, you will be able to get up to whatever mediocre performance you could deliver. After saying this, he turned to leave. Everyone looked at each other before resigning themselves to their fate and following him. As they followed Greg, Loki thought to himself in admiration, he can't go give seconds without saying something insulting. What a talent. He was still in the mood to appreciate Greg's talent, even though the pompous man just gave him a humiliating dressing down about how he didn't look like much and had a miserable life. This is definitely an odd behavior that would surprise even Greg. As it turned out, he was the only one who thought that Greg was talented. Everyone else was either regretting not lashing out at Greg earlier or were trying to keep themselves from lashing out at him now. But no matter what they thought of Greg, it didn't change the fact that they all came here for a single goal, and that goal is too important to sabotage. That goal is the acquisition of merit points. Since this goal is so important, they let their minds focus on it rather than focus on the corrosive words that were pouring out of Greg's mouth. Loki was also thinking about merit points. He wasn't thinking about how to earn them, though. What he was thinking about was how to spend them after acquiring them. He was that confident in himself. He thought to himself with anticipation, Level 2 Dao status costs 10 grade 3 points. So as long as I kill a few enemies or recruit a few people for the sect, I will be able to reach that milestone. Comments. Chapter 145. He rubbed his chin and said, as for level 3 Dao status, it costs 100 grade 3 merit points. This will be a little trickier to get, but it is feasible. It will just take a lot of time. Level 3 Dao status seemed to be within reach for him. But when he thought of level 4 Dao status, he smiled to himself and said, however, level 4 Dao status is currently beyond my means. I will consider it when I achieve level 3 Dao status in the future. In the meantime, I should continue growing stronger with any opportunity one get. I should continue to refine my body and help shifting armor grow stronger. I also shouldn't forget about fusing my energy threads to form my mind palace. After considering what he should do and making future plans, he began to inspect his new brothers-in-arms. He used the power identification ability on them, so he was able to notice that 5 of them had level 2 Dao status. This made him chuckle to himself and say, so I am not the only one who doesn't have level 2 Dao status. According to Jane, these people without Dao status and I will be considered to be in over our heads. Then he turned sideways to one of his new partners and said to himself, speaking of Jane, it looks like we are stuck together for the near future. As he glanced at her, he thought to himself, I wonder why she didn't get pissed at Greg like the others. Is she such a magnanimous person? But he shook his head and said, I doubt it. After all, she got very angry with me very quickly on the airship just because I didn't know something. So she should have exploded in anger because of everything Greg said. Jane also glanced at him. When she caught him looking, she smiled at him and said, I hope we can work well together. This was the same thing she said to him earlier when they first met. He hadn't believed her when she said it the first time, so there was no way that he was going to believe her now that she was saying it again after she said he was a waste of her time. He wasn't even willing to deign to acknowledge what she said, so he ignored her and looked away instead of responding to her. His behavior displeased her, and she pursed her lips in indignation. Her recruited lackeys also glared at Loki as if he had stolen something precious from them. The interaction between Loki and Jane's group of 4 was just one of the many interactions that were happening between the group. Everyone was checking each other out, either with curiosity or because of wariness. As Loki inspected them, they inspected him too. While he could tell what pathway they were on and what life ability they possessed at a glance, the best that they could do was tell that he was a forger. This was because all they could see about him was his metallic skin and body. They did this while Greg continued to talk their ears off from the front. He continued to talk nonstop as he led them to the airship. On the way to the airship, everyone else was silent as they observed each other. But even though the distance to the airship was short, someone finally couldn't take Greg's incessant chatter anymore and had to speak up. The person who spoke was a lady. Her face was contorted into a grimace as she said, reminds me of the psychological warfare training in the initiation program. I would rather cut myself than listen to any more of this torture. Her words caused the group to chuckle in amusement. Someone even said, I am nearly at my limit. Any more, and I will block my ears. A third person added to the chatter, saying, on the bright side, the longer we spend with him, the faster our Tao heart will be refined. More people joined in the conversation. But even though Loki was willing to court death, he decided that he wasn't ready to die this way. So he didn't join in making fun of Greg. What happened next was that Greg became silent. His silence was so deafening that everyone else stopped talking and waited for him to say something. But Greg didn't say anything. He just looked ahead and smiled as if there was no problem. But Loki saw his eyes and saw that his smile didn't reach his eyes, so he knew that there was a problem. When he saw the chilling light at the depth of Greg's eyes, he thought to himself in amusement, you have done it now. Greg will let loose on you. Greg still didn't say anything for the few tens of meters that it took them to get to the airship. This airship was smaller than the one that brought him here. It looked more like a dirigible than a ship or boat. There was a large cylindrical balloon attached to the top of cabin. There were also sails attached to the cabin in a manner akin to the wings of birds. When they arrived at the destination, Greg silently unlatched the lock on the door of the cabin of the airship. Then, he entered while leaving the door open for them. Everyone glanced at each other with uncertainty in their eyes. They didn't know what, so they looked at each other for guidance. To be more accurate, they knew what to do. They just weren't sure it was the right thing to do, seeing as Greg was in a bad mood and anything could set him off. Eventually, Jane took the first step to approach the airship. She entered the door, and her 3 lackeys immediately went in after her. Once they saw that someone had entered and nothing bad had happened, everyone decided to enter the cabin. They entered in a single file, and the last person closed the door behind them. Comments. Chapter 146. When everyone got in, Greg, who was standing at the control deck at the front of the cabin, released the anchor holding down the airship to the ground and let the airship take off. Then he unfurled the sails and let them use the wind to push the airship forward. He did all of these without looking at them or telling them what to do. He was behaving as if they were not present at all. Without his guidance, they could only stand around in the cabin looking at each other. This created a silent atmosphere that was suffocating. For some reason, they began to find it difficult to breathe and began hoping that Greg would speak again. The airship moved at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Their destination was only 750 kilometers away, so it would take them less than 8 hours to get there. However, these 3 hours felt like an eternity because of the suffocating silence. Only someone like Loki, who was too busy fusing his energy threads in his brain stem, didn't mind the silence. In fact, he quite liked the silence. Unfortunately for him, the silence couldn't continue for the whole trip because something both unexpected and expected for the battlefield happened when they got within 100 kilometers of their destination. One of the group members was the first to notice the anomaly. When this man saw that something was out of place, he pointed at the anomaly and said to the others, "Is that thing coming towards us? Are they friend or foe?" His words aroused everyone from their languid and relaxed state. They stood up from wherever they were sitting and went over to the window to see what the man was pointing at. What they saw was a large airship coming towards them at full speed. This airship is a bona fide airship with masts and large sails like the one that brought them from the central plain to the edge of the world. The airship wasn't like the dirigible that they were currently riding. It was big, fast, and armed with cannons. There were 6 large cannon barrels visible on both sides of the airship, which made a total of 12 cannons. Meanwhile, their dirigible only had 1 cannon on both sides. This was not encouraging for them to see at all. So they hoped dearly that this strange and powerful airship coming towards them was an ally, not an enemy. One of them turned to Greg and asked, "Are those our allies? Are they from the 4 Directions sect?" But Greg didn't reply. He continued to give the silent treatment to everyone and behaved as if he didn't see anyone around him or even the strange airship before him. Under Greg's control, the dirigible continued on its forward trip without pausing or changing directions. This behavior caused everyone to relax. After all, since Greg wasn't afraid of anything, they should have nothing to be worried about either. One of Jane's partners sighed in relief and said, "Since the boss isn't afraid of them, the new guys should be our allies." Loki thought that this was wrong. He was full of suspicion and uneasiness as he said to himself, "The fact that he is not afraid only means he has something to rely on to preserve his life. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't be worried." He thought this to himself, but didn't voice it. He didn't voice his thoughts mainly because he wasn't sure of anything and because he wanted them to be right about the lack of a reason to worry. However, just in case he was going to die, he decided to take one last look at the stock options and bets in the gambling section that he had been monitoring ever since he gained access to the stock market. He did this while hoping that he wouldn't need the information anytime soon. Unfortunately for him and all of them, someone took a pair of binoculars and used them to look at the incoming airship. What they saw made them pale in fright. Their eyes widened as they said, "They're all big and burly." When the person nearby heard this, they snapped the binoculars from the man's hands and used them to look at the airship. What they saw was a bunch of giants staring directly at the dirigible. This sight made them swallow with difficulty. Then they dropped the binoculars while adrenaline began pumping into their bloodstream in preparation for fight or flight. Jane went up to this second man and asked, "What did you see?" The man said, "There are at least 20 of them, and they are mostly giants. The ones that are not giants have tattoos of beasts on their bodies." Everyone heard what he said because the cabin was small. When they heard his words, they understood the implications far beyond what he didn't say. So someone else couldn't help but say, "Aren't those the manifestations of the two pathways of the martial body sect?" Another person said with fear evident in their voice, "Those are the disciples of the martial body sect. How can they be our allies?" This question was directed at everyone, but especially at Greg. Unfortunately, Greg still didn't have anything to say. Someone finally couldn't take his silence anymore. This person was the lady who had bothered him with stupid questions until she asked a question that Greg thought was good. She walked up to him and shouted, saying, "This is not the time to pout, because we called you talkative. Enemies are coming, and a fight for our lives is about to start. You are our leader, so you should lead us. Don't let your pride get in the way of victory. Or is your pride worth more than your life? Even if your pride is that valuable, it is not as valuable as our lives. So get yourself together and do something." Comments. Chapter 147. She spoke some more, but it was all for naught. Greg still didn't talk. He didn't even turn to her or pay her any attention. He continued to focus on the control deck and was fiddling with some controls, so she looked like she was talking to the wind, not to someone. This sight, combined with the incoming enemies, pushed her over the edge of anger, so she reached out to grab his shoulder and force him to look at her and address the situation. But before she could touch him, something flared into life around him. They didn't see what it was because it was too fast. They only saw the explosion of fire on her outstretched arm. When everything was over, the lady had lost her arm. Half of her arm had been turned into ashes. The rest of it was burned at the elbow. This made her clutch her arm and grimace, but she didn't scream in pain. She wanted to scream in pain, and the feeling was overwhelming, but she kept control of her emotions and quickly distanced herself from him. This behavior was more productive than standing around shouting in pain. It ensured that her life was no longer in danger from whatever just happened. It was after she secured some distance between them that she had the leisure to growl at Greg, saying, "You bastard. You crazy bastard. You will get all of us killed. I bet this is why you need so many recruits at once. You got the rest killed." What she said was insightful, and while she may be right, her words didn't change anything about their situation. Greg was still not paying attention to them, and he was still moving towards the enemy without a care in the world. Everyone else was silent as they stood by and took in the events that just transpired. After thinking about what just happened, they couldn't help but come to the conclusion that they were screwed. Someone even said so out loud to everyone. They sighed and said, "It seems this is how we are going to die." No one argued with him. They all agreed with what he said to a certain extent. The reason they didn't believe they would do well is threefold. The first one, and perhaps the most important reason why they are so despondent, is that they are only used to fighting on the ground. They don't know how to fight in the air, and they definitely can't escape from this fight because the enemy airship is faster than they are, and because any attempt to leave the dirigible will only lead to them falling to their deaths. The second reason they believe that they are screwed is that they are outnumbered by their enemies by at least 2-1. So even if they are fighting on the land, they will still be screwed. The final reason is that their dirigible can't bear to take any damage at all, while they don't possess the firepower to bring down the enemy airship. So even if Greg were to support them and tell them what to do, they still don't think they will have a chance to survive a clash with the enemy. This is what they were thinking when a small lady said with some hope, "Maybe we won't die." When everyone turned to her, she explained her point by saying, "I don't think Greg is willing to die, so he must have a plan. If we stick to him, we should be able to survive." This brought a ray of light to shine in the doom that had clouded their hearts. But this was dashed as soon as Greg opened his mouth. Greg had received a fine from the sect for what he did to a fellow soldier. The money was immediately taken from his account, and some of it was sent to the injured lady as compensation for the value of her lost arm. She can spend the money however she wishes or use it to heal her injury. The money didn't ease the relationship between them, though. She wasn't willing to forgive him for what he did to her just yet. so she was still glaring venomously at him. When Greg heard what the small lady had said about how sticking to him would save their lives, he couldn't hold back anymore. He opened his mouth wide and began to roar in laughter. He laughed as if they were not about to face enemies that could take them down with a single cannon shot. He laughed hard despite his subordinates glaring death at him. After laughing, he looked ahead as he said, "Fools, the bunch of them. First, there was the idiot who said that I shouldn't let my pride get in the way of victory, as if their lives are important for my victory. Now, there is this fool who thinks sticking with me will save them. Didn't she see what just happened to someone who tried to stick with me?" Then he sneered and said, "What a bunch of fools. I'm always saddled by idiots like this. What bad luck." He had started to talk again, but no one was happy about it. His words only made them angry and pissed. This quickly reminded them why they wanted him to shut up in the first place. Just as Greg finished talking, the enemy ship had gotten close enough for communications. Someone on the ship shouted at them, saying, "Are you going to surrender, or do you want us to shoot you down?" No one replied from the dirigible. This silence didn't deter the enemies, though. In fact, the opposite happened. The silence emboldened the enemies. The person who spoke earlier laughed and said, "I know you're there, Greg. I have been waiting here for you. I even brought out the big guns, so you can forget about escaping." Greg still didn't reply. So they said, "Why the silence? Don't you always have something snide to say? What happened to you? Keck out your tongue." Comments. Chapter 148. Their voice resounded as they said, "And where is your precious mech now? Could it be that you couldn't bring it along on this tiny balloon boat? That would be a shame now, wouldn't it? How else would you fight without your mech?" Their words caused the disciples of the martial body sect to break out in laughter. Their loud, boisterous laughter could even be heard in the dirigible despite the distance. Greg finally couldn't take it anymore. He shouted back at the enemy, saying, "What big guns? All I see is compensation for something about you that is shamefully tiny. You should just have used a prosthetic to extend its length instead of relying on guns in a big ship." His words quickly ignited the captain of the airship into anger. They pointed at the dirigible and roared as they said, "I want it captured. Capture it now and bring it back with us. I want to see if he can still talk when I'm done with him." They have the advantage of firepower and can bring down the dirigible with a single round of cannon fire. But the captain decided not to do that because of what Greg said. Instead of giving Greg a swift death, the captain decided to capture Greg and drag him back to their territory to torture him for what he said. So he gave the order to capture the dirigible. Greg saw this and sneered as he said, "Another idiot. This world is full of them, but I don't know if it is good luck or bad luck that they are mostly around me." After insulting both the enemy and his allies, he said to his subordinates, "First lesson, the people of the martial body sect are emotional. They always prioritize their emotions over cold logic. You should have learned this during your initiation program, so you should know that their Tao heart technique is the opposite of ours. I'm sure that it went over your heads when they told you, but you're lucky to encounter someone like me who can show you an easy-to-understand, real-life, practical display." His words made Loki shake his head and say, "He just can't help himself." Meanwhile, Greg continued his speech, now for the second lesson. "If you want to survive, you have to make sure that they don't get their hooks into us. If they tether us, we are doomed." As he spoke, they saw the giants throwing hooked javelins or harpoons at the dirigible. This sight and his words spurred them into action. They began using their various means to prevent the harpoons from hooking the dirigible. Loki, who had been preparing to escape with the shifting armor, decided to stop and see what Greg was up to. He too joined in the battle, as it was a better idea to prevent their capture than to try to escape and reveal that he could fly in the process. So he activated the shifting armor. When it enveloped his entire body in black glossy armor, he created 4 rail guns sniper rifles on his shoulders. Then he shot the railguns and used them to knock down the harpoons. Nearly everyone was doing something to knock down the harpoons. Enslavement cultivators released birds and flying insects to do the job, while forgers used weapons or telepathy directly. Death cultivators used spirits, and money cultivators burned money to create powerful attacks. Only the mind hunters couldn't do anything because the targets weren't mental objects that they could harm. This meant that Jane and one other person were useless. This uselessness gave Jane the opportunity to observe others, including Loki. What she saw of Loki's performance made her eyes light up, but she had to look away from him when their enemies changed their course of action. The captain of the airship saw that his current move was failing, so he said to his men, "Take flight and bring them to me." Some of the tattooed people on the airship nodded in understanding and began rushing towards the edge of the ship. These people were small like ordinary humans, which is a sign that they are on the transformation pathway in the martial body sect. But these ones in particular had tattoos of birds on their bodies. These set them apart from the other small tattooed warriors. As these small tattooed warriors took to the air, their black tattoos began to glow with various colors, and a phantom structure appeared around their bodies. These phantom structures were exactly in the image of the tattoos on their bodies. So they were quickly enveloped by giant phantom figures of birds. As intangible as these phantom giant birds looked, they were strong enough to interact with the world. A single beat of their phantom wings was enough to provide uplift to the warriors within the phantom figures. These warriors went straight for the cylindrical balloon at the top of the dirigible. Their goal was to destroy it and render the dirigible helpless. That way, they will be able to easily capture the dirigible. After these warriors took off, the captain smiled in satisfaction. Then he cupped his mouth and shouted at Greg, saying, "You better let this happen, Greg. Let me capture you, or I will let loose my cannons and destroy you once and for all." In response, Greg shouted back, saying, "I'm sure that's how you get to have sex. You hold a knife to their throats and say to them, 'Let this happen, or I will kill you.'" Greg was saying that he only rapes people and that no one will want to willingly have sex with him. This made anger rush into the head of the captain. He turned to his men and shouted an order, saying, "Release the hummingbirds. I want him captured in 5 minutes." Some of his men thought that he was taking things too far, but no one wanted to deny their captain when he was so angry. So they obliged him. Comments. Chapter 149. The warriors brought out delicate machines made out of wood and thin, translucent fabrics. These delicate machines looked like birds, but they had an empty space with a chair within them for someone to enter, and there were controls, switches, and toggles in this empty space, so they were actually some kind of vehicles. The warriors entered the space within the bird-like machines and began pedaling to power them up. Their actions caused the 4 wings of the machines to begin flapping rapidly. The speed of the flapping wings was so fast that it became impossible to keep track of. This provided uplift for the machines to rise up into the air. Then the machines zoomed through the air as they shot towards the dirigible. There were 10 of them, so the sound they made was very loud and drowned out everything else. The captain was very satisfied with this sight. He smiled and said, "This should do it. The previous warriors who took off have been harassing the dirigible since they took flight. They haven't had any success with destroying the balloon because the people in the cabin of the dirigible have been resisting them. There are only 4 of them, while 10 enemies are resisting them. So if they are not careful, they will actually be the one shot down, not the dirigible. Fortunately for them, the hummingbirds have been released. With the help of these 10 humming vehicles, it is only a matter of time for them to take down the dirigible." Greg saw this and knew that he had reached the limit of his good luck. So it was with great reluctance that he decided to finally take action. He said to them with a grumble, "You're lucky that I can't let you die so soon." With that said, he activated his life ability. This caused strange red birds to appear around him. The strange birds shot out of the cabin with such speed that they looked as if they had just disappeared. The effect was immediate. Explosions rang out in the sky as the red birds smashed into the flying warriors and hummingbirds. It was as if someone had let loose a bunch of fireworks into the sky. The sight was mesmerizing, but only the people who were not hurt had the leisure to appreciate the sight. The captain of the airship saw what happened and asked in shock, "What was that? What did he do?" The sight of his soldiers dying and falling from the sky to their doom filled his heart with pain. He desperately wanted to know what had happened that made him lose so many people. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't figure out what Greg had done because this was something that Greg had never done before. Despite his ignorance, he was smart enough to determine that something was wrong. So he roared at his men and said, "Fire the cannons. Bring them down." The cannons had already been loaded and were just waiting to be fired. So it should have been easy for him to turn the tide of battle. But this was not so. Despite his quick reaction, it turned out that it was already too late. What he got in response to his order were explosions coming from the deck beneath his feet. The explosions came from the cannons. But this wasn't the explosion caused by cannon fire. These were explosions caused by cannons exploding. Apparently, the Firebirds that Greg had released earlier hadn't targeted only the flying warriors and the hummingbirds. Some of them had gone straight for the cannons, too. The Firebirds entered the cannons through their bore and detonated within them. This effectively put the cannons out of commission. The captain began to panic because of these turn of events. He was frantic as he ran away, shouting orders to rectify the situation. On the other hand, Greg was relaxed as he pressed a button on the control deck. The button released a harpoon that shot at the airship and lodged deep into it. Then Greg pressed another button, which caused a rope attached to the harpoon to be reeled in. Since the airship was bigger and more powerful than the dirigible, it was the dirigible that was being pulled towards the airship, not the other way around. This caused the two flying ships to move closer to each other rapidly. It was what the captain of the airship wanted, but it was definitely not in this way. He shouted at his men, saying, "Cut off the harpoon. Cut it off immediately." Greg heard his shout and said, "Let this happen. Let me try to capture you so that you can fight for your life. If you don't let me capture you, I will bring down your airship. You know I can do it." This threat caused the captain to grit his teeth in frustration. Then he said to his men, "Don't bother. Let him come. We still outnumber them, so we still have a chance. As long as we kill him, we will be the final winners." The people of the Martial Body sect had bitter looks on their faces because of the unpleasant situation. But this was the best option, so they could only swallow the bitterness and prepare for battle. All of them began scrambling for their weapons in preparation for battle. As it happened, all of their weapons were gauntlets. This was because as members of the Martial Body sect, they only fight with their metacs, their bodies, and their fists. On the other side, Greg nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's the spirit." Then he turned to his subordinates and said, "I want that airship. It is large, powerful, and pleasing to the eye. That makes it exactly what is befitting of someone of my caliber and status." He glared sternly at them and said, "I must have it, and you must make yourself useful in helping me to acquire it. I swear that if I don't get that airship, I will kill all of you." Comments. Chapter 150. Greg paused then to let his threats sink in. He also made sure to glare at each of them, in turn to show them that he was very serious. After he was sure that they had gotten his message, he smiled and said, "Why the gloomy faces? It's like I took your money. Cheer up. Don't just damage my airship during the fight, or I will fine you. As long as you don't do that, and you help me capture the airship, everything will be fine." With that final warning, he turned back to the control deck with a nonchalant attitude befitting someone who wasn't about ready to kill everyone around him. His behavior caused many people to swallow nervously. And even though Greg had begun to grumble about their incompetence again, no one spoke up to encourage him to become silent. No one was willing to contradict him after that lady lost her arm. Now that they saw more of what he was capable of, they had even more reasons to shut up and accept whatever Greg says without flinching or grumbling. So the cabin fell into utter silence. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of the rope tightening and winding as it was reeled back into its container. In this silence, they spent their mental resources thinking and reviewing the turn of events. Many of them didn't know what to think about the turn of events because the outcome hadn't been set yet. They didn't know whether to be happy that they are not going to die just yet, or be sad that the most dangerous threat capable of killing them is one of their allies, not the enemy. The only thing they were sure of was that they should be very afraid of Greg. Only Loki and one other person weren't thinking about these things, and were instead focused on the metac or ability that Greg had used just now to fend off the enemies. The other person in the cabin who was thinking about this matter was Jane. She was intrigued by what she saw and was impressed by it. Loki, on the other hand, was confused by the sight. He kept reviewing what he saw over and over again in his mind. At the end of the day, he said to himself, perplexed, that's not how the floating furnace life ability should look. Fenrir won't lie about that. So, unless Fenrir is mistaken, that floating furnace must have mutated. A mutation is strange, but not unheard of. However, in what world will a furnace mutate into a bunch of birds? He has seen a floating furnace life ability before. He saw one when he was training in the Rusty Bolt Society. What he saw that day was a floating red oven full of burning flames, not a red bird made of fire. A mutation in the life ability is surprising, but possible. But he can't think of how a bird will be related to the forging pathway. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided to ask Greg. He figured that Greg would like to brag about himself, and he wasn't exactly afraid of death. So he summoned the courage to ask his superior a sensitive question. He said to Greg, Master Greg, what's wrong with your life ability? It looks like a bird. Everyone in the cabin turned to look at Loki as if he were an idiot. They thought that it was a bad idea to do anything that could offend Greg, such as asking about something as important as his life ability. They immediately distanced themselves from him after he asked that personal and stupid question. Then they waited with bated breath for Greg's reaction. Just as they expected, Greg scoffed and said, You speak as if you know what my life ability should be. How can a bumpkin like you, who doesn't know that one shouldn't reveal their life ability easily, know what my life ability really is? At any other time, Loki might have backed down. After all, he didn't really know that life abilities are supposed to be secrets. But he didn't want Greg to continue looking down on him anymore. And he wanted to ask Greg more questions like, why should life abilities be secret? So he said, isn't it the floating furnace life ability? His answer made Greg turn to look at him and examine him from head to toe. Then Greg turned back to the control panel as he said, I'm surprised you could discover it. After all, my life ability doesn't look like the original one at all. Loki saw an opportunity and immediately took it by saying, That's what I'm asking about. Why does your life ability look like a bird? This time, Greg rolled his eyes and said, It is obviously a mutation. It is not as if I can control a mutation. Loki nodded and said, That's true. I thought maybe you did something to influence it. I guess it is just luck. Greg smiled before saying, Did you ask me that because your life ability is special too? Loki shook his head and said, No, I was just curious. This made Greg smile even more as he said, It seems you really don't know that information about life abilities should be kept secret, especially if the life ability is a special mutation. If you knew that important information, you'd have been pissed that I just revealed the fact that your life ability is special to all of these people. So, while you may not be an idiot, you're definitely an ignorant noob. Jane heard this and nodded in agreement. She was also looking at Loki as if he were an idiot. Loki didn't know what all the fuss was about. So he said to Greg, Why should information about life abilities be kept secret? In reply, Greg said, If you don't know, then you don't need to know. /N. Please, don't forget to vote with your Power Stones and golden tickets. Thank you. Comments. Chapter 151. His unhelpful answer to the question made Loki scoff and say, What kind of ridiculous answer is that? It is like saying that since I don't know about a danger, I don't need to know about it. It is like saying ignorance is bliss. He fumbled for words before saying with exasperation, It is clearly the wrong thing to say, and no one here will believe it. We are not that stupid, and I, in particular, isn't that easy to fool. So come up with a better excuse if you don't want to tell me. Or just say that you don't want to tell me. Greg shrugged and said, I don't want to say it. There, I said it. Then he said with a heavy padding of sarcasm, I hope that answer was able to satisfy your great intelligence. If not, tough luck. Loki returned with a sneer. It was, Thank you for nothing. His reply caused Greg to chuckle before saying, You're amusing. I'm sure that how you will die will be funny. Since you're unlikely to advance to rank 4 before you die, I might be lucky enough to catch your funny death soon enough. Then he slapped his forehead and said, Look at me. Why am I planning to wait for your death? Wouldn't it be better to orchestrate it? That way, it can come soon, and I can influence the process to be as funny as possible. There is also the benefit of knowing when it happens, so I can prepare popcorn and be ready to watch it. So it is a good idea to orchestrate your death. After saying this, he shook his head and said in disbelief, "How did I even come up with such a genius idea? I surprise myself sometimes. I am just too talented. I am nothing like you fools who are destined to be forgotten in history and become footstools for my inevitable rise to power. I mean, look at you. I'm talking about you with the special armor life ability. You will die soon, so it can be said that you're destined for mediocrity." He said more things about how great he was and how useless everyone else was. He also made sure to point Loki out and make fun of him. But Loki ignored him. Loki ignored him, no matter what he said, and refused to talk now that it was clear that he wasn't going to get anything out of Greg. But he didn't think that the conversation was useless. After all, he has just learned that everything related to a life ability should be a secret. As he thought of this, his mind replayed the scene of the earlier clash between Greg and the enemies from the Martial Body sect. What he remembered made him say to himself, in understanding, he must be trying to keep his life ability a secret. It would explain why this group of enemies who know him and hate him a lot to prepare an ambush for him were caught off guard once he used his life ability. They thought he was helpless and didn't try to shoot him down immediately after they met him. Instead, they wasted their time and opportunities and gave him the chance to put them in an unfavorable situation. He was also hesitant to use his life ability when he used it. As opposed to him, I used my life ability immediately I sensed danger. The only thing I thought to hide about was its ability to fly. Maybe I am an ignorant noob. As he was thinking about this, the small dirigible finally made contact with the large airship. Greg pressed a button on the control deck, which led to the dropping of a gangway from the cabin to the deck of the airship. There was a small crashing sound as the gangway fell onto the deck. With this done, Greg said to them without turning to them, "Now go on and have fun. Don't worry about anything else." No one believed him. They left the cabin with a somber mood, as if they were criminals being led to their execution. The only ones more somber than they were their enemies. The people of the Martial Body sect stood in a half circle around the exit of the gangway, waiting for them. There were 16 of them now, and all of them had grim looks on their faces. As it turned out, the people of the Martial Body sect only have the martial name. They don't have any moral ethics. Loki and his group discovered this because they saw the 16 of them gang up on those who had just walked down the gangway. All of them couldn't hit that single person, even though they clearly wanted to. Not only was the space to reach this unfortunate person too small, but each one of them was a big giant, so even fewer of them could squeeze into the space to reach the person who walked down the gangway first. Only 3 of them were able to attack that person. Each of them had fists as big as plates. When they smashed their fists into the single enemy, their enemy was helpless to resist. The poor man was smashed to pieces amidst a roar of pain and helplessness. The sight angered the people of the Four Directions sect, but Greg didn't seem to mind. He even laughed from where he stood behind them. As he laughed, he clapped and said, "Good one, Brutus. Good one." He was cheering for the enemy just as one of them was killed. No one on the battlefield liked this. Not his allies, and definitely not his enemies who hate him to the bone. This act kickstarted the fight. The remaining people coming out of the cabin decided not to use the gangway anymore. They jumped down directly onto the airship or began attacking from right where they were, instead of going down. Comments. Chapter 152. Loki was part of the latter group of people who didn't go down. He decided not to go down when he could attack from where he was. The rail guns were still mounted on his shoulders, so he thought that it was a good idea to make use of their range firepower. In just a few moments, he noticed some differences between the body refining of forgers and that of the giants of the Martial Body sect. He noticed that they were absurdly strong for their ranks, but were lacking in defense. He noticed the lack of physical defense because the armor-piercing rounds that he shot pierced through their flesh and exited at the other side easily. The only times the shots didn't penetrate their bodies completely were when the bullet struck bone. This made him say they have powerful muscles and highly durable bones, but their bodies are still flesh. It isn't like the metal that we refine our bodies into. His eyes flashed as he used the power identification ability to examine their enemies. He saw that the weakest of them had a level 2 Dao status, while the strongest only had a level 3 Dao status. Even their captain, the rank 4 cultivators, only has a level 3 Dao status too. He also saw the metacs that the people of the martial body sect were using. He saw that the core metac of the giant cultivators was the giant bones metac, while the core metac of their smaller counterparts was the beast skin metac. Aside from their core metacs, he saw other metacs flashing in his vision as they were activated. He saw metacs like the rank 4 elephant strength metac, the rank 2 boar strength metac, the rank 3 rhino strength metac, and so on and so forth. From what he saw, the higher the cultivation of the giant bones core metac, the more strength metacs the giants could use. So a rank 3 cultivator could use 3 different strength metacs to increase their strength, while the rank 4 captain was able to use 4 strength metacs. As he watched, he did a mental calculation of their strength. He calculated the average power of the rank 3 giants to be 2 status times 3 giant bones times 3 body plus 3 life ability plus 50% energy well times 3 bull strength plus 3 boar strength plus 3 rhino strength times 250% overdrive, which is 877.5 points. This kind of power is far more than the peak theoretical power that he can produce once he refines his body to rank 4. That power will be 3 telekinesis metac times 4 body plus 3 life ability plus 357% energy well times 4 body lever plus 4 living armament times 210% overdrive, which is 482.328. He is currently weaker than that, as his body is only rank 1, so they are definitely twice as strong as he is right now. Be that as it may, he has his own advantages. His entire body is already in the process of being turned into metal. When the transformation is complete, every inch of his body, from his skin to his bones, and even his hair, will be as hard as copper. That will improve heat defense of his body drastically. His defense still won't be enough to stop a bullet, but it will be tougher than raw flesh. And this is just the rank 1 body of a forger. Once he achieves the rank 4 titanium body, the durability of his body will skyrocket. So even though he won't be as strong as those of the martial body sect, he will be much more difficult to kill. This is obvious by the fact that despite their great strength, his life ability, with a power output of 3 telekinesis times 3 mind plus 357% energy well times 3 life ability plus 4 living armament times 210% skill, which is only 289.737 units of power, can still harm them. To be fair, it wasn't that the giant warriors were easy for everyone to kill. Their bones were as strong as their maximum strength output, so anyone who hacked at them with swords would only do surface damage to their flesh. Any kind of attack would fail to kill them as long as it encountered their bones. They only fell easy prey to him because his bullets could avoid their bones and strike the vulnerable internal organs behind their bones. Another thing that he noticed, and quickly too, was that the small counterparts of the giants, the transformation cultivators, were more difficult to kill than the giants. This was because the phantoms that surrounded their bodies served as strong armor that could be easily healed of damage. A transformation cultivator actually became way bigger than a giant after activating their tattoos. The Phantom of the Beast took up most of the space while they occupied the center of the Phantom. So anyone who wanted to harm them would have to get past their Phantom Beasts. This made them very difficult to defeat or kill. As he shot at them, the Phantom Beast would dampen the power of the bullet before it struck the cultivator at the center. By then, the power of the bullet had been diminished to the extent that it was no longer lethal to the cultivator. These transformation cultivators also possessed strong bodies, so they were able to withstand his bullets after their Phantom Beasts had dampened the power of the bullets. In rare situations, the bullets failed to pierce their skin. The bullets only left a small injury on their skin, but in most cases, the bullets never reached their bodies. Their Phantom Beasts blocked the bullet completely. This made him grumble to himself, saying, "It is unfortunate that I don't have a Dao status," or "These people would be screwed right from start." Since he couldn't do much against the transformation cultivators, he decided to focus on the giant warriors. The giant warriors were also more than the transformation cultivators. He had a lot more opportunities to earn merit points to buy the Tao status that he needed so much. Comments. Chapter 153. It is already impressive that he can threaten the lives of enemies with level 2 Tao statuses who are supposed to be as strong as him with only the power of his life ability. So, he shouldn't beat himself up that this isn't enough to kill all of their enemies. Of course, things would be very different once he decides to fight them with the combined power of his body, his life ability, the sword heart metak, and the reversal metak. But he didn't need to do all of that to kill the enemies he had his eyes on. He stayed in relative safety while sniping at their eyes, or lungs, or hearts. The only urgency that he felt was from the possibility that he wouldn't have enough to kill. This was a true possibility because it quickly became obvious that they had outnumbered their hands. This became the case because they had 2 beast masters among them who released all of their beasts at once. One of them released a swarm of acidic flying insects that secret corrosive liquids in their enemies, and the other beast master released a horde of rays. The flying insects swarmed their enemies and melted all of the flesh on their bodies while gnawing their enemies down to their bones. Loki was still confident of dealing with the rays, but the acidic insects made him feel a chill of fear. This was because his metallic body would be vulnerable to acid, just like flesh. This made him say, "I guess me and the martial warriors are not so different." He said this as he shot a bullet that shattered a rat and pierced the heart of the giant beneath the rat. His shot killed the giant, not the rats, so the sect will reward him for the kill, not the Beastmaster. He had literally stolen a kill, and no one would like that. Especially not someone from the Four Directions sect. So the Beastmaster glared at him venomously. Loki didn't look at the Beastmaster, and he didn't bother to apologize either. He did what he did intentionally, and he would definitely do it again if he got the chance to. So he wasn't sorry for what he did at all. Besides, no one would believe him even if he apologized. So he didn't bother to pretend. Instead, he decided to look around for more kills to steal. Just as he was doing this, Greg yelled at him, saying, "Ignorant noob, stop damaging my airship, or I will skin you." This shout made Loki click his tongue in annoyance. But he still decided to be more careful next time. He did this for the sole reason that Greg was fighting the rank 4 giant and still had the leisure to notice what was going on around him and berate Loki. Loki spared their fight a glance to see the outcome. After all, the outcome of the fight between the strongest of both teams would decide the outcome of this fight. On one side was Greg. This forger was mostly using his life ability to fight. A flock of red firebirds had appeared around him and were suicide bombing the rank 4 giant. Each red firebird had a power of 4 status, times 3, telekinesis metak, times 3 mind plus 3 floating furnace plus 90% energy well, times 3 living fire plus 3 energy amplification plus 3 force lever, times 290% overdrive, which is 2,161.08 points. The rank 4 giant was constantly being rocked by these explosions. 10 of them were going off every second. Even the airship beneath them was taking a beating and was groaning. This caused Loki's eyes to twitch. He said to himself, "And you say I shouldn't damage the airship when you're trying to burn the airship. I think you just have it out for me for exposing your life ability." His eyes twitched even more because, despite all of the explosions, the rank 4 giant was mostly fine. The man was scorched black, and his skin was burned in many places, but he was still roaring in anger at Greg and was full of energy. The captain roared as he lunged at Greg, saying, "I will kill you, you son of a bitch. I will tear you to pieces." In response, Greg sneered at him and said, "You will need to catch me first, though." As it turned out, not only would the giant need to catch him before the giant's anger could be vented, but Greg was also making it more difficult to get this done by constantly running away from the giant. Greg kept his distance while constantly pelting the rank 4 giant with his red firebirds. But the giant was durable and couldn't be blown apart with one of 10 explosions. As Loki watched, he saw that the giant had a power of 3 status, times 4 giant bones, times 4 strength amplification life ability plus 5 body plus 60% energy well, times 4 elephant strength plus 4 crocodile strength plus 4 tiger strength plus 4 rhino strength, times 320% overdrive plus 60% energy nexus, which is 7,004 points. This kind of power made Loki whistle in appreciation. He also smacked his lips and said, "I want." Greg has a level 4 Dao status, which puts his firepower at an impressive level. But this still wasn't enough to overpower the rank 4 giant. In fact, his power output was not even enough to match that of his enemy. So it wasn't a surprise to Loki that the giant was able to catch up with Greg despite the explosions smashing into his face every second. What surprised Loki was that Greg still had a card that he hadn't played. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw Greg's mechanical arm shift and transform into a large cannon. The giant had just gotten close to him, so the cannon was very close to its target. Greg put the cannon in the giant's face and let it rip. A torrent of fire and heat exploded out of the cannon and washed over the giant. Comments. Chapter 154. It was truly like an ocean wave crashing onto the shore. All of that fire was so much that it submerged the giant completely. His fearsome figure disappeared until all that could be seen was fire and more fire. The power of the cannon still wasn't enough to kill the giant, though. All of that fire and power barely fazed the giant. The most important thing that the cannon succeeded in doing was to push the giant away from Greg and create some distance between them. This gave Greg the space needed to continue kiting the giant. The giant didn't have any ranged weaponry, as his only weapons were the 2 gauntlets on his hands. So he had no choice but to try to approach Greg again. This caused their cat and mouse chase to resume. The giant yelled, saying, "Stand and fight if you dare." But Greg had no plans to do something so stupid. He also had no plans to make it easy for the giant to approach him. His life ability was constantly producing firebirds that exploded in the giant's face. The fight looked like it was going in their favor, but Loki's face was grim as he watched. This was because he saw that Greg was running out of energy much faster than the giant. In fact, the giant was barely expending any energy. Greg, on the other hand, was hemorrhaging energy producing those firebirds. This made Loki frown and say, "If Greg runs out of energy, he will be screwed. No, we will all be screwed." With this being so clear to him, he placed a tracking mark on the rank 4 giant. Then he activated the siphon ability to drain his internal energy. After doing this, he turned his guns on the giant. He also said to the others, "We need to help Greg kill the giant." No one moved to help despite his urging. So he rolled his eyes and said, "I know that many of you want to kill Greg, but it is not a good idea right now to wait until he dies before taking action. If you can't handle Greg's power, you will definitely not be able to handle the power of a giant that can withstand 10 explosions from Greg per second." This time, he was finally able to convince them to help Greg instead of waiting for the giant to kill him before piling on the giant. Everyone pitched in one way or another to bring down the giant. Mind hunters affected his mind, rats rushed at him, and acidic insects swarmed him. The mind hunters were especially active because the giant had a glaring weakness in his mind. His mind was so weak that rank 3 mind hunters could toy with it. Individually, they were not a match for the giant. And even together, they were still not a match for the giant. But they were able to wear down the giant little by little and distract it from going after Greg. Their progress in killing the giant sped up after they killed the other 15 martial warriors. Everyone was able to focus on the giant with everything that they were capable of. So it only took them 2 minutes more to push the giant to its limit. When the giant sensed death, it tried to fly away and escape. But they tied him down with everything they had and made sure that it couldn't escape. The mind hunters were the highest contributors to this. They attacked his mind, which prevented him from escaping. So they were able to finally kill him. As the giant fell to the ground dead, everyone sighed in relief. Some of them also slumped to the ground, breathing hard and ventilating as hard as they could. Loki himself rested on a master. He also deactivated his life ability and put it away. As he looked at the mangled body of the giant, he said in admiration, "There were 10 of us, but it took us 11 minutes to kill him. Even then, he didn't die because one of us dealt a fatal blow to him. He only died because he had sustained too many injuries to his body. What a champ. And his Dao status is only at level 3. If he were at rank 4, I doubt we would have been able to defeat him. Then he snorted and said, heck, if he had been fast like the transformation warriors, we wouldn't have been able to kill him at all. He would have picked us apart one by one. Are the people of the martial body sect this strong? Or are all rank 4 cultivators this strong? This question made him think of all of the rank 4 cultivators he had encountered. As he thought of them, he said to himself, Rusty himself is definitely not stronger than this giant. After all, he only has level 3 Dao status. But Skarg and Death Envoy might be much stronger than this giant because of their level 4 Dao status. No wonder Greg laughed when that lady said they could kill a rank 4 enemy. He was right to say that it was unlikely to happen, no matter how offensive he was about it. This thought made him chuckle a little bit. He chuckled as he opened his token and went into the merit shop to check the amount of merit points that he just earned, see if he can use them to acquire a level 2 Dao status. But his chuckles turned into a muffled groan as pain erupted from his stomach and radiated all over his body. The pain was so great that his hand became very weak and he lost hold of the token. The token fell to the ground and rolled away as the entire world became a bright light and as something exploded in front of him. Then he was shaken because something had smashed into him and pushed him against the mast. Even a mast behind him had cracked because of the force of the collision. When he was able to open his eyes, he looked down to see a large, burnt hole where his stomach and some of his ribs used to be. His spine had also been severed, so he couldn't move his legs. This made him look around for the source of the attack, but all he saw was that everyone else had been attacked. Some of them had died immediately, but even the ones that were alive were missing a large portion of their bodies. But he heard someone walking by, so he looked at the source of the noise. What he saw was Greg walking leisurely to everyone and checking their conditions. Loki was surprised that he was fine at first, but everything began to click in place when he realized that only Greg was fine and that Greg was checking to make sure that they were dead. Comments. Chapter 155. Everything became clear when Greg came upon someone who was still alive. Greg said to the struggling woman, "You're still alive? Of all the people that I expected that from, I didn't expect it from you. That's impressive." He smiled a wide, creepy smile as he said to her, "It seems you are hiding your strength. What a naughty girl." Then he stomped on her head and crushed it with his foot. Loki wasn't the only one who saw this. One of Jane's partners saw Greg kill the woman. This man then asked Greg, saying, "Didn't you say that it wasn't allowed for us to die on our first day?" In response, Greg's creepy smile became wider, and he grinned as he said, "I lied." His answer didn't satisfy the man at all. So the man said, "Why? We helped you get the airship. We did everything you asked for." The man's voice was full of anger as he asked that question. He even overexerted himself because he only had one lung left and had a cough after speaking. Greg just shrugged and said, "Consider it your bad luck. You didn't do anything wrong other than witness me using my life ability." Then he pointed at Loki and said, "If you have anyone to blame, blame that ignorant blabbermouth. I might have let all of you go if he hadn't exposed that my life ability was mutated." After saying this, he threw a firebird at the man. The firebird collided with his head and exploded. The explosion shattered the man's head completely. So he slumped to the ground beside Jane, who was missing half of her head and half of her torso. When he was sure that the man was dead, he turned to Loki and said, "See, I made good on my promise to orchestrate an interesting death for you. Isn't your death interesting in this way?" Loki coughed out some of his lungs as he said, "It is boring to be honest. I already considered you a possible danger to my life. If there is anything special about this, it is that I didn't expect it to happen so soon." In response, Greg waved his hands in dismissal and said, "Bah, what do you know about art? You're just an ignorant noob who got lucky enough to have a mutated life ability." Then he spread his arms wide and said, "How can you look at all of these and not call it interesting? Isn't this magnificent?" But Loki didn't answer his questions. So he shook his head and said, "It is like throwing pearls to a swine. You can't recognize beauty when it is looking at you right in the face. Loki was dying. He was sure of this because he noticed that his vision was going black and that he was losing consciousness. He also noticed that he had stopped feeling pain. This was as good a sign as any that his end was near. But before embracing the sweet release of death, he said to Greg, "Can you at least tell me why life abilities should be kept secret? What's so special about your mutated life abilities that you would kill everyone for? I deserve to know." In response, Greg curled his lips and said, "Why should I tell a dying man anything? Just because you say you deserve it? Fuck you." Then he raised his hand as he said, "If you come to me in your next life, I might answer that question." What Loki saw next was a red bird of fire form in his open hands and rushing toward his head. Then his entire world became complete darkness. As Loki's consciousness was liberated from his body and carried away by Fenrir, he roared inwardly, saying, "Damn you, Greg. Damn you, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever." Even as his consciousness rode the river of time upstream into the past, he continued to curse Greg. But after a while, his great anger petered out. He calmed down and began to think about things logically. His thoughts were so logical that what he thought of Greg's actions became the complete opposite. In fact, if he had hands in this form, he would clap them. He said in admiration, "So that's how he has been keeping information about his life ability a secret. That's why those enemies of his were caught off guard despite hating him so much. It is a result of the fact that everyone who has ever seen his life ability has been killed. That is impressive. But why though?" He chuckled inwardly as he said, "With so much dedication to secrecy, one might think his life ability is related to a divine metak. Or Greg is just plain crazy. Who knows?" After chuckling for a while, he became serious and said, "I feel like I am missing important information by not knowing why he needs to go to such an extent for his life ability. So I must find out this timeline." He thought about some more important things, of which the bets he had his mind on the betting platform of the sect token were one of the things he spent most of his mental power on. He reviewed the things he saw on the betting platform and used the conclusions of his review to plan for this timeline. It is something he has to do now that all of the gambling information he knows is obsolete, because it is for a time that is 1 year into the future. He was thinking about this as he opened his eyes in the awakening room. His aura of a rank 3 cultivator bellowed out of his body as if to announce his presence to the world. This startled everyone around him. Muni recognized his aura and was surprised to see it appear in a place like this. After coming to a conclusion about why an initiate would have rank 3 cultivation, he decided to walk up to Loki to welcome him and be respectful. Comments. Chapter 156. But before Muni could do that, Slav had also recognized his aura and thought that it was bad, so Slav blinked and appeared behind Muni. This action caused everyone to focus on Slav now instead of Loki. As this happened, Loki groaned inwardly and said to himself, "I need a way to hide my cultivation." Unfortunately for him, that sentiment was too late right now. The ship had sailed, so to speak, and there was no going back. Slav changed in ways that he still couldn't figure out why. Then Slav found an excuse to leave. He knew that Slav was trying to escape, but he didn't do anything to stop Slav from leaving. He didn't want to be entangled with Slav at all. So he watched the young odd man disappear as soon as the door of the awakening room was opened. The only thing he did was use up one of his 3 tracking marks to keep an eye on Slav. This filled him with confidence about his chances of getting Slav in the future. He gained the 3rd tracking mark after he advanced to rank 3. But even with this extra one, he was giving up 33% of his surveillance just for a slim chance of getting Slav. However, he doesn't regret this at all. In fact, he thought that it was a good idea to do so and would have used up a single tracking mark if it were all he had, because Slav is his golden goose. There was another reason he decided that it was a must for him to track Slav. That reason tickled his mind as he thought to himself, saying, "At least this way I will be able to see him coming if he decides to kill me." The ability to teleport unnerved him a little bit. Slav could just appear behind him and take his head off. He didn't want that to happen, so he was willing to sacrifice all of his tracking marks to monitor Slav. This was what he was thinking about after Slav disappeared. Muni, on the other side, was smiling as he said, "That's even better. This way, I can say that I don't know where he is or where he went with certainty when they ask me. It is so much better. How considerate of that boy." Muni's previously bad mood cheered up after Slav disappeared, and he finally had the mind to bother with the rest of the group. He spoke to them for a while before leading them out of the awakening room. Muni didn't give them any of his usual speeches. He just led them to their apartments as soon as they left the awakening room. Of course, only Loki knew that they had missed something. The others didn't know that Muni usually gave a speech to encourage them after the awakening, so they didn't feel that there was anything odd about the situation. After Muni had dealt with everyone else, he turned to Loki and said, "I have to take you out of the initiation program to register you at the sect grounds. I'm sure you know how this goes. You clearly don't need any initiation." Loki did the same thing that he always did. He asked for 6 hours and access to the market. From there, he loaned 100,000 energy stones, which he quickly turned into 1 million energy stones. With the 1 million energy stones, he paid for the loan and paid his awakening debt. Then he signed himself up for the sect army before going to the market to gamble. This time, he didn't lose any money while gambling. He was able to turn his 800,000 energy stones into a lot more by making 2 bets in a row of 3 and 5 odds, respectively, with all of his money. The first bet turned the 800,000 energy stones into 2.4 million energy stones. The gambling house still allowed him to continue gambling with the hopes of getting back all the money. But instead of losing, he turned the 2.4 million into 12 million. At this point, they became enthusiastic about his staying. They even promised to pamper him with food, drinks, and women, but he didn't dare to stick around after fleecing them of so much money. It was unlikely that they would be able to get the money from the bus account, but he was unwilling to risk any danger to his person, so he ran away as soon as he got the chance. His next destination was the information broker. He had something he wanted to know, so he decided to give them an opportunity to cheat him out of some money. Since he knew his way around, he went to the same booth that he used in the last timeline. The same androgynous voice was there to welcome. The voice said, "What can I do for you, honored customer?" This voice reminded him of the money that he lost in his last life, so his heart twitched a little bit because of the phantom pain. But he quickly calmed himself down enough to get what he came to do. He said in reply, "I want to know why information about life abilities is to be kept a secret and why mutated life abilities are kept even more hidden." The voice said, "That's 2 different pieces of information, honorable sir. Both of them will cost you separately." This response made him roll his eyes and say, "Why am I not surprised?" But he trusted their impeccable service. So he gritted his teeth and said, "How much?" The voice said, "Each piece of information will cost you 1 million energy stones." This price made him stand up abruptly and glare at the screen before him as he said, 1 million energy stones? What could be so important when information about how to advance to rank 4 is only 100,000 energy stones? The person on the other side said, "Please lower your voice, sir. You are shouting and causing a scene." Comments. Chapter 157. In response to being shushed, Loki huffed, but he took his seat and became silent. He was still glaring, though, his glare as piercing as if he wanted to bore a hole with his eyes. Their words had only calmed him a little bit. The root of his anger and displeasure hadn't been mollified at all. As if sensing the anger in the air, the person on the other side said, "The information you want is very important. The 2 of them are both part of the secret cornerstones of the cultivation world, which is why it costs so much." Their words calmed him down a little bit. But what really made him decide to go through with the transaction was the memory of what Greg had been willing to do to keep his floating furnace life ability secret. He wanted to know what all the fuss was about. So he said, "Fine, let's do business. Give me your token for a transfer." The voice said, "Please wait a minute." Then the person behind the screen left to bring the token. They returned less than a minute later with the token, which they dropped into the cupboard, linking both compartments of the booth. He pulled the cupboard open from his side and took the token inside it. Next, he touched his token to this token and transferred 2 million energy stones to it. After he did this, he dropped the token back into the cupboard and closed it. The other person took the token and left with it to have it checked for the money he sent. They came back a little more than a minute later and said to him, "Your money has been confirmed. I will now give you the information you want. It was nice doing business with you." As they said, they opened the cupboard and put 2 parcels of rolled-up pieces of paper into it. In response, Loki grunted in acknowledgement. He didn't say anything more because his mind was too focused on the information he was about to receive. So he was anxious as he pulled out the cupboard and took out the 2 parcels. One parcel said, "Pathway Predation." The other parcel said, "The Potential in Life Abilities." Their titles confused him a little, so he asked, saying, "What are these 2 titles? They are not what I asked for." As calm as ever, the voice said in reply, "The package labeled Pathway Predation contains the answer you want about why information about life abilities should be kept secret, while the one labeled The Potential of Life Abilities contains the information about the secrecy of mutations of life abilities." He was satisfied with the answer, so he nodded in understanding before breaking open the package labeled Pathway Predation. A roll of paper fell out of the package after he broke it open. He picked this piece of paper up and began reading it. The paper said, when cultivators advance to rank 5, they go on a quest to expand their existence. The material they need to expand their existence is the core metac of other cultivators. The more core metacs that they eat, the more powerful they become. His heart soared as he read this part, but there was still more to read, so he forced himself to continue reading. Rank 5 cultivators can only eat the core metacs that have fused with the life of another cultivator. Therefore, they can only eat core metacs that have developed life abilities. This makes both rank 3 and rank 4 cultivators viable prey to them. Fortunately, there is another requirement that determines who can become the prey of a rank 5 cultivator. Rank 5 cultivators can only eat life abilities that are identical to themselves. This second rule makes it so that rank 5 cultivators only predate cultivators of their pathway with the same life ability. This way, not everyone has to be afraid of becoming the meal of some rank 5 cultivators. As long as there is no rank 5 cultivator above you with the same life ability, you are safe. But if there is a rank 5 cultivator above you in your pathway with a need to expand their existence with the life ability you possess, you will be targeted as soon as you advance to rank 3. This is why it is prudent to hide information about your life ability. This piece of information caused his mind to explode with enlightenment. His eyes shone with understanding as he thought of the events of the last timeline. He was finally able to understand all the secrecy around life abilities. After a while of thinking about this information, he said to himself, "Not only do the rank 4 leaders of society use us as raw materials for their cultivation, even rank 5 cultivators above them are also on the hunt for rank 3 and rank 4 cultivators. Is there any fairness in this world? The rank 4 leaders can go to hell, but we rank 3 cultivators shouldn't be treated as livestock by everyone else. No wonder rank 3 cultivators don't get to live long enough to have a level 4 Tao heart. How can they live long when both rank 4 and rank 5 cultivators are out to get them? He doesn't care about rank 4 cultivators being hunted by rank 5 cultivators because most of them deserve it for running societies where they raise others as raw materials or free labor, and because he is not a rank 4 cultivator yet. When he advances to rank 4, he might care about rank 4 cultivators being hunted. But until then, he won't shed a tear about it. What he is concerned about right now is how to survive to become rank 4. As he thought of his situation, he said to himself, "On one side is the Rain family. Those people will try to kill me at any opportunity that they get. They don't need a good reason for that. They are my eternal enemies." Comments. Chapter 158. He counted on his fingers as he said, "But, on the other side, are every rank 4 cultivator who will come after me once they know my identity as a full reincarnation of a rank 5 cultivator. If my identity is ever exposed, every rank 4 cultivator everywhere, not just Scar, will come seek me out." The third finger went up before he said, "Then there are the rank 5 cultivators above us. Those elusive and powerful beings can just swoop in at any time to get me. Any random one can just swoop in at any time to eat me for my life ability. That makes 3 types of enemies and a total of an infinite number of enemies. That seems to be all. After counting his enemies, he slumped on his chair and said, I am officially screwed. I have to get stronger as fast as possible. But then he saw the second parcel and remembered that there was another piece of information. So he became encouraged again and quickly broke the second parcel open to get to the information it contained. As he did so, he said to himself, I'm sure it is bad. In fact, I can bet that there is no good news in this, but I hope that I am wrong. Then he opened the piece of paper and read its contents. It said, when a cultivator advances to rank 5, their path becomes cut off. They can go no further without a divine metac. But divine metacs are rare to find. This is because they are unique, and there can only be one copy of a divine metac in existence. So, rank 5 cultivators can either stumble onto a divine metac through luck or create their own. Most rank 5 cultivators choose to create a new divine metac because most, if not all, of the divine metacs in existence are already in the possession of divine beings. After years of study, the method of creating divine metacs has been mastered to a science. It has been discovered that life abilities can be converted into divine metacs, but only mutated life abilities have the potential to become divine metacs. This is because mutated life abilities represent something new, and something new is the requirement for a unique divine metac to be created. Every life abilities is actually a copy of a divine metac, so they can never become a divine metac. However, even though it is common sense that only a mutated life ability can become a divine metac, there has not been any reliable method to create mutated life abilities. Many methods have been tried to create mutated metacs reliably, but they have failed or have been kept secret from the world. The only publicly known methods to acquire mutated life abilities at this point are to be lucky and special enough to acquire one during the advancement to rank 3 or to take a mutated life ability from a junior after advancing to rank 5. This made Loki curse out loud for a while, but he continued to read despite the anger that was so much that it was causing his body to shake with the need to destroy something. The first option is a game of chance and unreliable. But the second option is no better either, because you can only take the mutated life ability of someone in the same pathway with the same initial life ability as yours. So if you didn't acquire a mutated life ability when you advanced to tank 3, and there is no one with a mutated life ability or life ability, you will be stuck at the first step of creating a divine metac. This shows just how unreliable both options are. The only good news is that divine beings won't compete with rank 5 cultivators for mutated life abilities. After all, a mutated life ability only represents a chance to create a divine metac. One can still fail to create a divine metac with a mutated life ability, so it is not worth fighting over yet. The writing on the piece of paper ended there. Even though the piece of paper didn't say what would happen after the divine metac is created, he could guess based on everything that has happened until now. As he thought of what could happen once it is discovered that he is in possession of not just one, but 2 divine metacs, his mind couldn't help but conjure the image of that large hand that tore the sky as it reached down for him. This image was playing in his head again and again as he said, is the owner of that hand a divine being? Either way, I will be screwed immensely if anyone finds out about my situation. He looked at the 2 pieces of information again, wondering what he should do with them now that he didn't need them anymore. After making his decision, he tore the 2 pieces of paper apart and shredded them into dust. He threw the shredded paper back into the parcel and tucked the parcel into his robes. Then he slumped back on his chair and thought some more about his situation. Once he began thinking of all his problems, he asked himself, I have the rewind metac, so I can still find a way to survive. But how do normal people survive in this kind of world? No wonder the sect said that I won't live past rank 3. After getting his thoughts together, he decided that it was time to leave. So he stood up to leave. The attendant on the other side of the screen sensed his movements and said, I hope you found our services satisfactory, honored customer. In response, Loki nodded and said, it wasn't bad, but I'm not sure it was worth so much money. The information he got was great, and he understood why it was so expensive. Chapter 159. But understanding is one thing. Admitting what he understood is another thing. It is a more difficult thing that he is not willing to do for free. So he complained, saying, "You guys are just looking for any reason to cheat people. Shame on you." The attendant didn't get upset because of his complaints. They only smiled and said with their androgynous voice, "Is there anything else I can do for you?" The question made Loki snort and say, more like, "Is there any other way that we can fleece you of your hard-earned money?" Loki just grumbled about their services, but he still answered the question, saying, "How much will it cost to know why the divine beings of the sect chose to ban information about how to advance to rank 5? He already asked this question in the last timeline, but he was hoping to get a better price this time around. He also wanted to know if they cheat people by quoting different prices to different customers. Unfortunately, he was disappointed on both quests when the attendant said, "It seems you're a highly knowledgeable customer who loves to expand their wealth of knowledge and knows that knowledge is power. Then you'll be happy to know that we have that information, and it will only cost 10 million energy stones." Their words made him frown and say, "Why would such an expensive price make me happy?" The attendant replied, saying, "I thought that you would be glad to know that you could buy that information, since you already know that some things can't be bought no matter how rich one is." These words made him silent for a while. Then he said, "Another time then." After saying that, he turned to leave. Behind him, the attendant's androgynous voice came saying, "Have a good day, honored customer." He didn't say anything in reply. He just grunted as he continued walking away. He had 10 million left out of the initial 12 million, but he wasn't willing to spend all of it just yet. His plan is to acquire the metax and materials that he needs. Then he will use the remaining money to make some bets in the betting platform of the sect with the goal of increasing the amount of money in his possession. When the amount of money in his possession balloons, he will come back to buy the information about why the divine beings don't want more people to become rank 5. In the meantime, he plans to keep a tight hold of his hard-earned money. After he left the shop of the information broker, he went to the shops nearby to acquire metax and raw materials. He was absent-minded while he was doing this because he had a lot on his mind. When he thought of the information embargo, he chuckled absent-mindedly and said to himself, "I know for sure that rank 5 cultivators won't place an embargo on the creation of more rank 3 cultivators. Not in 1,000 years. When he thought about mutated life abilities, which made him say to himself, "So core metax produce life abilities, and life abilities produce divine metax. Does that mean that there is a life ability of the rewind metax somewhere out there?" Then he shrugged and said to himself, "Who knows? The time pathway is gone, and every time cultivator has disappeared from history. Speaking of which, why is it that every divine metac I got from Slav is from a pathway that has disappeared? Is it that it is because they have disappeared that Slav can awaken them, while the divine metacs of the pathways that are still present have all been acquired by divine beings?" As he thought of this, he asked himself another question, saying, "Why did the pathways disappear anyway? Who destroyed them and why? Maybe I should ask for this information in the next timeline." All of these things were going through his head. What the people around him saw was that his eyes were unfocused, and he was distracted by something. Then they saw him chuckling and shrugging for no reason. But they only thought that he was being weird or that he was crazy. It wasn't a crime to be weird or crazy, so no one bothered him for it. He was able to pay for his stuff and leave in peace. After he was done in the market, he went back to the sect grounds to use them. He was still absent-minded throughout all of these. But what he was thinking about this time was how to avoid being killed by Greg in this timeline. Over the course of the night, he came up with a few solutions. Some of them were viable, while others were too dangerous or impossible to pull off. He dropped most of the plans that he thought of and only focused on 3 of them. He was thinking about these 3 plans till the next day when the logistics airship came to pick him up. From there, they took to the air and shot forward at a terrifying speed of 1,100 kilometers per hour towards the north. This time, he didn't stay on the deck to marvel at the airship and see the world flash by below them. He had seen all that was to be seen in the last timeline, so he was no longer curious. What he did was to hole himself up in his small cabin to cultivate. He let the rank 1 copper body metac refine his body while his mind focused on fusing the energy threads in his brain. In order to fuse an energy thread with the brainstem, he must pump that particular energy thread full of energy until the energy thread is swollen. This swollen state makes the energy thread easier to grasp with his mind and move to the desired location. This is because what he can control is his internal energy, not his energy threads. Comments. Chapter 160. By infusing the energy threads, which he can't control, with something like his internal energy, which he can control, he can manipulate the energy thread somewhat, and they become controllable. However, getting an energy thread to swell is a very difficult process. In most cases, all of the energy in one's energy chamber won't be enough to accomplish this. So, Rank 3 cultivators usually need to supplement their internal energy reserves with an external source of energy, which is what energy stones are. Fortunately, he has 4 other energy chambers that can assist a single energy chamber, so he can make an energy thread quickly become swollen without spending money. Once he can move the energy, the thread becomes swollen, the rest becomes somewhat easy. All he needs to do next is to press the swollen energy thread onto the budding energy nexus. Over time, the swollen energy thread will fuse with the budding energy nexus. As easy as this step is, it still has a major problem. This problem is that the time it will take for an energy thread to fuse with the brainstem is indeterminate. He can speed up the fusion process significantly by infusing all of the previous energy threads that have already fused with some energy too, but the time the fusion will take can be as short as 1 week or as long as 1 month. The second problem is that when a fusion starts, it must not be interrupted for anything else, or the process will have to be restarted. This is why it doesn't matter if only 1 day remains for the fusion of 1 month to complete. If the fusion stops, he will have to restart the 1 month of work. So, cultivators need absolute focus, a lot of mental energy, and a lot of time to focus for the fusion of energy threads to be completed. He has the quadruple mind metak to solve the problem of absolute focus. The quadruple mind metak created 4 copies of his mind that he can use for various things. It is because of this metak that he can refine his body while fusing the energy threads. In fact, the quadruple mind metak makes the fusion faster by enabling him to keep an energy thread swollen while moving it around, and infusing the previously fused energy threads with energy to facilitate a quick fusion. As for the need for a lot of mental energy, the concentration metak and his large amount of internal energy solve that problem. The pain of his body being refined is making things difficult for him, but he can manage thanks to the concentration metak and the quadruple mind metak. This leaves only the issue of time to be solved. According to his experience, it takes an average time of 2 weeks for an energy thread to fuse. This amount of time isn't a problem for normal cultivators with 50 energy threads. They will only take a maximum of 2 years to complete it if they spend all of their time. Of course, Rank 3 cultivators are rarely lucky enough to be able to spend straight years cultivating without disturbance. So they will definitely take much longer than that time to finish the fusion of 50 energy threads. While he can bear to continue fusing energy threads all the time thanks to the quadruple mind metak, he won't be lucky enough to have just 2 years to complete the fusion. From his calculations, he will need 16.5 years to complete the fusion. 16 years is a very long time for him just to advance to rank 4. Even if he can speed things up by dedicating all 4 minds in his head to fusing 2 energy threads at the same time, it will still take him more than 8 years. Just the thought of this made him groan in frustration. But because he needed all of his minds for fusing energy threads, he didn't indulge in groaning in frustration. He quickly put an end to it and focused all of his attention on his great work. As the energy threads fused in his brain, he found himself spending energy stones to keep the process going, even though he shouldn't need energy stones. This was because the extra concentration metak, the quadruple metaks, and the fusion of 2 energy threads at a time were consuming far more energy than his 5 energy chambers could provide. While he was busy within the hull of the cargo, increasing his strength, Jane was going around meeting soldiers and making friends. The two of them didn't meet this time around because Loki was too busy. Loki didn't stir when the small world that fell from the heavens nearly crashed into them. He didn't move at all until the airship reached its destination and stopped. After the airship stopped, he packed his things into his wheeled luggage and left the ship. From there, he went straight to the train. He didn't ask for directions to the sect grounds or go to the sect grounds to report for duty. He just went straight to join the train going to the battlefield. The only thing that he did that was similar to his last life was to admire the scenery of the world barrier and the cities around it. But just like the last timeline, he didn't stop to do these things. While he was checking the scenery, his feet moved quickly as he rapidly covered the distance to his destination. By going straight to the train, he bypassed a lot of trouble and didn't waste time as he did in the last timeline. Unfortunately, he couldn't escape the trouble that was Jane because the two of them finally met. They met because they were in the same carriage on the train. He was already seated because he came early. She came late, so she met him there. When Loki saw her and her group of 4, he groaned inwardly. /N, please, don't forget to vote with your power stones and golden tickets. Thank you. Comments. Chapter 161. He thought about switching carriages to avoid her, but then he shook his head and said, "Why should I be the one to change carriage? I came here first, and it is not like I am afraid of her. I just don't want her to bother me." As it turned out, he was right to think that she would bother him because she came up to him after a while. She smiled as she approached him and said, "Are you a soldier deploying to battlefield E6-137 or just a logistics personnel?" In response, Loki said, "I work alone." His reply to her question was rude, to say the least. Not only did he not answer her question, but he also assumed that she was trying to recruit him, and he put an end to it before she could ask by rejecting her. A normal person would not like what he did, so Jane's reaction could only be more exaggerated. As a proud person, she felt that she had been insulted by the rejection. So she sneered at him and said, "Who is trying to recruit you? I just wanted to tell you that you're ugly and shouldn't come anywhere near me for the foreseeable future." Then she huffed and sharply turned away from him. As he watched her leave, a smile tugged at his lips, and he said to himself, "What a class act. If I didn't know what her true goal was, she would have fooled me with this outburst." He could have said to her, "I am not ugly. Even if I were, who goes up to strangers to tell them that they are ugly? Who do you think you can fool with such a lie?" But he didn't say that because he didn't want to bother with her anymore. Actually, he didn't want to bother with anything other than the energy threads in his skull. This is why the smile tugging at his lips didn't become a full smile. He felt that it was too much effort to smile. Therefore, there was no way that he was going to waste any more time with her. Soon after that unfortunate event, the tie-in began to move. Then the conductor came over with her warnings. Loki knew that he didn't have anything to worry about from the energy siphoning in a normal situation. But his situation was far from normal currently because he needed his internal energy for fusing energy threads. So he took out a lot of energy stones to make sure that the energy siphoning wouldn't interrupt what he started yesterday. Jane saw him do this and also saw that all of the energy stones that he took out were drained after they exited the world barrier. This made her misunderstand Loki's situation. So she sneered and said to herself, "What a waste. I can't believe that I tried to recruit such an untalented waste of space. He looks as if the energy siphoning will kill him. How can he fare well on the battlefield then?" As she spoke, she shook her head in regret. She truly felt that she had been cheated because not only had she tried to recruit an untalented person, she had also been rejected by the untalented person. She didn't really mean it when she said that Loki should keep his distance from her before. But now, she felt that it would be further insulting to her person to be anywhere around a waste of space like Loki. So she stayed true to her words and didn't bother with Loki anymore. The two parties treated each other like a plague that had to be avoided at all costs. Unfortunately for them, they still had to meet after they alighted from the train and listen to Amelia speak to them. They were further forced to stay near each other when Greg took to the stage. As soon as Greg opened his mouth, people began to get angry. Some of them frowned, while some more audacious people stepped up to fight Greg because of all the insults. Loki was one of the people who wanted to fight Greg. He was so angry that people had to hold back from fighting Greg. As he stretched his hands out to grab Greg, he shouted loudly, saying, "Fuck you. How dare you say something like that to us? Who do you think you are? Come over here and let me teach you some manners." 3 fellow soldiers grabbed him and prevented him from reaching Greg. These 3 were doing so because he had paid them to hold him back, not because they cared about his safety. Jane didn't know this, so she looked at him with even more disdain than she could usually muster and said out loud to everyone, "What a waste of cultivator. He can't even control his emotions despite the absence of external mental influences. I am ashamed to be considered a member of the same sect as a barbarian like him." Her words resonated with very few people because they, too, were already pissed at Greg. They just hadn't reached the level of trying to fight Greg. Amelia saw this and decided that the question and answer session couldn't be allowed to continue, or the situation would escalate into a massacre, even if the massacre would be orchestrated by Greg, not her. So Amelia said to them, "I've seen enough to decide where you should go." After saying this, she pointed at the 4 subordinates around her and said, "These 4 will be your commanders. I will assign you to the posts that they control for the foreseeable future of your deployment. There are many other posts in this small world, but only these 4 are in dire need of manpower." Then she smiled and said, "For the few of you that I assigned to Greg over here, I want to tell you that you didn't get assigned to him just because of bad luck." Comments?